Upon awakening, the world had transformed dramatically. Countless individuals found themselves ensnared in a game known as Haishang Qiusheng. The journey commenced with a mere wooden raft and a fishing rod, with resources entirely reliant on fishing. Sharks, colossal beasts, frigid waters, and hurricanes bore witness to the merciless slaughter among humans. Survival became an arduous endeavor, with resources scarce and invaluable. Lu Xingchen entered this game, and on her very first day, acquired a celestial space tau, Yuan Shengjing. This space allowed her to cultivate crops and rear livestock, bestowing upon her daily fortuitous enhancements, each day revealing a new stroke of luck. Day 1. Tao Yuan Shengjing's fortuitous enhancement double, happiness resources doubled. Day 2. Today's fortuitous enhancement fortune smiles upon you. Day 3. Today's fortuitous enhancement continual good fortune. While others struggled for survival, teetering on the brink of despair amidst relentless hardships, Lu Xingchen reveled in cultivating rare treasures, savoring exotic fruits, preparing gourmet dishes, nurturing adorable pets, and battling extraordinary beasts, leading a life of unbridled luxury. She transformed her wooden raft into a grand floating villa, a sky garden, and an empire of enchanting pets. She became a legend in the maritime realm, a titan among titans. Each of her pets was extraordinary pet 1, beautiful yet fierce pet 2, petite yet cunning pet 3, sly and socially adept. They shared a common trait: they were all voracious eaters. Chapter 1. Haishang Qiusheng, Tao Yuan Shengjing. A wooden raft, a fishing rod, a solitary individual. How long could one survive at sea? Had you asked Lu Xingchen before, she would have surely responded, what a jest. Not even a day. Yet, now she found herself gripping a fishing rod, seated on a diminutive wooden raft, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. Heaven knows how she had ended up here. Just moments ago, she had been diligently working overtime. At 24 years of age, Lu Xingchen was a dedicated overachiever, immersing herself in an unrelenting cycle of study and work, firmly believing in the axiom that hard work bears fruit. After 2 years of toil, she was recently entrusted with a major project. In pursuit of this endeavor, she had worked tirelessly for 3 consecutive months, eschewing rest days and managing with scanty sleep of 3 to 4 hours each night. With the project nearing completion, a substantial reward awaited her, along with the promise of well-deserved respite. Little did she know that a mere moment of resting her head on her desk would transport her to this realm. Could it be that her exhaustion had conjured a nightmare? Suddenly, a voice resonated, and before her appeared a colossal luminous screen, upon which lines of text gradually materialized alongside the voice. Welcome to Haishang Qiusheng. This is Zone 33. Please attentively review the game rules. First, this is a real world here. Death signifies true demise. Life is singular. Second, the initial batch of adventurers ranges from ages 18 to 50. The elderly and children remain in their original world, where they will receive excellent care. Third, each individual exists upon the sea, possessing identical initial resources: 1 wooden raft, 1 fishing rod. Fourth, the sea harbors various resources, and treasure chests will randomly appear, available for fishing. Fifth, avoid entering the water without special equipment. The ocean is perilous. Sixth, refrain from drinking unfiltered seawater, as it leads to dehydration. Seventh, during the 3-day novice protection period, you are relatively safe. Hasten to gather resources, upgrade your raft, and prepare for the brutal challenges that await. After 3 days. For further information, please consult the Novice Guide. Players, explore this world to your heart's content, and may fortune favor you. A minute later, the luminous screen faded into a wisp of light that encircled Lu Xingchen's wrist. In an instant, a watch appeared upon her wrist. The watch bore a blue strap and a silver face, displaying the time and weather. Below was a golden button. Lu Xingchen turned her wrist, scrutinizing it before pressing the golden button. A flash of light ensued, and the screen reappeared, still showcasing the previous game instructions. This time, the screen was slightly smaller, approximately 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. Lu Xingchen tugged at the screen with her finger, discovering it could indeed expand and contract, down to the size of an iPad. In the upper left corner, her name, time, and weather were displayed. Lu Xingchen, see calendar day 1, 9 a.m., sunny. In the lower right corner, a series of small sections were visible, including novice guidance and regional chat. Lu Xingchen perused the novice guide once more, committing it to memory, and then clicked on the regional chat. Zone 33, Regional Chat 100 000 100 000. Help. I'm at sea. The raft is so small, I can't see anyone. Me too. All around is an endless ocean. It's terrifying. I have a fear of water. With such a large screen, how can you not see the instructions? This is Haishang Xiaoshang. Is this truly a game? It feels too real. Don't treat it as a game. Didn't you see? Death is real. There's no respawning. I don't believe it. No game is this realistic. We lack the technology for it. It must be a conspiracy. I can swim. I'm going to dive in and see. Help. Help. Glub, glub. In a matter of moments, someone exclaimed, "Did someone just die?" Look at the regional chat. We're down one. Lu Xingchen glanced over. Zone 33, Regional Chat 99 999100000. Had someone truly perished? A weight of dread settled in her heart. Zone 33 evidently comprised many game divisions. It seemed each division accommodated 100,000 players, and indeed, someone had likely perished. Panic ensued among the players, the chat overflowing with fear. I don't want to die. I don't want to play this game. I want to go home. Sob, sob. Pathetic. Have you never played a survival game or read a survival novel? Hurry and gather resources. Crying is futile. Help. I just fell off. There are sharks below, biting my leg. It hurts. The screen buzzed with chaos, and Lu Xingchen observed for some time, realizing everyone was in a state of panic. Resolutely, she dismissed the screen. One person was indeed correct. It was imperative to gather resources. Though Lu Xingchen had always been diligently competitive, she had indulged in some entertainment during her university days, having read a few online novels. Thus, she quickly regained her composure. Rising to survey her surroundings, she noted the raft was 2 meters wide and 2 meters long, extremely cramped. In such a confined space, turning over in her sleep was a perilous endeavor. One misstep could result in a plunge into the jaws of a shark. It was far too small. Survival would be a formidable challenge. Suddenly, she heard a beep. Beep. Suitable host detected. Binding survival system in progress. Beep. Haishang Xiaoshang game detected. Integrating survival system. Beep. Integration successful. Binding complete. Detected host survival environment is exceptionally harsh. Initiating seedling protection plan randomly. Selecting assistive items. Drawing in progress. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lu Xingchen watched in astonishment as a colorful spinning wheel materialized before her, whirling rapidly and leaving behind a trail of shadows. Approximately 10 seconds later, the wheel gradually came to a halt. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a divine item Tao, Yuan, Shengjing. Please select an appropriate location for placement. With a soft thud, an object descended from the heavens, and Lu Xingchen, quick as lightning, grasped it. It was a wooden white token, roughly palm-sized, intricately carved with a pink peach blossom, its center emblazoned with elegant pink characters Tao, Yuan, Shengjing. Where should this be placed? How should it be positioned? Lu Xingchen surveyed her surroundings, tentatively placing the token before her, and a shadow enveloped the raft. Do you wish to place Tao Yuan Shengjing here? Yes. With a swift motion, the token in her hand vanished, and in a flash of light, Lu Xingchen observed that the color of the wooden raft ahead had transformed, shimmering with a hint of gold. After a moment's hesitation, she shifted her foot and stepped forward. In an instant, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm. This space, approximately 10 square meters in size, was shrouded in a dense white mist, the ground soft and damp beneath her feet. A fragrant bouquet of floral scents wafted through the air, and delicate pink peach blossom petals drifted gracefully from the mist, gently descending to the earth. Amidst the white fog, a faint branch of peach blossoms emerged. Lu Xingchen attempted to approach the blossoming branch, reaching the edge of the mist, yet she found herself unable to advance further, as if an invisible barrier stood in her way. Turning back, she beheld a gargantuan token, magnified several times, standing prominently in the center of the space, inscribed with 4 large seal script characters, Tianjiyun. A flicker of golden light danced upon its surface. Approaching the token, she extended her hand to touch it, and suddenly, a fragment of gold dissipated, settling upon her. A surge of clarity rushed through her, and at that moment, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have received today's random fortune enhancement. Double joy, double resource acquisition. Chapter 2. Double happiness. Doubling of resources. Doubling of resources? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Was this not a boon bestowed upon her? Oh, today's random fortune enhancement. Could it be that she could receive such blessings daily, with each day offering a different kind of luck? This implied the potential for superior fortunes or perhaps lesser ones. She would have to verify this later. Lu Xingchen was exhilarated. This Tao Yuan Xingjing was undoubtedly a marvelous treasure. Now, she needed to test the power of this double happiness. However, how would she exit? Leave? With a thought. Her surroundings shimmered, and she found herself back on the wooden raft. Not far away, she spotted a wooden chest bobbing along with the waves. The system's voice echoed in her mind. Survival tip: the treasure chest contains various supplies. Do not miss this opportunity. Use the fishing rod to reel in the chest. Excellent. Lu Xingchen immediately grasped the fishing rod beside her. She noticed that this rod was unlike ordinary ones. Firstly, it was sturdier. Secondly, the hook was considerably larger and appeared very robust, without any bait attached. How was she supposed to catch fish with this? The chest was not a large fish and would not bite the hook. How could she fish? Oh well, she would give it a try. Although she was not adept at fishing, she understood the posture, and with a flick of her wrist, she cast the line. To her astonishment, she successfully hooked the wooden chest. With utmost care, Lu Xingchen dragged the chest to the side of the raft and hoisted it aboard. Thankfully, it was not too heavy. She examined the chest closely. It was a yellow-brown color, bearing signs of age, and had a latch on the lid but no lock. With a gentle push, the lid opened. The interior was relatively spacious, yet contained only a bottle of mineral water, a bag of cream rolls, and a can of 8 treasure porridge. Chest opened. Today's Double Happiness Fortune Enhancement grants you 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 cream rolls, and 2 cans of 8 treasure porridge. In the blink of an eye, the chest had filled with identical items: a bottle of mineral water, a bag of bread, and a can of 8 treasure porridge. It truly doubled. This was splendid. With these supplies, she could sustain herself for 2 days. Joyfully, Lu Xingchen took out a bottle of mineral water and drank several large gulps. Under the scorching sun, she was parched and famished. After quenching her thirst, she indulged in a can of 8 treasure porridge. While savoring the porridge, she casually opened the regional chat. The screen was alive with fervent discussions. My throat is parched. There's nothing to eat or drink on this raft. Brothers, how are you enduring this? I'm thirsty, hot, and hungry. What a dreadful game. Not even a starter pack, just this pitiful fishing rod that catches nothing. I'm done, let it be. Haha, I caught a chest with a bottle of mineral water. I'm drinking it now, so sweet. I caught a chest too, but it only had a bag of soda crackers. I fished out a tattered piece of plastic, utterly useless, throwing it away. I picked up an empty chest. I'm furious, tossing it too. Lu Xingchen observed for a while and noted that only a few people had managed to find chests, and most had only opened 1 or 2 items. Far less than her bounty. It was evident that they lacked the fortune enhancement and the maritime survival system. They were left with merely a wooden raft and a fishing rod. At least, from the information she had gathered, it seemed possible that others, like her, might be secretly thriving. She truly was a fortunate soul. Lu Xingchen felt a surge of happiness. Her luck had not always been favorable, yet unexpectedly, in this survival game, she had stumbled upon such extraordinary fortune, complete with fortune enhancement and the Tao Yuan Xingjing. She was thoroughly satisfied. After finishing her can of 8 treasure porridge, Lu Xingchen meticulously stowed the plastic spoon and rinsed the can clean with seawater before returning it to the chest. These items might prove useful. She was a thrifty individual. After all, how could anyone throw away a chest? It was approximately 70 to 80 centimeters long, 40 to 50 centimeters wide, and 50 to 60 centimeters high, serving well as both a storage box and a stool on the raft. It was incredibly useful. The only downside was that the already cramped space felt even more confined with the addition of the chest. No, she needed to expand the raft. Lu Xingchen reopened the screen, fixating on the menu in the lower right corner. Newbie instructions, regional chat, expansion. There was an expansion menu. However, it was grayed out, indicating it could not be used. After pondering, Lu Xingchen picked up the fishing rod. From her past gaming experiences, it was typical that such situations arose due to a lack of necessary materials for expansion. Forget about that. She would continue fishing for chests. After waiting for about half an hour with her fishing rod, Lu Xingchen finally encountered her second wooden chest. During her wait, she had tried many times to fish in the sea but had caught nothing. She speculated that the hook was too large and lacked bait, making it difficult to catch fish. In no time, the second chest floated before her. With a swift cast, she snagged the chest and pulled it closer. This chest was also unlocked, and upon opening it, she discovered 5 pieces of wood. Simultaneously, the expansion option in the lower right corner lit up. Chest opened. Today's Double Happiness Fortune Enhancement grants you 52 pieces of wood. The chest can be disassembled for 3 pieces of wood and 3 iron nails. Would you like to disassemble it? Oh, it could be disassembled? Why hadn't that option appeared before? Perhaps acquiring would unlock the disassembly and expansion features. Lu Xingchen didn't dwell on it. and promptly chose to disassemble. The chest fell apart with a clatter, yielding 6 pieces of wood and 6 iron nails on the raft. Chest disassembly complete. Today's double happiness fortune enhancement grants you 32 pieces of wood and 32 iron nails. Ding. Please complete the survival task. Expand the raft to 10 square meters. Task reward: 1 basket of strawberries and 2 steamed buns. Lu Xingchen's eyes brightened. She had intended to expand the raft anyway, and now she had a task with rewards. How splendid. Just thinking of strawberries made her mouth water. Filled with motivation, Lu Xingchen immediately clicked on Build. Materials required to build 1 square meter of raft: 10 pieces of wood, 10 iron nails. She was short on iron nails and needed to salvage more wooden chests. The vast expanse of the sea was empty, and Lu Xingchen decided to see what others were doing. So she opened the regional chat screen once more. I salvaged an empty chest. It had nothing in it. So frustrating. I've retrieved 5 chests. 2 were empty. 1 had 2 steamed buns. 1 had mineral water, and another had a rope. What a letdown. For such a large chest, how could there be so little inside? Impressive. I haven't seen a single chest. Someone had managed to salvage 5 chests. What good luck. Lu Xingchen took note of that person. Her name was Qin Xiao, ID 000666. Clicking on her would reveal her personal panel. However, aside from her name and age, all other information was hidden. Only a blurred 3-dimensional image was visible. This game indeed placed great importance on personal privacy. Chapter 3. Exchanging Resources, Expanding the Raft. Beneath Qin Xiao's personal panel were a row of buttons. Trade. Add as friend, send message, etc. Lu Xingchen opened her own panel. Her ID was 090056. At the top was her 3-dimensional image, also blurred, with a show button beside it. Clicking it revealed her clear 3-dimensional image. She could see herself distinctly. Clicking hide blurred her image again. Lu Xingchen understood. Aside from her name and age, all default data was hidden. The relatively private information was only visible to herself. Her details were as follows: ID 090056. Name Lu Xingchen. Age 24 years. Strength 4. Agility 6. Constitution 4. Profession none. Skills none. Others 1. Taoyuan Xingjing. 2. Shuangxi Linmen. Double resources obtained. Below is a row of buttons: trade, friends, messages, and so forth. After closing the personal panel, Lu Xingchen returned to the regional chat, where the discussions were fervent. I am parched. I fished out 2 boxes and found not a single bottle of water. If this continues, I will not last much longer. I have water, but I am starving. I just pulled an all-nighter gaming, and I haven't eaten for 2 meals. Now I can barely move from hunger. I am Lele. Which sister can spare me a drink? I can sing and dance. The supplies are scarce for everyone, and Lu Xingchen frowned. Logically, it shouldn't be this difficult to obtain food and water. This game cannot possibly eliminate a large number of players in the first 3 days, can it? However, by noon, some individuals had already acquired food and water, albeit not in abundance. Perhaps the situation would improve by afternoon. She had 2 packs of cream buns, each containing 6 small buns. Once she completed the task of expanding the raft, she would receive strawberries and steamed buns, so her food and water supply was temporarily sufficient. Therefore, it would be wise to trade bread for wooden boxes. Currently, everyone was lacking food and unaware that wooden boxes could be dismantled, making this an opportune moment to exploit the information gap and acquire some timber. Lu Xingchen promptly announced, 1. Cream bun, 4 2 empty boxes, trade via private message. The cream bun can be opened, revealing 3 images of the bun. The cream bun is merely fist-sized, its surface a golden hue, appearing soft and fluffy, with a faint aroma of milk. The chat on the light screen erupted. My mouth is watering. The cream bun looks delicious. I can even smell the fragrance. I'm so tempted. Lu Xingchen, can I buy it on credit? Some were displeased. How can you ask for 2 empty boxes for such a small bun? Lu Xingchen, aren't you ashamed? Indeed. What a profiteer. I've never seen such an expensive little bun, and it's so small that it could be devoured in 2 bites. Lu Xingchen ignored the comments. So what if she was a profiteer? The scarcity of food was a reality, and they were unaware that the wooden boxes could be dismantled. Soon, someone came to her defense. What good are empty boxes? Can you store them on your raft? Aren't you afraid it will capsize? Food is so precious now. A single small bun could potentially save a life. Qin Xiao, Lu Xingchen, I will trade with you. I love small buns. And I have too many boxes that are useless. Someone regretted. I just threw away an empty box. My small bun. Someone inquired. Lu Xingchen, what do you need the empty boxes for? You've traded away your buns. Are you not afraid of starving? Lu Xingchen paid no heed to these comments. She was reviewing her messages. Quite a few individuals had already contacted her privately, the first being Qin Xiao. Lu Xingchen recalled that Qin Xiaoro was the lucky one who had fished out 5 boxes earlier. Qin Xiaoro, Lu Xingchen, I have 4 empty boxes. Can you give me 2 cream buns? Boxes 4. Lu Xingchen swiftly initiated the trade. Double happiness blessing. Obtained 42 wooden boxes. Is it possible to do this? Lu Xingchen was astounded. This is too incredible. Can it really be doubled? 8 wooden boxes were stacked high on the raft, and fearing that the raft might capsize, she quickly dismantled them. Wooden box dismantling complete. Double happiness blessing bonus. Obtained 32 pieces of timber and 32 iron nails. Wooden box dismantling complete. Double happiness blessing bonus. Obtained 32 pieces of timber and 32 iron nails. After dismantling the 8 boxes, she acquired 48 pieces of timber and 48 iron nails. She immediately opened the expansion option. Materials required to build 1 square meter of raft, 10 pieces of timber, 10 iron nails. Do you wish to build? Yes. Lu Xingchen replied eagerly. Construction complete. Please select a placement location. It can only be placed along the raft, and Lu Xingchen positioned it on the left side. In one breath, she crafted 5 more raft pieces, and after placing them, expanded to 9 square meters, finally allowing her to turn around. She still needed 1 more square meter for the reward to be within reach. Lu Xingchen traded with several individuals, acquiring 6 empty boxes. After dismantling them, with the double happiness blessing bonus, she obtained 36 pieces of timber and 36 iron nails. Materials required to build 1 square meter of raft, 10 pieces of timber, 10 iron nails. Do you wish to build? Lu Xingchen immediately built 3 pieces and placed them. The raft had now transformed to a width of 2 meters and a length of 6 meters, totaling 12 square meters, finally resembling something substantial. Ding! The raft expansion task is complete. Today's double happiness blessing bonus grants you a reward of 12 baskets of strawberries and 22 steamed buns. The rewards were distributed and placed on the raft, with 2 small baskets filled with strawberries, each containing 10 strawberries, while the steamed buns were of considerable size. And Lu Xingchen felt she could only eat half of one at a time. Now that most of the day had passed, Lu Xingchen was already starving. So she consumed 1 cream bun and took out a strawberry, rinsing it briefly before popping it into her mouth. A sweet and tangy flavor burst on her tongue. It was delicious, far superior to ordinary strawberries. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Taoyuan Xingjing, with its moist and soft soil, should be suitable for planting, right? After eating 5 strawberries, she took out 5 strawberries, carefully peeling the skins, and laid them out in the sun on the wooden box. She had read online that this method could yield strawberry seeds. Fortunately, her raft was spacious enough now. Otherwise, there would be no place to sun the strawberries. 1 basket contained only 10 strawberries, and now she was left with just 1 basket. Currently, her supplies consisted of 20 pieces of timber, 10 iron nails, 1 basket of strawberries for steamed buns, nearly a full pack of small cream buns, 2 bottles of mineral water, and 1 can of 8 treasure porridge. She glanced at the sun, which was already tilting towards the west. It was probably around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The sun remained blazing, and she touched her sun-heated face, deciding to construct a shelter. Accessing the light screen, she found the build option in the lower right corner and clicked on it. The build menu had not appeared when she had only 4 square meters, but after expanding the raft, the build menu became available. In the creation menu, several new construction options appeared. Chapter 4, Building a Wooden Pavilion from 9 to 6. Wooden Pavilion, a rudimentary dwelling that provides shade and warmth. Required materials, 50 pieces of timber, 20 iron nails. Successful construction rewards, 2 iron blocks, 1 bottle of mineral water. Workbench, upon obtaining the corresponding blueprints, various items can be crafted. Required materials, 10 pieces of timber, 5 iron blocks. Successful construction rewards, 1 bottle of mineral water, 2 iron blocks. Now requiring iron blocks and timber, Lu Xingchen still had some small buns left. After some contemplation, she decided to take advantage of the current scarcity of food and water to trade for resources. She opened her messages and found that many were seeking her out. With determination, she traded 3 small buns for 6 wooden boxes, and with the double happiness blessing bonus, she received 12 boxes. After dismantling them with the double bonus, she acquired a total of 120 pieces of timber and 120 iron nails. She immediately accessed Build Wooden Pavilion, a rudimentary dwelling that provides shade and warmth. Required materials, 50 pieces of timber, 20 iron nails. Do you wish to build? Yes. Please select a building location. Lu Xingchen placed the wooden pavilion slightly forward in the center, and amidst a clattering sound, the timber and iron nails flew into the air. In less than 10 seconds, a wooden pavilion stood tall on the raft. The pavilion measured 22 square meters, supported by 4 columns approximately 3 meters high, topped with a wooden roof that has a sloped curve. This wooden pavilion resembles a pavilion on a painted boat, open at both ends, without doors or windows, and with railings on either side, beneath which sat a row of wooden benches. Quite charming. However, as previously described, it indeed provides shade. Warmth? Lu Xingchen couldn't quite discern. Perhaps it offered warmth when one sat under the benches. With a melodious chime, the construction of the wooden pavilion was declared successful, heralding a day of double blessings, accompanied by the bestowal of 22 iron blocks and 12 bottles of mineral water. In a fleeting moment, Lu Xingchen found herself in possession of 4 iron blocks and 2 bottles of mineral water. She meticulously enumerated her supplies, which now included 90 pieces of wood, 110 iron nails for iron blocks, a basket of strawberries for steamed buns, several mini cream bread rolls, and 3 bottles of mineral water, having consumed one previously, along with a can of 8 treasure porridge. Lu Xingchen stowed the food and water into one wooden box, while the wood and iron nails were placed upon the raft. Standing tall, she gazed at the surface of the sea, where 2 wooden boxes bobbed rhythmically towards her. How delightful! More supplies were on their way. Grasping her fishing rod, she deftly cast it, ensnaring one wooden box. With swift movements, she dragged the box onto the raft, scarcely taking time to inspect it before casting her line again, successfully reeling in another wooden box. Upon bringing this second box aboard, she paused, for it was a warm brown hue, seemingly new, and bore a lock. A survival prompt appeared. This is a locked wooden box, which can be opened with a common treasure chest key. The common treasure chest key can be crafted at the tool bench or obtained through other means. It appeared that it could not be opened at present. Lu Xingchen then opened the other box, revealing a bottle of water and a roll of gauze. Today's double blessings have granted you 12 bottles of mineral water and 12 rolls of gauze. A prompt asked, "Would you like to decompose the wooden box?" "Do not decompose," Lu Xingchen exclaimed hastily. She aligned this box alongside the other, using them as storage, placing food and water in one, while iron nails, ropes, and other supplies were stored in the other. As for the locked box, it would have to sit idly by for now. Fortunately, her raft was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, accommodating so many boxes would have been impossible. Once organized, the sun began to set, casting golden rays upon the shimmering sea. Lu Xingchen sat atop a wooden box, admiring the picturesque scene while eagerly grasping her fishing rod. "Let us catch 2 more boxes." Alas, fate had other plans. An automatic prompt displayed, and the voice of the beginner's guidance echoed once more. "After 6 o'clock in the evening, no more boxes will appear. Work hours are over, dear adventurers. You have labored throughout the day, it is time to rest." Lu Xingchen felt a twinge of disappointment, but with double rewards today, there was no cause for lamentation. The chat channel erupted with discontent. "What is this? It's hardly evening, the sun is still shining. Hey, 6 o'clock is quitting time. Nonsense. I haven't snagged a single morsel, what quitting time? Am I supposed to feast on air? The 9 to 6 schedule is quite humane. If only they were more generous with supplies." Lu Xingchen felt the deepest disappointment, yet she had never been one to complain. Since the reality was immutable, she quickly redirected her focus to the expansion menu. It was time to craft a tool bench, a task she had long anticipated. Tool bench. After acquiring the corresponding blueprint, various items can be crafted. Required materials: 10 wood and 5 iron blocks. Successful construction rewards 1 bottle of mineral water and 2 iron blocks. She was short by a single iron block. "I'll gather another iron block and continue acquiring wooden boxes." As she opened the holographic display, she caught sight of Qin Xiao's message. "Qin Xiao, here is a secret for everyone. As long as you have wood, you can unlock the decomposing and building functions. An empty box can be decomposed into 3 pieces of wood and 3 nails. 10 pieces of wood and 10 nails can expand the raft by 1 square meter." The chat channel erupted into chaos. What? Is that really the case? No wonder so many were collecting empty boxes this afternoon. "I'm crying. I salvaged 4 boxes today. Sold them all. 2 to Lu Xingchen and 2 to someone named Wei Lin. Mine sold too. I traded 2 boxes for 4 cream bread rolls. I thought I made a fortune. I only had 1 empty box and traded it for a bottle of water. Has everyone forgotten? The first person to collect empty boxes was Lu Xingchen. She only gave me 1 small bun for 2 boxes. What a shrewd trader. Indeed. She is the craftiest of them all. Wei Lin. Enough. If you had known this news beforehand, perhaps you would have been as cunning as Lu Xingchen. It's a matter of mutual agreement. What is there to complain about?" Lu Xingchen mused to herself, realizing that many had acquired wood and learned the secret of decomposition. Now, exchanging wooden boxes no longer seemed profitable. It was time to let go. After a moment of observation, she noted that throughout the afternoon, most had made some gains, likely ensuring they would not go completely hungry. The water seemed to be even scarcer. Regardless, she refused to squander the double blessings. She still needed iron blocks. "Lu Xingchen, We'll trade mineral water for iron blocks. Interested parties may message me privately. As soon as she posted, the chat buzzed with excitement. The merchant has returned. Seeing everyone's need for water, she's selling it. How cunning. Lu Xingchen, how do you still have extra water to sell? Aren't you drinking? I consumed an entire bottle today. I'm nearly parched. I've been thirsty all day, had a few sips of seawater, and I'm on the brink of dehydration. Whoever gives me a bottle of water, I'll share half of my future supplies with them. Asked Qin Xiaoro. I was short on wood, and she lent me 2 pieces. Don't ask. Earlier, a guy named Jiang Wenle claimed he was dying of thirst and consumed the last half bottle of water from Qin Xiaoro. Jiang Wenle? Is that the overly dramatic idol? Qin Xiaoro. I'm truly sorry. I have no water left, and I'm quite thirsty myself. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but click her tongue. Qin Xiaoro was indeed a kind-hearted soul, giving away wood and water, though she wondered how many would truly appreciate it. Nevertheless, she chose to mind her own business and scrolled through the messages. Many were trivial, either requests for wood or attempts to obtain supplies for free. Lu Xingchen inquired of Qin Xiaoro, do you have any iron blocks? Qin Xiaoro, yes, I have 3, but I wish to construct a tool bench and cannot trade. A wave of delight surged through Lu Xingchen. Would you consider trading just 1? Qin Xiaoro hesitated. No, I only need 2 iron blocks to construct the tool bench. Lu Xingchen persuaded her. The sun has set. Darkness will soon envelop us, rendering box collection impossible. Do you intend to suffer thirst all night? Tomorrow may not guarantee you find more water either. Qin Xiaoro grew anxious. I possess the blueprint for a seawater filter. Once I have the tool bench, I can craft a purifier. Intrigued, Lu Xingchen thought, a seawater filter? It was evident that this could purify seawater, rendering it drinkable. This was indeed a valuable item. She wondered if the double blessings would apply to blueprints. To acquire this precious item, Lu Xingchen decided to cast aside her pride. How about this? You give me the seawater filter blueprint and an iron block. I'll take a glance and return it promptly, in exchange for half a bottle of water. Had it been someone else, Lu Xingchen might not have spoken so candidly. However, she perceived that Qin Xiaoro was particularly gullible. She added, if you have any doubt about my trustworthiness, I can offer collateral, water, strawberries, or even 8 treasure kanji will suffice. Qin Xiaoro remained silent for a while before responding. All right, but you must add me as a friend first so I can see you. Upon receiving Qin Xiaoro's friend request, Lu Xingchen accepted it. Almost immediately, Qin Xiaoro sent a video call request. So this was her intention for adding a friend. It was to initiate a video chat. Lu Xingchen clicked to accept, and a youthful girl's visage appeared on the display. She had set the screen to the size of a 90-inch television, rendering Qin Xiaoro's face remarkably clear. Even the freckles on her nose were distinctly visible, indicative of high resolution. The two conversed as if they were face to face. Qin Xiaoro possessed a delicate appearance, with a round face, round eyes, and straight bangs, giving her an endearing charm. However, Lu Xingchen could not access any detailed information about her, such as her physique, agility, profession, or skills. She could only discern that they were both 24 years old. With wide eyes brimming with excitement, Qin Xiaoro exclaimed, "Wow, Xingchen, you are absolutely stunning. Truly beautiful and impressive." Lu Xingchen was aware of her beauty, yet Qin Xiaoro's reaction seemed rather exaggerated, almost starry-eyed, as if she might drool. Qin Xiaoro gazed at Lu Xingchen in awe. She was the most uniquely charismatic girl she had encountered. Lu Xingchen sported a high ponytail, her eyes gleaming. Her forehead smooth without a single stray hair, dressed in a short-sleeved top and denim shorts, tall and with fair, delicate skin, exuding a clean and striking elegance. Despite her youthful and delicate features, she dressed simply and casually, yet her every gesture radiated a certain spirited grace. Particularly striking were her eyes, twinkling like stars, embodying both tranquility and determination, occasionally revealing a hint of gentleness. A fascinating blend of contradictions in her aura that harmonized intriguingly. Qin Xiaoro was quite taken with her. A devoted admirer of beauty, she found herself irresistibly drawn to anyone attractive, regardless of gender. Today was her lucky day. She had amassed a wealth of supplies and had even assisted several individuals, all of whom, including Jiang Wenle, were exceptionally good-looking, scoring no less than 8 out of 10. Before her, Lu Xingchen received a perfect 10. Such beauty was worth a fortune at a mere glance. Qin Xiaoro gazed at Lu Xingchen with unblinking admiration. Lu Xingchen felt somewhat uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny. Was this girl a bit unhinged? She contemplated ending the video call. Qin Xiaoro clenched her fist and cleared her throat. Xingchen, you seem like such a good person. I trust you. No need for collateral. She promptly initiated a trade. Was it really that simple? Lu Xingchen felt puzzled, but she swiftly clicked to accept. The notification read, "Today brings double happiness. Luck enhances your fortune. You have received 2 seawater filter blueprints, beginner, and 32 iron blocks. Indeed, blueprints could be doubled. Lu Xingchen was elated and immediately shared the blueprints along with 3 iron blocks with Qin Xiaoro, saying, "Trade with me once more." However, the subsequent trade did not yield the same fortune. Nonetheless, it was acceptable, as it still counted as a successful exchange. Lu Xingchen requested Qin Xiaoro to bring an empty bottle, pouring half a bottle of water for her. Earlier, Lu Xingchen had intentionally concealed from Qin Xiaoro the fact that she had received double the blueprints and iron blocks, which Qin Xiaoro was unaware of. Qin Xiaoro, puzzled, inquired, "Xingchen, what were you doing with my blueprints and iron blocks earlier?" Lu Xingchen maintained her composure. "Oh, I have a seawater filter blueprint and iron blocks as well. Just wanted to compare and see if they were identical." "Are they the same?" Qin Xiaoro asked. "Yes, exactly the same," Lu Xingchen affirmed. "That is odd," Qin Xiaoro thought, her mind shifting quickly. "Xingchen, look." She proudly stepped back, revealing her raft. It had been expanded to approximately 6 square meters, with several boxes and wooden planks scattered atop. "See, Xingchen, my raft has grown this large. I'm quite impressive, aren't I?" she exclaimed. Suddenly, she paused and squealed. "Ah, Xingchen, what is that behind you?" Chapter 6. Material Trade and Filtering Seawater. Upon spotting Lu Xingchen's raft, Qin Xiaoro became ecstatic, shouting, "Xingchen, what is behind you? Shift to the left. Let me see." Having just acquired Qin Xiaoro's seawater filter blueprint, Lu Xingchen was in a good mood and obliged by shifting slightly. "Wow. It's truly a house. It looks fantastic. Now I needn't fear the sun, and there's even a bench. I'm so envious." "Woe is me. I thought I was doing well, but compared to you, I'm far behind." "Xingchen, how did you manage to gather so many resources?" "They call me lucky. But you are the true embodiment of luck." "Ah, it seems even fate favors the beautiful." "Xingchen, you are my idol." Qin Xiaoro babbled excitedly, her demeanor akin to a fervent fan encountering her beloved idol. Lu Xingchen felt as though a cacophony of ducks quacked incessantly in her ears. She quickly interjected, "Oh, Xiaoro, your raft is impressive too." Qin Xiaoro shook her head. "Woe is me. I once thought I was doing well. But now I realize my circumstances are lacking compared to yours." Still in a state of exhilaration, Qin Xiaoro began to ramble, and Lu Xingchen found it somewhat overwhelming. She hastily said, "Oh, Xiaoro, I just remembered, I have yet to open my boxes. I'll have to sign off now, goodbye." As she ended the video call, Lu Xingchen sighed in relief. Now, she had amassed enough iron blocks and was ready to construct a tool station. Upon acquiring the corresponding blueprints, various items can be crafted. Required materials, 10 wooden planks, 5 iron blocks. Successful construction rewards 1 bottle of mineral water and 2 iron blocks. Will you craft? Yes. Crafting completed, please place it. The wooden pavilion and storage box were positioned at the bow of the raft to maintain balance. Lu Xingchen placed the tool station towards the stern. Naturally, the distance from the wooden pavilion to the tool station was merely a couple of meters. Ding. Tool station placement completed. Double Happiness Luck Enhancement grants a reward of 12 bottles of mineral water and 22 iron blocks. The tool station stood about half a meter tall, resembling a small table, with a touch-sensitive screen on its surface. Upon touching it, text appeared. Fishing rod. Can be used to fish for treasure chests. Required materials. 3 bamboo, 1 iron block. Wooden ore. Can propel the raft to desired locations. However, if the raft is too large, its utility diminishes. Required materials. 10 wood, 10 iron nails. Iron anchor. Can secure the raft. Required materials. 6 iron blocks. Seawater filter. Beginner filters seawater, yielding 1100 pure water daily. Required materials. 20 wooden planks, 1 piece of gauze, 5 charcoal. Several items became available for crafting. Some were not immediately necessary, but Lu Xingchen resolved to prioritize the creation of the seawater filter. Recently, the community had been experiencing a water shortage, making it an opportune time for her to sell water. To craft the seawater filter, she required wooden planks, gauze, and charcoal. Currently, she was only lacking charcoal. As the trading marketplace was not yet open, everyone had to resort to chatting in the regional chat to facilitate trades privately, so she opened the chat screen once more. While observing others converse and gathering information, she consumed 3 cream buns and drank half a bottle of water. After finishing her meal, she had a rough understanding of the current trading prices for various items and began to speak. "Mineral water for charcoal. Feel free to message me." It was now evening, and since people could no longer salvage wooden boxes, they were engaged in lively chatter on the screen, making the atmosphere even more animated than before. "Zhongchang, I have been parched all day, having drunk a few sips of seawater, and I am on the brink of dehydration. Whoever provides me with a bottle of water shall receive half of any resources I acquire in the future. Jiangwenla, I am Lele. Which sister would grant me a sip of water?" Someone, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, "The two of you upstairs are truly persistent." Haven't you managed to retrieve a single chest all day? Can't you engage in trade for goods? Zhongchang, the hook on my fishing rod has fallen off. I cannot snag any treasure chests. Jiangwenla, I am unable to find any chests. Lu Xingchen is engaged in private chat and has already been contacted by someone. Wei Lin, how many bottles of water do you possess? Lu Xingchen, how many pieces of wood charcoal do you have? Wei Lin, 5. I will exchange them for 5 bottles of water. Lu Xingchen, this Wei Lin is rather unscrupulous. She knows the market well. Water is currently the most valuable resource. None of us possess the filter blueprint. Who needs wood charcoal? Lu Xingchen retorted, 1 bottle. Wei Lin, no, that is far too little, and besides, I am not short on water. Not short on water means you intend to hoard it? Lu Xingchen ignored him and continued to search for those in dire need of water. Ultimately, she carefully selected her trades, using 1.5 bottles of mineral water to secure 5 pieces of wood charcoal from 2 individuals. With the auspicious boost of double happiness, she acquired 10 pieces of wood charcoal. Wei Lin messaged again, 5 pieces of wood charcoal for 3 bottles of water. Lu Xingchen disregarded him. That individual is a profiteer, far too greedy. She closed the private chat and began crafting a filter. Seawater filter, beginner filters seawater, yielding 1100 pure water daily. Required materials, 20 wood, 1 gauze. 5 wood charcoal. Would you like to craft it? Yes. Seawater filter, beginner, crafted successfully, please place it. Lu Xingchen positioned the filter aside. Seawater filter, beginner, placed successfully, yields 1100 pure water daily. Note, wood charcoal filter core lasts for 5 days. New wood charcoal must be added afterward. Today's double happiness bestowal grants rewards, 12 bottles of mineral water, 22 iron blocks. The seawater filter appeared simple, resembling a funnel. Lu Xingchen examined it and filled several empty mineral water bottles with water. The small spout below the filter began to drip water steadily. She placed the empty bottles beneath it to collect the water, estimating that she could gather 2 to 3 bottles daily. After completing these tasks, she felt a slight sense of relief. Now, the night had enveloped the world in darkness, with a gentle sea breeze wafting through. Logically, it should be quite cold at this hour. However, Lu Xingchen, clad in short sleeves and shorts, felt no chill whatsoever. Lu Xingchen speculated that this must be a game setting, yet she did not believe it would persist indefinitely. For now, she needed to hasten her resource exchanges. She had 6 bottles of mineral water available for trade. Lu Xingchen once again posted in the regional chat. Mineral water, strawberries, steamed buns for various resources, blueprints, and ores. First come, first served. Zhongchang, who will give me a bottle of water? I shall share half of my future resources. Jiangwenla, I am Lele. Which sister would grant me a sip of water? Lu Xingchen immediately checked her private messages. Qin Xiaoro, Xingxing, have you managed to obtain wood charcoal? Have you crafted the seawater filter? Lu Xingchen, yes. Qin Xiaoro, I just sorted my items. I have 3 pieces of wood, 3 iron blocks, 2 steamed buns, 5 bundles of grass, 5 pieces of wood charcoal, 6 iron nails, and a piece of floral cloth. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Did you not retrieve a considerable number of chests? Logically, you should possess more than just these items. Chapter 7. Crafting a wooden bed and planting strawberries. Qin Xiaoro's voice softened. Someone borrowed items from me. Lu Xingchen was speechless. They borrowed, and you simply gave? Qin Xiaoro's voice grew louder. They are all quite appealing. Lu Xingchen thought for a moment and said, show me all your items. To her surprise, Qin Xiaoro genuinely sent over everything in a rush. After receiving the items, apart from the 3 iron blocks, all others had doubled due to the double happiness boost. Though the quantity was modest, it was better than nothing. Notably, she had acquired a piece of floral cloth, obtained through double happiness. The cloth was pink, adorned with clusters of roses, quite beautiful. Lu Xingchen returned the items to Qin Xiaoro, saying, I will give you 2 iron blocks and a roll of gauze. Please craft the filter. In return, show me any valuable items you acquire in the future. Having benefited so greatly from her, it was only right to reciprocate. Most importantly, Qin Xiaoro was a lucky star, exceptionally fortunate. She would undoubtedly find many more valuable items in the future. If they established a good rapport now, she could expect a continuous flow of treasures later on. If double happiness were to occur again, it would be splendid. Qin Xiaoro was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. You are giving me so much? Lu Xingchen, yes. Qin Xiaoro, deeply touched, exclaimed, Xingchen, you truly are a kind person. I knew it. With your looks, you must be the most benevolent soul. No, I cannot let you suffer a loss. I shall give you all my items now. Qin Xiaoro attempted to trade everything back to her. Lu Xingchen, exasperated. No need. Just remember to prioritize me for any rare items you find in the future. When the next double happiness occurs, perhaps I can obtain quite a few treasures. Qin Xiaoro readily agreed, yet still traded the floral cloth to her. I have no use for this. Take it for now, and I will let you choose when I find something good tomorrow. Moments later, Qin Xiaoro initiated a trade for seawater filter, beginner. Xingchen, take a look. Lu Xingchen initially intended to refuse, but suddenly an idea struck her, and she clicked accept. Today's double happiness bestowal grants. 2 seawater filters, beginner. Lu Xingchen's eyes brightened. Indeed, this could work. She returned one of the filters to Qin Xiaoro and placed the one she had just acquired beside the previous filter. The filter stood about 1 meter tall and occupied merely half a square meter, and the 2 filters hardly filled a wooden raft. Thus, she could now expect to gather 4 to 5 bottles of mineral water daily. How wonderful. Xingchen, I am off to eat. See you tomorrow. Qin Xiaoro cheerfully said. As Qin Xiaoro busied herself, Lu Xingchen sat cross-legged on the wooden raft, continuing to check her private messages. She intended to make the most of the double happiness today. Unfortunately, as it was the first day, everyone lacked experience, and the resources acquired were limited. Thus, after much effort, she traded 5 bottles of mineral water for a blueprint for a wooden bed, 20 pieces of wood, and 8 iron blocks, along with a roll of rope. With the double boost, everything doubled in quantity. Her current resources were as follows: 2 wooden bed blueprints, 106 pieces of wood, 122 iron nails, 16 iron blocks, 1 box of strawberries, 14 iron blocks, 8 steamed buns, 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 can of 8 treasure porridge, 2 rolls of rope, and 2 pieces of floral cloth. The tool station was updated. Wooden bed. Required materials: 10,630 wood, 12,220 iron nails, 21 floral cloth. Would you like to craft it? Yes. Wooden bed crafted successfully. Reward: 1 pair of pillows. Double happiness bestowal grants: 12 pairs of pillows. Lu Xingchen placed the bed in the wooden pavilion. The wooden bed was approximately 1.5 meters wide, topped with a mattress adorned with pink roses, providing a soft and comfortable seat. The 4 large pillows, also in pink rose color, were fluffy and inviting. Lu Xingchen felt quite pleased. After tidying up, Lu Xingchen glanced at her watch. It was already 10 p.m. Double happiness bestowal has concluded. Players are advised to rest well and avoid staying up late. Is it time to sleep? Accustomed to the grind, she found it hard to adjust. Very well, rest it is. She must adapt. Lu Xingchen lay on the soft bed, rolling around with the pillow. The sensation was reminiscent of her own bed at home. After a short while of lying there, Lu Xingchen finally felt the exhaustion settle in. Her arms ached, her legs were sore, and her feet throbbed. Today had indeed been fulfilling. The night sea was pitch black, with only the entrance to Taoyuan's sacred realm shimmering with a faint light. Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered that she had been preoccupied all day and had not ventured back into the Taoyuan Shengjing since she stepped out that morning. Feeling a sense of unease, she decided to take a look. Rising from her bed, she stepped into the Taoyuan Shengjing. To her astonishment, the Taoyuan had transformed. It had significantly expanded from an estimated size of merely 10 square meters to now approximately 100 square meters. This left Lu Xingchen bewildered. Why had the Taoyuan enlarged so drastically? Could it be due to the expansion of the wooden raft? There was no rush to find out. She would discover the truth later. As she surveyed her surroundings, the 100 square meters did not seem excessively large. The white mist still lingered, but in the northeastern direction. A large portion of a peach tree was visible, adorned with blossoms that danced gracefully to the ground, creating a fragrant carpet below. The scene was enchanting. Lu Xingchen circled the half-exposed peach tree, confirming it was indeed the same branch she had glimpsed earlier. If her guess was correct, as the Taoyuan continued to expand, the entire peach tree would eventually be revealed. What purpose did this Taoyuan Shengjing serve? Lu Xingchen's imagination ran wild. Based on the novels she had previously read, it was likely a space that could be cultivated. She looked down at the soft, moist earth beneath her feet and thought, why not give it a try? She had dried strawberry seeds earlier and could plant them right away. With determination, she exited the Taoyuan Shengjing and retrieved the previously dried strawberries. Perhaps due to the intense sunlight during the day, the seeds easily crumbled into her hands. Obtained 10 strawberry seeds. Only 10 seeds? She lamented, as it seemed there were so many. However, she quickly reassured herself, reminding herself that this was merely a game, governed by its own rules. No longer dwelling on it, she returned to the Taoyuan Shengjing, found a patch of soft earth, and planted the 10 seeds, watering them with a bit of mineral water. Her parents enjoyed gardening and had rented a small plot on the city's outskirts where they tended to vegetables daily. Occasionally, she would assist them, gradually acquiring some gardening skills. After burying the strawberry seeds and watering them, the system's notification chimed. Strawberry planting successful. First planting. Reward: a portion of green onion seeds. Survival prompt: the time flow in Taoyuan Shengjing has doubled, having the maturity period for planted crops. Strawberry: fruit, sweet and tangy, delightful to eat, Growth cycle, 12 days. With the time flow doubled in Taoyuan Xingjing, the actual growth cycle is 6 days. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed to learn that she could enjoy sweet and tangy strawberries in just 6 days. Chapter 8. Fortune Smiles, Planting Green Onions. The green onion seeds were a small portion. Lu Xingchen had planted them before. She simply scattered them on the surface of the soil and covered them with a thin layer of moist earth. Lu Xingchen felt immensely fortunate that the land here was soft and moist. Otherwise, she would have had no tools to till the soil. After planting, Lu Xingchen exited the Taoyuan. She glanced at the dark sea and felt a twinge of regret, wishing there were a small bed in the Taoyuan. However, it was just a fleeting thought. She could not be sure if she could rest well in the accelerated Taoyuan. It was now around 11 at night. An exhaustion overcame her as she fell into a deep sleep. She dreamt of nothing, and when she awoke, the sun had already risen in the east. The sea shimmered, and the sunrise was extraordinarily beautiful. After admiring the sunrise, Lu Xingchen checked the water filter, discovering that 2 mineral water bottles were already filled. It dawned on her that she had no empty mineral water bottles left. She had no choice but to trade. She shouted in the chat channel, "Wood for empty mineral water bottles," then hurried back to the Taoyuan Xingjing and touched the token in the center. Today, the Taoyuan Xingjing is blessed with good fortune. Today's luck is at its peak, leading to the acquisition of more resources and better quality materials. Lu Xingchen nodded to herself. Things were looking promising. Perhaps today would be her lucky day? Upon exiting the Taoyuan Xingjing, she noticed a message flashing and opened it to read. "Wei Lin, are you using it to fetch water? I have a 25-liter plastic bucket. Exchange for 30 pieces of wood or food." A plastic bucket for 30 pieces of wood? Lu Xingchen thought that Wei Lin was quite unreasonable. A wooden box could only yield 3 pieces of wood. How could anyone amass 30 in a day? Wei Lin was being utterly ridiculous. Even a shrewd merchant would not make such outrageous demands. Lu Xingchen replied, "1 piece of wood for 1 bucket." If he was being unreasonable, she would match his absurdity. "Wei Lin, sister, don't joke around. Wei Lin, we can negotiate." Lu Xingchen had no time to entertain him as she spotted a box bobbing towards her. Today was blessed with good fortune. And here came the first box. With a flick of her rod, she quickly reeled it in. With a satisfying snap, the box opened. Today, blessed with good fortune. Obtain plastic bucket blueprint for 3 sandwiches, 1 mineral water. Plastic bucket blueprint. For this blueprint unlocks the crafting of plastic buckets. The plastic bucket is clean and hygienic, suitable for holding water, oil, or grains, an essential household item. Required materials, 6 plastic. Here it was. Lu Xingchen rejoiced. Although she had not obtained any plastic, many others had. And she had heard of some tossing it aside as useless. In the chat channel, she saw people selling plastic at low prices. The plastic bucket could be used as a container, and she intended to take advantage of the current situation while everyone was unaware of plastic's utility. She noted that the blueprint would unlock crafting, meaning that subsequent productions of plastic buckets would not require the blueprint again. Without delay, Lu Xingchen announced in the channel, "Looking to buy plastic, can trade with mineral water or steam buns. Feel free to message me." Wei Lin was the fastest to respond. "You can craft plastic buckets now?" Lu Xingchen replied, "Yes, for plastic buckets for 60 pieces of wood or food. Interested?" Wei Lin. The chat screen buzzed with excitement. Someone is buying plastic again. I have too, willing to sell for water. Is the person above foolish? Wei Lin has already traded plastic, indicating its value. Don't sell it too cheaply. Come on, aside from Wei Lin, who else has traded plastic? If it's useful, don't keep it. Trade for food and water first to survive. Be careful. Lu Xingchen is even more ruthless than Wei Lin. I'm just curious. How much food and water does Lu Xingchen have? She traded a bunch yesterday and is still trading today. Sigh. Some people are just lucky. Envy 1T help. She's developing quickly. Everyone should focus on expanding their wooden rafts. Lu Xingchen delved into private messages, trading 2 bottles of mineral water for 20 pieces of plastic. Roughly 50 each, which she deemed reasonable given the current scarcity of resources. Plastic bucket. For a 4-liter plastic bucket, clean and hygienic, suitable for holding water, oil, or grains, an essential household item. Required materials, 206 plastic. Lu Xingchen crafted 2 buckets. These 2 plastic buckets were comparable in size to large mineral water bottles and were very clean. She placed the plastic buckets beneath the filter. At last, she had completed one task. Now, with the sun risen and the time approaching 8 o'clock, she felt hunger pangs and began her breakfast. After consuming a sandwich and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, she began to tally her supplies. Currently, her inventory consisted of 1 wooden bed blueprint, 70 pieces of wood, 90 iron nails, 16 iron blocks, 1 box of strawberries, for steamed buns, 1 bottle of mineral water, having consumed 1, 2 rolls of rope, 1 piece of cloth, 2 sandwiches, and 8 pieces of plastic. Just as she finished counting her supplies, another box drifted towards her. With practiced ease, she cast her rod and reeled in the box. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find yet another blueprint inside. Small fishing net can be placed at the edge of the wooden raft to catch fish and shrimp. Required materials: 820 plastic, 21 rope, 701 wood. LXNGCHN was in high spirits today, as fortune smiled upon her once more with the acquisition of yet another blueprint, this time for a fishing net. Soon, she would be able to enjoy the fruits of the sea. Consuming nothing but bread sandwiches had begun to wear her down. However, she still lacked plastic, and regrettably, she possessed only a single bottle of water, which she could not trade. Instead, she resolved to utilize steamed buns or wood for her needs. Consequently, LXNGCHN sent out a message seeking to procure plastic. WILN responded, "You have already acquired so much plastic. Why do you still seek more? What on earth do you need so many plastic barrels for?" LXNGCHN replied with a chuckle, "I simply collect them for fun." WILN was taken aback. "How do you know I've accumulated a great deal of plastic?" "Just a guess," he retorted. LXNGCHN, feeling somewhat perturbed, chose to disregard him, as yet another box had drifted her way. Throughout the morning, she managed to salvage several boxes, yielding a tube of toothpaste, a toothbrush, a blanket, 5 pieces of plastic, 20 pieces of wood, 20 iron nails, an iron block, a bag of cream rolls, and a bottle of mineral water. It was indeed a tiring yet fulfilling morning, and with the toothpaste and toothbrush in hand, she could finally brush her teeth. The toothpaste was flavored with green tangerine and lemon, and the bristles of the toothbrush were soft and of excellent quality. After brushing her teeth, LXNGCHN felt refreshed, her mouth fragrant. The blanket, a lovely shade of pink, was neither too thick nor too thin. She neatly folded it and placed it on her bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. "See, life is only getting better," she thought, seizing the moment of calm to open the chat screen. Upon doing so, she noticed Q&She was offering guidance to newcomers. "Everyone, quickly expand your rafts to 10 square meters to unlock the tool station. With the tool station, you can craft a variety of items once you acquire the blueprints." Chapter 9. Repairing the fishing rod and rescuing Xingchen. "Everyone, search for the blueprint of the seawater filter. With the filter, you'll never have to worry about a lack of drinking water." GWNL chimed in, Are you? I'm so thirsty. Can I have a sip of water? I'll show you my abs in return." This provoked someone, who retorted, "A grown man begging a girl for water every day. How shameless." "Exactly. GWNL. Can't you just be quiet? It's utterly disgusting." Xingchen interjected, "Is there anyone who can help me? I promise to give all my future supplies, except for survival essentials, to whoever rescues me." Xingchen was equally disheartened. After all, isn't everyone struggling for survival? A burly man like him, refusing to work, yet whining for 2 days straight. From that moment on, Xingchen ceased to speak. LXNGCHN sensed something amiss and, almost as if compelled by fate, clicked on Xingchen's profile. Name: Xingchen. Health: 100000. Age: 35. His three-dimensional avatar displayed a man likely in his 30s or 40s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, now bearing an expression of exhaustion, stubbly beard, and a gaze filled with confusion and helplessness. He reminded her of her high school mathematics teacher, a man of integrity. Individuals who bore such features typically upheld promises and acted upon their words. Xingchen had once stated that if someone were to rescue him, he would repay all his future resources, save for those essential for survival. Pondering this, she privately messaged Xingchen, "Are you unwell?" Xingchen replied, "I'm not ill, just hungry, thirsty, and injured." LXNGCHN was astonished. "Isn't there a newbie protection period? How can you still be hurt?" "When I woke up, my fishing rod was broken, and there was no hook to catch the drifting boxes. I had no choice but to dive in to retrieve them. But a shark attacked me, injuring my leg. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for nearly 2 days. I am not a sloth. I'm not begging on purpose. I simply can't find a way to survive. What will happen if I die? My wife died in a car accident, and my son is only 5. Xingchen's voice grew weaker, tinged with despair and even a hint of choking emotion. Over the past 2 days, he had desperately sought water, only to be met with scorn and curses. Some even added him as a friend solely to berate him for being useless, polluting the chat channel daily. Many refused to listen to his explanations, adding him for hope only to insult him and block him. He had not found a single opportunity to confide in anyone. He felt utterly stifled. Once a technical expert and a notable figure in modern society, possessing considerable skills and strength, he found himself rendered powerless in the vast ocean. With only a small raft and a broken fishing rod, though an adept swimmer, He should have had no trouble retrieving a wooden box from the water. However, the shark targeted him instead of the raft, attacking fiercely. Had it not been for his robust physical condition, he would not have made it back. Even so, he had sustained an injury to his calf. Knowledgeable in first aid, he managed to staunch the bleeding to prevent infection. It was only due to his good health that he had survived this long without food or water. Others would have succumbed much earlier under such conditions. Perhaps because everyone was under immense survival pressure, their spirits were low. For so long, he had only encountered insults. He had not found even a single person to confide in. Lu Xingchen was the first to listen to him without judgment. Xingchen felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, nearly moved to tears. Thank you for listening to me so attentively. I know it's tough for everyone now. If I die, so be it. It's all fate. Lu Xingchen considered for a moment, added Xingchen as a friend, and said, let us do a video call. Upon opening the video, Xingchen appeared, looking just as he did in his three-dimensional avatar, with his right calf wrapped in cloth, bloodstains seeping through. He was perched on his raft, struggling to maintain his composure while also catching sight of Lu Xingchen. Upon seeing the vibrant and spirited Lu Xingchen, he was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected her to be so beautiful, nor did he foresee that after drifting at sea for a day, she would still appear so lively. It seemed her background featured a wooden pavilion. Her raft was quite spacious, with several wooden boxes placed atop it. She sat comfortably in a wooden chair, leaning against the railing, leisurely casting her fishing rod, resembling a vacationer in bliss. A shadow fell over Xingchen. This robust man found himself envious of a delicate girl, observing her abundance of food and drink, her ability to trade goods and expand her raft. While he faced imminent death, his posture slumped further. After a moment's observation, Lu Xingchen remarked, let me see your fishing rod. Without hesitation, Xingchen initiated a trade, relinquishing the fishing rod. Lu Xingchen was taken aback. She merely wished to inspect it and had no intention of taking it. It appeared that Xingchen had indeed reached a point of despair, casually giving away his fishing rod. Though broken, it was still better than nothing. In an instant, the fishing rod was in Lu Xingchen's possession, and indeed, it bore no hook. Acquired a damaged fishing rod. Survival tip. A damaged fishing rod can be repaired at the tool station or recreated. It can be repaired? Lu Xingchen opened the tool station. Fishing rod. Reparable required resources. 1 wood. Would you like to repair it? The required resources were minimal. Merely a single piece of wood. Lu Xingchen sighed, reflecting that it was due to this slight deficiency that a robust individual nearly faced death. Initial resources were of paramount importance. This also illustrated the struggles everyone faced. There was simply no time or energy to spare for the well-being of a stranger. Lu Xingchen inquired, how do you wish for others to assist you? Xingchen paused, slightly taken aback. Indeed. How could others help him? By providing water and food? However, with his broken fishing rod, he could not gather resources. Would others be expected to sustain him indefinitely? Such a notion was absurd. His eyes dimmed, his expression filled with anguish. In truth, he had run out of options. If he were to think carefully, he would realize this. Yet he dared not confront the truth, which is why he continued to speak in the chat, pleading for help, hoping for a glimmer of salvation. Lu Xingchen paused for a moment, observing the gradual despair etched upon Zhongchang's countenance. His previously strained posture began to succumb, bending slowly until he nearly collapsed onto the wooden raft. It was then that she spoke softly, I can fix your fishing rod. What? A spark of hope ignited in Zhongchang's eyes, causing him to straighten up abruptly. Really? Lu Xingchen nodded affirmatively. Zhongchang's voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, as long as I have a proper fishing rod, I will be able to catch supplies and thus survive. He earnestly added, Lu Xingchen, all you need to do is help me repair the rod, and I promise that from now on, unless absolutely necessary for survival, I will give you everything I catch. This was precisely the assurance Lu Xingchen had been waiting for. She did not desire all of Zhongchang's supplies. She simply did not wish to rescue an ungrateful wretch. Turning away, she approached the workbench to repair the fishing rod. Would you like to repair the fishing rod? Repair. Chapter 10. Obtaining the key and discovering the island. Repair completed. You can use 100100. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, realizing that the fishing rod was also consumable. She needed to be vigilant in collecting materials for crafting fishing rods. She exchanged the repaired rod along with a bun and a bottle of mineral water with Zhongchang. He hesitated for a moment before accepting, tears glimmering in his eyes as he stammered, Thank you. He then reiterated, From now on, everything I acquire, unless essential for survival, will be yours. She had become his savior. Zhongchang was a man of few words, in his desperate quest for survival. He had shamelessly called out for assistance for 2 days, only to be met with scorn and ridicule. It was Lu Xingchen who not only provided him with food and water, but also restored his fishing rod, granting him the means to survive. He would be eternally grateful to Lu Xingchen. Unbeknownst to her, Zhongchang's emotions were complex. She swiftly closed the video and organized her supplies. Presently, she possessed 4 loaves of bread, a bottle of water, and various items such as iron blocks, iron nails, and wooden planks, quite a substantial amount. As for her pillow, blanket, toothpaste, and toothbrush, which were in use, they did not count as supplies. Taking advantage of the absence of floating boxes, Lu Xingchen reclined on her bed for a brief rest. She too needed a midday respite. After about an hour, Zhongchang sent her 8 pieces of plastic and 2 empty boxes, leaving a message. I salvaged 2 boxes, but unfortunately, they only contained plastic. I remembered you needed this, so here it is. Lu Xingchen felt a surge of joy and quickly sat up to accept the plastic, returning the empty boxes with the suggestion, next time you acquire wood, dismantle the boxes and promptly expand the raft. I have plenty of wood and iron nails, so I do not require these. Just show me any other rare items you find. All right. Zhongchang recognized the necessity of expanding the raft to survive and agreed. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen began crafting a fishing net. Small fishing net can be placed at the edge of the raft to catch fish and shrimp. Required materials: plastic 2120, rope 21, wood 891. Would you like to craft it? Yes. In less than 10 seconds, a white fishing net appeared at the edge of the raft. Indeed, it was a small fishing net, merely 2 to 3 meters in length. Lu Xingchen estimated that it would not catch anything large, only small fish and shrimp. Nonetheless, this was already a source of happiness. She secured the net to the raft's edge, surveying her surroundings before standing up. Wonderful. She anticipated having fish for dinner. The thought made her mouth water. Lu Xingchen cheerfully continued her salvage operation. Today, fortune smiled upon her. Every few moments, a box would drift by. And none were empty. There was always something to collect. Each box contained a considerable amount of supplies. Lu Xingchen could not help but marvel at her remarkable luck. The day was busy. At noon, she had only managed to consume a cream bun before resuming her salvage efforts. By evening, she had retrieved numerous boxes, acquiring a total of 30 pieces of wood, 30 iron nails, 5 buns, 3 bottles of mineral water, 8 iron blocks, and 10 pieces of plastic. In a stroke of good fortune, she even discovered 5 bags of whole wheat bread in one of the boxes. She had amassed an abundance of supplies. Lu Xingchen had observed others chatting, estimating that a single person might retrieve only 4 or 5 boxes in a day, perhaps 7 or 8 at most, and even then, they might contain nothing or just a couple of items. If wood was included, it was often only 3 to 5 pieces at most. Thus, it could be said that she was now quite affluent. Taking advantage of the lull in boxes, she dismantled the useless ones and organized her supplies. With a surplus of wood and iron nails, she could expand the raft today. However, salvaging boxes remained her top priority. Lu Xingchen decided to postpone any expansion until after sunset. Suddenly, Zhongchang sent a trade message. Ordinary wooden box key, mineral water, plastic 3. A wooden box key? Lu Xingchen felt exhilarated. She had previously acquired a locked wooden box that she had been unable to open. Now, she finally had a key. She accepted only the wooden box key, returning the mineral water and plastic, and offered Zhongchang a bun. It appeared he had not salvaged any food and was likely hungry, making the bun a necessity for him. As for the rest, she would certainly provide for him in the future. She would not let him suffer. Zhongchang accepted the bun and quietly returned to work. Lu Xingchen examined the ordinary key closely. It was made of brass, worn yet perfectly suited to the box. Holding the key in her hands, she joined her palms in prayer, silently beseeching the realm of paradise and the forces of fortune to bestow a worthy reward upon her. Inserting the key into the lock, she turned it slightly, and with a click, the lock opened. Lu Xingchen rubbed her hands together, slowly lifting the box lid. Today, with the blessings of fortune, you have obtained the iron stove blueprint 1, 10 instant noodles, and a bag of rice, 25. Wow, what a windfall. Lu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, her luck was exceptional. The items were plentiful: rice, instant noodles, and the blueprint for the iron stove. Today, she could enjoy a warm meal. Iron stove blueprint can be used for heating, cooking, and boiling water. An essential household item. However, if placed in a sealed room, a chimney must be added. Required materials: iron blocks 1910. Reluctantly, Lu Xingchen put away the blueprint as another box approached. She needed to salvage it first. Curiously, after more than an hour had passed, no boxes appeared. Lu Xingchen began to feel anxious. If another hour passed, the sun would set, and she would be unable to salvage boxes. It would be a shame. Taking a sip of water, she happened to glance into the distance. What was that? A vague silhouette resembling a mountain appeared. This was the only mountain she had seen amidst the vast ocean. Lu Xingchen felt a rush of excitement, her eyes wide with wonder. Gradually, as the raft drifted, she could discern the full outline of the mountain, revealing it to be a small island. Survival tip: island discovered. The island contains a wealth of resources. Do not miss the opportunity to explore it. It is recommended to land on the island. Survival tip: be sure to return to the raft before sunset. Do not stay overnight on the island, as it is fraught with danger at night. Survival tip: you can use an anchor to secure the raft to the shore before embarking on your exploration of the island. These tips were remarkably detailed. Lu Xingchen believed that others likely did not receive such comprehensive advice. Otherwise, Zhongchang would not have ventured into the water. The island was drawing nearer, and she could faintly see trees and rocks. However, she had to return before sunset, and it was now 4:30 in the afternoon, leaving her with only an hour and a half. Should she go ashore or remain? What if there were dangers on the island? She was currently unarmed. Moreover, with her ample supplies and rapid development, there seemed to be no need to take such a risk. Lu Xingchen hesitated momentarily as the raft drifted to the island's edge. The shoreline was adorned with golden sand, and further inland stood towering trees. Oh, is that a wooden chest? Chapter 11. Exploring the island and crafting the iron furnace. Lu Xingchen's keen eyes discerned a wooden chest at the juncture of the beach and rocky terrain, identical to the one she had salvaged from the sea. Presently, half of that chest was buried in sand. She promptly made a decision. She had to set foot on the island, if only to retrieve the chest. For what if the tides swept it away by dawn? At worst, she would remain nearby, ready to return to the raft at the slightest hint of danger. To secure the raft, she required an iron anchor to prevent it from being carried away by the waves. Thus, she opened the crafting table. Fishing rod can be used to catch treasure chests. Required materials: bamboo 03, iron blocks 0241. Paddle can maneuver the raft to desired locations, though its utility diminishes with larger rafts. Required materials: wood 014910, iron nails 017010. Iron anchor can secure the raft. Required materials: iron blocks 0246. Coincidentally, she also needed to craft a paddle. In case of danger, a paddle would facilitate a swift escape. Iron anchor can secure the raft. Required materials: iron blocks 0246. Proceed with crafting? Indeed. 6 iron blocks vanished, the crafting table chimed, and an iron anchor was produced, complete with a lengthy iron chain. Lu Xingchen secured one end of the chain to the raft, observing as it approached the island, before tossing the anchor to fasten it to a rock at the island's edge. Subsequently, she crafted a paddle and placed it aboard the raft. After organizing her belongings, Lu Xingchen disembarked and stepped onto the island. Congratulations, Lu Xingchen, as the first player to land on the island. You have received an automatic shower reward, which will be distributed shortly. She was the first player to set foot on the island? An automatic shower reward? Lu Xingchen was momentarily stunned, then elated. An automatic shower sounded sophisticated and immensely practical, precisely what she required. It had been 2 days since her last bath, and in this sweltering heat, coupled with her daily exertions, she was beginning to grow quite odorous. The thought of indulging in a warm shower after a long day was utterly delightful. Yet, she wondered when the system would deliver this reward. As she pondered, she made her way toward the chest on the beach. After excavating it and dragging it a few steps to a higher location, Lu Xingchen eagerly opened the chest. Today, as fortune brings you luck, you have obtained a stainless steel pot, with steamer 1, stainless steel bowl, and chopsticks 1. Pot and bowl. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Not only had she acquired an iron furnace, but now she possessed a pot as well. With rice in her inventory, this meant she could enjoy porridge that very evening. What splendid fortune this was, resolving so many issues at once. With a beaming smile, she decided to retrieve these items upon her return, as she still had time to explore the vicinity. She closed the chest and surveyed her surroundings. In her line of sight, the vegetation on this small island was sparse, comprised mainly of rocky outcrops and the occasional large tree. This was advantageous, for she could see everything clearly, without fear of a snake or small creature suddenly emerging. Lu Xingchen was cautious and refrained from venturing into the dense woods. She climbed the mountain a little, hoping to discover any fruit hanging from the trees. After walking for another 10 minutes, she arrived beside a tree. Hint: medium hemlock tree. Can be felled with axe-type tools, sturdy, moisture-resistant. Lu Xingchen's eyes sparkled, so this was how timber was obtained. She had suspected that dismantling chests and salvaging from the sea would yield only a few pieces of wood, but it was only by felling trees that one could acquire abundant timber. Moreover, this wood was moisture-resistant, perfect for use on a boat. However, she lacked the necessary tools and would need to devise a way to obtain an axe. Lu Xingchen caressed the hemlock tree before continuing her walk. After a while, she spotted a dark cave but hesitated to enter. Without a weapon, she could encounter dangerous creatures within. Additionally, time was not on her side. She discreetly marked the location and moved toward the area with sparse trees. Suddenly, her foot stumbled, and looking down, she noticed a dark object. Upon touching it, her hand became soiled. This appeared to be a coal chunk. Survival hint: coal chunk can be made into coal balls for warmth, typically found scattered near coal mines, which can be harvested with pickaxe-type tools. So tools were required for this as well. Lu Xingchen held the coal chunk and scanned the area, discovering 2 more pieces. She marked them for future reference, planning to return the next day. Time was of the essence. Lu Xingchen dared not stray far and spotted stones that could be mined, marking those as well. As the sun began to set, she hurried back to the shore. Passing by the earlier chest, she collected the stainless steel pot and the stainless steel bowl and chopsticks, leaving the wooden chest for another day. Cradling her belongings, Lu Xingchen jogged back to the raft. At that moment, the sun had just dipped below the horizon. She did not stow away the iron anchor, fearing the raft might drift away and she would lose the island by morning. Survival hint: an island can only be explored for 1 day. After sunset, the island will be submerged by the sea during the night. As the first player to land on the island, you have been granted a 3-day exploration period. Lu Xingchen's heart sank momentarily before soaring to the heavens in a matter of seconds, experiencing the highs and lows of fortune. Unfortunately, it seemed that the island had to be fully explored on the day of discovery, as the tides would consume it by nightfall. Perhaps this was the reason players were not permitted to stay overnight. Fortunately, she had been granted a 3-day exploration period. The next 2 days would require her utmost effort. After silently encouraging herself, Lu Xingchen took a moment to rest, drank half a bottle of water, and ate a few strawberries. She then checked the small fishing net. Today, as fortune brings you luck, you have caught 3 bass, 1 silver cod, 1 squid. Fishing net durability 910. Would you like to retrieve the net? So the fishing net had durability, usable for 10 times. It seemed she would need to replace it in about 10 days. Lu Xingchen was quite pleased as she retrieved the net, lively bass, silver cod, and squid leaping onto the raft. Each bass weighed approximately 2 pounds, while the cod and squid were similar in size. Unfortunately, she had no water or refrigerator. But wait, she could use a chest. Lu Xingchen had observed that the wooden chests here were well sealed and should not leak water. Thus, she fetched an empty chest, rinsed it, filled it halfway with seawater, and used her stainless steel pot to scoop water, filling the chest nearly to the brim before placing the bass, cod, and squid inside. Lu Xingchen relished these types of fish. They were delicious, particularly the squid, which could be grilled. Her chests were all set aside. But now the raft felt a bit cramped. After some thought, she decided to expand. With sufficient timber and iron nails, she directly expanded to 12 square meters, requiring 120 timber and 120 iron nails. The raft transformed into 24 square meters, measuring 4 meters wide and 6 meters long. Just as she completed the expansion, She or you sent a voice message. Xingchen, www. I feel unwell. Along with it was a photo of her looking teary-eyed. The game allowed not only video calls but also voice messages, photos, and videos to be sent to friends or posted in regional chats. Lu Xingchen was not particularly focused on this aspect, while She or you had thoroughly explored the social functions of the survival game. What happened? Lu Xingchen inquired casually. Chapter 12. Cooking and preparing delicious instant noodles. My stomach hurts. My digestive system is weak. I've been drinking cold water for 2 days, and I can't take it anymore. She or you's voice was weak, lacking the previous vitality. Lu Xingchen's expression darkened. A stomachache was indeed troublesome to remedy. Yesterday's weather was still warm, but after sunset today, the temperature seems to have dropped a bit. With the cold, stomach ailments tend to worsen. Qin Xiao lamented, how unbearable. Woe is me, eating cold steamed buns, and not even a sip of hot water. Lu Xingchen's eyes brightened. Wait a moment. She would soon have hot water because she could craft an iron stove. Previously occupied with gathering supplies, she had not managed to make the stove, but was looking forward to doing so in the evening, hoping to prepare a warm meal. With a small pot on hand, she could also boil water. The necessity of crafting the iron stove was evident. She approached the workbench and retrieved the iron stove blueprint. Iron stove provides warmth, enables cooking, and allows water boiling, an essential household item. However, if placed in a closed room, ensure to add a chimney. Required materials, 1,810 iron blocks. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. With a series of clinks, the iron stove was completed. It was round, standing about 60 to 70 centimeters tall, reminiscent of the coal stoves from the 70s and 80s. Notification: Iron stove crafted successfully. Reward, 1 lighter. Lu Xingchen's eyes sparkled. It was serendipitous. As she had been worrying about how to start a fire, and the system had unexpectedly rewarded her with a lighter, it seemed that the system occasionally provided rewards upon successful crafting, while at other times, it remained silent. Lu Xingchen speculated that perhaps the system deemed the item sufficiently advanced to merit a reward, or it could simply be capricious, sometimes diligent, and at other times lethargic. She dismissed such thoughts, positioned the iron stove, and faced a dilemma. The stove required coal balls or wooden blocks, yet she currently had neither coal nor tools to chop wood. Thus, she turned to the omnipotent chat channel for assistance. Lu Xingchen, looking to acquire coal balls or split wood, dry branches, etc., can exchange bottled water and food. Interested parties, please PM. The chat channel responded immediately. Why does Lu Xingchen always seek such odd items? What even are coal balls? I always feel like her food and water are limitless. She's forever trading for things and never runs out. Miss Xingchen, could you spare me a bit of food? I'll repay you with coal balls later. Zhang Wenla, I'm Lele. Sister, could you share some water with me? I can even video chat and show you my abs. How disgusting. Zhang Wenla, could you not be so idle? Why not find a chest yourself? Hey, why hasn't Zhongchang spoken in a while? Yesterday, he and Zhang Wenla were dominating the channel. He hasn't died, has he? Probably starved or succumbed to his injuries. He can't last long, right? He might have jumped into the sea out of despair. Compared to him, we're much better off. Lu Xingchen received several messages. Wei Lin, do you have flint? Zhongchang, coal ball 1, I have 1. Qin Xiao, Xingchen, I have dry branch 1. It's of no use to me, so I'll give it to you. Lu Xingchen accepted the dry branches from Zhongchang and Qin Xiao. 1 coal ball fit perfectly inside the iron stove. After placing it in, Lu Xingchen used the lighter to ignite the dry branches, which in turn ignited the coal ball. Before long, the coal ball was aflame. Survival tip, burning coal ball. Durability, 235959. This single coal ball could burn for 24 hours. It was a consumable. Today, she had discovered coal chunks on the small island, indicating the presence of a coal mine. She planned to prepare for another expedition the following day to excavate it, thus alleviating her concerns about running low on coal balls. While contemplating this, Lu Xingchen took out a small stainless steel pot. It was compact, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, with 2 handles, a pink body, and topped with a white steamer and pink lid. Adorably feminine, it made her wonder if the game provided different styles of items based on the player's gender. She placed the pot on the stove and poured in some filtered pure water. While waiting for the water to boil, she messaged Qin Xiao. Do you have a container for hot water? I can share some with you shortly. Qin Xiao immediately initiated a video call. Lu Xingchen accepted. Qin Xiao sat atop a box, clutching her stomach, her hair disheveled, and upon spotting Lu Xingchen by the coal stove, her attention quickly shifted to the iron stove and the small stainless steel pot. Wow, Xingchen, you have a pot. It's so cute. Are you using a stove? Where did you find all these useful things? Ah, I see steam rising from the pot. Is it about to boil? I'm so excited. It's been ages since I've seen the warmth of fire. Despite her stomachache, Qin Xiao rambled on, not pausing for Lu Xingchen to respond. She straightened up, craning her neck to get a better view, her face flushed with excitement. Lu Xingchen smiled. Yes, thank you for the dry branches. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to light the stove. Come, bring a container, and I'll pour you some hot water. Qin Xiao cheerfully replied, rummaging through her box, finally producing an empty mineral water bottle, hesitating as she said, will this work? It won't burn, right? Lu Xingchen nodded. Give it a try. After all, you can't drink boiling water straight. With everyone lacking containers at hand, this was the only option. Lu Xingchen had a mineral water bottle and a can of 8 treasure porridge, but as they were both girls, it was understandable that they preferred not to use each other's items, especially for drinking. Once the water boiled and cooled slightly, Lu Xingchen filled the bottle halfway and sent it to Qin Xiao. In exchange, Qin Xiao placed an entire bottle of mineral water in the trading bar. Lu Xingchen declined, but Qin Xiao was insistent. Xingchen, many people have dry branches, but water is much rarer, especially hot water. If you don't accept, I'll feel embarrassed. Lu Xingchen, disliking to haggle, accepted it and replied, all right, next time I'll give you another half bottle of hot water. Qin Xiao smiled brightly. Okay, Xingchen, then I'll take advantage of you a bit. Lu Xingchen had no further comments. This time, her gesture was to express gratitude for the branches Qin Xiao provided. In the vast ocean, having a few reliable partners was essential, and Qin Xiao was a commendable choice. They could mutually benefit from each other. Most importantly, trust existed between them, which was rare in such circumstances. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Xingchen ended the video call and began cooking noodles. Just as she added the noodle cake, Zhongchang sent her something. Ordinary key 1. Chapter 13, She is a Fairy. This was sent directly to Lu Xingchen. She noticed that Zhongchang was quite taciturn. He always sent items directly without trading or speaking. He was a straightforward person. Lu Xingchen observed the regional chat and had a rough idea of the ordinary key's value. Currently, others had found locked chests but lacked keys, leading to frequent requests for keys in the chat channel, often offering substantial rewards. Zhongchang was indeed fortunate to have found 2 keys within a single day. He was quite a peculiar individual. Pondering this, Lu Xingchen set down the noodle cake and took out another box of instant noodles. Her instant noodles were in boxes, which could be soaked directly, but she preferred boiling them. Since Zhongchang likely lacked a container, she decided to simply soak the noodles in the box. Once the water boiled, Lu Xingchen tore open the instant noodle packaging, adding the seasoning, vegetable, and beef packets before pouring in the scalding water. Sending it to Zhongchang with a message, "Handle with care, it's hot." Then, she opened another box of instant noodles, tossing the noodle cake and seasonings into the small pot. In no time, a rich aroma wafted from the pot. Lu Xingchen gazed blissfully at the small pot, steaming with deliciousness. The aroma was tantalizing, a savory red-braised beef noodle soup. This instant noodle bore no brand, yet the noodle cake was ample, filled with an abundance of vegetable and beef packets, rich in flavor, unlike any she had previously tasted. Truly, it was a pot of exquisite delight. Lu Xingchen inhaled the fragrant steam deeply, feeling utterly satisfied. During her late-night work sessions, she often forgot to eat, resorting to instant noodles at dawn. Now, there was no difference. Her mealtime had merely shifted earlier. Soon, the noodles were cooked, and she retrieved a preheated stainless steel bowl and chopsticks, serving herself a small bowl of beef noodles. With a cheerful smile, she began to eat. Meanwhile, Xingqiang's experience was quite different. Holding the instant noodles Lu Xingchen had given him, he stood in astonishment, the heat searing his hands before hurriedly placing them on the box before him. Was this really instant noodles? At such a time, could there truly be a steaming bowl of instant noodles? It felt surreal. The night had fallen, and with everyone unable to scavenge for supplies, they were all consuming food, sharing their meals online. He had just seen the chat channel light up. Earlier that day, he had salvaged a bottle of mineral water but had found no food, relying solely on the 2 steamed buns provided by Lu Xingchen. He had planned to endure hunger that night, scrolling through the chat channel to distract himself. Now he opened the instant noodles, peering inside to find they were still not fully soaked. Cautiously sealing the package again, he returned to watching the conversations unfold. Dinner time, dinner time. Let everyone see what I'm having tonight. He read, "Only 3 crackers? Can you even fill up on that? Look at my little bread." It was all in jest, as crackers and bread could hardly substitute a proper meal. "Look at my half-steamed bun, delectable." The 3 upstairs were making him envious. "Woe is me. I can only drink cold water. Look at my little fish." He read, "How do you prepare your fish upstairs? Red braised or steamed? Who has fire at this hour for red braising or steaming? I'm eating sashimi. Ugh. Enough. If there is something to eat or drink, it's fine. Right now, I'm savoring air. Impressive, isn't it? Woe is me. Which big shot can spare me a bite? Even water would suffice." Xingqiang smiled slightly, caressing his warm instant noodles, wishing to share. However, being a modest person, he refrained from boasting, preferring to remain low-key. It was quite satisfactory as it was, observing their conversations while enjoying his noodles, making the experience all the more delectable, akin to indulging in a secretive drama. With that thought, Xingqiang tore open the instant noodle package, his smile widening. A box of warm instant noodles. Oh no, how did that get sent out? Being a modest individual, he felt compelled to retract the message. Alas, he had scrolled too quickly and could not locate it. His message had attracted considerable attention, prompting everyone to notice, and they clicked on the image to see the steaming instant noodles, inhaling the enticing aroma. The chat channel erupted with excitement. What did I just see? Instant noodles? A box of perfectly prepared, fragrant, soft, and warm instant noodles? I see it too. With green vegetables and generous chunks of beef. What brand is this? So much substance. Slurping sounds filled the chat. I turned to look, and it was so delicious. My buns suddenly lost their appeal. Truly fragrant. I'm drinking water alongside this aroma, crying and drinking. Why isn't that bowl of noodles mine? Why? I hate it. Upstairs, stop crying and drinking. Be careful not to deplete your mineral water supply. Once it's gone, you'll have nothing left. Water? Why would I drink water? The broth of instant noodles is delightful, warm, and fragrant. The chat flooded with envy and lamentations, while Xingqiang felt a sense of secret satisfaction and pride. Yet, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, sending a brief message to Lu Xingchen. Sorry. Lu Xingchen, savoring her noodles while observing the chat, understood his sentiment despite his few words. She replied, "It's all right." Xingqiang felt a slight relief. However, the conversation had shifted towards him. Hey, doesn't anyone see the person behind the noodles? It's Xingchen. Xingchen? What happened to him? Didn't he die? Someone upstairs, confused, clarified. He means the person who posted the noodles is Xingchen, meaning he is the one eating them. I just realized, why is it Xingchen? I thought he had perished long ago. Thus, curiosity piqued. What kind of adventure has he had? Someone had already begun addressing him. Big shot. Xingdlo. May I inquire if you can finish the broth? If you're struggling, can I be of assistance with the broth? How shameless, another chimed in. But I share the sentiment. Can I have a sip of the broth? I long for the taste of instant noodles. Speak up, big shot. Xingchen, consuming his noodles voraciously, finished them off and savored the broth. Warmth filled his stomach, and a wave of happiness washed over him. However, the two individuals clamoring for his broth were precisely those who had once derided him. He could not comprehend how some could be so shameless. Unable to contain himself, he sent a message with his empty bowl. Apologies, it's all gone. The chat erupted with commotion, as someone curiously asked, Xingchen, could you share how you obtained your instant noodles? How did you boil water? Tears glistened in Xingchen's eyes as he replied. My instant noodles were given to me by my benefactor, who repaired my fishing rod and provided me with water and food. She saved my life, my greatest benefactor. Chapter 14. The first transaction, negotiating cooperation. Wow. So there is indeed another benefactor. That person must possess an abundance of good things to share instant noodles so freely. Someone commented enviously, who is she? So generous, saving you and providing such delectable food. Is she a deity? Xingchen declared earnestly, in my heart. She is a fairy. Someone caught the significance. Fairy? That implies she is a girl. Wow. Xingchen is lucky to have a beautiful girl who saved him and fed him. Why hasn't he a fairy come to save me? I too desire a fairy. Why am I devoid of such fortune? Envious. Xingchen, who is this fairy? I believe she must be a kind-hearted girl. Beautiful and lovely, a truly good person. In fact, I wish to tell this fairy that I too have gone 2 days without water. Fairy, please take notice of me. Lu Xingchen recognized that everyone was joking, yet she feared Xingchen might inadvertently reveal her identity. She messaged him, do not mention me. Xingchen promptly agreed. Though he was taciturn, he yearned for communication, particularly since Lu Xingchen had saved him, filling him with immense gratitude. Yet, he dared not speak more, fearing to offend Lu Xingchen, so he remained silent. However, this gratitude weighed heavily on him, and he had inadvertently expressed too much in the chat channel. He silently regretted it and resolved to refrain from further comments, ignoring the chatter surrounding the incident for a while. At that moment, Lu Xingchen received a message. WILN, do you have a flint? You can start a fire, right? Lu Xingchen chose to ignore him, considering him a cunning merchant, always seeking to take advantage. WILN, growing anxious, quickly sent another message. Miss, I apologize. I'm unsure how I offended you. Regardless, I sincerely apologize. You can start a fire, can't you? I wish to partner with you in business. Lu Xingchen continued to ignore him, organizing her supplies. WILN, ordinary wooden box with a lock. Do you want it? WILN was quite eager. He had been keeping an eye on Lu Xingchen for some time, surmising that she was progressing swiftly and possessed numerous valuable items. At the outset, he intended to negotiate with Lu Xingchen, and although his initial offer was rather outrageous, in the realm of commerce, negotiation is customary. A little back and forth could lead to a satisfactory agreement. His aim was merely to secure a greater advantage and earn some profit. Little did he know that Lu Xingchen would refuse to engage in conversation. Eventually, she disregarded him entirely, leaving him with no choice but to unveil his finest possession. He was determined to believe that this time, Lu Xingchen would not ignore him. At last, she responded with a curt, "What, for free?" WILN thought to himself, this girl certainly does not play by the conventional rules. After that remark, however, Lu Xingchen fell silent once more. This only heightened WILN's anxiety, as she held something he desperately needed. After some contemplation, WILN gritted his teeth and sent over the locked box, for free. Lu Xingchen was taken aback. Her previous comment had been made offhandedly, yet she too desired the box, for the fortune was still in her favor, and surely it would yield something valuable. However, WILN was quite cunning. She pondered how to negotiate without incurring significant losses. His audacity exceeded her expectations. Yet she did not accept his offer outright. Are you joking? How could I take something for nothing? What do you wish to exchange? WILN was elated. The opportunity for negotiation was all he had hoped for. He had gambled on his understanding of Lu Xingchen's character. suspecting that she was the one who had rescued Xingchen. A girl like her would likely not accept such a precious treasure without a fair trade. Indeed, his gamble had paid off. With a sigh of relief, he stated plainly, I know your development has been impressive, and you possess abundant resources. I am simply seeking a long-term partnership, a mutual exchange of resources. Therefore, the price for this box is negotiable. I am unaware of what you have, so please, propose your terms. Propose her terms? Wiln was curious about what resources she might possess. Lxngch contemplated briefly. She recognized the value of the locked wooden box, having previously uncovered numerous treasures from such boxes. It was likely Wiln's most valuable possession. A locked wooden box is a rare commodity. Who would sell it when they could keep it for personal use? Wiln was intent on establishing rapport. Lxngch organized her resources and decided to send only a few items. The blueprint for a wooden bed, strawberries, fish, rope, and cloth sandwiches. She wished to exchange for just these few items. Stainless steel bowls, rice, and other necessities were for her own use, so she abstained from offering those. Moreover, she could not reveal all her resources to Wiln. She sent him a message. I do not have much. These are what I can offer in exchange. Feel free to choose. Wiln's eyebrows shot up. Not much. How boastful. In just 2 days, Lxngch had accumulated a considerable stockpile. Indeed, he felt fortunate to have taken the gamble. Lxngch was worth cultivating a relationship with. Among these resources, he yearned most for the blueprint of the wooden bed, as he already possessed the materials to construct it. And having a proper bed would significantly enhance his quality of life. Yet, he feared that Lxngch might be reluctant to part with it. So he tentatively inquired, aren't you going to craft the wooden bed? Is your supply insufficient? I can assist you in gathering materials. No need, if you want it. It's yours. Lxngch replied. Excellent. I will take the blueprint for the wooden bed, and additionally. He paused cautiously, then asked, can you cook instant noodles? Would you be able to prepare a bowl for me? I have no fire. Not a problem. Lxngch responded. It was evident that Wiln was being prudent, wary of appearing overly greedy and provoking her disdain. He promptly handed over the locked box. And Lxngch first provided him with the wooden bed blueprint before boiling water for the noodles. While the water heated, Wiln continued the conversation. Lxngch, you have a flint, right? Could you help me start a fire? Wiln sent a message, split firewood. Lxngch opened it to discover a piece of firewood, roughly the size of a child's arm. Its edges jagged as if brutally cleaved. The wood emitted a faint scent of diesel. She placed it on the coal stove, and with a whoosh, the wood ignited. She then sent a message to Wiln, casually asking, do you have an axe? I don't. This game is truly hellish. It doesn't even provide an axe. Wiln replied. Lxngch found this curious. Then how did you split the firewood? Wiln chuckled. Add me as a friend. Open a video call, and I will show you. Lxngch, intrigued, adjusted her background so that Wiln could only see the iron stove and wooden box, then accepted the call. A young man appeared on the screen, Wiln. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a crew cut, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes. Standing over 6 feet tall with a lean physique. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and when he smiled, he revealed a set of dazzling white teeth. He was quite handsome, not in a delicate way, but with a rugged charm. He stood upright, clad in a short-sleeved athletic shirt and shorts. Behind him, Lxngch noticed a wooden pavilion similar to her own, as well as a bed adorned with gray sheets. On the wooden raft, there was a seawater filter and several boxes. Wiln stepped forward, gazing at Lxngch. A fleeting look of astonishment passed through his eyes, and then his face broke into a brilliant smile as he cheerfully exclaimed, Hi, Lxngch, nice to meet you. His voice boomed with clarity. His demeanor open and friendly, quite different from her previous impression. Lxngch nodded. Hello, Wiln. Chapter 15. Expanding the raft and unlocking tools. Wiln glanced at the iron stove and noticed the small stainless steel pot atop it, his eyes gleaming with delight. Soon, he composed himself. Xngch. Allow me to demonstrate something. He produced a piece of wood, struck it with his hand, and with a loud crack, the wood splintered into several sticks. I possess immense strength. With a mere strike, this wood shatters, perfect for kindling. Wiln chuckled. Lxngch looked on in astonishment. Could this be the legendary technique of wood splitting? How remarkable. Do you practice martial arts? She inquired. Wiln beamed with pride. Indeed. I hail from a family of martial artists. Lxngch could not resist asking, what is your strength level? She wished to know how much strength she would need to possess in order to split wood with her bare hands like Wiln. Wiln's pride swelled. My initial strength is 15. Realizing the considerable gap, Lu sighed. Suddenly, the water boiled, and she prepared the instant noodles, sending them to Wiln with a greeting before closing the video call. Little did she know, Wiln accepted the noodles but did not eat immediately. Instead, he opened the lid and snapped several photos and videos to share with several friends. Here, everyone. Take a look at this to whet your appetite, he sent along with an image of a box of hot beef noodles. After ending the conversation with Wiln, Lu eagerly retrieved the ordinary key given to her by Xingchen and approached the wooden box she had just traded with Wiln. She inserted the key into the lock, and with a click, the box sprang open. Acquired. 1 set of underwear, 1 set of casual sportswear, 1 shampoo, 3 bars of soap. Wow, what wonderful items. She had not changed her clothes for 2 days, having sweated profusely, and the fabric clung uncomfortably to her skin. She had longed to change into something fresh, and this new outfit was just what she needed. She resolved that after attending to her tasks today, she would indulge herself by using purified water to freshen up and don her new attire. For now, however, her priority was resource exchange. Following her previous plan, recognizing that food and water were in scarcity, she aimed to trade for more diverse resources. After filtering for a day and night, she had accumulated 3 bottles of mineral water plus 2 filtered water bottles, along with various food items, and she intended to exchange for even more. For instance, seeds and blueprints. Lu posted in the chat channel. Mineral water, whole grain European bread, steamed buns available for exchange for various types of seeds. Blueprints and wood. Wiln replied. Do you still have instant noodles? My sister possesses a weapon blueprint and wishes to trade for some instant noodles. Would that be acceptable? Luxngch's heart leapt with joy. She planned to visit the island tomorrow, and weapons were precisely what she needed. Before she could respond to Wiln, a stranger sent her a message. Wei, hello, Xingchen. I am Wei Lin's elder sister. I possess a long spear, beginner, blueprint. Could you kindly prepare a bowl of instant noodles for me? I also heard you have strawberries. Would you be so gracious as to spare one to satisfy my cravings? Currently, weapon blueprints are exceedingly rare, and there are virtually none available for purchase. A bowl of instant noodles and a strawberry in exchange for a weapon blueprint is undoubtedly a profitable deal for her. Lu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly acquiesced. Wei Lin then messaged. Wei Ying is a foodie. Feel free to take advantage of her. Don't hold back. Hee. Her martial prowess is formidable. The long spear is of little consequence. Lu Xingchen clicked her tongue, realizing that indeed, they hailed from a family of martial artists who tend to disdain ordinary weapons. The 2 transactions were executed smoothly, with both Wei Lin and Wei Ying seemingly at a disadvantage. Lu Xingchen, not one to exploit others, prepared a box of instant noodles and presented her with a strawberry. Both Wei Lin and Wei Ying were commendable individuals, possessing martial skills, making them suitable long-term trading partners. As she prepared the noodles, Lu Xingchen sent messages in the chat channel while simultaneously perusing for suitable trading partners. Regrettably, most individuals had nothing of value to offer. After careful consideration, she exchanged 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 steamed buns, and 1 sandwich for 50 units of wood, 50 nails, 40 plastics, and 3 iron blocks. Given that iron blocks and wood consumed considerable space, she opted to expand her raft by an additional 5 square meters, bringing its total area to 27 square meters. Only 3 more square meters were needed. Presently, wood, nails, and plastics were relatively easy to trade, so Lu Xingchen continued her search, ultimately trading some filtered mineral water for 30 units of wood and 30 nails, thereby enlarging her raft to 30 square meters, with a total area of 56. She simply found it aesthetically pleasing. Suddenly, the system announcement rang out. Survival tip. Raft area has reached 30 square meters. New craftable items have been added to the tool station. Please check. Survival tip. Raft area has reached 100 square meters, unlocking the next level of surprise. Lu Xingchen mused. This survival system, which merges elements of maritime survival, seems somewhat capricious. Its prompts are occasionally too frequent and at times rather lackadaisical. What can one do but utilize it indiscriminately? After all, the Tao Yuan sacred realm allows for farming, and with the added fortune, it is indeed a significant advantage. While contemplating, Lu Xingchen opened the tool station, and sure enough, several new items were listed. Iron axe, capable of chopping wood and felling trees, an essential survival tool. Required materials, 3 wood, 3 iron blocks. Durability, 100. Iron shovel, capable of digging soil, an essential survival tool. Required materials, 3 wood, 3 iron blocks. Durability, 100. Iron pickaxe, capable of gathering stones and various ores, an essential survival tool. Required materials: 3 wood, 3 iron blocks. Durability: 100. Long spear, the simplest weapon. Certainly preferable to fighting barehanded, don't you think? Required materials: long spear blueprint, 3 wood, 3 iron blocks. Durability: 100. Storage backpack, an expandable backpack. Offering 10 storage spaces, specific items can be stacked, a must-have for adventures. Required materials: 2 floral cloth, 2 space stones. The iron axe, iron pickaxe, and iron shovel do not require blueprints and can be crafted repeatedly, presumably because they are essential items. Lu Xingchen planned to venture to the island the following day to chop wood and mine coal, so she first crafted the iron axe, iron pickaxe, and long spear. The storage backpack was also essential. Had she possessed one yesterday, she would not have had to leave her box on the beach. However, what exactly is a space stone? After some thought, she resolved to inquire with Wei Lin and Qin Xiaoro, as it was evident that these two individuals frequently monitored the chat channel, unlike her, who often became occupied for hours on end. Lu Xingchen: Xiaoro, have you encountered this space stone? Lu Xingchen: Wei Lin, have you seen this space stone? Qin Xiaoro: space stone? I've seen someone selling it before. It is highly valuable and rare, generally not available for sale. Indeed, the name space stone exudes an air of preciousness. Lu Xingchen felt troubled. At that moment, Wei Lin replied, space stone? I saw 2 individuals selling it this afternoon. I'm unsure of its use, but it seemed like a good item, so I negotiated and acquired them. Do you need one? I can give it to you. Lu Xingchen declined. No, I'll hold off for now. Given its high value and rarity as indicated by Qin Xiaoro, she could not afford to be careless. Lu Xingchen announced in the chat channel, seeking space stones, willing to exchange with pure water, steamed buns, bread, and various materials. Interested parties, please contact me. For the time being, no one reached out. Lu Xingchen organized her materials, opened a rice bag, washed the rice, boiled water, and began cooking rice porridge. It was time for a midnight snack. Perhaps due to prolonged competition, she had a constitution that never seemed to gain weight regardless of how much she ate. Most importantly, she intended to cook the codfish alongside the porridge to enhance its nutritional value, hoping to trade some items in return. After retrieving the codfish, the system prompted, codfish, nutrient-rich, with a delightful flavor suitable for various cooking methods. Would you like to decompose it? Yes. Acquired 10 codfish fillets. Lu Xingchen was quite satisfied. Even though codfish was easy to handle, she preferred not to have her hands covered in oil and fishy residue. Placing 5 fillets into the pot, Lu Xingchen simultaneously prepared the codfish porridge and messaged in the chat channel. Cooking codfish porridge. Those interested should contact me with a container in exchange for space stones, blueprints, seeds, or other materials. Lu Xingchen: how did you catch the fish? Someone immediately inquired. The chat channel erupted with excitement. Chapter 16. Announcement of Rewards, Bathing Cabin. The aroma of the codfish porridge was enticing. Although it was not fully cooked, the fragrance was already quite strong, causing her mouth to water and her stomach to growl. Has everyone's life improved so much? One moment it's beef instant noodles, the next it's codfish porridge. Is this a gourmet gathering? Come on. Only 2 individuals are truly living well. One is the little fairy behind Zhongchang, and the other is Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen received a private message. Weighing, wow, Xingchen, you made codfish porridge. I want 2 bowls. I heard from Xiao Lin that you were collecting space stones. I happen to have one. Would you trade it for 2 bowls of porridge? Lu Xingchen: of course. Do you have a bowl? Weighing: wooden bowl. Hehe, is that acceptable? Lu Xingchen: absolutely. The space stone is highly valuable and rare. And Weighing only wants 2 bowls of porridge? Lu Xingchen was at a loss for words. She realized that Weighing had little understanding of the value of exchanges. As long as food was involved, she was willing to part with anything. Others also inquired about the price of codfish porridge and water. Lu Xingchen generally assessed the materials they could offer. If they were wood, nails, or similar items, she would pass, as she sought something more rare. After much deliberation, she successfully acquired another space stone and a packet of bok choy seeds. She first crafted the storage backpack before planting the bok choy in the Tao Yuan sacred realm. Bok choy, a leafy green vegetable, crisp and refreshing, growth cycle, 8 days. Time flow in Tao Yuan sacred realm is doubled, actual growth cycle, for days. Now, the Tao Yuan has strawberries, bok choy, and scallions, with the fastest growing bok choy ready to harvest in 4 days. Lu Xingchen was elated. Her ingredients had increased once more. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Typically, she had difficulty monitoring the chat channel. Few people would see her messages, causing her to miss many valuable items. Perhaps she could enlist someone to keep an eye out for her? For instance, Wei Lin? Just as she was about to message Wei Lin, he had already sent a message. Do you need seeds? I can keep an eye out for you. Remember, there was someone selling seeds during the day, but I couldn't reach an agreement with him, and unfortunately, I can't find him now. He further explained, I thought we didn't have land yet for planting, so it wasn't worth acquiring seeds at a high price. Lu Xingchen, that would be great. If you find suitable seeds, I wouldn't mind paying a bit more. After planting the seeds, they mature in about 5 to 7 days, and during that time, selling vegetables can yield considerable profits. Wei Lin readily agreed. Just then, the cod porridge was ready, and Lu Xingchen served 2 bowls to Wei Ying, inquiring if Wei Lin had any containers. Wei Lin replied, wooden bowls. Lu Xingchen understood. Wei Lin and Wei Ying were closely connected. Even their bowls were identical. She also offered Wei Lin a bowl of cod porridge. In less than a quarter of an hour, Wei Lin sent her several items, 6 wooden bowls. Wei Lin explained that he had obtained the blueprint for the wooden bowl and unlocked its crafting, and these 2 were newly made and in use. Each wooden bowl required 1 piece of wood, which was inexpensive. He encouraged her to let him know if she needed more. Lu Xingchen nodded in agreement. The now composed Wei Lin was quite reliable. She gave him a bowl of porridge, and in return, he provided her with 6 wooden bowls. It could be said that he reciprocated her kindness. With some porridge left, Lu Xingchen, having eaten her fill, packed it in a new wooden bowl and gave it to Zhongchang. Now, with everything prepared for the next day, Lu Xingchen exhaled in relief, planning to rest well for her trip to the island. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. The fully automated bathing pod is now available. Please select a placement location. A vague shadow appeared beside Lu Xingchen, revealing itself to be a large object approximately 2 meters tall, occupying about 2 square meters. Lu Xingchen's raft currently spanned 30 square meters, but with a wooden pavilion, a bed, 2 filters, a stove, and several boxes, space was indeed limited. She rearranged the boxes and placed the bathing pod closest to the bed. The fully automated bathing pod has been successfully placed. The player is the first to arrive on this island. Would you like to announce this in the regional chat? Announce it? Lu Xingchen, being a modest person, immediately intended to decline. If you choose to announce, you will receive rewards, a set of loungewear, a set of underwear, a drying cap, and a bath towel. Lu Xingchen pondered. Such generous rewards were indeed thoughtful. Did it even need to be said? Of course, she would announce it. Announcing it wouldn't hinder her intention to remain low-key. Regional notification. Player Lu Xingchen has completed her first arrival on the island and received the reward of a fully automated bathing pod. The notification, bold and in red, scrolled 3 times in the chat channel and was pinned. It was now past 10 in the evening. Everyone had finished their tasks and dinner, and most were watching the screen. So many were already aware. Lu Xingchen, how is it her again? Wasn't she just selling cod porridge? Lu Xingchen's appearances were rare, yet each time, they caused a stir. No one expected her to be such a discreet powerhouse. Cough, discreet. Had they forgotten how she emptied the boxes on her first day? Big shot Lu, add me as a friend. I'm your long-lost sister. Get in line. She's a girl, a little fairy. Xingchen, I also share the surname Lu. I'm your long-lost brother. Please, you're disgusting. You're over 40 and still trying to pass as her brother? The chat channel descended into chaos, yet some remained focused on the main point. First arrival? Are there islands in the sea? So Lu Xingchen is on an island now? Oh, I'm so excited. Can we also find an island to live on? I'm tired of this little raft. The island must have abundant resources, unlike the sea where we can only fish for boxes. It's bad luck if we don't find a single box. The island has coconut trees, fruits, coconuts, and various animals to hunt for meat. I'm so tempted. The island might not be as idyllic as imagined, but Lu Xingchen thought it best not to dampen their spirits and let them seek the island with hope. She also received many private messages, some merely asking for food and drinks, while others began to insult her for not replying. She encountered a plethora of peculiar characters. Lu Xingchen promptly blocked those who insulted her. Wei Lin messaged, "You're amazing. Hey, can you ask if there are many resources on the island?" Lu Xingchen shared what she had observed. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu messaged her. "Wow, I saw the notification. You're incredible. Is the fully automated bathing pod useful? I'm so envious. Have you taken a bath yet? Show me after you're done." Lu Xingchen exchanged a few simple messages with Qin Xiaoyu, who was also eager to try the bathing pod. The edges of the bathing pod were rounded, measuring 2 meters in length, width, and height, with a smooth, glossy white exterior that felt pleasantly warm to the touch. There was a door with a button. Upon pressing it, the door opened. She stepped inside, which had an area of about 2 square meters, one wall being a large glass pane offering a clear view of the outside scenery, with pink curtains hanging above. The interior was dominated by a large white porcelain bathtub, equipped with buttons for temperature control, surf massage, pedal bath, and milk bath, along with a shower option. In summary, it was undoubtedly high-tech and fully functional. Chapter 17, Capturing Wild Chickens and Discovering Coal Mines. Lu Xingchen retrieved her underwear, loungewear, and bathing essentials before re-entering the bathing pod. Soaking in the warm bathtub, Lu Xingchen sighed. This was truly a blissful life. When she was busy, she could only take showers and hardly had time to relax in a bathtub. The water maintained a constant temperature, remaining unchanged regardless of how long she soaked. And the surf massage function was immensely comfortable. After a full hour, Lu Xingchen dried her hair, changed into fresh clothes, and flopped onto the soft bed, hugging the plush pillow and rolling around. She could even listen to the sea breeze as she drifted off to sleep. Was she perhaps on vacation? After a night of deep slumber, she awoke to find the sun already high in the sky. Zhongchang had just messaged her. Zhongchang sent you 20 plastic, 1 rope, 5 glass, with the message, today's luck is good. These were collected this morning. Zhongchang had consistently upheld his promises, sending everything he had fished out, except for the necessary wood and iron nails, to Lu Xingchen. She nodded in approval. He was indeed a grateful person. Naturally, she wouldn't shortchange Zhongchang. After some thought, she accepted everything. The small fishing net required plastic and rope, but as Lu Xingchen currently did not need these items, she quickly crafted a small fishing net and sent it to Zhongchang. She kept only the glass, believing it might prove useful. After brushing her teeth and washing up, Lu Xingchen ate 2 bread rolls and drank a bit of water before diving into the Peach Blossom Sanctuary. Today's Peach Blossom Sanctuary luck bonus: continuous good fortune, collecting fruits, chopping trees, and mining may yield critical hits and random multiple rewards. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. This luck seemed even better. Just as she intended to gather resources on the island, she was eager to see the power of continuous good fortune. She could hardly wait. Packing her belongings, she prepared to set off for the island. Lu Xingchen placed the iron axe, iron shovel, iron pickaxe, water, and food into her storage backpack, occupying 5 slots. After arriving on the island, she first collected the empty boxes from yesterday, then climbed the mountain to the nearest fir tree. Taking out her iron axe, she began chopping the tree. Bang! The axe left a small mark on the tree. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Xingchen took a deep breath and continued chopping relentlessly for several dozen strikes, her hands shaking from the impact, before finally making a small notch in the large tree. Lu Xingchen lamented. The axe was indeed sharp, yet why was chopping down trees so arduous? After resting for a moment and taking a sip of water, she pressed on. And after more than half an hour, the tree finally crashed to the ground. With a rustle, the materials were collected into her backpack. Chopped down a fir tree. Today's continuous good fortune bonus activated, critical hit 10, acquired 100 wood, now in storage backpack. So much. Lu Xingchen's eyes brimmed with tears. 100 wood from a 10-fold critical hit was equivalent to chopping down 10 trees, enough to expand her raft by 10 square meters. Her hard work had not been in vain. However, it seemed that chopping down 1 tree yielded 10 wood. In truth, even if a tree can be decomposed into 10 logs, it is still far superior to dismantling a wooden crate. Lu Xingchen, filled with vigor, disregarded the pain in her hands and dashed towards the next tree. After laboriously chopping for over half an hour, this tree too succumbed. Chopped down at Tsuga Tree 1. Today's fortune is abundant. Critical hit 2, acquired 20 logs. Added to storage backpack. This was a double critical hit, confirming her earlier speculation. After felling 2 trees, Lu Xingchen could hardly bear the strain. Her hands ached terribly, and her arms felt utterly fatigued. Wei Ling, ever concerned, continually inquired about her progress. Lu Xingchen displayed her axe. Iron axe is ineffective. It takes over half an hour to fell a single tree. Wei Ling fell silent for a moment, then remarked, the axe is not the issue. If it were me, I could fell a tree in roughly 10 minutes. Lu Xingchen, I understand now. I am simply too weak. It seems I must devise a means to enhance my strength. Despite her exhaustion, Lu Xingchen possessed a resilient spirit, gritting her teeth and continuing. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she had chopped several more trees, acquiring 500 logs. However, she could chop no longer and sat down to rest for over half an hour, consuming some bread and sipping water. While indulging, she opened the chat interface and discovered players were engaged in heated discussions. Wei Ling sent a flurry of messages, expressing his dismay. Alas, my luck today is dismal. I have only managed to salvage 2 crates, and they contain either logs or iron nails. Why is everyone else so fortunate? Lu Xingchen glanced at the chat and noted that, generally, luck seemed to favor the players today. Some had found logs and iron nails, while others had procured food and drinks, and one had even opened a crate to discover a large winter coat. Some had acquired blankets, and the list went on. A realization struck her. The novice protection period had concluded early this morning, and she pondered the potential ramifications. With many players amassing resources, it seemed they were preparing for the conclusion of the novice phase. She needed to urgently expand her raft to 100 square meters, while logs were manageable. The shortage of iron nails was a significant concern. Wei Ling lamented. Ah, my luck is abysmal. Sitting on the raft, staring vacantly at the sea like a lonely elder. How leisurely it is. How wonderful it would be if I could reach the island like you. Lu Xingchen had a sudden inspiration. Wei Ling, I implore you for a favor. If you have the time, could you gather some iron nails using water, steamed buns, and fresh fish? When you return tonight, I will share my resources with you and even give you a small fishing net. What do you say? Wei Ling was thrilled. A small fishing net? Is that what you used to catch cod? Lu Xingchen, precisely. Wei Ling eagerly replied. No problem. After entrusting Wei Ling with her request, Lu Xingchen rose to her feet. She had no intention of chopping trees today. She was utterly exhausted. She still needed just over 100 logs, so she resolved to harvest some later in the evening. Moreover, today as fortunate critical hits should not be solely expended on wood. There were other resources to gather. Following her memory, she made her way to the location where she had discovered coal yesterday, searching the vicinity. Logically, there should be a coal mine here. The area was overgrown with grass. Approximately 2 meters high, Lu Xingchen cautiously wielded her spear, parting the foliage as she searched. As she cleared yet another patch of grass, a sudden flurry of movement startled her. 2 vividly colored wild chickens burst forth, with their long tails trailing behind. They clucked excitedly and flew a short distance before disappearing into another thicket. Wild chickens? Chicken meat? Lu Xingchen's eyes sparkled. A delicious opportunity had presented itself. She seized her spear and pursued them, weaving through the grass until the wild chickens scattered in all directions. Amidst the underbrush, she discovered 2 nests of eggs, which she promptly collected and stowed in her backpack. The 2 wild chickens were distinctly different. One boasted splendid plumage, while the other had dull feathers. It seemed one was male and the other female, suggesting that most of the eggs could potentially hatch into chicks. Bringing these eggs home and finding a way to incubate them would ensure a steady supply of eggs and chicken meat in the future. The thought alone brought her joy. Even if today yielded nothing but these eggs, it was still a commendable harvest. Perhaps she would save the chicken for tomorrow. Turning to leave, the flamboyantly feathered wild chicken, frightened, darted into a hole, leaving its long feathers and rear end exposed. Lu Xingchen raised her spear and hurled it with determination. Killed a wild chicken. Would you like to collect it? Chapter 18. Harvesting watermelons and entering the coal mine. Collect. Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen responded. Today as fortune is abundant. Acquired 10 white-striped chickens and 100 feathers, added to storage backpack. Upon opening her backpack, she discovered an additional 10 white-striped chickens and 100 feathers in the compartments. A 10-fold critical hit. What a windfall. With so many white-striped chickens, she could feast for quite some time. At present, her storage backpack was nearly full, containing an iron axe, an iron shovel, an iron pickaxe, a wooden crate, a bottle of mineral water, 500 logs, 16 wild chicken eggs, 10 white-striped chickens, 100 feathers, and only 1 empty slot remaining. Lu Xingchen surmised that she might soon need to return to empty her backpack, as 10 slots were somewhat insufficient. She continued her search with her spear but, after a prolonged search, still found no coal mine. The afternoon had already progressed past 2 o'clock, and she could not afford to squander any more time. Ahead lay a dirt mound towering 2 meters high, and Lu Xingchen leaned on her spear, laboriously climbing to the top. Upon reaching the summit, she spotted green vines snaking along, adorned with a large watermelon. A watermelon? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was a watermelon. The fruit was sizable, reminiscent of the large watermelons from Xinjiang. Upon inspection, she noted the stem had wilted, indicating its ripeness. Discovered a watermelon. Would you like to harvest it? Yes, Lu Xingchen declared without hesitation. Today as fortune is abundant, acquired 3 watermelons, added to storage backpack. Opening her backpack, she found 3 watermelons in the last compartment. Splendid. Not only could she consume them, but she could also cultivate watermelons. Alas, with all 10 slots filled, she must return to store her findings. Today had truly been fruitful. Not only would she have roasted chicken and boiled eggs, but also sweet, juicy watermelons. Elated, Lu Xingchen felt her fatigue vanish as she retraced her steps. Time was of the essence. She aimed to explore as much of the island as possible today. Upon returning to her raft, she stowed all the items she could and ran back, now feeling less inclined to search for coal or chop trees. Exploring the island was much more enticing. She could acquire various resources previously unattainable. After all, she had just secured eggs, wild chickens, and watermelons. Upon her return, she did not rush to find the coal mine. Instead, she wandered about aimlessly, seeking new discoveries. Ahead, she noticed what appeared to be a dark opening. And Lu Xingchen hesitated. Her combat skills were lacking. Should she venture in? Survival tip. Discovered a small coal mine, typically containing treasure chests, but also potential dangers. A coal mine? Truly, it had appeared when least expected, emerging effortlessly when she had almost given up the search. Should she enter? Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen decided to proceed. Although there might be risks, the prospect of treasure chests was enticing. Besides, with the novice protection period in place, the game should not be overly punishing, right? The interior was shrouded in darkness. She needed a torch. Lu Xingchen had prepared for this possibility. Having previously arranged with Wei Ling to provide her with a simple torch, essentially a lit piece of split wood. Since acquiring the torch yesterday, Wei Ling had been maintaining the flame on his raft, as he could manually split wood. Lu Xingchen messaged Wei Ling privately. Wei Ling, could you send me a torch? Wei Ling, feeling rather bored, promptly sent her a lit piece of wood upon hearing her request. Lu Xingchen replied, thank you. I'll treat you to watermelon when I return. Wei Ling's voice trembled with excitement. Watermelon? You found a watermelon? That is fantastic. LXNGCHN, wielding a torch in one hand and a spear in the other, cautiously made her way into the mine. The cavern was dim and damp, measuring barely 1.5 meters in width and 2 meters in height, with walls composed of stone and earth, marked by faint traces of moisture above. Occasionally, a bug would scurry out from the depths below, and LXNGCHN deftly avoided them. After traversing approximately 10 meters, she was suddenly startled by a series of high-pitched sounds, and a small shadow darted past her. What could that be? LXNGCHN felt a jolt of fear. She became more vigilant, walking while keeping a careful eye around her. Coal mine discovered, collection possible. In a corner beneath her feet, she spotted a dark lump of coal. At last, she found one and let out a sigh of relief. Inserting the torch into the earthen wall and retrieving her pickaxe to begin her excavation. Coal collection successful. Today as fortune is abundant, gaining 8 coal blocks. Now stored in the inventory. After this, LXNGCHN continued to discover several more coal blocks, all of which she diligently extracted. After finishing one block, she took a few steps with her torch when she unexpectedly noticed a small hole, approximately 1 meter in size, from which a corner of a wooden chest was faintly visible. Could this be a treasure chest? A wave of excitement washed over LXNGCHN. Yet she remained calm, well aware of the warning indicating potential danger. There must be something lurking near the chest. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled the fleeting shadows she had spotted while mining. With enough occurrences, she surmised they were likely rats. Such creatures predominated in the mine. After some thought, she requested another torch from WILN, placed one into the stone wall, and hurled the half-burnt torch directly into the hole. With a thud, it landed beside the wooden chest. A pair of eyes gleaming with silver light emerged. With a shrill cry, a silver-black creature, the size of a basketball, charged forth with lightning speed. LXNGCHN was prepared. She swiftly sidestepped to the left and thrust her spear fiercely. The creature, squeaking, darted back into the hole, unharmed. However, LXNGCHN had clearly identified it as a rat with sleek silver-black fur, shimmering with glimmers of silver. What a small creature, she mused inwardly, her excitement igniting. It seemed the chest contained something valuable. Realizing this, she was resolute in her pursuit. Rats were known for their speed and sharp teeth, and this one, given its size, surely possessed formidable attack power. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the silver rat lunged at her again, as swift as lightning. LXNGCHN was a moment too slow and felt a sharp pain in her ankle. Gritting her teeth, she retaliated with a fierce stab of her spear. A long, piercing howl echoed as the silver rat fled, leaving a few drops of blood on the ground. She had sustained an injury, and the silver rat had as well. Today, she wore the athletic attire she had acquired just yesterday. Rolling up her pant leg, she discovered 2 deep bite marks on her ankle, blood already seeping from them. The pain was intense. She examined the wound and noted it had not turned black, which alleviated her concerns. At least this indicated there was no poison. What a stroke of luck. She realized she could not confront the rat head-on. First, her combat skills were insufficient. Second, she lacked anti-inflammatory medication and topical ointments, and she could not afford to be injured. If her deductions were correct, the silver rat would remain vigilant over the chest. Thus, there was no need to rush. LXNGCHN decisively exited the mine. Although she was in no hurry, she was determined not to let the rat get away with injuring her. Little rat, just wait. Chapter 19. First kill reward, world announcement. After all, it was just a rat, and there was a chest to consider. After a moment's reflection, LXNGCHN made her way to an area thick with weeds, using her pickaxe to gather a substantial bundle of them. The weeds were remarkably resilient. Even with the pickaxe, it took several attempts to sever them, each measuring around 2 to 3 meters in length, just right for weaving a net. She intended to use the net to trap the silver rat. In her youth, LXNGCHN frequently visited her grandparents, where her grandfather would weave nets to catch rats and various birds, so she had learned a few techniques. However, her skills paled in comparison to his. This thought led her to reminisce about her grandparents. Now nearing 70 years of age, they were in decent health, and despite her own rigorous pursuits, she made it a point to call them weekly. Just yesterday, being the weekend, she had intended to reach out. They must be worried about not hearing from her. She couldn't help but wonder how this so-called game was managing to look after her elderly relatives. Lost in thought, Lu Xingchen had successfully woven a net. During this period, her ankle continued to throb painfully. She had wrapped the wound with dry grass, which had gradually stopped the bleeding, yet the pain persisted unabated. Thankfully, Lu Xingchen was not one to shy away from discomfort. She gritted her teeth and stood up. She inspected the grass net, tugging on it to ensure its strength before feeling reassured. Hopefully, this silver rat, having never encountered human adversaries, would be a bit dim-witted. Armed with the net, she returned to the mine. However, this time she only walked a short distance. Estimating she was about 7 or 8 meters from the rat's hole when she halted. She set the trap, placing half a bread roll as bait. A rat in this environment had likely never tasted a cream roll before. It was a favorite among rodents. With the trap prepared, she inserted the torch nearby and retreated, holding the grass rope, hiding behind a protruding rock. From here, the silver rat should not be able to see her. Lu Xingchen crouched in the darkness, patiently waiting. Her wound throbbed with increasing pain, and glancing down, she saw fresh blood seeping from it again. She bore the pain, keeping her eyes fixed on the position of the bread bait. Indeed, the silver rat could not resist the enticing aroma of the cream roll, slowly, cautiously approaching. It circled the roll, sniffing the air, torn between eagerness and trepidation, exhibiting a clear timidity. Lu Xingchen remained unhurried, recognizing that the rat would not be able to withstand the temptation for long. The silver rat circled the bait several times, at least 7 or 8 attempts, edging closer to the net's edge before retreating each time. Lu Xingchen remained still, knowing it was a test of patience. At last, the silver rat could no longer resist. After one final cautious approach, it dashed toward the cream roll, seizing it and turning to flee. It was quick, but Lu Xingchen's gaze remained unwavering, and she was even swifter. With a tug on the rope, the trap fell, ensnaring the silver rat. The creature was momentarily stunned, scrambling within the net. Lu Xingchen quickly rushed forward, tightening the trap. Upon seeing her, the rat's eyes widened in alarm, and it abandoned the cream roll, gnawing desperately at the grass rope. Its sharp teeth bit through a few strands, creating a small gap in the net. Lu Xingchen had anticipated this. Rushing forward, she brandished her spear and thrust it toward the silver rat. Injured, the rat became more frantic, but its movements were restricted by the net, preventing its escape. Lu Xingchen continued her relentless assault. As the silver rat dashed about, she managed several more stabs, causing multiple wounds to appear on its body. It emitted a series of piercing shrieks that nearly deafened her. The rat became increasingly frenzied, and Lu Xingchen disregarded everything else, her focus solely on it, pressing the attack. At last, she received the notification. You have slain a first-stage mutated silver rat. As the first player in the world to kill a first-stage mutated beast, you may issue a regional announcement. Upon announcement, you will receive rewards. Healing Ointment X3. Constitution 1, Strength 1, Agility 1. Would you like to announce? With such a plethora of rewards at stake, she of course chose to announce. Lu Xingchen did not hesitate. Yes. The world announcement echoed. Player Lu Xingchen has achieved the first kill of the first-tier mutated beast, YNHISH, and has received 3 gold healing ointments, along with 1 point in Constitution, 1 point in Strength, and 1 point in Agility. This is a special announcement. This announcement was made 3 times, each time with a larger font and more vibrant colors, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of hues. Unavoidably, it felt somewhat over the top. Following this, the system's voice resonated. You have acquired 3 gold healing ointments, now stored in your inventory. Lu Xingchen then realized the distinction between this announcement and the previous one. This was a world announcement, while the last was merely a regional one. Thus the rewards were more substantial, including additional attributes. So, she was indeed the first in the world? A sense of inexplicable pride surged within her. It was worth the injury she had sustained. Meanwhile, in Zone 34, 2 burly men were attacking a wild boar, which was on the brink of death. They paused momentarily. One gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "We worked so hard to come together, and we were only half a minute away? How could such an important world first kill be snatched away by someone else?" The other man glared with malice. Zone 33, Lu Xingchen, is it? Just wait until the merger. I will make him pay. The first man smirked wickedly. 24 years old. A woman, huh? A woman? The second man was taken aback, then growled, "Let's get her." On the other side, Lu Xingchen lay exhausted on the ground. her fingers trembling as she retrieved the gold healing ointment from her inventory. She unwrapped the bandage on her wound and sprinkled the ointment over it. Almost instantaneously, the bleeding stopped and the pain vanished. The bite marks also significantly reduced. LXNGCHN breathed a sigh of relief. These injuries were trifling. The gold healing ointment was incredibly effective. Unbeknownst to her, the chat channel was abuzz with excitement. LXNGCHN, once again, this is a world announcement. Our Zone 33 has made a name for itself. Haha. I declare that LXNGCHN is my idol. She has brought honor to Zone 33. For this, I forgive her previous mercantile behavior. I checked her data. LXNGCHN is just a 24-year-old girl. If she can do it, why can't we? Come on, brothers. Let us not always let a girl outshine us. WIL and showered LXNGCHN with thumbs up emojis. Idol. Big shot. I truly admire you. I remember your combat power wasn't too high. You struggled to chop wood. How did you defeat a first-tier mutated beast? Chapter 20. Opening the treasure chest, reaping bountiful rewards. LXNGCHN replied, I made a trap myself. WILN continued to shower her with praise. Hugh and she or you had already begun bombarding her with messages. Ah, XNGCHN, how are you so amazing? You killed a first-tier mutated beast today. Boo-hoo. XNGCHN, you have so many fans. Remember, I am your first fan. I am unique. XNGCHN, did you get anything good today? LXNGCHN replied, wait until I return home tonight, and I will tell you. WIYing and ZHing also sent congratulatory messages, while the rest were strangers whom LXNGCHN did not bother to acknowledge. It was nearly 3:30 in the afternoon, and she had to return to the raft before 6 o'clock, so she couldn't afford to waste time. LXNGCHN hurried back to the mine. It was much quieter now. Even the little mice that occasionally appeared had vanished. She rushed to the vicinity of the treasure chest, cautiously explored, and confirmed that there was no danger before opening the wooden chest. The wooden chest is opened. You have obtained 1 trap blueprint, 1 fire pit blueprint, a pack of ham sausages, 10 pieces, 20 pieces of ginger, and 20 iron blocks, all stored in your inventory. What a bountiful harvest. LXNGCHN opened her inventory and found it nearly full. Looking at the overflowing contents, her spirits lifted. She planned to examine the blueprints in detail later. Taking out her pickaxe, she began to mine coal. The process went smoothly, and with a stroke of good fortune, she gathered 260 pieces of coal. This was a small coal mine, and she had only mined about 50 or 60 times. Without the luck, she would have only obtained 50 or 60 pieces. She was quite satisfied. As she exited the mine, it was already past 5 o'clock. LXNGCHN began to hurry towards the raft. As she walked, a prompt suddenly appeared. Survival tip. Granite discovered. Can it be collected? Granite on the surface? How absurd. LXNGCHN shook her head, thinking that in a game, one should not dwell on natural laws. Since it was a prompt, it must be useful. She immediately took out her pickaxe and began to dig. After extracting several pieces of granite, with the blessing of good fortune, she obtained a total of 12 pieces. After finishing with the granite, she hurried back. Approaching the beach, she passed by a yellow soil mound that appeared different from ordinary soil. Survival tip. Yellow soil discovered. Can it be collected? Noticing there was still some time left, LXNGCHN took out her shovel and casually dug several shovels, acquiring more than 20 soil blocks. Realizing it was about time, she rushed back to the raft. As soon as she boarded, the system's voice sounded. Work hours are over, dear adventurers. You have worked hard all day. Now take a good rest. LXNGCHN's inventory was once again brimming. She piled her items on the raft, deciding to take a well-deserved rest. What a busy day it had been. After consuming 2 whole grain rolls and drinking half a bottle of water, LXNGCHN inspected her wound. In just that short while, the injury on her ankle had nearly healed. She estimated that within an hour, she could take a bath. Today had been filled with mining and chopping wood. She was covered in dirt, a pity for her new sportswear. Fortunately, her clothes from yesterday had dried, and soon she could wear something clean. Though exhausted, LXNGCHN only leaned against the bench for a moment. She did not wish to soil her soft, clean bed. WILN back? I exchanged 5 bottles of mineral water and 5 buns for 200 iron nails. Just now, someone opened a chest and got 100 iron nails. She wants to exchange for 3 instant noodles. Do you agree? LXNGCHN. Agreed. Go ahead. I'll give you the items. Today. She was determined to expand the raft to 100 meters. After handing over the items to WILN, LXNGCHN received 300 iron nails. Her current supplies were as follows: 510 wood, 340 iron nails, 28 iron blocks, 7 strawberries, 1 roll of rope, 1 piece of floral fabric, 1 sandwich, 51 pieces of plastic, 3 whole grain rolls, 3 instant noodles, 1 bag of rice, 25, 3 base, and 1 squid. Her raft was only 30 meters long. To expand it to 100 meters, she still needed 700 pieces of wood and 700 iron nails. Currently, she was short of 290 pieces of wood and 360 iron nails, which seemed quite substantial. Should she wait a couple of days before expanding? As this thought crossed her mind, LXNGCH and dismissed it. She realized that if she acted quickly, she might obtain rare resources. Just like the first time she landed on the island and the first kill of a first-tier mutated beast. But how to exchange for wood and iron nails? Mineral water could still be exchanged at a rate of 50. The others were uncertain. Ah, wait. Watermelons. What was she saving the watermelons for? To eat, sell, and save the seeds for more watermelons later. She took out a watermelon, only to find she had no knife. With no other option, she cleaned her axe carefully and cut it open, slicing the first watermelon into 8 sizable pieces. One piece was sent to Wiln, who had helped her considerably today. Another piece was given to Xingchen, who frequently sent her supplies. She had already considered Xingchen her most loyal friend. Weilin swiftly sent a message. Delicious. I'll gift you a fruit knife. With it, you can slice the watermelon and exchange the slices for wood and iron nails. There should be some who would be willing. He then elaborated. Do not be misled by the complaints in the chat channel. Many are developing cautiously, and they do not lack for wood and iron nails. If you set your price a bit higher, your watermelon is substantial, capable of yielding 32 slices. Each slice can fetch 10 pieces of wood or 10 iron nails. And I assure you, many will be interested. Hehe. Lu Xingchen was of a similar mind, though she preferred to divide it into 24 slices. While Weilin clearly had the upper hand in cunning. Weilin continued. Dare to set a bold price. Rarity enhances value, and your watermelon is unique. Making this price reasonable, Lu Xingchen accepted the fruit knife and attempted to cut the remaining pieces. Before she could speak, Weilin had already begun to boast in the chat channel. Weilin posted, watermelon sweet and grainy, absolutely delightful. What on earth is this? A watermelon? Weilin, where did you get it? Gao Dafu exclaimed. Wow, just looking at it makes my mouth water. Weilin, you sly merchant, I know you have ulterior motives. What is your price? Weilin replied. Hehe, it's not mine, I just bought it. Lu Xingchen has it, so you can inquire with her, but she may not sell as she isn't in need of supplies. Gao Dafu asked. Lu Xingchen? I didn't see her selling anything. When did you manage to get close to her? Weilin smirked. Hehe, as the first player to land on the island and achieve the first kill. I naturally have my eyes on the good stuff. I had to negotiate hard for this piece, using 30 pieces of wood and 30 iron nails to obtain it. Lu Xingchen can be quite stingy, keeping the good stuff for herself. Gao Dafu remarked. That makes sense. It seems Lu Xingchen always exchanges water and steam buns for supplies. So she must be hoarding the good items. Someone suddenly speculated. Is this watermelon the one Lu Xingchen discovered on the island? Chapter 21. Expanding the raft. The temperature begins to drop. The crowd expressed their envy. Lu Xingchen had already received a message from Gao Dafu. Hehe, little Lu. I'm a friend of Weilin. Could you spare me a piece of that watermelon? Gao Dafu added. I'll give you 30 pieces of wood and 30 iron nails. Lu Xingchen responded. Are you really friends with Weilin? Have her talk to me. Given this price, she naturally desired it. Only someone truly affluent in resources and a genuine food lover would exchange such materials for a watermelon. Shortly after, Gao Dafu returned. Hehe, did Weilin say anything? Lu Xingchen replied. She did. Let us trade. Thankfully, she had not yet cut it. After giving away an eighth of the watermelon, she received 30 pieces of wood and 30 iron nails in return. However, those who were foolishly rich were few. Soon, a dozen more approached her to buy watermelon, bargaining persistently. The subsequent individuals genuinely lacked sufficient resources, leading her to lower her prices slightly. Eventually, she retained only half for herself, selling both watermelons for a total of 320 pieces of wood and 360 iron nails. Now, with enough wood and iron nails, she proceeded to expand the raft, which extended into a long shape measuring 5 meters wide and 20 meters long, covering an area of exactly 100 square meters. Raft expanded to 100 square meters, can upgrade to a wooden pavilion. Raft expanded to 100 square meters. Workbench unlocks more crafting items. Congratulations, player Lu Xingchen. As the first player to expand the raft to 100 square meters, you are awarded the rare plant, Sea Demon Vine. Unique. Please place it. This announcement was not publicly broadcast. Instead, a plant was directly rewarded. Lu Xingchen felt uneasy. The lack of an announcement made her wonder if the item was not particularly valuable. She hastily placed the Sea Demon Vine beside the wooden pavilion. The sea demon vine grew in a simple flower pot with thick, oval leaves of vibrant green hue, and it appeared quite attractive. Currently, the sea demon vine stood about half a meter tall, comprising only a small cluster. Survival tip. Sea demon vine is a golden level rare plant, unique in the world. Unique in the world? Rare? Lu Xingchen dared not underestimate the sea demon vine any longer. However, upon closer inspection, she found no evident peculiarity, leaving her with little choice but to set it aside. After a busy day, it was already past 9 in the evening. Lu Xingchen glanced at the construction and workbench. Wooden boat. The wooden pavilion can be upgraded to a wooden boat, which is more aesthetically pleasing and has better enclosure. Required materials: 500 wood, 80 iron nails, 20 glass. It is recommended to construct it as soon as possible for rewards. Smelting furnace. Can refine specific mineral items. Required materials: smelting furnace blueprint. Beginner, 1, 10 iron blocks. Grill. Can roast meat, fish, and vegetables. Very delicious. Required materials: grill blueprint 1, 5 iron blocks. Charcoal. Required materials: 1 wood. Wood saw. Can decompose wood into sticks and firewood. Required materials: 1 iron block, 1 wood. Fire pit. An iron basin filled with firewood. Once ignited, it can preserve embers, provide warmth, and cook food, an essential item for home. Required materials: fire pit blueprint, 1 iron block, 2 wood. There were many other items available for crafting. Indeed, after expanding to 100 square meters, the workbench had become significantly enriched. Furthermore, she could now create charcoal, alleviating concerns over the lack of charcoal for the filter. How ironic that Wei Lin, the slime merchant, once sought a piece of charcoal in exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Nevertheless, her primary desire was to construct the wooden boat, as it promised rewards. What did the system say? To build it as soon as possible. This implied that delays could lead to missed rewards. Lu Xingchen felt a surge of eagerness, only to be dismayed upon checking the required materials. 500 pieces of wood? That would be quite a challenge to obtain. Lost in thought, a sudden chill coursed through her. Today felt distinctly colder than usual. She hugged her arms and glanced at her disheveled self, unable to resist the urge to take a shower. Otherwise, she feared the cold would intensify, and she might catch a cold after stepping out into the chill. Lu Xingchen proceeded to the fully automated shower cabin, where she bathed, washed her hair, and cleaned her clothes. By the time she finished, it was already past 10. Dressed in her previous short-sleeved shirt and shorts, she stepped out of the shower cabin and could not help but sneeze. Achoo! Is it getting colder? What is happening today? Lu Xingchen shivered as she climbed into bed, wrapping herself in a blanket. Hugging her pillow, she opened the chat channel, intending to see how to acquire some wood. Unfortunately, the channel was filled with players discussing the weather rather than trading supplies. Why is it so cold? I've sneezed several times. I'm going to catch a cold. What should I do? I'm so scared. I'm wearing short sleeves and shorts, and the raft is drafty. I'm freezing to death. Heh. This 7 square meter raft is bare. There's nothing here, and I'm already struggling to eat. With the temperature dropping, I might not survive tonight. According to common sense, the sea temperature should rise at night. Even in this fantastical game, they still speak of common sense. A reminder to all, at midnight. The 3-day novice protection period will conclude, and what follows is unpredictable. What? The novice protection period is ending? What will happen next? The players were thrown into a frenzy. At that moment, a light screen forcibly displayed several notifications. Dear players, the 3-day novice protection period is about to end. Tonight, the temperature will drop to around 10 degrees. So please prepare accordingly. After midnight, danger will approach. Please be vigilant with your rafts, as fierce beasts may attack. Of course, if the raft has been upgraded to a wooden pavilion or has torches or bonfires, you may escape unscathed. Following tonight, regions with fewer than 5 players will undergo merging. Let us do our best and wish everyone a smooth night. Upon receiving the notifications, the players were thrown into chaos, lamenting, what? The temperature is dropping to 10 degrees. With my scant clothing, I'll surely freeze to death. The temperature of 10 degrees should not be lethal, should it? However, wearing short sleeves and shorts, facing the sea breeze on an empty stomach at such a temperature, one would surely catch a cold by the next day. A fever, without care, food, or water, and no medicine to bring down the fever. What do you think will happen? Those with weaker constitutions might not endure. Let us not indulge in futile discussions. Did you see? Those with less than 50,000 in survival will face consolidation. What does that imply? It signifies that there will be deaths, and not a few. Is that truly the case? Alas, I cannot hold on any longer. Additionally, after midnight, there may be fierce beasts attacking. May everyone fend for themselves. Since the system notification, LXNGCHN felt even colder. She wrapped herself tightly in a blanket, which provided her with a semblance of warmth and security. Nevertheless, in the chat channel, many were already in despair. I am unwell. The temperature has dropped too rapidly. And I have a fever now. What should I do? Let it be. Has it not been chaotic enough these past few days? I surrender. I refuse to continue this life. Mom, Dad, I cannot return. Please take care of yourselves. Son, your father is useless. You must take care. Husband, which district are you in? I may not last much longer. You must persevere. Our twins are only 3 years old. The chat screen was filled with farewells, as people expressed their fear and helplessness, overwhelmed by despair. Chapter 22. Crafting a Fire Pit. Their collective anger and depression left them without anyone to confide in, forcing them to vent in the chat channel. It is no wonder. Everyone here is 1800 years old. Who does not have parents or children? Suddenly experiencing separation from life and death is overwhelming. After witnessing this, Lu Xingchen felt her nose grow warm with emotion. She never imagined that the elimination rate in this game would be so high. When one dies, they truly die. What will happen to their parents? What will happen to their young children? This dreadful game. Soon, some began to actively seek ways to survive. There is no need to be overly pessimistic. If we give up now, it will truly be the end. The notification did provide hints. First, you can expand the raft and build a wooden pavilion. Second, you can find torches and firewood. Many raise questions. It's easy for you to say, my raft is only 10 square meters, which is already considered rapid development. It took 60 wood and 60 nails to expand it to 10 square meters, and to build a wooden pavilion, I need another 50 wood and 20 nails. Where am I supposed to find that much wood and nails at sea? I was lucky. I have enough wood and nails, but sadly, I traded them for food and drink. How foolish of me. You are fortunate. I have kept my supplies and did not trade for food, yet still do not have enough. If only we had a campfire to keep warm, perhaps we could survive the night. How can we warm ourselves? Who has a fire starter? This dreadful game is pushing us towards death. You can start a fire by drilling wood. Show me how to do that. Arguments erupted in the chat as desperation and anger ignited their tempers. Lu Xingchen felt a spark of inspiration. She had seemingly unlocked numerous items for crafting, including a fire pit. An idea quickly formed in her mind. She had to give it a try. She opened the crafting table. Fire pit, an iron basin filled with firewood, once ignited, can provide warmth, cook food, and is an essential household item. Required materials: 1 iron block, 2 wood. Do you wish to craft? Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen selected yes. A series of clinks and clatters sounded, and within half a minute, a fire pit was placed at her feet. The fire pit, true to its name, was round and slightly larger than an ordinary basin, supported by 4 legs, with a layer of iron grate on top. It was filled with a generous amount of firewood. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingchen lifted the iron grate, took a piece of firewood from the pit, ignited it in the coal stove, and then placed it back into the fire pit. The other pieces of wood flared up, with red flames dancing as if in celebration, and the temperature around her began to rise. The warming effects were remarkable. Lit fire pit provides warmth, can barbecue. Burn time, 6 hours. If you wish to continue using it, add more wood. 6 hours is ample time. She replaced the iron grate and realized she could cook food atop it, perhaps chicken wings. This thought reminded her that she had been so preoccupied with selling watermelons and expanding her raft that she had only eaten 2 loaves of bread and taken a bath. Now she was hungry again. She had not collected from the fishing net today, nor had she made porridge, and there were still 10 white chickens. No, she needed to eat something first. Xingchen sent, brown sugar 3, with a message, I do not like sweets, take it. Xingchen sent, glass 3, with a note, this is of no use to me. It's yours. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, accepting the brown sugar and glass, then sent the lit fire pit. Xingchen quickly replied, thank you. Such a wonderful item. You could sell it. Others would surely pay any price. That was precisely her intention. She first collected from the fishing net, obtaining 2 cod, 1 bass, and 3 squid. Then set the small pot to cook porridge. After completing these tasks, she crafted another fire pit. After some contemplation, she directly sent it to WILN with a message, I need 2 wood and 1 iron block. WILN immediately opened a video call. Lu Xingchen accepted. WILN's face was filled with excitement. Lu Xingchen, you are incredible. Do you know? The fire pit will undoubtedly make you wealthy. Crafting a fire pit requires 2 wood and 1 iron block, right? You could ask for 50 wood and 50 iron blocks. And people would pay? Lu Xingchen replied, iron blocks are not that abundant. Having 5 or 6 is already quite a lot. 50 iron blocks. Only a few can afford that. Lu Xingchen had already devised a plan in her mind. She intended to sell each fire pit for 2 iron blocks and 10 wood. WILN responded, are you engaging in charity? Lu Xingchen lowered her gaze. This way, I can earn several times the materials from each fire pit. That is sufficient. WILN felt a mix of emotions he could not articulate as he secretly observed Lu Xingchen, who looked exceptionally lovely. Yet, when she gazed at others, Even with a slight smile, there was an air of aloofness that made her seem distant. However, in this moment, Wiln felt a warmth emanating from Lu Xingchen, as if a hidden tenderness had surfaced from within her. Wiln was skilled in business and adept at conversation, effortlessly winning the hearts of girls, but with Lu Xingchen, he always encountered obstacles. He had tirelessly endeavored to befriend her, hoping she would see him as a partner with whom to exchange resources. That was all he wanted, partnership, not friendship. Previously, he had viewed Lu Xingchen merely as a business associate worth pursuing, yet now, his heart softened unexpectedly. He wished to genuinely be her friend. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen raised her head, a glint of mischief in her eyes. However, that is the price after the discount, for now. I must first exchange for something useful. Moments ago, she had been examining the crafting table and construction options. In this brief span, she had already formulated what she wanted to create. Lu Xingchen said, I wish to exchange the fire pit for some blueprints, seeds, glass, and other rare items. Wood and nails can be traded later. Let me extract the valuable items from the wealthy. Wiln. Was he just moved for nothing? Should he reconsider his earlier thoughts? In an instant, he shook his head. Lu Xingchen's intentions were entirely reasonable. At this moment, the fire pit was a lifesaver. Exchanging seeds and blueprints for a life was a worthwhile trade for the players. This was indeed an opportune moment to acquire valuable items. Wiln coughed lightly. I think it's a great idea. Let me help promote it. In truth, there was no need for him to promote it. The fire pit was a life-saving item, and many would naturally desire it. Wiln announced in the chat channel, let me show you all something remarkable, lit fire pit. He did not merely send an image. He also recorded a video. In the video, he placed several slices of steamed buns and bread on an iron grate. The players erupted with excitement. Chapter 23. Constructing a warehouse and selling fireballs. Upon seeing the video and images of the fireball, players were ecstatic. Fireball. We are saved. This fireball looks excellent, and with the grate, we can barbecue. Look at how vigorous that flame is. With such a fireball, we can definitely survive the night. Weilin, offer a high price. Weilin replied, haha, I just purchased it from someone else, trading a blueprint and a seed for it. Check if you have anything valuable. Some were bewildered. What? We need to trade seeds and blueprints? How does an ordinary person possess those? Others remarked, this is quite fair. Look closely at the new player instructions. As long as you have a torch, you have a high chance of surviving the night, not to mention a fireball. I think it's great. I happen to have a blueprint. In truth, everyone shared this sentiment. Fire is an immensely vital resource. Moreover, the fireball's information indicated it could burn for 6 hours and could be fueled with wood, allowing the flame to be maintained indefinitely as long as there were matches. While everyone engaged in conversation, Lu Xingchen crafted a fireball for Qin Xiaoro, charging her only the cost price of 1 iron block and 2 pieces of wood. Qin Xiaoro was overjoyed and requested a video, but Lu Xingchen, too busy, declined. Wu, you are so kind. With this fireball, it's much warmer. Xingchen, you are an angel, moi. Lu Xingchen had no time to respond, as she received numerous private messages from those wanting to trade for fireballs. She filtered through the messages and discovered several valuable items. Cow horn bow blueprint. Beginner, a ranged weapon, ideal for sharpshooters. Required materials, 1 cow horn, 1 cow tendon. 1 wood. Feather arrow blueprint, used in conjunction with bows. Required materials, 1 feather, 1 wood, 1 iron block. Potted grapes, just provide proper fertilizer and watering. And in time, you'll have sweet and sour grapes to enjoy. There were also blueprints for a smelting furnace, iron axe, dagger, glass, tissues, and hand cream. She even found barbecue seasonings and salt. The rest were miscellaneous items, and Lu Xingchen contemplated trading a bit of plastic, just in case it proved useful. Busy and exhilarated, she continued selecting and crafting fireballs, engaging in transactions. Before long, her storage backpack was once again full, and her raft was cluttered with items. Lu Xingchen looked at the chaotic raft, feeling distressed. She despised disorder, yet with so many diverse items and no place to store them, she was left with no choice. Suddenly, an idea struck her. It seemed that after expanding the raft, she could build a warehouse. To confirm, she checked again and indeed discovered the warehouse option. Warehouse, capable of storing resources, initially 10 storage boxes, stackable, can be further increased and expanded. Required materials, 500 wood, 10 space stones. She immediately shouted in the chat channel, fireballs for space stones, contact me if interested. Some players possessed space stones, though in varying quantities. Some had 1. Others 2 or 3, with 3 being the most. Thus, Lu Xingchen offered 3 space stones and 3 pieces of wood for 1 fireball, or 1 space stone and 10 pieces of wood for another. Unfortunately, her supply of wood was dwindling. In private messages, some were persistent, insisting on trading 30 pieces of wood and 30 iron nails for a fire bowl, while others demanded 100 pieces of wood. As for Gao Dafu, he flaunted his wealth, offering 100 pieces of wood and 8 iron blocks. Lu Xingchen agreed to all offers. After all, they set the prices, she was not overcharging. With this flurry of transactions, she quickly gathered the materials needed to construct the warehouse, and even had an extra 8 space stones. After all, the fire bowl was in high demand, everyone wanted one. And she was the sole supplier, making her trades exceptionally smooth. Warehouse, capable of storing resources, initially 10 storage boxes, stackable, can be further increased and expanded. Required materials, 500 wood, 10 space stones. Would you like to build? Lu Xingchen responded, yes. Construction successful. Please select the placement location. The warehouse now had a size of 53, encompassing a total of 15 square meters. Lu Xingchen had already cleared a space and set the warehouse down. Entering the warehouse, she found only one door, and upon entering, 3 walls were lined with shelves. The innermost wall held 54 shelves, and the bottom featured 2 rows of boxes, totaling 10. These boxes functioned like storage backpacks, allowing for stacking. After inspecting, Lu Xingchen directly placed the items from her backpack into the storage boxes, leaving only blueprints that could not be stacked on the shelves to avoid wasting space. Having completed these tasks, her codfish porridge was also ready. After drinking a bowl of warm porridge, Lu Xingchen felt considerably warmer. However, the temperature appeared to drop significantly again. She estimated it to be around 10 degrees now. She had already donned her dried long-sleeve sports outfit, but still shivered with cold, seeking warmth by the fire bowl. This would not do. She could not expect a good night's sleep like this. Lu Xingchen returned to the wooden pavilion, where the temperature was slightly higher than outside, yet still chilly. Then it struck her. She could upgrade to a wooden boat, which required 500 pieces of wood, 80 iron nails, and glass. She resolved to continue selling fire bowls and stockpiling resources. By this time, it was nearly midnight. Under normal circumstances, players would have long been asleep. But the chat channel buzzed more than ever. So cold. Achoo. I'm really coming down with a cold. Woo. I don't want to live anymore. I'm starving and freezing. What kind of day is this? The temperature dropped so quickly. I feel like I'm going to die. Gao Dafu chimed in. Ha ha ha. This is delightful. Having a fire bowl is fantastic. Ha ha ha. Gao Dafu even shared a video. He was a stout man with a prosperous visage, currently seated on a wooden box, positioned before a blazing fire bowl, which was generously cooking a steamed bun, 2 pieces of bread, and a squid. He had a small iron box placed beside the fire bowl, from which white steam billowed, indicating it contained boiling water. He pinched a piece of fish meat, took a bite, then reached for a can of beer and gulped it down. Gao Dafu's eyes were round and large, and when he smiled, his face became even rounder, so satisfying. Ha ha ha. Eating and drinking feels so warm. Some grew envious. Gao Dafu, where did you get all those good things? Gao Dafu replied. I bought them from Lu Xingchen. The fire bowl and squid were all from her. I suggest you all get a fire bowl. It's warm and can deter monsters. Just now, a shark swam around my raft for a bit and then fled. The fire bowl is truly a marvelous item. Lu Xingchen had already received numerous private messages, and now the chat channel buzzed with discussions about her. Lu Xingchen, check your private messages. I don't have seeds or blueprints, and the other items aren't rare. I only have wood and iron nails. Can I trade these for your fire bowl? Chapter 24, Selling Fire Bowls and Hatching Chicks. At this moment, Lu Xingchen was crafting a smelting furnace. Smelting furnace, capable of refining specific mineral items. Required materials, 1 smelting furnace blueprint, 10 iron blocks. Would you like to craft it? Yes. Smelting furnace successfully crafted. Please place it. The smelting furnace stood about a meter tall. Lu Xingchen could not see the fire, but like the workbench, it also had a control panel with several pieces of information displayed. Iron nails, 10. Their utility is significant. You should know that. Required materials, 1 iron block. Iron block, a common and versatile mineral, can be refined into 1 iron block from 10 iron nails. Required materials, 10 iron nails. Machio, 10. A combustible item made from coal blocks, requiring resources, 10 coal blocks, 1 yellow soil, and 1 water. Upon seeing this, Lu Xingchen realized it was time to add coal balls to the iron furnace. Fortunately, she had an ample supply of coal blocks, so she crafted 10 coal balls and added 1 to the furnace. The chat channel was abuzz with messages directed at her. Lu Xingchen, please, save me. I'm freezing. Lu Xingchen, I have something valuable to trade for a fire pit. Check your private messages. Oh dear, Lu Xingchen's private messages must be overflowing. She probably can't keep up. Lu Xingchen, I have an incubator for hatching various eggs. Would you trade it for a fire pit? The person above. An incubator is a precious item. How could you part with it? Alas, there's no choice. My life is at stake. What good are these items now? I hesitated earlier and have suffered from the cold. My cough is unbearable. If this continues, I fear I won't see the dawn. Wei Lin quickly sent a private message to Lu Xingchen. Hurry, Xingchen, someone is looking to trade an incubator. Friends such as Wei Lin, Qin Xiaoro, Zhong Chong, and Wei Ying were among those whose messages Lu Xingchen prioritized, so she noticed immediately. The individual selling the incubator was named Zhou Yunfan, and Lu Xingchen contacted him without delay. Zhou Yunfan, a 50-year-old man, was quite mature and composed, fully aware of the future utility of the incubator. Yet he was reluctant to part with it. However, due to his poor health, suffering from bronchitis, the cold had exacerbated his condition, causing him to cough severely. Reluctantly, he decided to exchange the incubator for a fire pit. Lu Xingchen readily agreed, promptly crafting a fire pit and completing the trade with Zhou Yunfan. The incubator was a box equipped with a temperature control panel, capable of holding various eggs. Lu Xingchen adjusted the panel to 38 degrees Celsius and placed the wild chicken eggs she had collected that day inside, perfectly accommodating 10 eggs. After securing the lid, she cradled the incubator and made her way to Taoyuan Shengjing. Her intention was to utilize the accelerated time flow within to hasten the hatching process. Upon entering Taoyuan Shengjing, she was taken aback. The area had expanded significantly, and the white mist had receded somewhat. She estimated that the land now unobscured by mist spanned approximately an acre and a half. The peach tree was now completely visible, its petals drifting down, seemingly having shed more than before. Regrettably, it remained the only peach tree, indicating that she would need to cultivate her own crops. The bok choy and scallions she had previously planted had sprouted, vibrant green. Lu Xingchen felt a surge of joy. With so much land, there were countless crops to sow, and she intended to plant watermelon seeds once they were dried. After a moment's thought, she hurried out to transplant the grape seedlings as well. She spent no more than 10 minutes on these tasks, as everyone outside was growing increasingly desperate, calling for her assistance. Lu Xingchen, I'm at my wit's end. I've dismantled all my remaining wooden boxes and have acquired 9 iron nails, 9 pieces of wood, 5 plastic items, 2 steamed buns, a piece of pink cotton cloth, and a roll of rope. Could you spare me a fire pit? The items you possess are hardly valuable. Don't humiliate yourself. The pink cotton cloth looks decent, though. Ultimately, the worth of those items paled in comparison to that of the fire pit. Due to the sheer volume of messages, Lu Xingchen found it challenging to keep up, as many individuals reported their supplies in hopes of trading for a fire pit. However, most of the items were too commonplace, leading to a general sense of skepticism. Unexpectedly, Lu Xingchen responded, Sure, except for the steamed buns. Send me your items, and I will provide you with a fire pit. Many were thrilled. Is this for real? You are so generous. I have 3 iron blocks and 10 pieces of wood. Can I trade for a fire pit? Don't be too greedy. Your items aren't sufficient. Lu Xingchen replied, Of course. A fire pit is a lucrative venture. As long as the value exceeds 1 iron block and 2 pieces of wood, it is profitable for me. She assessed the items held by others, determining that 2 iron blocks and 8 pieces of wood constituted a fair trade. This price would enable more individuals to utilize fire pits, while simultaneously increasing her supply of resources. Otherwise, if players lacked sufficient items and were constantly trading, it would waste time, and she would miss out on numerous orders. However, before announcing this price, she needed to frame it in a way that would not alienate those offering higher prices, while simultaneously ensuring that those trading at lower prices felt grateful. Lu Xingchen stated, I have seen many private messages and understand that everyone is struggling without enough resources to trade for a fire pit. I also recognize that many are freezing. Without a fire pit, it is unlikely you will endure until tomorrow morning, and even if you manage, you may suffer from colds and fevers for the next week or more, potentially endangering your lives. Therefore, I intend to produce fire pits for as many of you as possible, even if your resources are modest. However, if I set the price too low, it may seem unfair to my earlier friends, and if I set it too high, many may not be able to afford it. Lu Xingchen continued, I am also in a difficult position. The players grew more excited, eagerly voicing their opinions. Ultimately, Lu Xingchen declared, crafting iron pots requires iron blocks. If you genuinely have none, you may substitute with cotton cloth or similar materials. The price for a fire pit will be 2 iron blocks or 20 iron nails, plus 8 pieces of wood. Prepare your items and come to me. From now on, I will produce them in order. Iron blocks are essential. Without them, the iron furnace cannot be constructed. Given that most players possess few iron blocks, raising the price too high would make it unaffordable for many. This pricing strategy had been carefully calculated by Lu Xingchen. The players expressed profound gratitude and quickly began gathering resources. Soon, trade messages flooded in like snowflakes. Lu Xingchen felt overwhelmed. The sheer volume was exhausting. Wei Lin remarked, Are there too many people? Have them contact me. Once you produce the fire pits in bulk, I will light them and facilitate the trades. it will be much quicker. Lu Xingchen agreed with this approach and communicated it in the chat channel. The two reached an agreement, with Wei Lin receiving 5 of the net profit from the fire pits as compensation. In under half a minute, Wei Lin privately messaged, "First, send me 30. There are too many people." Bulk production was swift, in less than a minute. Lu Xingchen completed the crafting of 30 fire pits and sent them all to Wei Lin. He quickly responded with a considerable amount of resources, mostly wood, iron nails, or iron blocks. The transactions were incessant on Wei Lin's end, while Lu Xingchen continued crafting at a rapid pace, producing in batches of 30. After each batch, Wei Lin would deliver the resources to Lu Xingchen. An hour passed, and Lu Xingchen had acquired over 1,000 pieces of wood and nearly 100 iron blocks. After accounting for those used, she still had around 700 or 800 pieces of wood and nearly 100 iron blocks remaining. She had already sold nearly 200 fire pits, yet for the throngs eagerly awaiting their turn, this number was woefully insufficient. Some began to grow impatient. Chapter 25. Why are you so selfish? Wei Lin lamented. So many are waiting, they are growing anxious. Even with their urgency, there was little to be done. Wei Lin needed to collect resources, ignite the fire pits, and facilitate trades. Even if he worked tirelessly, he could only manage so much. Moreover, fatigue had begun to slow him down significantly. Lu Xingchen, however, could work more swiftly. In the chat channel, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as impatience mounted. With some beginning to urge her, Jiang Wenming. Lu Xingchen, could you speed things up? I placed my order over half an hour ago. Why hasn't he come my way yet? Jiang Wenli. Exactly, why is it so slow? Is this how you conduct business? Dragging your feet. Immediately, someone came to Lu Xingchen's defense. The fire pits require crafting, lighting, and trading. It takes at least half a minute for each transaction to be completed. It's only been an hour, and many have already received their fire pits. Is that not sufficient? Indeed, Lu Xingchen is not engaged in commerce. If that were the case, a single fire basin would not merely require 2 iron blocks and 8 pieces of wood. I acquired the fire basin through a blueprint of a cow horn bow. How can you claim to be in business by exchanging mere iron blocks and wood for a fire basin? Understand this. Lu Xingchen is offering you aid, not conducting business. Let Lu Xingchen raise the prices, making it impossible for those impoverished individuals to purchase them. That way, they will not complain about the slow pace. GWNL. You are the ones who are destitute. I possess abundant resources. GWNMing. A bunch of snobs. WIYing. If you are not a snob, then do not seek a fire basin. You claim to have many resources, yet why did you not trade earlier? Are you just waiting to pick up a bargain? GWNMing. WIYing. How dare you flatter a nameless nobody? WIYing. GWNMing. Do you truly have no friends? The chat channel was filled with noise, and Lu Xingchen was oblivious to it all. She only realized that relying solely on herself and WILN was insufficient and far too slow. She decided to seek out QNC or you. QNC or you. Xingchen, I have been waiting for you to come to me. Rest assured, whatever WILN can accomplish, I can as well. I am even more diligent. Lu Xingchen then approached Zhang, compensating both him and QNC or you equally to WILN. Subsequently, Lu Xingchen announced in the chat channel, everyone can place orders with QNC or you and Zhang for transactions. I will continue to produce in order. The crowd erupted in excitement, with the swift ones immediately initiating private chats with QNC or you and Zhang. After placing their orders, some seemed to uncover a secret. How come Lu Xingchen trusts Zhang so much? What connection do they share? Indeed, I find it puzzling. WILN and QNC or you make sense, as they are both prominent figures. One enjoys trading while the other engages in scientific explanation. Zhang, on the other hand, rarely speaks and was nearly dead just a few days ago. How did he establish a connection with Lu Xingchen? Has everyone forgotten? Zhang mentioned yesterday that a little fairy saved him and even provided him with instant noodles in our district. Such luxuries are exceedingly rare. One cannot deny that the players with leisure time possess commendable deductive skills, and soon someone surmised, Lu Xingchen must have instant noodles, and she sold them. The mystery is solved. It was Lu Xingchen who saved Zhang. Envy arose. Why was it not me who was near death yesterday? Why did I not speak out for help? Perhaps then, through misfortune, I could have gained Lu Xingchen's assistance and trust. Zhang is just fortunate. Alas, enough of this. I am consumed by jealousy. GWNMing. A bunch of petty individuals. With QNC or you and Zhang's assistance, the speed of transactions significantly accelerated. An hour passed, and LXNGCHN stock of wood increased by over 1,500, while her iron blocks swelled by several hundred. She remained steadfast by the fire basin, tirelessly working, and despite only wearing a tracksuit, she felt no chill. However, the exhaustion was palpable. Even so, the number of people acquiring fire basins remained limited, for there were 100,000 individuals in this district, and the majority required fire basins. The time it took for LXNGCHN to craft each fire basin was unavoidable. This was already her utmost limit. Many were suffering from the cold, which led to a new situation arising in the chat channel. Ah, a shark. Another shark is biting my raft. It has already taken a chunk. I am unsure what lies beneath my raft. It might capsize me. I have a shark here too. Help. I have a shark here as well. But it swam around and left. By the way, I have a fire basin. A fire basin? Yes, I have one too. So the shark in my vicinity merely circled my raft and has departed. The newbie guide mentioned that perhaps having a torch could avert disaster. Boo-hoo. I have no fire basin and am still waiting in line. WILN quickly urged LXNGCHN to take notice, and upon seeing the situation, LXNGCHN's heart sank. It turned out there was such danger. She had not detected any sharks near her, perhaps due to the brightness of the flames? Hue and she, or you. Everyone. The fire basins contain burning wood. Each basin has 20 pieces. It would be wise to share some with those who lack fire basins, allowing them to use torches to fend off the sharks, as scaring them away once is sufficient. WILN, this game is not as difficult as it seems. Even without torches, as long as everyone expands their rafts to over 10 square meters and remains cautious. The shark will typically leave after biting 7 or 8 pieces of the raft. LXNGCHN privately messaged WILN. How do you know? WILN, I have been observing, keeping an eye on the chat channel, and summarizing everyone's experiences over the past few days. LXNGCHN, feeling helpless, could only hasten the crafting of fire basins, as it would save lives and also generate wood. WILN, ZH, and Q and she or you were all utterly exhausted. LXNGCHN had amassed considerable wood, iron nails, and iron blocks, her storage boxes, each capable of holding 1,000 items, were now full, compelling her to use space stones to add 10 more storage boxes. They were busy here, while others were engaged in their own tasks, some chatting, others dealing with sharks, and some trembling in their rafts. WIYing, selling torches. A lit match can burn for an hour and is very effective against sharks. WIYing had previously acquired torches from WILN. Now, she used her chopping skill to split wood, ignited it, and crafted simple torches to sell. Naturally, others who had also obtained fire-starting materials began crafting and selling torches using various methods. Business was thriving. Suddenly, GWNM erupted with laughter in the chat channel. Haha, I just bought a common key and unlocked a locked wooden box, inside of which was a fire basin blueprint. Haha, now I can make fire basins too. GWNM. Huh, why can't I craft a fire basin? GWNM. LXNGCHN, why can't I craft a fire basin? He shouted in the chat channel. But LXNGCHN was too preoccupied with crafting fire basins to hear him. GWNM, agitated, exclaimed. LXNGCHN, are you afraid I will take your business once I can craft fire basins? Humph, in a time of life and death, you still care about your profits. GWNL, yes, the more people who can craft fire basins, the more people will benefit. LXNGCHN, how can you be so selfish? Some could not bear to watch. Who are you to demand answers? Besides, LXNGCHN is busy crafting fire basins. How could she possibly notice you? GWNM. LXNGCHN, come out. Chapter 26. GWNM causes trouble. GWNM was shouting in the chat channel, and WILN noticed and informed LXNGCHN. She glanced and replied, the rules of this game are quite intricate. Perhaps you have not unlocked other conditions. GWNM, what conditions? LXNGCHN, I do not know what resources you possess or what you have done. How could I know what conditions you lack? GWNM, you are deliberately withholding information, aren't you? LXNGCHN, you are being unreasonable. I am not the game administrator. How much could I possibly know? WIYing. GWNM, do not go too far. No one owes you anything. Others chimed in. Indeed. This game is quite complex. For instance, expanding the raft to 10 meters allows for crafting a tool station, and one must possess wood to dismantle boxes. Who could possibly guess such convoluted rules? GWNM, why must you make things difficult for LXNGCHN? Exactly. LXNGCHN is busy crafting fire basins. Every moment spent chatting with you means fewer fire basins are made. XNGCHN, Hurry and craft more fire basins. It's almost my turn. Do not waste time with a madman. Jing Wnm was infuriated. So you all do not intend to buy my fire basins, do you? GODF. Exactly. Who would buy your fire basins? I already have mine, haha. Those who had obtained fire basins numbered in the hundreds. They were warm and comfortable, and since purchasing a fire basin was not overly expensive, they naturally held a favorable impression of LXNGCHN, helping her in conversation. Jing Wnm was furious, convinced that LXNGCHN was intentionally withholding the reason he could not craft fire basins, and thus developed a deep-seated resentment towards her. Jing Wnm. LXNGCHN, do not let me cross paths with you. LXNGCHN, what have I done to offend him? Is he unwell? Upon reflection, what prerequisites are necessary for crafting a fire basin? As her wooden raft expanded to 100 square meters, she fortuitously acquired the blueprint for the fire pit. Upon opening the crafting table, she discovered that she could indeed create the fire pit. However, she was unaware of the additional requirements needed. Furthermore, her schedule was packed, and assisting Jiang Wanming in researching the necessary conditions would detract from her time spent crafting fire pits. Wei Lin cautioned her, Xingchen, be wary of the Jiang brothers. They hold grudges and possess some rather uncanny skills. Jiang Wanming, in the chat channel, hurled another insult, prompting a wave of disdain from Lu Xingchen. After some contemplation, she inquired of Wei Lin, is there a way for you to acquire Jiang Wanming's fire pit blueprint? Wei Lin replied, I have my differences with them. But if I obtain the blueprint, would you unlock my conditions? While continually crafting fire pits, Lu Xingchen responded, I've given it some thought and have a hunch. If you can procure the blueprint, we can strategize together. She had limited resources, and it took merely a few attempts to unlock the next step. Wei Lin had already assisted her for quite some time, and she felt compelled to reciprocate. As Wei Lin busied himself, Jiang Wanming ranted in the chat again. But after a while, he fell silent. Half an hour later, Wei Lin messaged Lu Xingchen, fire pit blueprint secured. Lu Xingchen asked, to what extent has your raft expanded? Wei Lin replied, to 45 square meters. Lu Xingchen instructed, leave some wood and iron nails behind. Give me the iron blocks, and I shall craft the nails for you, allowing you to expand to 100 square meters. Wei Lin instantly comprehended her plan, his heart racing with excitement. He had just enough of Lu Xingchen's wood, and after a brief period, he gathered the necessary timber, though he was still short on iron nails. He handed the iron blocks to Lu Xingchen, who promptly crafted the nails and sent them back to him. Wei Lin was truly exhilarated. After 3 days at sea, even with a stroke of luck, he had barely managed to expand his raft to 45 meters. Wood and iron nails were exceedingly scarce. Now, to achieve an expansion to 100 square meters, he required 550 pieces of wood and 550 nails. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have accumulated enough resources for several days. Thanks to Lu Xingchen's assistance, he could expand today. Once again, Wei Lin felt fortunate, recognizing that befriending Lu Xingchen was indeed the wisest decision. As he expanded his raft, mere minutes later, success was achieved. He immediately accessed the crafting table and discovered the method to create the fire pit. His excitement intensified. He could now craft fire pits himself. With the cold growing unbearable, the demand for fire pits was immense. This time, he was bound to profit significantly. Rubbing his hands together, he initiated the crafting process, and a fire pit was promptly produced. He sent a message to Lu Xingchen. Look, Xingchen, haha. Lu Xingchen replied, great. Quickly sell those fire pits. Dawn is approaching, and time is limited. Make the most of this opportunity. Wei Lin hesitated. Wouldn't that be competing with your business? Lu Xingchen chuckled. There's no such thing as too much competition. I would prefer more people to join in, allowing greater access to fire pits for everyone. Wei Lin pondered for a moment before announcing, for fire pit crafting, it requires 3 iron blocks and 10 pieces of wood. Reach out if interested. Almost immediately, someone questioned, Wei Lin, why have the prices increased? Wei Lin responded, previously, that was Lu Xingchen's price. This is now my price. The individual was astonished. Wei Lin, you can craft fire pits too? Wei Lin confirmed, indeed. Haha, everyone is welcome to place orders. Jiang Wanming interjected, Wei Lin, how did you acquire your fire pit blueprint? Wei Lin retorted, guess. Jiang Wanming's anger flared. So, Wei Lin, you deceived me? Wei Lin replied, huh, how have I deceived you? Jiang Wanming insisted, your fire pit blueprint is mine. Wei Lin challenged, where's your evidence? Jiang Wanming accused, you are shameless. Their quarrel was short-lived, as numerous cries for help soon filled the screen. Regional chat, 992, 451-0000 help. A shark has devoured my raft. I'm left with only a piece. What should I do? I jabbed the shark with my fishing rod, and it bit me. Someone, please save me. My leg hurts terribly. Mommy, I don't want to play anymore. Sharks are terrifying. Help. Thud thud. I've fallen into the sea. Help. Regional chat, 991-121-0000. Why are there even fewer people now? Alas, they did not survive. Wei Lin's suspicions were confirmed. As long as a raft exceeded 10 square meters, it appeared to be considerably safer. Earlier, a shark had bitten his raft, but he managed to evade it, and though it had taken 8 chunks, he was ultimately safe with the remaining 2 square meters. His raft measured only 6 square meters, but having purchased a fire pit, the shark had yet to attack it. Merely circling nearby? In truth, he neither possessed a fire pit nor a torch. The shark was not hunting him. Many shared his experience. Approximately 1/3 of the individuals had not encountered a shark at all. For those who had, if their rafts were sufficiently large or equipped with fire pits or torches, they could survive even an encounter with a shark. Even those with smaller rafts lacking fire pits or torches could evade danger through sheer luck. Despite this, the population within the region continued to dwindle. In the chat channel, pleas for help proliferated. I Haven T encountered a shark, but I'm freezing to death. It's so cold, achoo. It's not that exaggerated. It's around 10 degrees. One can build a windbreak using boxes or bundle up in a blanket. As long as one keeps warm, survival should be possible. But I only have a 5 square meter raft. No fire pit or torch, and I'm starving. I'm freezing to death. Although cries for help were rampant, many were too preoccupied with their own survival to assist others. Even those with resources hesitated to lend aid, given the scarcity of supplies. Jiang Wenla pleaded, cough cough, can someone please help me? I'm so cold. Chapter 27, A Stroke of Good Fortune. Someone scorned, a grown man, just endure. Lu Xingchen had no time to peruse the chat. She was busily crafting fire pits. One by one, individuals disappeared, and the numbers in regional chat dwindled, resulting in a progressively somber atmosphere. Lu Xingchen tirelessly crafted fire pits, relying on her experience with sleepless nights to persevere until 8 in the morning. Beginning at 7, temperatures gradually rose, reaching 20 degrees by 8, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. They had survived the night. Announcement. Congratulations to all players for passing the first trial, 71. 233 individuals have survived in this region. Detailed information will be released this afternoon. Survivors, today's resources are abundant. Feel free to collect. Upon the announcement, players reacted with a mix of joy and sorrow. I've finally made it through. Thank goodness for the fire pit. I made it too. Though without a fire pit or torch, just a blanket. My raft has dwindled to 2 pieces, but with today's plentiful resources, I'll pull through. I survived with just a torch. My raft has 5 pieces left. Thankfully, I have good health. Nearly 30,000 have perished. Human life truly seems cheap. In actuality, survival was feasible. Those with warm clothing, or slightly larger rafts, or even just a torch, had a high likelihood of surviving. Those who succumbed in the past few days likely lacked the means to gather resources. Jiang Wenla chimed in, I'm fine. An older sister gave me a piece of cloth and a torch. I survived. The chat channel erupted with scorn. In those few hours, Lu Xingchen amassed considerable wood and iron blocks. Realizing that the urgency had passed, she bid farewell to Zhong Chong and Qin Xiaoyu before retiring for the night. Health was paramount. She had no desire to succumb to exhaustion. Nevertheless, just before sleeping, she remained preoccupied with the matter of upgrading her wooden pavilion. Based on her understanding, should she be the first to construct a wooden boat, she would receive a valuable reward. Dragging her fatigued body, she accessed the construction menu. Wooden boat, more aesthetically pleasing. With improved enclosure, required materials, 500 wood, 80 iron nails, 20 glass. Would you like to construct? Yes. Lu Xingchen responded without hesitation. As she gazed upon the wooden pavilion before her, it collapsed and reassembled in a mere minute, revealing a splendid abode. The system announced, congratulations to player Lu Xingchen for being the first to upgrade the wooden boat. As a reward, you receive a fully automatic intelligent toilet. Please place it in an appropriate location. Lu Xingchen was taken aback. Was such a thing even possible? Nevertheless, it resolved a long-standing dilemma for her. After some contemplation, she positioned the toilet beside the fully automatic shower cabin. The toilet was indeed fully automated, pristine white, adorned with a smart panel featuring functions like washing, massage, sterilization, and adjustments for water temperature and pressure. Upon examining the shower cabin and the toilet, she realized a sink was missing. Adding one would complete her bathroom. She resolved to construct a sink the following day. After inspecting the toilet, she finally took a moment to admire the newly built wooden boat. The boat was a structure erected on a raft, with doors at the front and back and wooden window frames on either side, filled with large panes of glass. The glass was bright and spotless, seemingly transparent. The window frames were intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The roof was a hip style, with 4 eaves, remarkably beautiful. Lu Xingchen was quite satisfied with the boat's appearance and ventured inside. The interior was approximately 20 square meters, with a wooden bed placed in one corner and nothing else, leaving the space rather empty. From the glass windows, she could clearly see everything happening outside. This meant that Lu Xingchen could sit indoors and observe all the crates floating on the sea. The only downside was the emptiness within. A few tables and chairs would enhance the space. She silently vowed to pay more attention to the designs for tables and chairs in the future. Having completed the urgent task of upgrading the wooden boat, she decided it was time for rest. After all, health was paramount. Lu Xingchen lay down and fell asleep. As she was mindful that today was the last day on the island, she awoke after just 3 hours of sleep. Without even washing her face, she rushed into the Taoyuan Xingjing. Today's Taoyuan Xingjing was blessed with luck. Fortune is soaring. Items obtained have a chance to upgrade, reaching a maximum level. Curious. She pondered the effects and decided to observe them later. She then checked on the small bok choy and strawberries she had previously planted and was momentarily stunned. The strawberries were noted as follows. Strawberry, a fruit that is both sweet and tangy, delicious, growth cycle, 12 days, with Taoyuan Xingjing's time acceleration of 4 times. The actual growth cycle, 3 days. 4 times? When did that happen? Lu Xingchen was lost in thought until she recalled entering yesterday, but had not examined her crops closely, merely noticing their growth before hastily exiting. Thus, yesterday's changes were not limited to mere size. Indeed, the previous increase of tenfold in area had doubled the flow rate. This time, the area had likely increased tenfold again, thus doubling the flow rate once more. All of this was related to the increase in the raft's area. She began to comprehend. If the raft's area were to increase tenfold again, would the area and flow rate here also rise? However, that seemed unlikely. The last increase was 10 to 10, equaling 100 square meters. Perhaps the next would be 100 to 100, equaling 10,000 square meters. Yet, this was merely speculation. Should she upgrade to 1,000 square meters to find out? Lu Xingchen was eager, but upon recalling the material requirements for such an expansion, she abandoned the idea. After all, one cannot achieve everything at once. The land area and flow rate of Taoyuan Xingjing were already sufficient. She estimated that the strawberries would be ready for harvest in 2 days, and the bok choy and scallions would require a similar time frame. Thus, in no time at all, she would have an abundance of fruits and vegetables. Lu Xingchen smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, things were looking up. After wandering around Taoyuan Xingjing, she quickly exited, readying herself for her trip to the island. She washed up, prepared some rice porridge, and steamed a wild chicken egg in a bamboo steamer. Having been accustomed to neglecting breakfast in her past endeavors, she resolved to savor life here. While gathering resources on the island was undoubtedly important, enjoying a proper breakfast was equally vital. She had already worked tirelessly the previous night, so a decent meal was warranted, even if it meant being half an hour late. While the porridge cooked, Lu Xingchen sent the wood and nails she had promised to Zhong Chang and Qin Xiaoyu. They were likely still asleep and had not yet responded. Next, she glanced at the workbench and examined several weapon blueprints. She had obtained blueprints for a bow and arrow as well as a dagger yesterday. Though her strength was insufficient for wielding a bow, which she favored, she had no choice but to turn to the dagger. The system announced. Ordinary dagger, a standard self-defense weapon, attack, 5, required materials, 1 iron block, 1 wood. Would you like to craft it? Yes. The workbench was enveloped in white light, clanging for half a minute, and as the brilliance faded, an ordinary dagger appeared on the workbench. Before she could fully comprehend, a series of system notifications rang out. Today's Fortune Surge has upgraded the ordinary dagger to a high-level dagger, attack, 3. Today's Fortune Surge has upgraded the ordinary dagger to a mid-level, excellent, dagger, attack, 6. Today's Fortune Surge has upgraded the ordinary dagger to a high-level, fine, dagger, attack, 9. Today's Fortune Surge has upgraded the ordinary dagger to a top-level, perfect, dagger, attack, 12. Rare dagger, an exceptionally perfect weapon, capable of cutting hair, extraordinarily sharp, attack, 12. Lu Xingchen was momentarily dumbstruck, then overwhelmed with joy. This was indeed the Fortune Surge. The dagger had elevated 4 levels in succession, its attack power quadrupled. Today's fortune enhancement was truly extraordinary. She felt emboldened for her upcoming trip to the island. Inspired, she rummaged through her other blueprints and ultimately found a blueprint for an iron axe, which she had originally intended to sell. However, now she decided to experiment with it. She clicked to craft. Iron axe, capable of chopping wood and felling trees, an essential survival tool, required materials, 3 wood, 3 iron blocks, durability, 100. Would you like to craft it? Yes. Crafting successful, obtained ordinary iron axe. Today's Fortune Surge has upgraded the ordinary iron axe to a mid-level, excellent, iron axe. Cutting speed increased by 2 times. Today's Fortune Surge has upgraded the ordinary iron axe to a high-level, fine, iron axe. Cutting speed increased by 4 times. This time, It only upgraded 2 levels. It seemed that the upgrades were random. The fine iron axe had a cutting speed increased fourfold, which satisfied her greatly. With no further blueprints available for crafting, Lu Xingchen felt a twinge of regret. After some contemplation, she decided to attempt expanding the raft. With ample wood at her disposal, she expanded it by over 100 square meters, making her raft 7 meters wide and 20 meters long, totaling 210 square meters. Following the expansion, a system notification resounded. Raft expanded to 200 square meters, unlocking fences. Fences can be constructed around the raft. Upon completion, rewards will be granted. Would constructing fences benefit from the fortune surge? Lu Xingchen decided to give it a try. Fence can be placed around the raft's edge to prevent falling. Required materials: 10 wood. Would you like to build it? Yes. Construction successful. Please place. Lu Xingchen crafted numerous fences, nearly encircling the raft, yet she received no upgrade notification. It remained unclear whether the lack of notification was due to failure to trigger an upgrade or if fences simply could not be upgraded. Lu Xingchen felt somewhat disheartened. Building such a long fence consumed a considerable amount of wood. Fortunately, she had ample resources, or else she would have suffered a loss. The fence is not an absolute necessity. However, it significantly enhances the aesthetic appeal. Coupled with the exquisite wooden boat, Lu Xingchen felt as though her raft resembled a mobile courtyard. The successful construction of the fence rewarded her with a piece of ordinary land, 1 square meter. Today, with the fortuitous blessings of luck, the land upgraded to intermediate status, increasing the plant growth rate to 2. Subsequently, further blessings elevated the land to high-level status, with a growth rate of 4, and then to rare land, boasting a remarkable growth rate of 20. The system prompted her once more to place the rare level land. Lu Xingchen, amid the cacophony of upgrade notifications, found herself bewildered. How many levels had she ascended? The number eluded her grasp. All she could comprehend was the astonishing growth rate of 20, indicating that plants such as strawberries could mature in just over half a day. What a treasure! Alas, it was limited to only 1 square meter. The system's voice echoed again, urging her to place the rare level land. Lu Xingchen hastily positioned the land on the raft, near the rear. After placing it down, an additional square meter of land appeared on the raft, dark, moist, and soft, glimmering with a hint of golden light. She needed to plant something immediately to avoid waste. Lu Xingchen had few seeds at hand, so she decided to plant the watermelon seeds she had dried yesterday and watered them lightly. Watermelon, a fruit beloved by many, growth cycle, 30 days. Accelerated growth on rare land, 20 times, estimated growth cycle, 36 hours. Splendid. In just a day and a half, she would have watermelons to enjoy. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. As the porridge in her small pot finished cooking, she ladled herself a bowl, savoring it slowly while gazing out at the sea. It had been quite a while, and not a single box had appeared. This felt rather unusual. Just then, a wooden box bobbed into view on the surface of the water. Lu Xingchen quickly grabbed her fishing rod and reeled the box in, opening it to a series of notifications. Opening the wooden box awarded her with a vial of ordinary plant nutrient solution. Today, with the fortuitous blessings of luck, it upgraded to advanced plant nutrient solution, then to rare plant nutrient solution, and finally to golden plant nutrient solution. Inside the box was only this one item, and the unending stream of upgrade notifications left Lu Xingchen with a headache. Once the notifications finally ceased, she retrieved the vial. It appeared to be made of glass, transparent, just a few centimeters tall, containing a viscous golden liquid. Golden plant nutrient solution, top quality, capable of promoting general plants from seedling to maturity. If not stored in a medicine cabinet, it has a validity of 24 hours, so please use it promptly. Lu Xingchen was perplexed. The description was overly simplistic. How exactly should it be used? Such a premium item, if it merely expedited the growth of a watermelon seedling or a strawberry seedling, would be a tremendous waste. However, she lacked a medicine cabinet, and if not utilized, it would expire after 24 hours. Lu Xingchen looked around, her gaze casually sweeping over to the sea vine nearby. The sea vine stood alone, its leaves glistening with vitality. She wondered what purpose it served. Ah, the sea vine was indeed of the unique level, quite impressive. Surely, bestowing such a high-grade nutrient solution upon it would not be a waste. Lu Xingchen, clutching the small glass vial, cautiously approached the sea vine, hesitating as she pondered where to apply the nutrient solution, into the soil or upon the leaves. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved not to squander any more time. She opened the cap and poured the nutrient solution onto the sea vine stem. The golden viscous liquid cascaded down, emitting a faint yet peculiar fragrance. And as it dripped onto the stem, it vanished in an instant, absorbed entirely. This should work. Feeling more confident, LXNGCHN continued to dispense the nutrient solution until the vial was completely empty. The golden liquid had been entirely absorbed by the sea vine, seemingly without any noticeable change. What was this? LXNGCHN stood in astonishment. Was that all? Such a high-quality, precious vial of nutrient solution consumed. And the sea vine displayed no transformation. Had her golden nutrient solution been wasted? Suddenly, the branches and leaves of the sea vine began to stretch and grow, rising to approximately 2 meters in height. Its numerous branches danced wildly, reaching out in all directions. Within a minute, the sea vine had completely enveloped the raft and the fence with its tendrils, its elongated green leaves vibrant and lush. LXNGCHN gazed at the verdant spectacle, her heart brimming with delight. How beautiful! Such a refreshing hue. Yet, the sea vine continued to evolve, gradually producing clusters of small buds along its tendrils, which soon blossomed into an array of colorful flowers. Although small, each flower boasted numerous petals, with yellow stamens quivering delicately. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, enhancing the beauty. LXNGCHN's eyes widened. Her raft had transformed into a garden brimming with flowers. The multitude of colors was overwhelming, causing her eyes to ache. She furrowed her brow, pondering the identity of this plant, whose flowers boasted such an unprecedented array of hues. Hee, isn't it beautiful? A tender voice chimed in. Startled, LXNGCHN exclaimed, Who is that? Hee, I am little tendril. Master, do you think I look pretty? A vibrant green tendril, adorned with blossoms, coiled around her wrist, climbing up her arm. You are the sea vine? LXNGCHN realized suddenly. Yes, I am little tendril. Thank you for feeding me the nutrient solution. I've grown. The sea vine cheered, its tendril swaying playfully before her eyes. LXNGCHN inquired, Oh, how old are you? I'm 3 years old. Ah, indeed, that is quite a size. It dawned on her that the vial of nutrient solution had not propelled the sea vine to maturity. It was still quite young at merely 3 years. LXNGCHN, not wanting to hurt its tender spirit, pondered for a while before asking, Little tendril, how is it that your flowers are so beautiful? Hee, aren't they? Master, I can bloom flowers of any color. Watch this red. LXNGCHN watched in awe as a cluster of multicolored flowers transformed into vibrant red, green, yellow, purple, pink, blue. It effortlessly changed through 7 or 8 colors, mesmerizing LXNGCHN as her raft appeared to swirl in a kaleidoscope of hues. She felt dizzy and quickly exclaimed, Stop! Little tendril, you are truly impressive. Hee, of course. I am the mightiest plant. LXNGCHN contemplated. Little tendril, could you change the flowers to purple and pink? You are a little princess, after all. Those colors suit you perfectly. The sea vine, slightly confused, replied, Really? I'll try. With a swift motion, the sea vine's flowers transformed to shades of purple and pink, exquisite in their beauty. The sea vine let out a childish cheer. Wow, they are truly beautiful. I love them. LXNGCHN exhaled a sigh of relief. She seldom interacted with children, but her brother had a son who was not yet 5 years old. That little rascal was particularly mischievous, requiring no careful speech. Dealing with high emo tongue, a mere 3-year-old girl, proved somewhat challenging for her. Noticing that time was slipping away, she decided to embark on an adventure to the island. Armed with a fine spear, a dagger, a superior iron axe, a pickaxe, a shovel, and water, Lu Xingchen set off. Upon reaching the island, she traversed familiar territories, moving towards a different section. Having explored most of the area over the past 2 days, only the northeastern part remained. The terrain there was elevated, and after climbing, she spotted several trees. Ziyumu, suitable for flooring and furniture, resistant to moisture, pests, and termites. It is a rare and valuable wood that can be harvested. Lu Xingchen took out her superior iron axe and began chopping down the trees. Indeed, the axe proved to be quite effective, greatly reducing her effort. And soon she felled a Ziyumu tree. There were only 6 taller trees in this area, and Lu Xingchen swiftly finished chopping them down before continuing her exploration with her spear. As she walked, she stumbled slightly. Looking down, she discovered several vines adorned with round leaves. Lu Xingchen raised her foot to move on, but suddenly paused, bending down to examine them closely. They resembled sweet potato leaves. She brushed aside the vines, plucked a leaf, and sniffed it, nearly confirming her suspicion. Her grandparents enjoyed cultivating sweet potatoes, and in autumn, she would return to assist them in harvesting. Sweet potatoes are a wonderful food that can be steamed, boiled, made into sweet potato balls, pancakes, porridge, or even caramelized sweet potatoes. Their myriad of preparations and rich nutrition made them invaluable. Sweet potato leaves possess immune-boosting and blood sugar-lowering properties, and can simply be boiled or stir-fried for consumption. After several days of bread and steamed buns, everyone must have been longing for vegetables. Moreover, They could be used for trade. Lu Xingchen crouched down, pushing aside the sweet potato vines to reveal the roots. Carefully, she took out her shovel and began to dig. After a while, she unearthed several purple-skinned sweet potatoes. Digging a large hole, she tugged at the roots, and a whole cluster of sweet potatoes emerged, numbering at least a dozen. She placed the sweet potatoes and their vines into her storage backpack and looked around the vicinity. Unfortunately, she could find only one more sweet potato, managing to dig up 3 or 4 in total, with no further discoveries. This was sufficient, with her Taoyuan Xingjing. She could plant the sweet potatoes there and expect a harvest in about a month. After securing the sweet potatoes, Lu Xingchen continued her journey, chopping down a few more ziyumu trees, until she stumbled upon a small patch of level ground. The ground was dotted with lush grass and wildflowers, alongside willow trees. From behind one of the willows emerged a cow. The animal was black, its coat glossy and sleek, with only its horns and limbs being white, flicking its tail as it appeared rather ordinary. However, its body was robust, its limbs powerful, and particularly its sharp horns glimmered with a hint of silver, making them appear quite formidable. Lu Xingchen dared not underestimate it. Yet, she needed this cow. She recalled that crafting a cow horn bow required both cow horns and tendons, and thus, this cow had to be slain. Having never truly engaged in combat before, she had only dispatched the silver black rat using a trap. She felt conflicted about taking down such a large creature. After some contemplation, she asked Wei Lin how to kill a cow. Wei Lin replied, "Have you encountered a cow on the island?" Lu Xingchen confirmed and described the animal's appearance. Wei Lin cautioned, "That's a wild cow, fiercer than ordinary cows. Your combat skills are insufficient. It would be unwise to attempt it. Best to abandon the idea." He lamented, "If only I were there." Lu Xingchen cast one last reluctant glance at the cow, noting its location before departing. She recognized that she was not yet capable of killing the cow, and fortunately, it was still early. She decided to explore other areas first, ensuring she would not miss out on other treasures while attempting to hunt the cow. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a wooden box beneath a large tree. The box was not locked, and typically, such boxes posed no threat nearby. Nevertheless, Lu Xingchen carefully approached, picked up a stone, and struck the box. With a loud thud, a snake slithered out, prompting Lu Xingchen to quickly draw her superior iron axe, and, with a swift motion, sever the snake in two. She was taken aback by the axe's sharpness. In fact, she had been contemplating whether to use the axe against the wild cow, and now she had tested its might. It was indeed powerful. She needed to rethink her strategy for taking down the wild cow. Lu Xingchen approached and opened the box, gained a box of milk, blueprint for healing ointment, and a camouflage suit, purple. After waiting a moment with no further announcements, she understood that her luck had not granted her additional benefits this time, or that these items could not be enhanced. She placed the items into her backpack with a sigh. It was already full. She pondered the situation. While her storage box could be expanded with space stones, her backpack could not, and 10 slots were entirely inadequate. Reluctantly, she would have to return to offload some items. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to store her spoils after slaying the cow. Thankfully, only a small hill remained unexplored. Upon reaching the hill, she chopped down several more ziyumu trees before heading back. It was still not even 2 in the afternoon, and she only needed 40 minutes for the round trip. She needed to devise a plan for dealing with the cow. As Lu Xingchen walked, lost in thought, she reached the raft without a clear idea. Upon stepping onto the raft, she froze. Scattered along the edges were 4 wooden boxes. Lu Xingchen glanced around and confirmed these boxes were newly appeared. Moreover, they had not been opened. What could this mean? She was baffled. "Hey, master, you're back. I fished these boxes out. Do you need them?" The innocent voice of Hai Mo Tung chimed in. "You fished them?" Lu Xingchen was taken aback. Yes. Look." Hai Mo Tung extended a vine, reaching out several meters into the sea. It ensnared a passing wooden box, and, with a flick, tossed it onto the raft beside the 4 boxes. "Master, am I impressive?" Hai Mo Tung proudly waved her vine. Lu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with delight. "Impressive indeed. Your wonderful little tongue." She had felt regretful when she first arrived on the island, as the announcement had proclaimed a bountiful supply of resources, but she had to leave the raft to explore. She never anticipated that Hai Mo Tung could perform such feats. Furthermore, with her extended reach, she was far more useful than Lu Xingchen herself. Lu Xingchen felt an overwhelming desire to hug Hai Mo Tung. Receiving the praise made Hai Mo Tung even more joyful, and she boasted, "Master, I can also catch fish. Though they smell too strong, I don't like that odor and don't want them to dirty my hands." Lu Xingchen quickly replied, "No need for you to catch fish, little tongue. Just fetching boxes for me is sufficient." She had no shortage of fish. Besides, Hai Mo Tung was merely 3 years old, her voice soft and tender. Such a small child should not be burdened with hard labor. Hai Mo Tung pouted, "Ah, master, you're so kind. Do you like boxes? Once I grow a bit more, I'll be able to reach even farther boxes. Lu Xingchen speculated that as Hai Mo Tung grew, her abilities would likely enhance as well. However, she was already quite satisfied with Hai Mo Tung's current capabilities, fetching boxes, observing her surroundings, and beautifying the raft. Being such a child, Hai Mo Tung chattered away to Lu Xingchen for quite some time. Eager to return, Lu Xingchen soothed her with a few words before descending. Suddenly, the luminous screen forcefully illuminated, displaying a line of bold red characters. The first trial. Zone 33 has a survival count of 71, 233, ranking first among all zones in terms of survival. As a reward, players in this zone will receive an increase of 1 in constitution, strength, and agility. The survival count in Zone 33 exceeds 5, thus no merging of zones is necessary. This announcement was pinned at the top and broadcasted audibly 3 times. The entire zone erupted in excitement. Wow, we actually have the highest survival count. What an incredible feeling. Haha, my constitution, strength, and agility have all seen a slight increase. I feel as light as a swallow, immensely strong, and as robust as an ox. The comments upstairs are a bit exaggerated, but I do feel a change with the slight attribute boost. I caught a cold yesterday, feeling feverish and congested. But now I sense some relief, likely due to the increase in constitution. I feel my arms have gained strength. This is wonderful. Before everyone could finish their discussions, a second announcement arrived. Player Lu Xingchen has made the greatest contribution to Zone 33 during the trial, thus receiving a reward of 4 in constitution, strength, and agility. Player Wei Lin has made the second greatest contribution to Zone 33 during the trial, thus receiving a reward of 2 in constitution, strength, and agility. This time, the chat channel became even more animated. Oh my goodness, Lu Xingchen's attribute increase is astonishing. How enviable. What is there to envy? That is what she deserves. If it weren't for Lu Xingchen's fire basin, our zone would have lost tens of thousands more. Exactly. If it weren't for Lu Xingchen, I would have perished long ago. There would be no chance for the full attribute increase. Lu Xingchen, I publicly thank you for selling me the fire basin at a low price. Feel free to ask if you need anything in the future. Me too, Lu Xingchen. Just let me know if you need anything. The chat area was filled with gratitude, yet some voices were out of place. Jiang Wenming remarked, haha. Do you all think Lu Xingchen is a good person? She has taken a lot of resources. After all, it wasn't he given for free. Jiang Wenli added, exactly. Lu Xingchen is selfish, monopolizing the fire basin business without sharing the crafting method with my brother. If it weren't for her, perhaps our zone could have survived many more. Have you all gone mad to thank her? Wei Ying chimed in. You're just jealous. Gao Dafu commented, what is this? Jiang brothers, didn't you waste your fire basin blueprints? Haha. Jiang Wenming retorted, shameless. Wei Lin, you deceived me regarding the blueprints. Wei Lin responded, deceived? Wasn't he at a legitimate transaction? Jiang Wenming hissed, Lu Xingchen, Wei Lin, just wait. Wei Lin replied, we're waiting, come at us if you can. Jiang Wenming trembled with rage, nearly consumed by his hatred. Yesterday, he couldn't find the conditions to unlock the fire basin crafting, and in his moment of distress, Gao Dafu approached him. Gao Dafu wanted to buy his fire basin blueprints. Initially, he hesitated to agree, but Gao Dafu flattered him, claiming that the fire basin would lose its value by tomorrow and that he might be lucky enough to unlock it. In short, he was persuaded. Chapter 31, Basic Pharmacology. Spike Trap. Jiang Wenming had some understanding of Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu was known as the fool in their circle, having inherited considerable wealth and being a spoiled rich second generation. He squandered extravagantly, failing to succeed in any of his investment ventures, and likely entered the game already deeply in debt. Essentially, anything Gao Dafu desired turned out to be a loss. Thus, when Gao Dafu proposed exchanging one blueprint along with a fire basin for his fire basin blueprints, he agreed. Now it seemed that Gao Dafu was brought in by Wei Lin. Jiang Wenming felt immense hatred. Had he known Wei Lin sought the fire basin blueprints, he would have never parted with them. Given the discord between him and the Wei siblings, how could he allow his enemy to profit? After harboring resentment towards Wei Lin, he directed his anger towards Lu Xingchen. Now, everyone knew of the close relationship between Wei Lin and Lu Xingchen. If Wei Lin couldn't unlock the blueprints, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to deceive him. Therefore, it was certain that Lu Xingchen had informed Wei Lin of the unlocking method. One day, he would exact revenge on them. The chat channel overflowed with gratitude towards Lu Xingchen, while Jiang Wenming seethed with clenched teeth, but Lu Xingchen remained oblivious to it all. She continued to receive game notifications. Congratulations to player Lu Xingchen. Due to your significant contribution to the survival of players in this zone, you are awarded 2 auxiliary skills. Please choose. The luminous screen dazzled her as Lu Xingchen saw options such as trap crafting, pharmacology, poison crafting, cooking, and business, among others. She could only select 2. After pondering, She concluded that trap crafting and pharmacology were the most suitable for her current circumstances. The reason for choosing trap crafting was her low strength. Her attack power was weak, making her more suited to clever tactics. Furthermore, she had little inclination towards violence. The choice of pharmacology stemmed from her observation that obtaining medicine in this world was quite challenging. She didn't believe that peace would persist indefinitely. Conflicts and bloodshed were inevitable, making medicine crucial. Lu Xingchen selected trap crafting and pharmacology, and indeed, she was not permitted to choose a third option. After making her selections, the various options vanished. You have learned basic trap crafting and basic pharmacology. You can view detailed information in the skills section of your personal panel. Lu Xingchen felt her mind expand with knowledge and opened her personal panel, noticing that her information had changed. Name, Lu Xingchen. Age, 24. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Constitution, 9. Profession, none. Skills, basic trap crafting, basic pharmacology. Basic trap crafting. You can use simple traps to hunt first-tier beasts. Required materials, iron block X1, wood X1. Basic pharmacology. You can identify ordinary medicinal plants and can brew basic medicines at a pharmacy. Lu Xingchen promptly crafted a basic trap, a peculiar circular device adorned with numerous sharp spikes, forged from iron and glimmering ominously. She stored the trap in her backpack. The wild buffalo was a first-tier beast, and her trap should prove useful. However, she had never dealt with such a large beast before, causing her heart to race. Regardless, she had to set out promptly. Armed with her weapon, she disembarked from the wooden raft and swiftly ran towards the direction where the buffalo was located. Soon enough, she arrived at the buffalo's location. But the buffalo had vanished without a trace. Lu Xingchen remained unperturbed. The island was relatively small, and fresh grass only grew in this limited area. If the buffalo was not here, it must be nearby, and a brief search would surely yield results. She trod upon the grass, maneuvering around willow trees when suddenly a soft chime echoed. Xinhe grass, an ordinary herb that can stop bleeding, treat malaria, alleviate dysentery, detoxify, and replenish energy, can be harvested with a small medicinal hoe. Lu Xingchen thought, is this for real? Having just learned basic pharmacology, she possessed some foundational knowledge of herb gathering. Moreover, even without a foundation, couldn't one simply dig it up? It wasn't ginseng after all. She promptly retrieved her iron spade and unearthed the Xinhe grass, placing it in her backpack. She intended to cultivate medicinal herbs in Taoyuan's sacred realm. After completing this task, she continued her journey. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, she spotted a small puddle. The puddle was only a few square meters in size, and the water appeared relatively clean. Beyond the puddle lay a slope of approximately 2 to 3 meters. Lu Xingchen climbed the slope and saw 2 buffalo grazing below. However, her gaze shifted away from the buffalo as she turned to inspect something she had previously overlooked. Not far from the puddle, beneath a bush, she noticed a plant with red leaves. Mizuko, an ordinary herb whose leaf juice has anesthetic and calming effects. The root is highly toxic. It is said that horses can become intoxicated upon consuming it, hence the name, can be harvested with a small medicinal hoe. This discovery sparked excitement in Lu Xingchen's eyes. She had an even better plan. Mizuko, with its cluster of red leaves, appeared unremarkable, and there was only one plant present. Lu Xingchen carefully dug it up, retrieved her spike trap, squeezed the juice from the Mizuko leaves, and applied it to the spikes of the trap. She possessed a certain knowledge of herbs and traps, and was aware that she could not directly remove the sap with her hands, thus she applied it slowly. After a span of more than 10 minutes, she had finally coated the thorns of the spike trap. Those glistening thorns now bore a hint of crimson. Lu Xingchen ascended the slope, dug a pit some distance from the bison, placed the spike trap within it, and covered it with leaves favored by the bison. Nearby, she scattered fresh leaves along the path leading to the bison. It seemed that bison had a particular fondness for sweet potato vines. Upon her return, she had brought some and, with a heavy heart, discarded a few vines. She observed that she was nearing the area frequented by the bison. Rising to her feet, she noticed the bison casting her a curious glance before returning to graze. Lu Xingchen felt reassured. This bison did not appear to be aggressive, likely an ordinary first-tier beast, perhaps even of a lower rank than the silver black rat. It might not be as challenging as she feared. Turning back, she placed 2 sweet potato vines atop the trap and, with a pang of regret, added 2 large sweet potatoes. This was quite a sacrifice. She had yet to taste those sweet potatoes herself. Upon completing her preparations, she climbed a great tree not far from the trap, nestled into the foliage, and watched the bison. 2 bison grazed intermittently, and one, unable to resist temptation, began to munch on the leaves Lu Xingchen had scattered. As it grazed, it slowly approached the trap. Lu Xingchen's heart raced. After all her efforts, there was little time left before sunset. In half an hour, regardless of whether she had caught a bison, she would have to depart. or she might not find her raft. The bison was now but a step away from the trap. Anxiety gripped her, so intense that she could distinctly hear her own heartbeat. Suddenly, a message from Wei Lin arrived. "Are you still on the island?" Lu Xingchen replied, "Yes." Wei Lin inquired, "Planning to kill the bison?" Lu Xingchen affirmed, "Yes. This bison appears quite docile and does not attack humans." Wei Lin countered, "Docile? Impossible. When provoked, a bison's attack power is formidable." Lu Xingchen's gaze remained fixed on the bison without blinking. The bison, having finished the sweet potato vine, lifted its head and let out a low moo. Moo. Another bellow followed, revealing that, unbeknownst to her, another bison had approached from the other side, snatching the largest sweet potato in its mouth. Moo. The first bison let out an earth-shattering roar. Lu Xingchen could see clearly that its eyes had turned red. Chapter 32, Killing the Bison. Moo. The first bison roared, lowered its head, and charged fiercely at the second bison that had stolen the sweet potato. The second bison, still gnawing on the sweet potato, retaliated with its own roar and lowered its head to counter. The two bison engaged in combat. Lu Xingchen watched in astonishment as they clashed, their furious roars echoing, hooves pounding the ground, and their sharp horns glinting mercilessly. Within minutes, both sustained injuries, one even losing a horn. Yet, remarkably, none had fallen into the trap during this entire ordeal. Lu Xingchen felt anxious. Such magnificent horns should not be damaged, or her efforts would be in vain. She contemplated and drew forth her exquisite iron axe, coated with the herb Mazue Chow, aimed carefully, and hurled it with great force. With a whoosh, the axe flew forth, grazing the neck of the second bison and leaving a gash approximately 20 centimeters long. The wound was about a centimeter deep, with flesh rolling over and blood spurting forth. Moo. The second bison let out a pained cry, raising its head to see Lu Xingchen, then, in a fit of rage, abandoned the first bison and charged toward her tree, blood trailing behind it. Lu Xingchen was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated her strength to be so formidable, managing to slice through the bison's tough hide. Was it the quality of the iron axe or her enhanced strength that had allowed this? Perhaps it was a combination of both. In an instant, the second bison reached the base of the tree and leaped, crashing into the trunk with a resounding thud. The tree shook violently, nearly dislodging Lu Xingchen. She clung tightly to the trunk. Thud, thud, thud. The second bison repeatedly rammed into the tree, striking it 7 or 8 times in a mere minute, leaving Lu Xingchen feeling nauseous from the violent jolts. The second bison had gone mad. The first bison glanced over, saw the small sweet potato lying nearby, and, disregarding the commotion, decided to partake of the sweet potato instead. It took a few steps forward, only to suddenly crash into the trap with a thump. Lu Xingchen's heart leapt with joy. Finally, she could capture a bison. Thud. The tree shook violently again, almost throwing her off. She felt as if she might be sick. Anger surged within her. It was merely a bison. Her agility and strength had increased significantly, making her stronger than most men. Why not confront it directly? With determination, she retrieved her spear, also coated with Mazue Chow, aimed at the charging bison, and thrust it fiercely. The two forces collided with a whoosh. The spear plunged deeply into the second bison's neck. Lu Xingchen felt her grip almost shatter under the force of the bison's charge, and she was thrown from the tree. As she fell, she rolled to dissipate most of the impact. Just as she stood, the second bison turned back, letting out a piercing and furious roar, its eyes ablaze with rage. Charging directly at her, the spear still lodged in its neck. Oh dear, it truly was fierce. That was 2 portions of Mazue Chow. Lu Xingchen turned and fled, having lost both her weapons. Fortunately, her agility had improved, allowing her to run swiftly as she dashed toward a cluster of trees, weaving around them. Enraged and irrational, the second bison bellowed and charged recklessly. It was too furious to circle around. It crashed into one tree after another, violently shaking the branches and sending leaves spiraling to the ground. Lu Xingchen's heart raced as she steadied herself, leaving the cluster of trees and sprinting towards the trap. The second bison pursued her with furious roars. Upon reaching the vicinity of the trap, Lu Xingchen leaped over it, landing on the opposite side. The second bison charged straight into the trap. Thud. The first bison, now trapped, emitted a mournful cry. The trap Lu Xingchen had set was designed for a single bison and was not particularly deep. Nevertheless, the second bison could not escape immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xingchen rushed aside, retrieved the exquisite iron axe that had fallen, and returned to the edge of the trap, lifting the axe high and striking down fiercely at the neck of the second bison. Fearing it might escape, she swung quickly and forcefully, with 2 sickening thuds. The second bison cried out, its screams nearly deafening Lu Xingchen. Suddenly, the second bison leaped, escaping the trap. Lu Xingchen was startled and immediately turned to flee. After running several steps, hearing no sound of its hooves, she glanced back. The second bison knelt beside the trap, panting heavily, emitting a series of agonized groans. Lu Xingchen stood still. After a moment, the bison's cries grew fainter, its body swayed, and it collapsed to the ground, gradually falling silent. After waiting a while longer, Lu Xingchen finally dared to approach. Bison has been anesthetized, in a state of unconsciousness and weakness. Would you like to dissect? Yes, Lu Xingchen replied eagerly, fearing that if she delayed, the bison might regain its strength. Acquired intact bison horn 2, bison tendons 1, bison meat 50, bison bones 10, bison hide 1. Added to storage backpack. The second bison lay motionless, and only then did Lu Xingchen breathe a sigh of relief. She turned to look at the bison trapped in the pit. The bison lay anesthetized, its body weak and unconscious. Should it be dismantled? Indeed. I obtained 1 intact bison horn, 1 damaged bison horn, 1 tendon, 50 units of beef, and 10 bones, all of which have been stored in my backpack. After dismantling the 2 bison, Lu Xingchen sank to the ground, overwhelmed by anxiety and exhaustion. Only now did she feel the ache in her arms. After resting for a full quarter of an hour, she finally stood up. The sun was setting, and she hurriedly made her way back to the raft. Master, you're back. Oh, why are your clothes so dirty? Oh no, there's blood on your wrist, exclaimed Hayamotong. Lu Xingchen glanced at her wrist, where a bloodstain marked the spot where Bison 2 had thrown her from the tree, resulting in a minor abrasion. It wasn't severe, but it would be wise to disinfect it and apply some ointment. In such a place, safety was paramount. Fortunately, she still had 2 packets of healing ointment. Looking at her soiled clothing and face, she decided to bathe first, wrapping her wrist with cloth to keep it dry. An hour later, after washing up, Lu Xingchen carefully cleaned her clothes and donned the camouflage outfit she had acquired that day. She then applied a packet of healing ointment. Before long, signs of healing began to appear on her wound. This ointment had proven invaluable, but regrettably, only 1 packet remained. Oh, today she had also received the blueprint for the healing ointment. She must find a way to gather the materials and craft more. Suddenly, a light screen illuminated, displaying an announcement. Chapter 33, Island Hunt, Perfect Bow and Arrow. Announcement. Dear players, in a few days, on the 10th day of the Maritime calendar, the first island hunt will commence. Players in this region will be transported to a resource-rich island, where various abundant resources and ferocious beasts await, as well as cunning and treacherous players. Upon the conclusion of the island hunt, points will be tallied, with generous rewards for the top 10. Strive to enhance your attributes and accumulate combat experience. A crisis looms, and the time for a great reshuffling has arrived. With this announcement, the chat channel erupted in chaos. What does this mean? We will be collectively transported to an island? How dangerous? Of course it's dangerous. There are resources and fierce beasts. Even if we find resources, we might not be able to obtain them and could end up as food for the beasts. Isn't anyone paying attention? The mention of cunning players implies we might encounter them on the island. What will happen then? Murder and plunder. Surely, we might also acquire the possessions of slain players' rafts. Oh no, how terrifying. Some were in a panic, while others were filled with excitement. Jiang Wenming exclaimed, "Ha ha, Lu Xingchen, Wei Lin, I hope I don't run into you." Jiang Wenli added, "No, we will specifically seek you out." Hee hee, Lu Xingchen, you must have plenty of good stuff on your raft. Jiang Wenming shouted, "Kill, kill, kill." In truth, it was not just Jiang Wenming with such thoughts. Many had already devised plans in their minds. Qin Xiao cautioned, "Everyone, let us not be like this. I suspect there will be more resources per person on the island since we haven't merged regions." Jiang Wenming replied, "Heh, fool." He continued, "Actually, we can form teams. If we create a small squad, we will have a better chance against solo players. I have strength 13, constitution 15, agility 13, and my brother is similar. Let's find players with comparable strength to team up. Interested parties, please contact me." Jiang Wenli chimed in, "Right, tonight is the 4th night of the Maritime calendar, and we only have 5 days until the 10th. Let's get to know each other, share resources, and find ways to enhance our strength before we enter the island and strategize for a reunion." Seeing the Jiang brothers' formidable strength, many felt intimidated. For their attributes surpassed even those of players at level 90, and arguably even those at level 99. Several individuals began to contact them discreetly. Announcement, group chat is now open. Jiang Wenming laughed, "Heaven is on my side. This is so convenient." Jiang Wenli smirked, "Just wait. Especially you, Gao Dafu, with that bulk. You won't survive on the island." Jiang Wenla asked, "Can I join you, brother Jiang?" Jiang Wenming retorted, "Scram, you pathetic weakling." 1 million inquired, "Can I join you, brother Jiang?" Jiang Wenming chuckled, "Oh, so Miss Wan is in this region as well. We've had quite a few exchanges, but where have you been?" "Sorry, we only accept males." Aside from the Jiang brothers, the chat channel gradually filled with many others sharing their attributes and seeking teams, all of whom were relatively strong. Lu Xingchen received several messages. Wei Lin, together? Qin Xiao, Xingchen, shall we team up? Lu Xingchen was also inclined to form a team. First, her combat power was still insufficient to stand alone. Second, she had come to trust a few individuals after several days of acquaintance. In a scenario where most were teaming up, it would be easy for her to encounter danger alone. Lu Xingchen replied to Wei Lin, sure. For Qin Xiao, she hesitated. Qin Xiao seemed a bit too naive and not the best choice for a teammate. Wei Lin promptly added her to a group chat, which also included Wei Ying. Hi, Xingchen, welcome. Wei Ying greeted. Lu Xingchen asked, do you still need more members? I recommend Zhong Chong. His overall attributes are quite good. Wei Lin replied, all right. If you think he's suitable, he should be fine. Let us bring him in for a look. After explaining to Zhong Chong, he readily agreed. And Lu Xingchen quickly added him to the group. Zhong Chong stated, Strength 16, Constitution 17, Agility 8. Wei Lin exclaimed, your strength and constitution are even higher than mine? Impressive. Wei Ying remarked, that's just because you're lazy. Among the Wei family, you're the weakest. Wei Lin added, I have strength 15, constitution 15, agility 15. Zhong Chong was just a bit lacking in agility, while Wei Lin's attributes were more balanced. Lu Xingchen reported her own attributes, strength 9, constitution 11, agility 9. These figures were after 2 upgrades. She had been worse off before. Surprisingly, Wei Ying's strength matched Zhong Chong's, while her constitution was slightly lower, but her agility the highest. Among the 4, Lu Xingchen had the weakest attributes, yet she felt undeterred, as there would still be opportunities for improvement. After all, she possessed the Taoyuan sacred realm. Qin Xiao formed her own team and also wanted Lu Xingchen to join, but since Lu Xingchen had already committed to Wei Lin, she declined. As people fervently formed teams, Lu Xingchen closed the chat screen. It was time for her to craft the bison horn bow. Bison horn bow, a ranged weapon. If you can hit a target from 100 paces, that would be even better. Required materials: 1 bison horn bow blueprint, 1 bison horn, 1 tendon, 1 wood. Shall I proceed with the crafting? Lu Xingchen clicked on craft. After a series of delightful chimes, a white light flashed, and a bison horn bow appeared on the crafting table. Today's fortune is auspicious. The ordinary bison horn bow has been upgraded to an intermediate bison horn bow. Today's fortune is auspicious. The intermediate bison horn bow has been upgraded to an advanced bison horn bow. Today's fortune is auspicious. The advanced bison horn bow has been upgraded to a top-tier, perfect, bison horn bow. The system's announcement echoed in Lu Xingchen's ears as white, green, red, and orange lights flashed successively on the crafting table. Finally, with a burst of orange light, a striking orange bison horn bow materialized. Incredible! She had obtained such a high-grade bison horn bow, of perfect quality. Having reviewed the system's introduction, she noted that weapon levels were categorized as beginner, ordinary, intermediate, excellent, advanced, fine, top-tier, perfect, rare, legendary, and epic. To acquire a perfect level bow and arrow in one go was truly a stroke of luck. However, the striking orange hue was rather eye-catching. She needed to disguise it. Lu Xingchen picked up the bison horn bow as she stepped away from the crafting table. The orange glow flickered twice before fading, transforming it into an inconspicuous black bow. Perfect, this was just right. In an unexpected turn of events, she was able to launch a surprise attack. Lu Xingchen was particularly pleased. Having crafted the cowhorn bow was merely the beginning. She still needed to make arrows. The simplest feathered arrows required feathers, wood, and iron, all of which she possessed. Thus, she fashioned 50 feathered arrows. Additionally, she created a finger guard for drawing the bowstring and a quiver to hold the arrows. Fortunately, after creating the cowhorn bow, she no longer needed blueprints for the quiver and finger guard. The quiver required cowhide, while the finger guard required iron. She quickly assembled a complete set. With everything prepared, she was eager to test her weapon's power. Lu Xingchen secured a piece of wood to the rear of the raft to serve as a target. She then placed the arrows into the quiver, donned the finger guard, and grasped the cowhorn bow, striking a pose as she drew the bow, aimed, and shot. Whoosh! The feathered arrow soared forth. Alas, it veered off course, landing in the nearby sea. What a pity! She lamented the loss of an arrow. She moved the target much closer and managed to hit it once. Although she lacked shooting skills, she could sense the smoothness of drawing the bow and the strength of the arrow. The equipment was flawless. It was her shooting technique that needed improvement, as no one could stand still and be an easy target. She realized she must learn archery. Lu Xingchen opened the chat channel and noticed the emergence of a small group, now renamed the Assault Team. Within this group, only Wilin and Wiying, both loquacious, engaged in conversation, while Zhang remained nearly silent. Lu Xingchen inquired, Wilin, do you know how to shoot arrows? Wilin replied, huh? I specialize in the split mountain palm. And my weapon of choice is the long knife, as does Wiying. In our family, we typically practice only these two weapons, with a few exceptions for others. Wiying added, XNGCHN, are you interested in learning archery? LXNGCHN responded, yes. The spear is not very effective. I obtained the blueprint for the cowhorn bow and crafted one. WILN, realizing the implication, asked, did you slay a wild bull? LXNGCHN affirmed, indeed. WILN exclaimed, you are truly impressive. Were you injured? LXNGCHN replied, no. I utilized a trap. WIYing and WILN expressed their envy, although they were entirely ignorant about archery. WILN had a smattering of knowledge, having dabbled in archery for fun. That scant knowledge was of no use to LXNGCHN. She pondered for a moment, then opened the regional chat, multitasking as she observed the discussions while working. She needed to find someone knowledgeable in archery and quickly capitalize on her fortunate streak. In the afternoon, the sea demon vine had retrieved several more chests, totaling 9 when combined with the morning's haul. This was due to the vine's long tendrils, allowing it to grasp distant objects, while others typically managed only 3 to 6 chests a day. However, the contents of the chests were slightly more abundant than before. LXNGCHN opened each one, the sounds of acquisition ringing out. Acquired a pack of tissues, 3 packs of sanitary napkins, added to storage backpack. Excellent. Essential hygiene products secured. Acquired a bottle of cooking oil, 2. A bag of flour, 25. Wonderful. The ingredients were becoming plentiful. After harvesting vegetables, she could cook dishes, including stews with chicken and beef. Acquired an iron pot. Great. She could now cook, perfect with the cooking oil. Acquired a box of underwear, 3. A box of socks, 5. Indispensable daily necessities. Acquired 10 units of wood, 10 iron nails. This was of little use. LXNGCHN opened a few more wooden chests, finding only commonplace materials, wood, iron, and plastic. Nevertheless, she was aware that her haul from each chest exceeded that of others. Perhaps her luck was simply exceptional? However, the contents of these chests felt rather mundane. Was her fortune waning? Rubbing her hands together, she glanced at the only unopened wooden chest remaining and decided to save it for later. She kept a close eye on the chat. As players sought companions for teams, many shared their attributes and specialties in the chat channel. LXNGCHN aimed to find someone skilled in archery, though she could also voice her inquiries that would expose her intentions, resulting in an influx of irrelevant information that would require time to sift through. After some contemplation, LXNGCHN posted, willing to pay a high price for various blueprints, including axes, picks, shovels, weapons, etc. She sought to make the most of her current stroke of luck, having noticed that crafting items often triggered a surge of fortune. Today, acquiring such blueprints proved challenging, as many players no longer needed to expand their rafts to 100 square meters. With blueprints, they could craft the necessary tools. The demand for blueprints was high, creating a shortage. Reluctantly, LXNGCHN continued, willing to exchange blueprints for beef, whole chickens, cod, or base. The mention of food immediately enlivened the chat area. LXNGCHN, you actually have beef? Where did you find a cow at sea? Are you foolish? Don't you remember? She arrived on the island the day before yesterday. There must be cows there. But are cows that easy to kill? I doubt it. The island is home to wild bulls, which are far more ferocious than ordinary cows. How would one hunt them? With a fishing rod. LXNGCHN certainly has a wealth of good things. I'm envious. I'm envious too. GWNMing chimed in. Haha, just wait. It will soon be mine. LXNGCHN retorted, in your dreams. Wiying added, exactly dreams. GODF scoffed. Humph, as foolish as ever. LXNGCHN received a message from GODF. I possess a blueprint for a soft whip, but I wanted exchange for cooked beef or fish. I must admit, I cannot cook, and I lack a pot. A soft whip? LXNGCHN felt a flicker of interest. The bow and arrow was a ranged weapon, but she also required a close combat tool, and a soft whip would fit the bill. Her grandfather enjoyed this type of weapon, and she had learned a bit herself. With practice, she could wield it effectively. LXNGCHN replied, all right, just wait. GODF was thrilled. Could you make me a stew of potato and beef? I'll give you these potatoes, he said, sending several over. Just give me a big bowl of potato and beef stew, and the rest is yours. LXNGCHN SI sparkled. Potatoes meant she could cultivate them in the Peach Blossom Sanctuary. Additionally, she had sweet potatoes from today. Both sweet potatoes and potatoes required seedlings, and her grandfather was knowledgeable about this. She only had a rudimentary understanding. She hurriedly took the potatoes and sweet potatoes into the sanctuary, chopping them into small pieces and burying them in the soil. Of course, she only buried one small potato as a seed. After all, She still needed to prepare the potato and beef stew for GODF. Previously, she had obtained seasonings and salt, which would suffice for now. She soaked the beef in cold water to remove the blood, then briefly boiled it in hot water to eliminate the scum. Adding cooking oil. She sauteed the beef before incorporating hot water and various seasonings. While the beef simmered, Lu Xingchen diced the potatoes into chunky pieces and soaked them in water for later use. Next, she selected a few small sweet potatoes, placed them on the fire pit, and added wood to roast them. Finally, she washed the sweet potato leaves, deciding to supplement her meal with some greens. Oh, she also needed to cook rice. Lu Xingchen planned to use a small pot to prepare the rice, placing it on the fire pit next to the roasted sweet potatoes, which worked out perfectly. The iron pot simmered with beef was quite substantial. Lu Xingchen recorded a video and shared it in the group chat. The image featured the iron pot on the stove, the small pot on the fire pit, the roasted sweet potatoes, and the freshly washed green sweet potato leaves. The food-loving Wiying was the first to respond. Wow, Xingchen, you're cooking? And you have sweet potatoes? I can smell the beef. Wow, and potatoes too. Are you making potato and beef stew? Lu Xingchen replied, yes. I'll share some with you all shortly. She was aware that Wiln and the others lacked an iron pot and struggled to cook, relying solely on roasted food. Since she had an abundance of beef, she could afford to be generous, and after serving GODF a large bowl, she would still have plenty left. Wiying was touched. Xingchen, you're so kind. Much better than that brat Wiln, who hoards all the good food. Wiln defended himself. Didn't I share with you? You glutton. Zheng remained as silent as ever. Weighing, Xingchen, I possess several packets of barbecue seasoning that I acquired today. Allow me to offer you one. You can grill something delightful. Now, Weighing has also mastered the craft of making small fishing nets, and she can catch fish as well, though her daily catch is less than that of Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen swiftly obtained the barbecue seasoning. After contemplating, she crafted another fire pit and placed it beside the first, then took out a squid to grill. Grilled squid is her favorite delicacy. Before long, the beef stew with potatoes was ready. Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu requested wooden bowls, and she filled them generously. Gao Dafu placed the soft whip blueprint on the table, and the two successfully completed their trade, with Lu Xingchen discovering the soft whip blueprint, beginner, in her backpack. Immediately, she decided to create it and test her fortune. Chapter 35. Crafting the soft whip and golden nutritional liquid. Common soft whip. Required materials: 1 cowhide, 1 wood. Proceed with crafting? Lu Xingchen felt a tinge of disappointment. This weapon seemed rather ordinary. However, it was understandable, as they were still in the novice phase, and the blueprints and materials acquired were all basic, sufficient for their needs. The main focus lay on the upgraded level. She pressed craft. Common soft whip successfully crafted. Today's fortune is heightened, and the common soft whip is upgraded to intermediate soft whip. Today's fortune is heightened, and the intermediate soft whip is upgraded to advanced soft whip. After 2 levels of upgrades, the glow faded, revealing a tightly coiled soft whip on the crafting table. Lu Xingchen picked up the whip. The handle was approximately 20 centimeters long, wrapped in layers of cowhide, while the whip itself measured around 2 meters, intricately woven from cowhide. The overall color was a rich brown. Grasping the handle, Lu Xingchen swung it forcefully, producing a sharp crack, as the whip danced like a dragon and struck a nearby target, scattering a significant amount of wood shavings. The power was impressive. Lu Xingchen felt quite satisfied, wishing for a more refined technique. For now, she could only practice aimlessly. Weighing, Xingchen, is the beef stew ready? Weighing could no longer contain her impatience. It was only then that Lu Xingchen recalled, in her fervor to craft the whip, she had forgotten to share the meal with Weilin and Weiying. Weilin and Weiying had long sent their wooden bowls, eagerly awaiting the feast. In a flurry, Lu Xingchen hastily tended to the nearly burnt squid, serving each of Weiying, Weilin, and Zhongchang a small bowl of beef and potatoes, before finally retrieving her stainless steel bowl to eat. As she dined, she perused the regional chat. Wan Miling, Strength 7, Constitution 8, Agility 8, Seeking a team, Skilled in archery. Jiang Wanming. Wan Miling, do you possess a bow? If so, we would like you on our team. Wan Meiyun. Jiang Wanming. Didn't you say your team doesn't accept women? Jiang Wanming. We don't want useless members. But Wan Miling is an archery champion. Can you compare? Jiang Wenli. Hee, Wan Miling, I've heard you not only excel in archery, but also in dance. How about this? Perform a dance for me on video, and our team will recruit you. We will also find you a bow. Wan Meiyun, disgusting. Jiang Wenli. Wan Meiyun. If you wanted to join us, we wouldn't have you. Who is being disgusting here? Wan Miling, why did you block me? Wretched person. Jiang Wenming. Wan Miling. Why have you blocked me too? We were just discussing the benefits of joining our team. Add me. Wan Miling. No need. I no longer wish to join a team. Jiang Wenming. Think carefully. Most teams do not accept women. Jiang Wenli. Brother, why waste time with her? She has lost her grace. Jiang Wenli. Wan Miling, just wait. I will hunt you down on the deserted island. Lu Xingchen felt a spark of inspiration. She had found someone. Wei Lin privately messaged her. I didn't expect Wan Miling to be in this region as well. Xingchen, reach out to her. She is an archery champion and can definitely assist you. Lu Xingchen had already messaged Wan Miling. Teach me archery, and I will trade you meat and egg resources. Deal? Wan Miling, do you have a bow? Can I buy it? Lu Xingchen, unfortunately, I need it myself, and it is not tradable. For now, the game has not opened a trading function for weapons. Players must gather blueprints and materials to craft them themselves. Wan Miling expressed her disappointment. I have food, though it is quite ordinary. I am not picky about what I eat. I just need to be full. Lu Xingchen paused, pondering if this meant Wan Miling was uninterested in the resources she mentioned. After a moment, she replied, however, only by consuming meat, eggs, fruits, and vegetables can one maintain a balanced diet and enhance immunity. Without meat, how can one possess the strength to hunt for survival on a deserted island? After waiting for a reply and receiving none, Lu Xingchen continued earnestly. Since you have nothing else to do now, why not teach me in exchange for resources? You can also look for others to acquire bow blueprints, right? Wan Miling hesitated for quite a while before responding. All right. I will teach you archery in exchange for your beef. Lu Xingchen sent a piece of beef to Wan Miling, weighing 2 pounds, sufficient for one person's daily sustenance. After receiving it, Wan Miling said, that's enough. You give me 1 piece of beef a day, and I will guide you in archery. Lu Xingchen blinked, realizing that Wan Miling was quite straightforward and had not tried to exploit her. She had anticipated a more complicated negotiation. This individual seemed pleasant. With the intention of capitalizing on her good fortune, Lu Xingchen arranged to begin training with Wan Miling the following day. After concluding her exchange with Wan Miling, Lu Xingchen stood up, rubbed her hands together, as there was still 1 box left unopened. She felt fortunate and decided to open it now. Suddenly, Jiang Wenming burst into laughter in the chat channel. Jiang Wenming. Ha! I traded 2 apples with someone, and guess what? After eating an apple, my constitution increased by 1. I am now at 16. Ha! The players were astonished. Attributes can be enhanced this way? Haha. Today I stumbled upon a small island and found a red fruit there. Eating it also increased my constitution by 1. So it turns out attributes can change like this. We must strive to gather resources and not miss out on any islands, as they may yield valuable items. Some sighed. That's a rarity. Only 2 people have obtained attribute-enhancing food in such a long time. Jiang Wenming. Haha. I still have another apple. Eating it might increase my constitution again. Jiang Wenli. Our team is exceptionally strong. We welcome all to join. Gao Dafu. Jiang Wenming. Are you selling that apple? Jiang Wenming. Not selling. Enjoy your envy. People have already started to flatter Jiang Wenming, who was growing increasingly smug. He continued to taunt. Lu Xingchen. Wei Lin. If you apologize to me now, I might spare you. Wei Lin. Fool. Lu Xingchen. Do I even know you? She found it beneath her to engage with a madman and approached the box, carefully opening it. Opened wooden box. Obtained 1 ordinary plant nutritional liquid. Today's fortune has elevated, upgrading to advanced plant nutritional liquid. Today's fortune has elevated, upgrading to rare plant nutritional liquid. Today's fortune has elevated, upgrading to golden plant nutritional liquid. Today, her luck had finally erupted. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Golden plant nutritional liquid, top quality. Can promote common plants from seedling to maturity. If not stored in a medicine box, its effective period is 24 hours. Please use it promptly. Just like the bottle from the morning. This is truly a remarkable item. That single bottle of nutritional liquid had allowed the sea demon vine to grow so much. But whom should she give it to? Lu Xingchen approached the sea demon vine and inquired, Little vine, would you like to drink this? The sea demon vine shook its tendrils. Master, I can only utilize it once within 3 days. Using it now would yield no effect. However, master, this sweet liquid is delightful. Why not let me have it? Lu Xingchen, she could not afford to waste it. Thus, she quickly replied, forget it, little vine. I will give it to you when I have more next time. Lu Xingchen held the golden plant nutrient solution and circled around the rare land, which was currently cultivating watermelons. The growth rate on this rare land was accelerated by 20-fold, and the watermelons would ripen in a few days. Shaking her head, Lu Xingchen felt that it was too wasteful to use such a high-grade nutrient solution just to enjoy a watermelon a few days earlier. No, she thought. She turned and entered the Taoyuan sacred realm. Chapter 36. Mysterious Peach, Attributes Random. Within the Taoyuan sacred realm, the peach trees were still in bloom, their petals drifting gently to the ground, creating a lovely carpet of pink. The small green onions, bok choy, and strawberries thrived in vibrant green. Lu Xingchen walked around the peach tree several times. This particular tree had begun to blossom from day one, and despite the fourfold time flow in Taoyuan, the blooms remained resilient. She feared she might not see the fruiting. Deciding to use the nutrient solution on this peach tree, she thought that it was the most advanced option available. Worst case, she would waste this bottle of nutrient solution, as it would lose efficacy after 24 hours without use. Resolutely, Lu Xingchen opened the bottle cap and tilted the bottle, allowing the golden nutrient solution to drip into the roots of the peach tree. The moment the solution touched the soil, it vanished entirely. Not a single drop was left visible. Suddenly, the drifting peach blossoms ceased their fall. Lu Xingchen looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment. She watched as the flowers on the tree rapidly withered and fell, giving way to tiny green fruits that quickly grew from the size of a fingernail to that of a fist. The color shifted from green to a vibrant red. The peaches swelled to a size comparable to an adult's fist, their red skin glistening with moisture, tantalizingly fragrant, and utterly irresistible. What fresh peaches! Lu Xingchen swallowed hard. She adored juicy peaches. Were they poisonous? While pondering this, she reached out and plucked a large peach. A wave of sweet fragrance enveloped her. Unable to resist, she rushed to wash it with clean water and bit into it with a satisfying crunch. The sweet juice filled her mouth. Indeed, it was extraordinarily sweet. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but take another bite, then another, until in less than a minute, she had devoured the entire peach, leaving only the pit in her hand. She had never consumed anything so quickly. It was simply too delicious. Still savoring the delightful taste, the system voice suddenly chimed in. Consuming mysterious water peach grants 1 distributable attribute point. Players may allocate this point in their personal panel. Note: please consume within 24 hours. Attribute points to allocate? No. These were distributable attribute points. Could she freely assign them to physique, agility, and strength? Lu Xingchen quickly opened her personal panel, and to her surprise, the numbers had changed. 90056. Name: Lu Xingchen. Age: 24. Strength: 9. Agility: 10. Physique: 9. Occupation: none. Skills: beginner traps, beginner herbalism. Distributable attribute points. 1. Can be allocated freely to strength, agility, and physique. Lu Xingchen hesitated, deciding to hold on to it for now and think about how to allocate it later. If she ate another, would she gain another distributable attribute point? With that thought, Lu Xingchen dashed back into the Taoyuan sacred realm and plucked 2 more peaches, eager to enjoy more. However, having just had dinner and feeling quite full after one large peach, she found it a bit of a stretch to consume another. Reluctantly, she planned to set the peaches aside for later when she was hungrier. She casually glanced at the chat channel, where Jiang Wenming was still boasting. It seems my luck has arrived. Hunting on the deserted island. Prepare for misfortunes. Jiang Wenli responded. All right. There are too many people joining our team. Please wait. Jiang Wenming continued. Why isn't Lu Xingchen speaking up? Afraid? After all, she is just a weak woman who got lucky with some supplies. How impressive can that be? Jiang Wenli chimed in. Exactly. Without strength, she can't protect her resources. Lu Xingchen scoffed. If her guess was correct, the Jiang brothers had already challenged her multiple times in such a short span. She couldn't understand why they had fixated on her without any grievances. Lu Xingchen sent a message. Mysterious water peach 2. Mysterious water peach. A mysterious peach that grants 1 distributable attribute point upon consumption. Rather than engaging with the Jiang brothers, she chose to share the information about the water peach. She preferred to keep a low profile, but she relished the opportunity to strike back. Once her message was sent, the regional chat erupted with excitement. Previously, the Jiang brothers had been boasting, and at first, Wei Ling and Wei Ying had responded a few times, but eventually, they stopped engaging, intimidated by the Jiang brothers' evident strength. Thus, the chat had turned into a private conversation for the Jiang brothers. However, upon Lu Xingchen's message about the mysterious water peach, many players noticed and commented. This peach looks so tempting, it seems sweet, and it smells sweet too. I can't take it anymore. I want to eat it. Why do some people miss the point? The key is that it grants distributable attribute points upon consumption. Don't you understand? You can distribute that point freely among physique, strength, and agility. This is a treasure. Indeed, this is far better than just increasing physique with an apple. She gets 2 at once. Impressive, Lu Xingchen remains the top player. The Jiang brothers, who had basked in their pride for too long, grew increasingly frustrated as they realized they were still far behind Lu Xingchen. Jiang Wenming's eyes fixated on the water peach, greedily inhaling its aroma. In truth, he coveted the strength attribute the most. His physique was already substantial, but strength and agility were crucial in combat, particularly for someone like him who engaged in close-quarters fighting. Strength was paramount. Therefore, he was somewhat dissatisfied with apples. Unexpectedly, Lu Xingchen's water peach offered attribute points that could be freely allocated, precisely what he had long desired. Why was this peach not his? Fuming, Jiang Wenming messaged Lu Xingchen, "How much for the peach? Name your price." Lu Xingchen replied, "Are you insane?" Jiang Wenming continued, "Lu Xingchen, it seems you are quite lucky as well. In that case, I will forgive you." Before he could finish, Lu Xingchen immediately blocked him. Such a person was utterly repugnant and unreasonable. Jiang Wenli privately messaged, "Lu Xingchen, why did you block my brother?" Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen blocked him too. Jiang Wenming then stated in the regional chat, "Lu Xingchen, I forgive you. If you request to join my team, I will agree." Lu Xingchen replied, "Are you mad? Go get treated." Wei Ling interjected, "What do you mean? Are you trying to poach players from me?" The Jiang brothers continued to chatter in the chat channel, and many players could no longer stand by. Haha, I've never seen such shamelessness. They are just after her peach with attribute boosts. If you want it, you should apologize nicely and offer suitable resources in exchange. Exactly, what kind of team are they running? Not to mention their character is questionable. I heard they've even added a murderer serving time in prison. Terrifying. Who would dare join such a team? Jiang Wenming, infuriated, retorted, "You all wait." Lu Xingchen returned to the Taoyuan sacred realm, counting the peaches. 1, 2, 3. There were still 22 peaches left on the tree. Considering she had eaten one and picked two, the tree had produced a total of 25 peaches. She could enjoy them slowly. Suddenly, Zhongchang sent her a message, directly sending her a locked wooden box. Lu Xingchen was about to refuse, but suddenly had an idea and accepted it. She recalled that opening boxes could be enhanced with luck, and she could purchase boxes. Chapter 37. Upgrading Filters, Luck on the Rise. Lu Xingchen immediately sent a message in the regional channel, seeking unopened wooden boxes and locked wooden boxes, as well as keys. Gao Dafu replied, "Lu Xingchen, I have a key. Would you trade it for peaches? Check your private messages." Many individuals usually contact Lu Xingchen privately, and after she posted about the peaches, private messages flooded in like snowflakes, leaving her no time to respond. However, having previously chatted with Gao Dafu, she effortlessly located his message. Gao Dafu continued, "Lu Xingchen, I desire peaches. I can offer you a regular key, and you may choose anything else." Lu Xingchen inquired, "Do you have any other blueprints?" After a brief silence, Gao Dafu replied, "I do not possess weapon blueprints, but I have a pickaxe blueprint. Would that suffice?" Although the pickaxe blueprint was useful and likely to trigger exceptional luck, Lu Xingchen still found it unworthy of the trade. She replied, "Is there anything else? I already have a pickaxe blueprint. Well, I could accept it. It holds little value for me." Gao Dafu was nearly in tears. "Lu Xingchen, you have so many resources. Anything I possess, you also have, and what I lack, you have as well. What more do you want? How about I owe you this time, and next time I find blueprints, you'll be my priority. All right, I'll give you 2 pieces of pink cotton cloth. I believe you young ladies would appreciate that." Without further ado, Gao Dafu sent 2 pieces of pink cotton cloth to Lu Xingchen. These pieces were just enough to make curtains, and Lu Xingchen felt a spark of need. "Fine, but I require at least a medium-level weapon blueprint," Lu Xingchen stated. "No problem." Gao Dafu readily agreed. Thus, Gao Dafu exchanged 1 pickaxe blueprint, 1 regular key, 2 pieces of pink cotton cloth, and an outstanding debt of 1 medium-level weapon blueprint for a peach with enhanced attributes. The two swiftly completed the transaction. Pink cotton cloth 2, pickaxe blueprint 1, regular key 1, added to storage backpack. Lu Xingchen took out the key and unlocked the locked wooden box. Open the wooden box, acquired a seawater filter upgrade card, medium, which can upgrade a basic seawater filter to medium level, doubling the daily yield of purified water. Oh, this item is indeed useful. Lu Xingchen instantly felt it was worth it. Although she owned 2 seawater filters, she only received 2 liters of water daily, which was slightly insufficient for washing dishes and cooking. Excellent. Just as she was about to open her backpack, a series of notifications rang out. Today's exceptional luck has enhanced the seawater filter upgrade card, medium, to a seawater filter upgrade card, high, quadrupling the daily yield of purified water. Today's exceptional luck has upgraded the seawater filter upgrade card, high, to a seawater filter upgrade card, top, yielding 8 times the daily purified water. Today's exceptional luck has further upgraded the seawater filter upgrade card, top, to a seawater filter upgrade card, rare, yielding 16 times the daily purified water. The upgrade card had directly ascended to a rare level. Lu Xingchen was astonished. The yield of purified water had skyrocketed to 16 times. Now, 1 seawater filter would produce 11 liters of purified water daily, which after the enhancement would amount to around 17 or 18 liters. This volume was more than ample. She promptly retrieved the now golden upgrade card from her backpack and applied it to one of her seawater filters. With a flash of golden light, the seawater filter instantly grew, reaching a height of approximately 1.5 meters. its appearance now far more exquisite. At a glance, the 4-liter plastic bucket underneath appeared rather diminutive. Thus, it was essential to remember to replace the buckets promptly. That seemed somewhat bothersome. While Lu Xingchen was busy, the sea demon vine waved its tendrils around her. Noticing her standing there, frowning in contemplation, the sea demon vine extended a tendril and lightly tapped Lu Xingchen's shoulder, curiously asking, "Master, what troubles you?" Lu Xingchen looked at the tendril, her eyes sparkling. "Little vine, could I ask a favor of you?" "What is it?" "Of course." The sea demon vine became excited. Lu Xingchen approached the crafting table and promptly crafted several 4-liter plastic buckets, saying, "If you see that the water buckets here are full, could you please help me replace them with empty ones?" "Absolutely." The sea demon vine eagerly agreed. Lu Xingchen joyfully patted the tendril. After all, this was just a 3-year-old little one, now assisting her in retrieving wooden boxes and changing water buckets. Was she being too demanding of this little girl? "Little vine, if you feel tired, do let me know. I can manage it myself," she added. The sea demon vine dismissed her concerns. "How could I tire? I have 9 main tendrils, and the number of smaller tendrils is countless. I could spare just one small tendril to accomplish this task." As she spoke, she waved several tendrils, proudly declaring, "Master, feel free to call on me. I am quite capable." "All right." With that, Lu Xingchen felt reassured. Lu Xingchen took out the pickaxe blueprint and crafted the pickaxe. Once again, exceptional luck was triggered, resulting in a rare-level pickaxe. Subsequently, she crafted a refined-level iron shovel. After completing these tasks, she sighed in relief. It had been a day both exhausting and fulfilling. Though she wished to rest, the exceptional luck was too enticing to disregard. Suddenly, she recalled something and took a water peach from her backpack, sending it to Zhongchang. Zhongchang, a person who seemed to prioritize her, always offered her resources first, allowing her to choose. If she declined, he would then use them to further his own development. Such gratitude, loyalty, and honesty were rare traits. And she didn't mind helping him. When Zhongchang received the peach, he was taken aback. He felt that he had promised, during his time of need, that whoever saved him would receive his resources in return. Lu Xingchen had saved him, so he should provide resources to her. Yet, each time Lu Xingchen reciprocated, she never took his items for granted. This time was no exception. He understood the value of the water peach. In the regional chat, countless individuals sought to curry favor with Lu Xingchen, desperately offering various resources in exchange for a single peach. Lu Xingchen had turned them all down, indicating that those resources were beneath her. Having merely complied with a promise to give him a locked box, Lu Xingchen rewarded him with an enhanced attribute water peach. He had struck a significant bargain. No, he should feel even more grateful and strive to procure better resources to repay Lu Xingchen. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen had already drifted into slumber, utterly fatigued and uninterested in further endeavors. Sleep beckoned. The next day, upon waking, Lu Xingchen first consumed a water peach, thereby accruing an additional assignable attribute point. She was puzzled. Could this increase continue indefinitely? She found it hard to believe. There must be a limit. She planned to explore the extent of this increase before selling or gifting the peaches. Today, without the need to venture to the island or retrieve boxes, Lu Xingchen finally found herself at leisure. Thus, there was no need to rush breakfast. She intended to prepare cod porridge and an egg pancake. If only she had yeast. With yeast, she would surely make a pancake stuffed with eggs. The scallions were nearly ripe and could now be used. She plucked a handful of scallions, placed them in a wooden bowl filled with water, added flour, and cracked an egg, washing and chopping the scallions to mix into the batter. She moved the small pot of boiling rice porridge to the fire pit, placed the iron pan on the iron stove to heat, added oil, swirled it around, poured in a little batter, and swirled again to evenly spread the batter into a thin pancake. Lu Xingchen found it inconvenient without a spatula and asked Wei Lin, "Can you make a wooden spatula?" "Certainly." Wei Lin quickly sent over a wooden spatula and a wooden spoon. Lu Xingchen replied, "Thank you. I'll treat you to an egg pancake later. Do you have eggs?" Wei Lin's voice turned excited. Chapter 38, Making Egg Pancakes and Practicing Archery. Lu Xingchen washed the wooden spatula and flipped the egg pancake. "Yes, in a couple of days. We might even have chicks." Chickens take 21 days to hatch, and with time flowing 4 times faster in the space, the chicks should emerge in about 5 or 6 days. By the way, what will the chicks eat once they hatch? Is there anything to be cautious about? Lu Xingchen fell into a daze. She still needs to find a way to raise chickens. A worried Lu Xingchen asked in their small group, "Does anyone know how to raise chicks?" The newly hatched ones. Wiln replied, "I don't know." Wying added, "I have no clue." Zhangqiang said, "I'm not sure." Lu Xingchen sighed, wishing her grandparents were around. They had raised chicks and would surely know how to care for them. Oh well, there are still several days left, so there is time to think about it. The egg pancakes were ready, and Lu Xingchen quickly cooked 2, giving one to Wiln and keeping the other for herself. The soft egg pancake paired with the milky white cod porridge was delicious. After breakfast, she was set to practice archery. With Him helping her retrieve boxes and observing the sea conditions, she had nothing to worry about. For the next few days, her task was to enhance her combat experience and improve her attributes. WNMILing contacted her first. I forgot to tell you, we can't practice archery yet. Lu Xingchen asked, why not? WNMILing explained, we need an archery range, which must be at least 100 meters long. Although you can start closer, as your training progresses, the distance must be adjusted. In fact, 100 meters isn't even enough since arrows can easily fall into the sea, and if they do, they're lost, leading to excessive consumption. It would be best if the range were longer or had barriers. It's quite troublesome. WNMILing had only realized this that morning. Her raft was already 20 square meters, indicating rapid development. She suddenly thought that under these circumstances, Lu Xingchen couldn't practice archery at all. After all, who could expand a raft beyond 100 meters in such a short time? Not even a deity could manage that. Reluctantly, she had to decline this opportunity to gather resources. She couldn't deceive anyone. Lu Xingchen pondered, is 200 meters sufficient? WNMILing replied, that's ample. But how can you possibly build such a long raft? Where would you find that much wood and iron nails? Lu Xingchen responded, just wait a moment. She hurried to the storage room and retrieved wood and iron nails. Her raft had an abundance of resources, and when the time came to practice, she would need to video chat with WNMILing, as she still didn't know much about her and preferred not to reveal too much about herself. Thus, she decided to specifically create a training ground. Constructing a raft 200 meters long and 1 meter wide required 200 planks, which meant 2,000 wood and 2,000 iron nails. If she hadn't made a fortune selling braziers, she wouldn't have been able to afford such extravagance. Lacking sufficient iron nails, Lu Xingchen fashioned some from iron blocks and then extended the raft by 1,200 at the rear. Her raft now measured 730. She simply expanded the middle section by 1,200. From a distance, it appeared as though it had grown a long tail. Lu Xingchen also used an axe to craft a simple round target. The exquisite iron axe was remarkably sharp, making this task effortless. Ordinary iron axes would have been inadequate. After completing it, Lu Xingchen inquired of WNMILing, are there any specifications for the target? What height should it be? WNMILing was puzzled by this question, as there had never been a target transaction in the regional chat. She replied, the bullseye should be approximately 13 meters from the ground. Hurry and gather materials. See if you can collect everything within a week. However, it might be challenging. You should use other weapons. WNMILing thought Lu Xingchen was being absurd. How could one practice archery on a raft? Since there was no foundation, it would be better to practice with a spear. Lu Xingchen chopped wood, set up the target according to specifications, and painted the concentric circles. Satisfied that everything was in order, she sent a video request to WNMILing. Come, take a look. Does this meet the requirements? WNMILing accepted the video call and immediately saw Lu Xingchen. She was astonished. She hadn't expected Lu Xingchen to be so young and beautiful. Lu Xingchen was somewhat of a celebrity, frequently appearing in game announcements for achievements like being the first to land on an island or receiving the highest contributions. WNMILing had assumed Lu Xingchen must be in her 30s or 40s, but she looked no older than 20. With flawless skin and abundant collagen, clad in camouflage attire, with a quiver slung over her shoulder and a horn bow in hand, her forehead was smooth, and her high ponytail gave her a polished and spirited appearance. What stood out was her cleanliness. Lu Xingchen was immaculate, from her clothes to her face, hands, and even a single hair or fingernail. She resembled someone on a vacation rather than a survivor at sea. Noticing that WNMILing was silent for a long time, Lu Xingchen curiously asked, what's wrong? Is there something that doesn't meet the standards? Only then did WNMILing shift her gaze to the raft. Upon seeing it, she was even more amazed. This is sufficient. It looks great. She observed the long raft. Though only a meter wide, it was indeed 200 meters long. Most importantly, this was a separate area. Lu Xingchen's stove, house, and boxes were not here. This indicated that Lu Xingchen had made a deliberate expansion. Such financial resources were extraordinary. Truly the most remarkable person in District 33. Lu Xingchen interrupted WNMILing's thoughts. Great. Shall we begin now? Yes. WNMILing replied, her expression becoming serious. Although she was teaching, she was also working for her, and she needed to justify that piece of beef. First, They covered the stance. There are several types, but they would focus on one, an open stance. With the right foot slightly ahead of the left, Lu Xingchen quickly mastered the stance. She learned how to grip the bow, knock the arrow, position herself, and aim. This was a crash course. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so quick. WNMILing looked at Lu Xingchen's horn bow with envy. Although the bow was black and seemed unremarkable, its fluidity and the arc when the string was drawn indicated it was undoubtedly a fine bow. Lu Xingchen was indeed fortunate. WNMILing felt a twinge of jealousy. They had been practicing for 4 or 5 hours by this point. Lu Xingchen felt tired, and WNMILing, her throat dry from talking, said, "All right, talking doesn't help. You can try shooting now. Stand about 30 meters from the target." Lu Xingchen drew the bow, knocked an arrow, aimed, and released. Whoosh! The arrow flew past the target, narrowly missing it. "Try again." WNMILing encouraged. She secretly marveled at Lu Xingchen's talent. No wonder she was so strong and always came in first. Lu Xingchen shot another arrow, this time hitting the 8-ring. WNMILing was satisfied. "That's enough for now. Let us review your performance, and we'll continue this afternoon." Lu Xingchen nodded. "All right." She ran to retrieve the off-target arrow, while WNMILing ended the video call. Just before the video concluded, she inadvertently glanced at Lu Xingchen, who had already passed the target, revealing the vast raft and a fleeting glimpse of green. No, it wasn't just a hint of green. It was a patch of green, perhaps even some pink. Were those flowers? Chapter 39. The call to arms appears. WNMILing shook her head repeatedly. How could that be possible? At present, everyone had only 1 or 2 seeds. Who had land? Moreover, they had only been here for 4 or 5 days. How could any seeds grow so large and bloom? However, had she just imagined it? No. She was an expert archer with keen eyesight and had never experienced such hallucinations. Could it be that after not eating meat for several days, her body and vision had deteriorated? WNMILing began to deeply doubt herself. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen was startled. During the video, the camera had followed her, and she had almost run into the fence. She wondered if WNMILing had seen that. No, she needed to be more cautious next time and figure out how to set a fixed camera. In the morning, HIMTing retrieved 3 boxes. Upon opening them, aside from basic resources like wood and iron nails, she found a bag of noodles, 2 tomatoes, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Unfortunately, the green beans were too tender to save for seeds, so she decided to consume them fresh at noon, remembering that the peaches would expire soon. Lu Xingchen quickly took one out to eat. Indeed, she gained another distributable attribute point. After finishing the peach, Lu Xingchen began to prepare lunch. She currently suffers from an extreme lack of vegetables. Fortunately, there are still a few mushrooms harvested earlier. Thus, she stewed some chicken pieces, simmered a bit of rice, and stir-fried some sweet potato shoots, along with preparing a dish of beef stir-fried with green beans. Additionally, she made a tomato and egg soup, which can be considered as 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. After having lunch and resting for a while, WNMILing arrived again. Lu Xingchen continued her archery practice. This time, she fixed the camera, so WNMILing could only see a long wooden raft. Even if she went to retrieve the arrows, the camera would not follow her. WNMILing felt regretful, as she still wanted to verify something. The afternoon passed swiftly, and Lu Xingchen's archery skills improved significantly. When class ended, just as the sun was setting, Lu Xingchen handed a piece of beef to WNMILing, which served as her tuition for the day. WNMILing accepted the beef and politely bid farewell. Lu Xingchen ate the last water peach she had picked the day before and found that her assignable points had increased slightly. Was she not at the limit yet? She felt an urge to act and decided not to prepare dinner for now, opting to wait until she felt hungry again to eat another water peach. With nothing much to do, she decided to create a bathroom. The fully automated toilet and shower cabin being openly placed there seemed a bit unappealing. Now, she could still create a wooden house and choose its size, akin to designing her own dwelling. She constructed a wooden house measuring 5 meters in width and 2 meters in length, totaling 10 square meters, which could be considered a spacious bathroom. It is worth noting that she had previously decided to buy a house after finishing her project. One that she had considered had only a 6-meter bathroom. Surviving at sea had its advantages. With ample space, she could build a larger house. The wooden house featured a door, with one wall made of wooden boards while the other 2 were glass, allowing for a view of the sea from within the bathroom. Lu Xingchen took out the pink cotton cloth gifted by Gao Dafu and made 2 small curtains to hang over the glass windows. This way, when she pulled back the curtains, she could enjoy the ocean view, and when drawn, they would ensure her privacy. Perfect. However, lacking furniture, the spacious area still felt quite empty. Lu Xingchen inquired in their small group. Do you have the blueprints for tables and chairs? Wei Lin replied. No. Gao Dafu had obtained a set before and made one himself. Apart from him, I haven't heard anyone else mention it. Wei Ying added. That Gao Dafu seems to have a bit of luck. If he weren't so fat and weak, I would have considered bringing him into the fold. Wei Lin remarked. He formed his own team. Wei Ying exclaimed, what? Someone wants him? Wei Lin explained. His teammate is his previous driver, who served in the military and possesses decent combat skills. He has plenty of supplies and has hired him. How lucky Gao Dafu is. Wei Ying asked, what happened? Wei Lin said. He mentioned he opened a box and received a summoning order, which allows him to summon one person to join him. The order is valid for 24 hours. Wei Ying exclaimed, such a wonderful item exists? Wei Lin replied, it seems to be for preparing for island hunting. Lu Xingchen was momentarily surprised but chose to disregard it. Although she had teamed up with others, she did not place her hopes on her teammates. Firstly, she needed to be strong enough herself. After practicing archery all day, her hands and arms were too fatigued to lift, yet she still took out her whip, deciding to practice for a while longer. While swinging the whip, she typed in the chat, looking for table and chair blueprints. Whenever she appeared, the chat channel was sure to become lively. Lu Xingchen, what do you need tables and chairs for? 2 wooden boxes would suffice. Upstairs, their lives are different from yours. They can eat beef, chicken, and fish at will, while you... I didn't expect Lu Xingchen to be so idle that she's starting to enhance her quality of life. Jiang Wenming remarked, idle? What use are tables? Lu Xingchen replied, of course, they're useful for placing water peaches. Wei Ying laughed, and Wei Lin joined in. Haha. Gao Dafu added, Lu Xingchen, do you intend to drive Jiang Wenming mad? Many followed with laughter, while Jiang Wenming was nearly exasperated. Qin Xiaoro privately messaged Lu Xingchen. Jiang Wenla has a set of table and chair blueprints. Xingchen, he wants a peach. Is that possible? Lu Xingchen was puzzled. How do you know so much? Qin Xiaoro replied, I am on the same team as him. Lu Xingchen was speechless. Qin Xiaoro truly prioritized looks above all else. No matter how beautiful one might be, if they lack strength, it is futile, especially with the dangers of island hunting. However, she could not dissuade her. Lu Xingchen responded, blueprints for tables and chairs cannot be exchanged for a peach. You know the value of peaches. It was not that Lu Xingchen was heartless. Although table and chair blueprints were rare, they were of little use and truly not worth a peach. Qin Xiaoro sighed. Let me have him talk to you. You can take him off your blacklist. Lu Xingchen then recalled that she had long since blacklisted Jiang Wenla. She removed him from the blacklist and immediately received a private message from Jiang Wenla. Sister, can you give me a peach? Lu Xingchen grimaced in distaste. Was this not akin to begging? She promptly replied, no, let's negotiate the price for the tables and chairs. Also, don't call me sister. I have no younger brother. Additionally, peaches are not up for trade. Jiang Wenla was silent for a while before weakly asking, do you have any fruit? Fruit? Lu Xingchen paused, suddenly remembering that her watermelon had ripened. The rare land could increase the growth rate of plants by 20 times. The watermelon, once planted, would mature in 36 hours. And now it had been several hours since it ripened. She had expanded the raft and practiced archery, completely forgetting about the watermelon. She hurried to the rare land and found 7 or 8 large watermelons had grown, clearly ripe. Lu Xingchen quickly harvested the watermelons and set them aside, contemplating before heading to the peach garden sacred realm to dig out some potatoes to plant in the rare land, as there were too few potato seedlings. She also took a few sweet potatoes. Potato, a perennial herbaceous plant. The tuber is edible. Growth cycle, 60 days. Rare land increases plant growth speed by 20 times, resulting in a growth cycle of 3 days. Chapter 40. Harvesting watermelons, planting potatoes. Sweet potato, a perennial herbaceous plant. The tuber is edible. Growth cycle, 90 days. Rare land increases plant growth speed by 20 times, resulting in a growth cycle of 6 days. She still had plenty of sweet potatoes and was not in a hurry to eat them. The 6-day growth period was sufficient. Lu Xingchen washed her hands, and at that moment, Jiang Wenla was becoming anxious. He understood that although the blueprints for tables and chairs were rare, they could not be exchanged for anything substantial, especially since everyone was still struggling for food and drink, with limited supplies. Why trade something useless like table and chair blueprints that would waste wood? Only Lu Xingchen seemed to have such thoughts. Jiang Wenla asked, is that okay? If not, just give me some other food. Lu Xingchen replied, sure, I can give you some watermelon. Since it was introduced by Qin Xiaoro, she decided to give him some consideration. After all, it was a rare blueprint. The item exchange should not be too inferior or too little. A single watermelon was too large, so she decided to cut it. Lu Xingchen sliced the watermelon and handed Jiang Wenla a small portion. Jiang Wenla was overjoyed. Thank you. Thank you so much. The two completed the trade, and Lu Xingchen received the blueprints for the tables and chairs. Wooden table, simple furniture, materials required, 12 wood. Would you like to craft it? Wooden chair. Simple furniture. Materials required. 3 wood. Would you like to craft it? Lu Xingchen crafted 2 tables and 4 chairs, placing 1 table and 2 chairs inside the wooden house, while the other table and 2 chairs were set beside the iron stove. This arrangement would make it more convenient for cooking, allowing her to place items like fish, meat, and vegetables. With this thought, Lu Xingchen suddenly realized that she ought to build a kitchen. However, as the weather was still not too cold, it would suffice for now. After some contemplation, she decided to construct a wooden pavilion measuring 5 meters, placing it between the house and the warehouse, and putting the iron stove, fire pit, tables, chairs, and seawater filter, kitchen-related items, inside the wooden pavilion. This way, she could protect them from sun and rain. Her 4 structures, the bedroom, kitchen and storage room, and restroom, all share the same width of 5 square meters, though their lengths vary, 4 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, and 2 meters, respectively. Together, these 4 occupy a length of 15 meters on the wooden raft. With the gaps left between the buildings, the raft feels rather cramped. After tidying up, it was nearly 10 at night, signaling bedtime. Lu Xingchen was preoccupied with enhancing her attributes, disregarding the notion that eating too much at night could be detrimental. She entered the Taoyuan Xingjing and consumed a peach. This time, there was no disturbance. She opened her personal panel and saw that she still had 3 attribute points to allocate, realizing that this was her limit. No matter how many peaches she ate, it would be of no further benefit. However, after consuming the peach, she felt invigorated and alert. Evidently, the peach had restorative properties. Moreover, she discovered that as long as the peaches remained unpicked, they would be fine, but once picked, they must be consumed within 24 hours to retain their attribute-enhancing effect. It seemed she could not afford to pick any peaches for now. With 21 peaches remaining, she could plan wisely for future exchanges. Before that, she decided to give 1 peach each to Wei Ying and Wei Lin. These 2 could become friends and allies, and their gratitude warranted a good relationship. With her surplus of peaches, it was difficult to exchange for valuable items, so it was better to share with them to enhance their strength. Wei Lin and Wei Ying were deeply touched. Wei Ying exclaimed, "Xingchen, you are too kind. I don't have anything good right now, but once I obtain good blueprints, I will definitely share with you." Wei Lin added, "Thank you." He shared the same sentiment. They both promised to reciprocate Lu Xingchen's kindness in the future. Lu Xingchen smiled slightly. "You're welcome." After completing her final task, she felt unburdened, took a shower, and began to rest. Before resting, she drew the newly made pink curtains, ensuring a better sleep. After all, the sea demon vine was more vigilant than she was. It did not require sleep and could monitor the sea at any time. The only downside was that she still lacked proper sleepwear, having to settle for her previous short-sleeved shirt and shorts, covered with a blanket, which was just the right temperature. As for the others, they were not as fortunate. The current temperature was slightly lower than before, and they were still clad in summer attire, making the nights quite chilly. Without proper shelter or new clothing, and reluctant to light a fire pit, they were left feeling quite cold. A few had already begun to cough. The next morning, Lu Xingchen awoke around 8 o'clock, stretched her arms, changed into her sportswear, and got out of bed. Now equipped with camouflage attire, she alternated between that and her sportswear, which was suitable for the current temperature, neither too warm nor too cold. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she tied her hair up and dashed into the Taoyuan Xingjing. Taoyuan Xingjing today's luck enhancement. None, average luck today. Lu Xingchen felt regretful. It seemed today was destined to be ordinary. However, she thought it was acceptable. One could not expect good fortune every day. Suddenly, Wan Meiling messaged her, "Want to practice archery?" Lu Xingchen then realized that Wan Meiling had been trying to contact her since 7 in the morning. Yesterday, Wan Meiling had obtained a piece of beef, sliced it thinly, and grilled it over the fire pit. Even without seasoning, it was extraordinarily delicious. This beef was far superior to ordinary beef, and early in the morning, she felt full of energy, grateful she had agreed to Lu Xingchen's proposal. With limited time to salvage wooden crates, idleness was not an option. Why not earn some beef to enjoy? Knowing that one should not consume too much beef for digestive health, she planned to sell the remaining beef at noon, as it was indeed a rare commodity. This arrangement worked splendidly. Thus, she eagerly sought out Lu Xingchen early in the morning. Lu Xingchen had a light breakfast and connected with Wan Meiling via video. The day flew by with practice. Wan Meiling was particularly dedicated, offering her knowledge generously, which Lu Xingchen could clearly sense. At noon, Wan Meiling allowed Lu Xingchen only a half-hour break, just enough time to sip some water and eat a piece of bread before resuming the lessons. This session lasted until 7 in the evening. Lu Xingchen could hardly endure it, and only then did Wan Meiling call a halt to the lessons. She explained, "Today's situation is special. It's a critical period, and we cannot afford to pause, hence the urgency in teaching. Tomorrow will be much better." Wan Meiling sighed. "During our training, we do physical training and archery every day, with hardly any time to rest apart from meal breaks, and we still have evening training. Lu Xingchen understood well, as today Wan Meiling had even added physical training for her. Lu Xingchen felt the weight of Wan Meiling's diligent instruction. Lu Xingchen traded a piece of beef with Wan Meiling, saying, "Coach Wan, don't bother cooking tonight. After you rest for a bit, I'll prepare a meal for you." She had worked herself to exhaustion, and since she hadn't eaten well at noon or in the morning, she planned a hearty dinner to avoid wasting the food in the storage. Wan Meiling was taken aback and replied, "Okay." In just 2 days of interaction, Lu Xingchen had a fair grasp of Wan Meiling's character, practical, reserved, and direct in both speech and action, without unnecessary pleasantries. She appreciated this personality. It simplified matters. Had it been anyone else, the content of today's lesson could have been spread over 3 or 4 days without revealing anything. Yet, Wan Meiling's teachings were all substantial, and Lu Xingchen felt compelled to express her gratitude. Lu Xingchen first took a shower, changed clothing, and then rested for a while. During her break, she decided to open some boxes. Chapter 41, Stir-Fried Squid and Braised Chicken Pieces. Today proved to be rather mundane, with nothing surprising in the boxes. However, she did find a bag of dried shrimp and a 22-piece set of white bone china dishware in one crate. Lu Xingchen was quite pleased, as she finally had decent dining ware. In addition to that, there was a set of pink sportswear, which looked quite nice. Lu Xingchen decided to keep it for future use. After unpacking the boxes, she began contemplating her meals for the day. The strawberries in Taoyuan Xingjing had several that were already ripe, while the bok choy and scallions were still tender, perfect for the next day or two. She first went to Taoyuan Xingjing, picked a dozen bok choy, and gathered a few ripe strawberries. She intended to prepare braised chicken pieces, a stir-fry of shrimp and bok choy, steamed cod, and stir-fried squid. She must reward herself with a lavish dinner for her hard work today. In need of ginger and garlic, Lu Xingchen called out in the regional chat, "Who has ginger, scallions, or garlic? I can trade wood, iron blocks, beef, fish, or other items." While everyone was discussing island hunting, they quickly shifted topics upon hearing Lu Xingchen's request. "Lu Xingchen, what do you need ginger, scallions, and garlic for? What can you do with ginger, scallions, and garlic?" "Of course, it's for cooking, especially for meat dishes." Jealousy arose as they grumbled, while we're still munching on bread. Lu Xingchen is already picky about her food, requesting ginger, scallions, and garlic. Why is there such a disparity among us? All right, enough comparing yourself to her. It's not wise to provoke Lu Xingchen. Jiang Wenming scoffed. In times like these, instead of training hard to improve your physical abilities, you're just thinking about eating and drinking. Isn't the island hunting waiting to claim lives? My eating and drinking won't hinder you from meeting your fate. Lu Xingchen retorted without hesitation. Jiang Wenming was behaving like a rabid dog. She had previously chosen to ignore him, but now she retaliated every chance she got. Soon enough, she had gathered a piece of ginger, several cloves of garlic, and 2 large scallions. The scallions were rather mature, with seeds, so she decided to collect them as seeds. She kept one of each ginger and garlic and placed them along with the scallion seeds into Taoyuan Xingjing, planning to plant them together later. With all the ingredients ready, she began cooking. She marinated the cod with ginger and scallion shreds, soy sauce, cooking wine, and other seasonings, then placed it in a small steamer to cook. Continuing with the preparation of Hong Shao Ji Kwai, the chicken was cut into pieces, cleaned, and briefly blanched. In a hot pan, oil was poured in, followed by scallions, ginger, garlic, and various seasonings. The chicken pieces were added and stir-fried, after which more seasonings and boiling water were introduced, allowing the mixture to simmer for half an hour. A high flame was used to reduce the sauce before serving. At this moment, the cod was also steamed to perfection. Lu Xingchen arranged the cod and Hong Shao Ji Kwai on a white porcelain plate, placing it near the brazier to keep it warm. She then steamed rice in a small pot. Next, she prepared stir-fried squid and bok choy. Shortly after, these 2 dishes were ready, and the rice was also finished steaming. Lu Xingchen utilized 2 plates, one for Hong Shao Ji Kwai and bok choy, and another for stir-fried squid and steamed cod. She also filled a small bowl with rice, garnished with 2 luscious strawberries. Subsequently, she sent the meal to Wan Meiling, who was sitting on a wooden crate lost in thought. When Lu Xingchen invited her to dine, she patiently waited. After 2 full hours, her stomach was grumbling, yet the food had not arrived. At sea, with no weapons, the boredom was palpable. Suddenly, she received several private messages. "Wan Meiyin, sister, I'm having a meal. Let me show you simple grilled fish, hot steamed buns." "Wan Meiyin, sister, I have fish now. Even though there's no salt or seasoning, grilled fish from the sea is delicious. My brother-in-law caught it with a small net and brought it to me." Wan Meiling remained motionless. Wan Meiyin was her sister, only half a year apart in age. Wan Meiling was composed and graceful, having practiced archery since childhood and excelling in her studies, often compared to other remarkable children in the family. In contrast, Wan Meiyun was more beautiful, spoiled, and competitive. Upon seeing many praises directed at Wan Meiling, she attempted archery as well, but ultimately abandoned it after 3 or 4 years of hardship. Wan Meiyun had long compared herself to Wan Meiling, and eventually, she triumphed by stealing Wan Meiling's fiancé, Wang Lei, who was also an archery expert. Since successfully winning over a man, Wan Meiyun frequently boasted to Wan Meiling. In their survival at sea, the two had little contact. Save for one instance when Wan Meiyun expressed a desire to join Jiang Wenming. Her fiancé, Wang Lei, had found her and had been supplying her with food. Wan Meiyun began to flaunt her good fortune to Wan Meiling once again. Wan Meiling, however, took little notice and did not respond. Upon seeing Wan Meiyun's grilled fish and steamed buns, her hunger intensified. Was Lu Xingchen's meal still not ready? Had she forgotten to bring herself food? Wan Meiling could not bring herself to beg for food. Instead, she took out her own steamed buns, deciding to grill them and cut some beef to cook. Just as she retrieved the beef and buns, Lu Xingchen's meal arrived. Staring at the 2 white porcelain plates and a bowl on the wooden crate, Wan Meiling was momentarily stunned. Hong Shao Ji Kwai, stir-fried squid, shrimp and bok choy, steamed cod, rice, and strawberries. How remarkable Lu Xingchen was. She had thought that having beef would be impressive enough. Not only did she possess chicken, rice, and squid, but the bok choy and strawberries were rare commodities, scarce among the inhabitants of Zone 33, especially the bok choy, which was likely exclusive to Lu Xingchen. What an impressive individual. Despite being just over 20, she was the wealthiest person in Zone 33, with formidable combat skills to boot. Furthermore, her resilience was commendable, as she had persevered through such grueling training. Wan Meiling felt a surge of ambition. After all, she was older than Lu Xingchen, and it seemed she needed to exert herself even more. At that moment, Wan Meiyun sent a remaining morsel of grilled fish. "Sister, I can't finish this. Let me send you a bit." A hint of coldness flashed in Wan Meiling's eyes. She glanced down, moved the brazier closer, and took a photo of the meal alongside the wooden crate. Sending it to Wan Meiyun. "No need. I can't finish it either." Wan Meiyun stared at the image, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mouth agape. Unable to recover for a long time. What was this? Delicious Hong Shao Ji Kwai, fragrant stir-fried squid, nutrient-rich shrimp and bok choy, exquisitely flavored steamed cod, aromatic white rice, freshly picked sweet and sour strawberries. Viewing the array, it was a feast of 4 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, rice, and fruit, aside from the simple grilled beef. Everything else was vibrant and undoubtedly well-seasoned. The scallions and ginger were even visible atop the cod. Opening the image, one could almost smell the medley of enticing aromas. The sense of spices, oils, and various delectable fragrances wafting through the air. Wan Meiyun was nearly beside herself. To think her grilled fish lacked any seasoning. How had Wan Meiling acquired such a sumptuous spread? How could she possibly have chicken, beef, squid, rice, and strawberries? It was inconceivable. Overcome with jealousy and anger, Wan Meiyun exclaimed, "You're lying. How could you possibly have these things?" Chapter 42, Flaunting. Wan Meiling scoffed, directly sending a video back. In the video, she delicately picked up a piece of chicken, savoring it slowly, then took a bite of the stir-fried squid, followed by the bok choy and rice. Finishing off with a bite of strawberry, Wan Meiyun's teeth nearly clenched in frustration while her mouth watered uncontrollably. After 5 or 6 days of inadequate sustenance, even now, the food available consisted only of stale buns and dry bread, unappetizing regardless of how they were prepared, devoid of salt and oil, lacking any flavor. Not to mention vegetables and fruits. Strawberries were her favorite. Wan Meiyun angrily closed the video, but then reconsidered. "Wan Meiling, who provided you with these items?" Wan Meiling replied, "None of your business." Wan Meiyun retorted, "How can it not concern me? Who knows if you're lying or stealing? With your foul temper and harsh words, who would share food with you?" Wan Meiling sneered, recognizing Wan Meiyun's jealousy gnawing at her insides, and decided to ignore her, continuing to enjoy her meal. She also sent a message to Lu Xingchen. "Thank you." Wan Meiyun, both anxious and furious, forwarded Wan Meiling's images and video to Wang Lei, venting her grievances. Wang Lei, being contemplative, quickly responded, "If I'm not mistaken, this must be food from Lu Xingchen." Just now, Lu Xingchen collected scallions, ginger, and garlic. The wooden crate at sea contains no beef or chicken. Only Lu Xingchen has access to them on the island. Wan Meiyun remained skeptical. With Wan Meiling's stubborn disposition and lack of friends, how could she possibly befriend Lu Xingchen? Wang Lei pondered. It's hard to say. These dishes were stir-fried with oil, and only Lu Xingchen could provide such plentiful resources. Wan Meiyun whined, "Brother Lei, I want to eat chicken and strawberries too." Wang Lei could only smile wryly, acknowledging his inability to fulfill her wish. Meanwhile, it was time to showcase dinner and supper once more. Jiang Wenming. "Look, grilled fish." Steamed buns, sausage, instant noodles, delicious. Jiang Wenli. Brother, you have sausages? Share one with me. Jiang Wenming. With staple food, soup, noodles, and meat, this is fantastic. Surviving at sea is quite enjoyable. He sent multiple messages in quick succession, fearing others wouldn't see. Someone immediately flattered him. Brother Jiang, you're amazing. Truly a big shot. Wan Meiyun, not paying attention to the chat channel, watched Wan Meiling's food video once more, growing hungrier and angrier with each viewing. Suddenly, she had an idea and posted in the regional chat. Lu Xingchen, is this your meal? I don't understand why you gave it to someone else. She's bragging everywhere. I think that's not very nice, considering it's your food. Wan Meiling felt a jolt of anxiety upon seeing this, regretting her earlier impulsiveness. She quickly messaged Lu Xingchen. I'm sorry, Xingchen, but I only sent it to Wan Meiyun and didn't show it to anyone else. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. No problem. She still trusted Wan Meiling. Wan Meiyun continued to stoke the flames in the regional chat. Lu Xingchen. Some people may seem familiar, but can't be trusted. You need to be careful and not expose yourself. Lu Xingchen let out a cold snort. Wan Meiyun, who constantly claimed to have her best interests at heart, was the very one who shared the video with everyone in the district. How hypocritical. She was indifferent to her own exposure. Having already appeared in the district announcements numerous times, she felt no need to tread carefully. She remarked in the district channel, it's just a meal, what is there to hide? With a swift motion, she posted a picture of her food. This effectively confirmed that the dishes in the video were indeed her creations. Many had already viewed the video, their appetites stirred, and they quickly forgot about Jiang Wenming's dinner. Why must I see this? Why? I was happily munching on my bread just now, and now I can't enjoy it at all. The roasted buns and pickled vegetables in hand suddenly lost their appeal. I thought I was doing well, but it turns out, how naive of me. My heart ached. Was I eating pig food? Lu Xingchen, with such a copious dinner, surely couldn't finish it all, could she? I am merely a trash can. I am a large trash can. Jiang Wenming's expression darkened, and his meal instantly lost its allure. Lu Xingchen was truly his nemesis. Just as he intended to flaunt his wealth and showcase his capabilities to attract more qualified teammates, Lu Xingchen appeared. Her dinner utterly eclipsed his own. She must have done this on purpose. The chat channel remained lively, bustling with discussions about Lu Xingchen's dinner. Jiang Wenming could no longer bear it and exclaimed, vanity, waste. He didn't dare to name Lu Xingchen directly, fearing backlash. Someone understood his insinuation and quickly replied without naming names, who was just bragging about their dinner. Sending 5 messages in a row. Indeed, who was the one flaunting their instant noodle dinner? A double-standard hypocrite, filled with envy, an old fool. Lu Xingchen, unafraid of waste. If you can't finish it, give it to me. You worry about it. Others have trash cans. Jiang Wenming was infuriated, not only failing to achieve his goal of boasting, but also enduring a mocking retort. On another front, Wan Meiyun was also displeased. She pondered how Wan Meiling, a person notoriously difficult to befriend, had come to know Lu Xingchen and seemingly had a good rapport. Lu Xingchen was a well-known figure in the district, albeit among young girls, whom Wan Meiyun had no desire to engage with. Nevertheless, Lu Xingchen's status was undeniable. She didn't wish to interact with Lu Xingchen, but she certainly didn't want Wan Meiling to become friendly with her either. She messaged Wang Lei, how does Meiling know Lu Xingchen? Wang Lei was equally puzzled. But no matter how he inquired, Wan Meiling remained cold and dismissive. Growing anxious, Wang Lei, skilled in archery, had received a simple wooden bow from a recent treasure chest opening. Though unremarkable, it was still a weapon. Thus, he began gathering a team, contacting a former training partner in addition to his girlfriend, Wan Meiyun. However, 3 individuals were still too few. If only Lu Xingchen could join, that would be splendid. Unfortunately, he did not know her and was uncertain if she would even respond to his message. After some contemplation, Wang Lei tentatively messaged Lu Xingchen. Hello, Lu Xingchen. Meiling is a friend from my training team, and we have a good relationship. At this moment, Wang Lei suddenly had a thought. By the way, my archery skills are quite high. I was the champion in the latest competition. Lu Xingchen happened to see this message and found Wang Lei rather peculiar. Thus, she inquired with Wan Meiling. Wan Meiling replied, I am not familiar with him. Understanding, Lu Xingchen promptly ignored Wang Lei's message. Suddenly, the chat channel erupted. Qi Linyu announced, call to arms, is anyone interested? Another call to arms had been issued. What could it possibly entail? Call to arms, can summon one friend to your side for 24 hours. I believe the proper use of this is to find a small island, land on it, and summon friends for an adventure. Chapter 43, Auction Token, Master of Agronomy. Did not Gao Dafo mention this earlier? He saw a small island today and immediately used the call to arms to summon his teammates to explore the island, and they should have returned by now. Gao Dafo exclaimed, haha, we're back. Someone inquired, how was the haul? Gao Dafo replied, not bad, not bad. One person, unsatisfied, retorted, hey Gao Dafo, Your answer is too perfunctory. What is the situation? Tell us. Gao Dafu fell silent. Qi Linyu called out again. Call to arms. Is anyone interested? Wei Lin replied. I want it. Jiang Wenming added, I want it. Lu Xingchen chimed in, I want it. The three spoke almost simultaneously, likely just a fraction of a second apart. Jiang Wenming grew anxious. Lu Xingchen, what chaos are you causing? I spoke first. The call to arms is mine. Wei Lin countered, but I said it before you. Do you want to give it to me? Besides the three of them, countless others clamored, we want it. The call to arms truly was a coveted item. Over the past 2 days, many had formed teams, often consisting of family, friends, or colleagues, supplemented by those with high combat prowess. Although they had become teammates, their interactions remained limited to small group chats, discussing matters without the opportunity to meet in person. Thus, if they could use the call to arms to explore the island, they could hone their teamwork and foster camaraderie in advance. Moreover, a larger team would increase their chances of encountering small islands, and more participants would yield greater resources. Qi Linyu was taken aback by the number of requests and suggested, since so many are interested, let us auction it off. Everyone can state what resources they can offer. Wei Lin asked in the group, how do we offer resources? Lu Xingchen replied, let us hold off for now. I feel that a single call to arms shouldn't be so scarce. The call to arms could only summon one person. In the chat channel, discussions about resources flourished, and Lu Xingchen observed what valuable items others had. Qi Linyu eliminated participants one by one, and as more resources were offered, fewer individuals were able to place bids. The items presented were increasingly bizarre, including one individual who offered a small bag of yellow beans, immediately met with laughter. He too was subsequently eliminated by Qi Linyu. However, Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. She had been closely monitoring the chat channel, waiting for an opportunity. While others deemed the yellow beans useless, she recognized their value. Planting yellow beans in the Taoyuan sacred realm would yield bean sprouts, tofu, soy milk, and various dishes, providing an abundance of culinary options. She promptly messaged the individual. Are you selling the yellow beans? For how much? Song Liping replied. Yes. What do you have to offer? Lu Xingchen inquired. What type of resources do you desire? Song Liping suddenly realized, you are Lu Xingchen? Fantastic. I want a piece of beef and 2 strawberries. Is that acceptable? Lu Xingchen agreed. That works. Song Liping did not ask for an exorbitant price, nor did Lu Xingchen need to haggle, as the yellow bean seeds were crucial for her. The two quickly completed the transaction, and after it was done, Song Liping asked, can you grow vegetables? Lu Xingchen affirmed, yes. Song Liping was thrilled. It's really possible to grow vegetables here. That's amazing. Haha, I want to plant a large vegetable garden. I'm going to fill my raft with yellow beans, corn, wheat, cucumbers, sorghum, millet, broad beans, and peas. Lu Xingchen was astonished. She even wanted to plant sorghum. How ambitious. A thought struck her. You can grow all those? Song Liping replied, of course. I have a Master in agronomy, and my family owns a farm. I've grown everything. Lu Xingchen praised, impressive. Are there any special considerations for planting yellow beans? Song Liping promptly replied, yellow beans are easy to grow. Just maintain proper spacing. She spoke at length for a full half hour. Lu Xingchen listened intently and also inquired about growing strawberries, to which Song Liping provided detailed explanations. The two conversed for nearly half an hour, with Song Liping generously sharing all her knowledge, and Lu Xingchen gained a wealth of information about planting. Lu Xingchen felt deeply grateful. Thank you. If I have more questions in the future, can I ask you? Song Liping cheerfully responded, of course. No problem. The two added each other as friends. Song Liping is now in his 30s, having graduated several years ago. According to him, he possesses a wealth of theoretical knowledge and extensive practical experience, truly a distinguished expert in agronomy. Lu Xingchen felt reassured, having engaged a planting specialist for her yellow beans. She first went to Taoyuan Shengjing to plant the beans, watered them properly, and then returned. Wei Lin noted the auction was nearing its conclusion, and the Jiang brothers were acting rather brazenly. The summoning order was likely theirs. He planned to intervene shortly, chuckling to himself. Lu Xingchen responded affirmatively. In the chat channel, Jiang Wenming boasted, those bidding against us should consider their own capabilities. If you are not afraid of becoming our target during the island hunt, you might as well concede early. Following their intimidation, many withdrew. After all, even if one obtained the summoning order, it was uncertain if it would be of use, given the limited time and the improbability of encountering the small island. Eventually, only Jiang Wenming remained, offering 300 units of wood, 300 iron nails, a set of table and chair blueprints, 10 bottles of mineral water, and 3 striped base. Jiang Wenming urged, Qi Linyu, hurry up with the transaction. What are you dawdling for? Qi Linyu replied, I'm feeling unwell and need to rest for a moment. Is anyone else bidding? Jiang Wenming retorted, Qi Linyu, enough already. This is a substantial offer. If you continue to procrastinate, do not blame me for being unsympathetic during the island hunt. Qi Linyu snapped back. You're insane, always threatening people. Lu Xingchen interjected. Wait, I would like to place a bid. Jiang Wenming, agitated, exclaimed, Lu Xingchen, what are you doing? Lu Xingchen chuckled. The seller has clearly stated that the highest bidder wins. You can raise your bid if you wish. What's the matter? Are you too poor to keep up? If so, just concede. Jiang Wenli spat. Pa, who is too poor? Come on, who is afraid of whom? Jiang Wenming, now frantic, privately messaged Jiang Wenli. Why are you acting so aggressively? The combined resources of Wei Lin and Lu Xingchen surely exceed ours. Our team's supplies are already stretched thin, we cannot afford more. Jiang Wenli fell silent. Jiang Wenming then messaged Qi Linyu. Qi Linyu, I see you are merely a young lady in your 20s. Since you are parting with the summoning order, it seems you have no teammates. If you give the order to us, our team will take you along. He paused, his tone chilling. If you hand the summoning order to Lu Xingchen for a mere handful of supplies, I will relentlessly pursue you during the island hunt. Qi Linyu remained silent, her anger boiling. Lu Xingchen opened Qi Linyu's profile. Qi Linyu, 24 years old, female, with vague image details. Noticing her discomfort, Lu Xingchen privately messaged. Are you in pain? Is it that time of the month? Chapter 44, Seizing the Opportunity. Qi Linyu, feeling threatened by Jiang Wenming, was already upset when she heard Lu Xingchen's somewhat caring voice. Tears nearly fell from her eyes. She had also checked Lu Xingchen's profile and discovered they were the same age, which made her feel closer to Lu Xingchen. She replied, somewhat dejectedly, yes. It's so annoying. None of those who bid offered sanitary supplies, which I desperately need. Lu Xingchen responded, I have some. If you give me the summoning order, I will provide you with a pack of sanitary napkins. It should be sufficient to get you through this period. I can also prepare ginger and brown sugar water for you, and provide you with a warming brazier to keep you cozy. Seeing Qi Linyu hesitate, Lu Xingchen added, I will also include a sports outfit and a new pair of underwear. How does that sound? While the items Lu Xingchen offered appeared plentiful and valuable, they were still fewer compared to others' bids. She gradually presented these items, aiming to offer timely assistance to Qi Linyu. Really? Qi Linyu exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. The items you are offering are exactly what I need. None of the previous bidders provided anything I urgently required. Thank you, Lu Xingchen. Qi Linyu felt a pang of sadness, recalling how she could not chop wood, and her previously purchased brazier had extinguished. She longed to warm herself, and now Lu Xingchen was providing her with a brazier. Lu Xingchen assured her, I'm giving you plenty of firewood, it will last several days. Lu Xingchen, you are so kind. Let us proceed with the transaction. Qi Linyu exclaimed. No matter how good the resources offered by others were, they could not compare to what she genuinely needed. The underwear, sports outfit, ginger water, sanitary supplies, and brazier were all essential for her comfort. With these items, she felt much better. Lu Xingchen promptly completed the trade, acquiring the summoning order in return. The summoning order was a palm-sized token, thin and unremarkable. Lu Xingchen shared in the small group chat. Look, I've acquired the summoning order. In the chat channel, Jiang Wenming fumed. Qi Linyu, what is going on? Hand over the summoning order now. Why the delay? Qi Linyu replied, I'm sorry, but the summoning order has been traded to someone else. Her offer was better than yours. Jiang Wenming roared in fury. What did she offer? Show me. Qi Linyu was reluctant to share. First, because she found Jiang Wenming insufferable. And second, due to the personal nature of some items. No need, she stated firmly. Her supplies are precisely what I need. That is sufficient. Jiang Wenli interjected. Are you engaging in underhanded dealings? Gao Dafu chimed in. Enough. Is there really a need for coercion? It's her property. She can sell it to whomever she wishes. Don't be unreasonable. Jiang Wenming, simmering with rage, collected himself and coldly inquired, who did you sell it to? Qi Linyu's disdain for him grew. Why should I tell you? She firmly stated, the items she provided are essential for me, which you cannot offer. To me, her resources hold the highest value. So let us disperse. Jiang Wenming was left grinding his teeth in frustration. You say disperse as if it's your command. Is this a game? Qi Linyu shot back. Yes, I say disperse, and so it shall be. What will you do about it? Jiang Wenming seethed. Tell me, who was the one who snatched the deal? In her discomfort, Qi Linyu snapped. Pa, I refuse to tell you. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen was busy preparing ginger water for Qi Linyu and had not noticed the regional chat. Wei Lin messaged her privately, you're impressive. Haha, Jiang Wenming is going mad. Upon glancing at the regional chat, Lu Xingchen realized Jiang Wenming and Qi Linyu were at odds. She promptly commented in the chat, I purchased the summoning order. Jiang Wenming, come at me if you dare. Jiang Wenming was beside himself with rage, having gathered all the resources from his small team to secure the summoning order. He had expected it to be a sure win. Little did he know, the prize was snatched away by Lu Xingchen. Fuming, Jiang Wenming growled, Lu Xingchen, it's you. You wait, during the island hunt. I will see to it that you suffer. Lu Xingchen remained unfazed, responding lightly, "Oh, if you have the capability, then come." Wei Lin added, "Haha, Jiang Wenming. Do you dare to approach?" Wei Ying chimed in, "Jiang Wenming, if you come, I'll ensure you leave with nothing." Zhongchang declared murder? "I can do that too." Lu Xingchen smiled, appreciating the support of her teammates, especially Zhongchang, who surprised her with his boldness. His brief but impactful words were striking. Jiang Wenming, in a fit of rage, kicked over a wooden crate, sending wood and iron nails scattering. "Lu Xingchen, you will pay for this," he repeatedly growled, his heart filled with animosity and a desire for vengeance. As Jiang Wenming simmered down, Lu Xingchen closed the chat interface, pouring the prepared ginger water into a wooden bowl and sending it to Qi Linyu. Qi Linyu took a sip, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. She had not had hot water in ages, and during this painful and challenging time, a bowl of ginger water was a lifesaver. She had already changed out of her dirty clothes into clean undergarments and her sports outfit. Adding socks and the ginger water, she felt warmth envelop her. The pain gradually subsided. Suddenly, she received another bowl of ginger water, this one presented in a white porcelain bowl. Lu Xingchen commented, "This white porcelain bowl is heat-resistant. You can place it by the fire pit to warm it up and drink from it later. Just return the bowl to me after you're done." Qi Linyu's tears streamed down again. Oh, Lu Xingchen is truly wonderful. Giving the summon order to Lu Xingchen was indeed the right choice. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen had already packed her belongings and headed to the bathing chamber to freshen up. She washed her hair, took a shower, did some laundry, and then indulged in a beautiful sleep. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Lu Xingchen woke up on time and went to the Taoyuan Shengjing to test her luck. Today's Taoyuan Shengjing luck enhancement, none, not again. Lu Xingchen sighed in disappointment, but quickly brushed it off, focusing instead on practicing archery. What need for luck in practice? As long as she had good fortune during actual combat, that was sufficient. After finishing breakfast and preparing ginger syrup for Qi Linyu, Lu Xingchen began her training. The morning slipped by in a flash. Lu Xingchen had not checked the regional chat or private messages until lunch, when she discovered several messages in the assault team chat group. Wei Ying, another summon order has been issued. 2 have come out in the morning. Wei Lin, indeed. Lu Xingchen was right. The frequency of summon orders is increasing. Wei Ying, however, it's of no use. Someone encountered a small island this morning, but unfortunately, he didn't have a summon order and went alone, returning in a very sorry state. Wei Lin, yes, the chances of encountering small islands have also increased. I saw several people mention it. Wei Ying sighed. Even with the increase, the chances are still less than 1 in 1,000. Chapter 45, Healing Ointment, Pharmacy Table. Wei Lin, it's impossible to calculate. Perhaps some people encountered a small island or obtained a summon order, but didn't mention it. Why haven't I encountered a small island yet? I'm anxious. Wei Ying, it's better if you encounter it later. I heard the small island is dangerous. It's best for us to go together once we have more summon orders. After all, we only have 1 day for exploration. Lu Xingchen glanced at the regional chat, which was indeed lively, with everyone discussing the small island and the summon orders. Unfortunately, those who received summon orders this time generally did not auction them off. It was unclear whether they were privately exchanged or absorbed internally. After finishing lunch, Lu Xingchen resumed her training, and before she knew it, it was already 6 in the evening. Wan Meiling advised her to take a half-hour break. During her rest, she opened the regional chat screen and found Jiang Wenming venting furiously. Jiang Wenming, Lu Xingchen, just you wait. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. She hadn't spoken a word all day, so what was Jiang Wenming so upset about? Jiang Wenli, brother, I'm in pain. If I can't find healing ointment, my foot will be ruined. Gao Dafu, I warned you. You encountered a small island around 5. You could have just gone to the edge to take a look. But you had to venture into the woods and got bitten by a wild boar. By reading the chat records, Lu Xingchen learned that Jiang Wenli had encountered a small island around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Excited, he went up only to be bitten on the ankle by a wild boar and returned empty-handed. Jiang Wenming was both anxious and distressed, suddenly realizing that if his brother had obtained a summon order yesterday, he could have summoned him to the island. Not only could he have rescued Jiang Wenli, but he might have also gained a wealth of resources. It was all Lu Xingchen's fault. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, prompting him to vent further in the chat channel. Seeing that Jiang Wenming showed no signs of stopping, Lu Xingchen became irritated. Healing ointment. Do you see this? I want to give it to you. If your foot is ruined, it serves you right. Jiang Wenming felt as if he had been choked, remaining silent for a long time. The others, however, were quite lively. Wow, healing ointment. This is an essential item for exploration. Impressive, Lu Xingchen, you're truly remarkable. Hehe. The Jiang brothers are so foolish. How could they not realize Lu Xingchen's worth? She is ranked first in the entire region and possesses so many valuable items. If I were Jiang Wenming, I would have befriended Lu Xingchen long ago to ensure easy communication whenever needed. Now they're left dumbfounded, while Wei Lin demonstrates intelligence. A true trait of the Wei family. The Jiang brothers are utterly foolish. Jiang Wenming struggled to catch his breath, fixated on the healing ointment Lu Xingchen had mentioned. Healing ointment, a miraculous remedy, effective for any wound, regardless of size. This item could undoubtedly treat Jiang Wenli's foot injury. But Lu Xingchen would never give it up. Jiang Wenli privately messaged Jiang Wenming. Brother, Lu Xingchen has healing ointment. Let us trade something for it. My foot can't afford to be crippled. Jiang Wenming fell silent, thinking that Jiang Wenli was even more foolish than he was. How could Lu Xingchen possibly trade healing ointment with him? Not to mention that the island hunt was imminent. Healing ointment was a life-saving item, even without the island hunt. Lu Xingchen had merely been boasting. She had no intention of trading. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Wenming privately messaged Lu Xingchen, only to remember that he had already been blocked. Gritting his teeth, he put on a brave face and said in the regional chat, Lu Xingchen, I was wrong before. How can we trade for your healing ointment? Speak up. Someone teased. Oh wow, Jiang Wenming has finally admitted his mistake. Hee, Lu Xingchen isn't foolish. With the island hunt approaching, why would she part with her healing ointment? Jiang Wenli continued to send messages to Jiang Wenming, whining. Jiang Wenming was deeply worried. Being 12 years older than Jiang Wenli, who was 20, he was already 32. The two brothers were orphaned, and Jiang Wenli was raised by him, creating a deep bond. The thought of Jiang Wenli potentially becoming a cripple or suffering severe injuries that could threaten his life filled him with immense sorrow. Jiang Wenming persisted in his boldness. Lu Xingchen, please take me off your blacklist. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Xingchen paid him no heed. Jiang Wenming, feeling helpless, lowered his tone. Lu Xingchen, I was wrong before. Wei Lin, puzzled, remarked in the assault team group chat, Jiang Wenming, a man who values pride above all, is actually publicly admitting his mistake. The sun must be rising from the west. How extraordinary. Lu Xingchen, however, was not paying attention to the regional chat or group chat. She was engaged in a private conversation with someone. Gao Dafu messaged her, Lu Xingchen, I want to buy your healing ointment. I understand its value. And I'm offering the following resources. Pharmacy Table Blueprint 1, Fulling Grass 3, and Xenu Fruit 1, and Ceylon Root 1. Lu Xingchen was taken aback. These resources seemed quite decent. However, for now, it was safer to keep the healing ointment in her possession. Gao Dafu, fearing she might decline, continued. To be honest, during our last visit to the island, my teammate was injured. He specializes in traditional Chinese medicine and knows about these things. We gathered some herbs on the island, which are the ones I just mentioned. If he hadn't been injured, we could have collected more. My teammate said these 3 herbs are materials for making healing ointment, but he is not sure about the recipe in the game. However, they will definitely be useful. They surely are useful, if she remembered correctly. Lu Xingchen opened the healing ointment blueprint she had previously obtained. Healing ointment, a miraculous remedy, effective for any wound, regardless of size. Required materials, healing ointment blueprint, unlockable. Fulling Grass 1, Xenu Fruit 1, and Ceylon Root 1. Indeed, the materials required to create the healing ointment were just these 3 types. Additionally, a pharmacy table was needed. Excellent. The materials were all prepared. Lu Xingchen inquired, did you find any other herbs on the island? Gao Dafu replied, only these 3. But we have only explored 1/3 of the small island. He earnestly stated, Lu Xingchen, my friend is very important to me. His injury is severe. And without the healing ointment, he is likely to lose his life. You must trade the healing ointment to me. Feel free to ask for any resources you need. And I will provide whatever I can, even if I have to trade with others. Lu Xingchen contemplated for a moment. You first send me the resources you just mentioned. Gao Dafu did not hesitate and immediately sent the pharmacy table blueprint and the 3 types of herbs. Lu Xingchen accepted them one by one and first examined the pharmacy table. Ordinary pharmacy table can produce ordinary medicines. Required materials, iron 2, wood 1, and clay 10. Clay? What is this? Lu Xingchen was bewildered. Is clay a material for making ceramics? It seems she hadn't heard of anyone possessing this for some time. However, this item is inconspicuous, and perhaps others hadn't thought of it, which is why it's not being sold. LXNGCHN called out in the regional chat. Looking for clay? Contact me if you have any. Within half a minute, she received a private message from S.Ing. Do you need clay? I have a friend who has some. How many do you want? LXNGCHN was overjoyed. 10. Please ask your friend what he wants in exchange. In less than a minute, S.Ing replied, my friend wants 2 pieces of beef and 2 fish. Is that acceptable? The request was not too demanding. And LXNGCHN quickly responded, no problem. The transaction between S.Ing and LXNGCHN was completed, and she received 10 pieces of clay. The clay was a yellow-brown hue, appearing quite ordinary. LXNGCHN did not scrutinize it closely and directly crafted a pharmacy station. Pharmacy station successfully crafted, please place it. Chapter 46, The Call to Arms. A bountiful harvest. To her surprise, the pharmacy station resembled a cauldron, black in color. Upon interacting with the cauldron, a selection screen appeared. Perhaps due to LXNGCH in only possessing the blueprint for the healing ointment, only the crafting of the healing ointment was displayed. Healing ointment, a sacred remedy for wounds, effective regardless of the size of the injury. Required materials, healing ointment blueprint, unlocked to use, FL in grass X1, SM fruit X1, ZL in root X1. Do you wish to refine it? Yes. LXNGCH and immediately declared. Several herbs in her storage bag vanished, and green light emanated from the cauldron's apex, followed by a flicker on the screen. Refinement successful, gained 3 healing ointments. How delightful. One portion of herbs could yield 3 healing ointments. Splendid indeed. It seemed she had struck a remarkable deal this time. LXNGCH exchanged 1 healing ointment with GODF while inquiring, why doesn't he your friend craft the medicine himself? GODF sighed. I don't know why, but he cannot craft the pharmacy station and lacks the blueprint for the healing ointment. If it weren't for his severe injuries, he wouldn't be selling these items. Just yesterday, he was reluctant to part with them. But now he has no choice but to let them go. LXNGCH understood. She had once again benefited from the situation. If her assumptions were correct, his friend likely lacked the necessary infrastructure. Otherwise, he would not be unable to craft the pharmacy station. In the regional chat, GWNM was still searching for LXNGCHN, but she could not be bothered. GODF, fed up, directly stated, stop calling. The healing ointment is in my possession, and we have already used it. After a moment, GWNM, in a fit of rage, retorted, all right. LXNGCHN, just you wait. GODF curiously asked, why are you so fixated on LXNGCHN? I was the one who acquired the healing ointment. Why don't you direct your threats at me? GWNM gritted his teeth. You're not worthy. In truth, he likely harbored resentment towards GODF as well, for GODF had previously aided WILN in deceiving him. However, perhaps GODF's imposing physique rendered him less of a threat, and GWNM had never taken him seriously. His animosity was wholly directed at LXNGCHN. LXNGCHN paid him no mind. With GWNM's attitude, she would not even consider giving him the healing ointment. After attending to that matter, she finally had time to check the chat in the squad group, discovering that WIYing and WILN had been chatting extensively. WIYing, I opened a chest and obtained a call to arms. WILN, that is fantastic. Now our squad has 2 calls to arms, and we can go to the island together. WIYing. With the call to arms, the only remaining condition is to find a small island. When will we encounter one? WILN, feeling dejected, replied, it's all about luck. I heard that only 1% of people can reach the island. We only have 1 more day before the island hunting begins. LXNGCHN reassured, don't worry, perhaps we will have good fortune tomorrow. As she spoke, she began to open chests. Without the blessing of luck today, the sea demon vine yielded only 6 wooden chests. One by one, she opened them. Opened wooden chest, obtained a set of coral fleece pajamas. This was a lovely pink set of coral fleece pajamas, warm and soft, of excellent quality. LXNGCHN was quite satisfied. These pajamas were perfect for the current temperature, making this chest a worthwhile find. She continued. Opened wooden chest, obtained a blanket. She already possessed a blanket, so this was of little use. Opened wooden chest, obtained 10 pieces of wood and 10 nails. LXNGCHN felt that today was truly unremarkable. Perhaps she should refrain from opening more chests and wait for a time when luck was on her side? She paused momentarily. However, the thrill of opening mystery boxes was hard to resist. After much contemplation, she decided to open 1 more for the excitement. The rest could wait. They would be stored away. One must exhibit self-control. But then again, just 1 more. Opened wooden chest, obtained a call to arms. What? A call to arms? LXNGCHN's heart raced. She had actually uncovered a call to arms. What splendid luck. Inside the empty wooden chest lay a palm-sized token inscribed with the words call to arms. It was indeed a call to arms. LXNGCHN immediately shared the news in the squad chat. Call to arms. WILN was overjoyed. This means our squad has a total of 3 calls to arms. The 4 of us can act together. LXNGCHN nodded. Exactly, we just need to find a small island. The 4 of them were elated. LXNGCHN was incredibly pleased. To celebrate, let us have a nice meal today. WILN and WIYing raised their hands in agreement. Great. We can finally enjoy a meal cooked by XNGCHN. Little did they know, they yearned for her cooking every day but hesitated to trouble her. WILN sent an abundance of charcoal for LXNGCHN to use in the fire pit, as the high temperature of the charcoal produced no smoke, making it very useful. WIYing gifted LXNGCHN 6 eggs she had obtained from opening chests that day. ZH provided several potatoes and a package of seaweed he had also acquired from his chest openings. LXNGCHN first visited the TOUNSHNGJing. Today, the scallions, strawberries, and bok choy had all ripened. She reserved a few scallions as seeds and collected the rest, placing them in her storage box. The storage box was not a refrigerator and could not preserve items long-term, so it needed to be consumed promptly. Today, LXNGCHN planned to prepare a meal of beef stew with potatoes, scrambled eggs with scallions, stir-fried shrimp with bok choy, sauteed squid, and seaweed egg drop soup. Before long, the dishes were ready, and she served a portion to each person, along with a dozen strawberries. In the end, some remained, which she offered to WNMIL as a token of gratitude for her diligent guidance. WILN and WIYing felt that eating alone lacked atmosphere, so they resolutely initiated a group video call, allowing the four of them to dine together online. LXNGCHN could only smile in disbelief. Suddenly, WILN remarked in the squad chat, "Check the regional chat. Jing WNM has a call to arms." Jing WNM. Call to arms too. Haha, didn't he expect this? We now have 2 calls to arms. WILN. Beef stew with potatoes, sauteed squid, seaweed egg drop soup, strawberries. The onlookers, unable to take in Jing WNM's call to arms, were captivated by the delicious food WILN had posted. Who could resist such culinary delights? WILN. Was it again crafted by LXNGCHN? Envy filled the air. LXNGCHN, do you still need teammates? WILN, ever shrewd, quickly sought to align himself with LXNGCHN. Once more, the cycle began, tempting others with delectable dishes. This simply wouldn't he do. He was utterly ensnared by LXNGCHN and would need a bowl of her cooking. Meanwhile, Jing WNM, feeling overlooked, angrily kicked over the wooden chest. Very well, WILN and LXNGCHN, during the island hunt, he would not let them escape. LXNGCHN paid him no mind. The group enjoyed a leisurely day filled with food and drink before retiring early. The following day, LXNGCHN awoke early, completed her morning routine, and entered the TOUNSHNGJing. Today's TOUNSHNGJing luck boost. Great fortune ahead. Today, luck is explosively good. LXNGCHN felt a surge of excitement. Excellent. Fortune had returned. Great luck indeed. What had happened the last time great luck struck? Discovering an island. LXNGCHN hurriedly exited the TOUNSHNGJing and gazed out at the sea. Chapter 47. Discovering the small island, calling teammates. LXNGCHN looked over the tranquil sea, but alas, it was utterly calm, without even a single chest in sight. Given the circumstances, I shall proceed to unbox. Yesterday, due to a stroke of misfortune, she left several boxes unopened, and now, fortune smiles upon her as she opens one. Upon opening the wooden box, she is blessed with the gift of a bag of coconut bread, 6 pieces, and 3 bottles of mineral water. This is rather mediocre. It seems her luck is not exceedingly favorable. Upon opening another wooden box, she receives a blueprint for expanding her storage backpack, 5 slots. What a splendid find. Lu Xingchen's spirit is invigorated, and she promptly examines the blueprint. The blueprint for the backpack expansion, 5 slots, requires 1 flower cloth and 1 space stone. Fortunately, Lu Xingchen possesses both materials and immediately sets to work crafting the expansion. Upon successful completion, her backpack capacity increases to 15 slots. She had been concerned as her weapons and tools would occupy 6 slots, leaving her with only 4 slots available for any valuable items. Unexpectedly, as if fortune were a pillow for her slumber, Lu Xingchen gleefully rubs her hands together and opens the final box. Even if nothing else materializes, the backpack expansion alone is a profit for her today. Upon opening the last wooden box, she is rewarded with a blueprint for expanding her storage backpack, 10 slots. Oh, what marvelous luck! Lu Xingchen beams with joy. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. However, crafting the 10-slot backpack requires 2 space stones, and she has but 1 remaining. Lu Xingchen immediately types in the regional chat, buying space stones. Those with them, please message me. Almost instantaneously, she receives a private message from Wei Ling. You need a space stone? I have one for you. Wei Ling promptly sends over a space stone. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xingchen accepts the space stone, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. She swiftly expands her backpack by an additional 10 slots, bringing her total to 25 slots, which is ample space. After completing her unboxing, Lu Xingchen heads to Taoyuan Xinjiang to gather the seeds of scallions and bok choy, replanting them. And she also sows the strawberry seeds that had dried from yesterday. Furthermore, she plants the soybeans harvested the previous day. Once these tasks are completed, Lu Xingchen exits Taoyuan, intending to enjoy a hearty breakfast, as training is soon to commence. Upon her exit, she spots a faint hint of greenery and gray stones in the distance. A small island. She encounters another island. As her wooden raft draws nearer, she can discern the towering rocks and several large trees upon the island. Lu Xingchen is filled with excitement. At this moment, Wan Meiling sends a message. Shall we begin training? Lu Xingchen promptly replies, I won't be training today. I have something to attend to. Her gaze remains fixed on the island. As she approaches, she retrieves the iron anchor and casts it towards the shore. The sea demon vine speaks. Master, are you heading to that island? Lu Xingchen replies, Indeed, little vine, you must guard our raft while I am away, all right? With the sea demon vine by her side, she feels secure. The sea demon vine, in a delicate tone, responds, Of course, master, but it need not be so troublesome. With a flick of its vine, it swiftly extends far, securing itself around a large rock on the shore, declaring, See, isn't this quite sturdy? Lu Xingchen nods in agreement, showering it with praise. Little vine, you are incredible. Although she lacks experience with children, her elder relatives have always said that a few compliments go a long way. Indeed, the sea demon vine dances with excitement, proudly stating, With me around, we need not rely on this useless rock. Our raft will not budge. Yes, yes, little vine is the best. Lu Xingchen continues to compliment it. She then messages the assault team in their group chat. Discovered a small island. Everyone prepare. I will gather you once we land. She sends an image of the island. The group chat erupts with excitement. Wei Ying exclaims, Ah, Xingchen, your luck is incredible. Wow. This island looks substantial enough for us to explore for 2 days. Wei Ling adds, Calm down, prepare your weapons and tools. We only have 1 day. The island will vanish after that. Wei Ying replies, I know. Hee. I knew that following Xingchen would lead to good fortune. Xingchen truly is a lucky star. A great blessing. Wei Ying continues, Xingchen, from now on, I shall be your loyal teammate, never leaving your side. Wei Ling interjects, Do you mean to include together forever? Wei Ying responds, Oh, if Xingchen does not mind, I certainly can. Wei Ling coughs, Ahem. Zhongchang, received. Wei Ying chuckles, Haha, Zhongchang. You were a bit slow there. Lu Xingchen smiles slightly. All right, I must prepare as well. I will contact you soon. Zhongchang's response suffices, otherwise, she would have to notify him individually. Closing the group chat, Lu Xingchen begins to gather her supplies. The essential tools include an iron axe, iron pickaxe, iron shovel, and lighter, occupying 4 slots. For weapons, she needs to bring a horn bow, feathered arrows, a dagger, and a soft whip, taking up another 4 slots. After some thought, Lu Xingchen wraps the soft whip around her wrist and covers it with her sleeve, thus freeing up 1 slot. She retrieves 5 spike traps and 5 capture nets that she had prepared previously for the island, which takes up 2 more slots. Additionally, she packs bread, water, and a first aid kit, as these are necessities for a day on the island. Lastly, she glances at the ropes in her backpack. After a moment's hesitation, she decides to bring them as well. Having gathered all these items, she has filled 13 slots. Lu Xingchen clicks her tongue. Fortunately, she had just expanded her backpack. Otherwise, it would have been full from the start, making her reconsider the trip to the island. With 12 slots still available, she decides to bring along 40 to 50 strawberries. Consuming them will free up some space. Once fully prepared, Lu Xingchen confers with the sea demon vine before leaping off the raft and stepping onto the island. The island's edge is adorned with golden sands, and as she ventures deeper, she encounters a tangle of island plants, followed by rocky terrain. Ascending the mountain path, Lu Xingchen reaches a flat area where she can summon her teammates. At this moment, in the assault team group chat, Wei Ling and Wei Ying can hardly contain their anticipation. Wei Ying messages, It's already 8:30. Xingchen, are you ready? We only have 1 day, and we must leave the island by 6. Wei Ling responds, What are you so anxious about? Some people are fortunate enough to discover islands even at noon, and we are among the luckiest, granted the longest exploration time. Wei Ying exclaims, I haven't seen land in a week. I miss it. Staring at the vast blue sea is making my eyes go blind. Lu Xingchen checks her private messages and finds that Zhongchang and Wei Ying have already sent her the summons. After accepting, she opens them one by one. The summon reads, Using this summons will bring a friend to your side. It will expire after 24 hours, and your friend will automatically return to their original location. Please select the friend you wish to summon. Lu Xingchen summons Wei Ying, and with a flash of white light, the summons vanishes. and a girl in her late 20s appears beside Lu Xingchen. Chapter 48, Separate Adventures, Panda Cub. The girl has messy short hair, stands about 1.70 meters, and wears a black sports outfit while carrying a large backpack. She has a slender build and exudes a vigorous spirit. Her almond-shaped eyes and oval face render her both beautiful and somewhat intimidating. Lu Xingchen surmises that this must be Wei Ying, matching her expectations. Wei Ying spots Lu Xingchen instantly and exclaims in delight. So you are Lu Xingchen? No wonder Wei Ling said you were beautiful. You truly are stunning. Hey, it's been so long. How come you look so clean? Huh, your shoes are completely free of dirt. Oh, you even smell nice. Where did that come from? Wei Ying's enthusiasm overwhelms Lu Xingchen, who is more reserved and finds it a bit unbearable. She takes a step back. Soap? Don't you use soap when washing your clothes? She certainly does not possess any particular fragrance. She merely washes her clothes with soap once a day. Lu Xingchen has grown accustomed to the comforts of life and speaks without much thought. Wei Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Soap? You still have soap? Are you still doing laundry? How many pieces of clothing do you have? Oh, your camouflage outfit is quite stylish. Lu Xingchen, unable to withstand her enthusiasm, replied, All right. I need to gather the others. Let's embark on our adventure quickly. Everything will be fine. Wei Ying took a moment to calm her excited heart. Standing aside with her gaze fixed intently on Lu Xingchen, her eyes brimming with unabashed envy, Lu Xingchen decisively summoned Wei Lin. With a flash of white light, the summoning order vanished, and Wei Lin appeared by her side. He nodded at Lu Xingchen and walked over to Wei Ying, playfully smearing his hand across her face. What are you doing? Be polite. Is it necessary for you to stare at people like that? Wei Ying pushed him away. Go away. Lu Xingchen then summoned Zhong Chong. And with another flash, Zhong Chong arrived. Towering at approximately 1.90 meters, he was the tallest among them, with a robust physique and a square jaw. Exuding a calm demeanor, the group briefly introduced themselves, and as they conversed, Wei Ying seized the moment to snap several pictures, capturing their first meeting with a few cheerful clicks, which she promptly shared in the group chat. Let us document this. It's our first encounter. Lu Xingchen organized their team, stating, On the map, we four are marked as green dots, making us easy to locate. Let's separate and explore individually, collecting resources for ourselves. If anyone encounters trouble or comes across a formidable beast, just mention it in the squad chat, and we will regroup for support. What do you think? Wei Ying, Wei Lin, and Zhong Chong nodded in agreement. The island was vast, and this approach would be the most efficient for their exploration. Lu Xingchen took the lead in one direction, while Zhong Chong swiftly headed in the opposite direction. Wei Ying nudged Wei Lin and remarked, Xingchen can be a bit aloof, but she is decisive and straightforward. I like that. What about you? Wei Lin smiled wryly. I like it too, does it matter? Well, it's good enough to have her as a teammate. Let us hurry and gather resources. The two set off in separate directions, gradually parting ways. As Lu Xingchen walked along her path, she observed the plants and peaks around her, contemplating the possibility of hidden treasures. The terrain gradually sloped downward, and soon, she spotted a lush green bamboo grove in the distance. Bamboo. Lu Xingchen's eyes sparkled. She had long desired bamboo. Its versatility was remarkable. It could be used to construct bamboo houses, create various tools, including baskets, flutes, and bottles, and even the tender bamboo shoots were a delicacy. Thicker bamboo could be crafted into cups, bamboo tube rice, and bamboo tube wine, among other things. Moreover, it could be cultivated on her raft, adding to its charm. As she pondered these thoughts, Lu Xingchen cautiously approached the bamboo grove, doubting there were no fierce beasts lurking within. Upon reaching the edge of the grove, she took out her iron shovel and dug up 7 or 8 slender bamboo stalks, carefully placing them into her storage backpack along with the soil. These could be transplanted to her peach blossom sanctuary. While digging, she also unearthed several bamboo shoots, which she added to her backpack. Bamboo shoots could be planted or cooked, such as in stir-fried beef with bamboo shoots or bamboo shoot stew with chicken. Delicious. Lu Xingchen's excitement grew as she continued to dig, leaving no trace behind, thoroughly clearing out the bamboo and bamboo shoots near the grove's edge. Her high-quality iron shovel significantly accelerated her work. At last, she spotted a sturdy bamboo stalk, thicker than her arm and a vibrant green. She intended to use it for making a cup or for bamboo tube rice. Rather than replanting this particular bamboo, she decided to chop it down directly, so she drew out her finely crafted iron axe and struck forcefully at the base of the stalk. After a mere dozen strikes, the bamboo fell with a resounding crash. Suddenly, she heard a plaintive whimpering sound. A white bundle tumbled in the underbrush, emitting a pitiful yet delicate cry. Oh no! The bamboo was about to crush it. Startled, Lu Xingchen swiftly waved her hand, storing the fallen bamboo into her backpack. A round, black and white creature rolled toward her, landing in the pit she had just excavated. It let out a series of innocent cries, revealing itself to be a panda cub, struggling to climb out of the pit while gazing at Lu Xingchen with pleading eyes. "How adorable!" Lu Xingchen exclaimed, her heart melting. If one were to ask what the cutest animal was, many would undoubtedly say the panda, as their charm easily wins over countless fans. Countless individuals envy the profession of panda caretakers, dreaming of cuddling these round, fluffy beings. After her initial excitement, Lu Xingchen regained her composure. While pandas are undeniably adorable, they are also fiercely powerful. Even the most formidable beasts usually steer clear of them. She dared not approach it recklessly, observing from the edge of the pit. The panda cub noticed Lu Xingchen's stillness and, dissatisfied, plopped down at the bottom of the pit, curling into a round ball, calling out to her several times. Its voice was tender, and its eyes looked so pitifully at Lu Xingchen that she could hardly resist. Who could withstand the adorableness of a panda cub? She carefully assessed its size. The way it stumbled while walking suggested it was around 4 or 5 months old. It seemed harmless enough. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingchen could no longer resist. She leapt into the pit and scooped up the panda cub, which weighed perhaps just over 20 pounds, indicating that it was indeed quite small. Lu Xingchen had always adored pandas and had previously studied them. It was said that a panda cub weighs only about 100 grams at birth, roughly the size of 10 centimeters, making it hard to imagine that such a tiny creature could grow into a massive, formidable beast. Cradling the panda cub, it nestled comfortably in her arms, forming a snug ball. It was simply delightful. Lu Xingchen climbed out of the pit while holding the panda cub, and after several attempts, she couldn't help but choose the most tender bamboo shoot to feed the little one. The young panda eagerly munched on the bamboo shoot, savoring its sweetness, and soon devoured it completely. It then looked up at Lu Xingchen, emitting soft whimpers. Lu Xingchen's heart softened, and after some contemplation, she produced a strawberry, tentatively offering it to the panda cub. "Do pandas enjoy fruits? I wonder if this strawberry will please you." The panda cub sniffed the offering and joyfully began to munch on it. After finishing, it continued to whine for more. Lu Xingchen fed it several more strawberries, but eventually, concerned about overindulgence, she firmly decided to stop. "Little one, where is your mother?" Lu Xingchen asked, giving the cub a gentle nudge. The panda cub responded with whimpering sounds. Attempting to jump down, Lu Xingchen released it, and it stumbled toward the depths of the bamboo grove. Unable to resist the temptation, she decided to follow. She thought that if the cub had no mother, she could take it back to her raft. After all, she planned to cultivate plenty of bamboo and had an abundance of meat and fruits to keep it well fed. The panda cub led the way, and Lu Xingchen followed for what felt like over 20 minutes, winding through numerous turns until they reached a clearing. The panda cub joyfully rushed forward, calling out a couple of times. It was then that Lu Xingchen noticed, in the center of the clearing, a cluster of dark red bamboo stalks. Discovered Hongjian Jin bamboo, a second-tier mutated plant, known for its incredible toughness. Its leaves and roots possess medicinal properties. It seemed this bamboo was extraordinary. Lu Xingchen realized that if a plant had significant medicinal value or was a desirable ingredient, the system would provide a notification, likely due to her knowledge in basic pharmacology. The panda cub called out again, patting the ground with its paw, and then picked up a bamboo shoot, hugging it with both paws. Rolling over to nestle beside Lu Xingchen, it stood up, raising its hands, and Lu Xingchen discovered a dark red bamboo shoot at the tip of its claws. The discovery of the Hongjian Jiansun, a second-tier mutated plant, was indeed a precious ingredient with remarkable uses. Lu Xingchen's eyes sparkled. This Hongjian Jiansun could be planted directly. She felt that this little creature possessed a certain spirit, surely having eaten her strawberries, and brought the Hongjian Jiansun as a token of gratitude. "Thank you, little Tuan Tuan." Lu Xingchen affectionately patted the panda cub's head, expressing her delight. She had come to gather resources and could not leave empty-handed upon encountering such a rare find. "Little Tuan Tuan, may I harvest a few of your bamboo shoots? I hope you don't mind." The panda cub tilted its head, seemingly unsure if it understood her words. It merely rolled over beside the Hongjian Jiansun, shaking slightly and gesturing, as if to say, "Go ahead, take what you want." Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and quickly proceeded to dig out 3 bamboo shoots and another bamboo shoot for herself. "Little Tuan Tuan, do you have a mommy and daddy?" She still wished to take the little one with her. If the cub refused to accompany her, she would at least take these few bamboo shoots, leaving some for the cub. The panda cub rolled around, and Lu Xingchen couldn't decipher its meaning. She picked up the little creature again. "Hey, will you come with me or not?" Suddenly, the nearby bamboo forest shook violently. A massive figure charged forward, letting out a loud roar. It was an adult panda, charging angrily, which startled Lu Xingchen into retreating into the adjacent bamboo grove with the cub in her arms. The panda cub emitted cheerful sounds. The adult panda glared fiercely at Lu Xingchen but did not approach, only issuing a menacing warning. Lu Xingchen gradually realized, "Is this your little one?" The panda cub had wriggled free and happily scampered towards the adult panda, climbing up its leg. Confirmed, it had parents, and this parent was quite hostile. Lu Xingchen sighed, knowing she could not take this little Tuan away. The adult panda, while adorable, possessed immense strength. One swipe could easily crush her. All right, little Tuan. I shall take my leave. Lu Xingchen resolved to withdraw, stepping backward cautiously, her back already damp with cold sweat. How surprising that such a cute little creature had such a fierce parent. Upon noticing Lu Xingchen's halt, the adult panda let out a couple of threatening growls, glanced down at its cub, and suddenly turned its head, noticing the absence of several Hongjian Jinsun shoots. With a furious roar, it shoved the cub aside and charged angrily towards Lu Xingchen. This was it. The giant was determined to attack. She had no capability to confront a panda. Lu Xingchen gasped, rolling aside and swiftly sprinting towards the nearby hill, where there were no bamboo shoots. The bamboo forest rustled violently behind her, and she could almost feel the chill of the wind rushing past. Hearing the wind howl behind her, she veered to the side, took a deep breath, and dashed out of the bamboo grove. She heard the panda cub's playful calls behind her. After running a considerable distance and reaching the hilltop, Lu Xingchen turned to find the adult panda had vanished from view. That was close. She nearly faced the wrath of a national treasure. Thankfully, the cub was adorable and kind. It must have called its parent back. Wait, in her haste, she thought she had caught a glimpse of dark red on the adult panda's belly and legs. Was it injured? Should she return to check? This thought flickered through her mind for just a moment before she dismissed it. Ridiculous. This was a game. Pandas were not national treasures, but fierce beasts. Returning could jeopardize her life. She had already gathered a substantial amount of bamboo and bamboo shoots. It was time to seek other resources. Descending from the hill, she walked towards the area away from the bamboo forest. After a few steps down the hill, she reached a relatively flat expanse where she discovered various wild grasses and towering plants. With broad, elongated leaves unfurling, several oblong fruits hung from them. Could this be corn? Lu Xingchen's heart leapt with joy as she inspected one of the plants, confirming the fruits were indeed corn, resembling it in many aspects. Discovery: wild corn edible, suitable for feeding chickens, ducks, and other animals. Indeed, it was corn, and it was edible, easing her worries about potential poisoning. This wild corn was slightly smaller than ordinary corn, but with larger kernels, and each plant bore 5 to 6 fruits, yielding a higher output than typical corn. Knowing it was safe to eat, Lu Xingchen felt reassured. She plucked a few tender corn kernels and chewed them, finding them mildly sweet and pleasantly soft. Without question, they were tastier than regular corn. Harvested, the corn kernels could serve as seeds, and since these corns were all mature, Lu Xingchen didn't need to dig. She simply snapped off the corn cobs, quickly stripping one plant clean. Suddenly, several clucking sounds caught her attention. Looking down, she saw an old hen beneath one of the corn plants, clucking while revealing a chicken egg nestled in the grass behind her. Huh, more eggs. Lu Xingchen's eyes sparkled as she observed the hen, smaller than a wild chicken, but the egg it laid was quite substantial. It appeared harmless. The hen clucked a few times before turning to walk away, and Lu Xingchen noticed another hen not far off. She quickly picked up the egg and, upon raising her head, discovered 5 more eggs in a nearby nest. Excellent. She gathered the eggs, collecting over 20 in total, stowing them in her storage backpack. As she gathered eggs, she spotted several hens foraging in the grass. Standing up, Lu Xingchen focused intently on the hens. To ensure a daily supply of eggs, she would need to raise chickens. Although she had been hatching chicks in her peach blossom spring, it would take at least a month or 2 for them to grow. Eggs were consumed rapidly, and she couldn't wait that long. These hens were quite docile. Perhaps she could take them back to raise. Chapter 50. Capturing Wild Chickens and Rabbits. With the thought in mind, she retrieved her net trap. This trap was specifically designed for capturing birds. Catching hens was a bit of an overkill. She laid out the net and scattered some corn kernels on it, hiding behind while holding the connecting rope. In truth, her childhood experiences of capturing chickens and sparrows were quite similar, though her current net was larger and more effective. The hens, likely unaccustomed to human presence, showed no fear as they pecked at the ground. One hen wandered closer, eventually stepping onto Lu Xingchen's trap, eating a few kernels before looking up and clucking a few times. Lu Xingchen patiently waited. Her trap also had bait functionality, and capturing one hen at a time would be wasteful. After a few minutes, 2 more hens approached and entered the net. Now was the moment. Lu Xingchen pulled the rope with all her might, causing the net to fall and ensnaring the 2 hens leisurely pecking at the corn, while one on the edge managed to escape. Cluck, cluck. The hens realized something was amiss, stretching their necks and struggling desperately. Hey now, don't cry out. No one will come to your rescue, even if you scream your head off. Lu Xingchen couldn't contain her joy, revealing her lively spirit. Cluck, cluck, flap. The 2 hens became increasingly frantic. Lu Xingchen took out some rope and tied one leg of each hen, then folded up the net. The hens were in a frenzy, plucking incessantly, flapping their wings in a desperate bid to escape. Lu Xingchen frowned. They were too loud, and their commotion had already caused a few feathers to fall. If she returned home with them like this, it would take many days to calm them down, which would delay their egg-laying. This method wouldn't do. She opened her storage backpack and was immediately captivated by the abundance of bamboo inside. "Ah, what a perfect material," she exclaimed, realizing she could construct a bamboo cage. Lu Xingchen carefully extracted several slender bamboo stalks, trimming away the obstructive leaves. She arranged the thin bamboo poles in a crisscross pattern to create a rectangular cage, fastening the intersecting points with bamboo leaves for stability. In the end, she left an opening at the top for access. The bamboo cage measured approximately 70 to 80 centimeters in length, with a height and width of around 50 to 60 centimeters. Lu Xingchen untied the two hens and gently placed them through the opening. Freed from their restraints, the hens were no longer agitated, merely wandering about in the cage, looking bewildered and anxious. While weaving the cage, she had ensured that the bamboo at the bottom was closely set, resembling a bamboo board. To prevent the hen's claws from slipping through, she took out an ear of corn, stripped off 2 rows of kernels, and scattered them inside the cage. Soon, the hens settled down, pecking at the corn with focused attention. All set. Lu Xingchen clapped her hands. However, the cage was quite large, and given the small size of the hens, it felt wasteful to only keep 2 inside. She placed the cage under a tree and picked up her catching net. Moving a short distance away, using the same method, she captured 2 more hens and added them to the cage. Just catching hens wasn't sufficient. She also desired to hatch chicks, which necessitated a rooster. Lu Xingchen carefully selected a rooster and set the catching net nearby, successfully ensnaring one. However, the rooster resisted fiercely, attempting to peck at her with its sharp beak. Lu Xingchen retaliated, giving it a good thrashing. After all, a little injury wouldn't harm the rooster, as it wouldn't lay eggs and was unlikely to affect its reproductive instincts. A good beating would ensure it behaved and did not bully the hens in the cage. Lu Xingchen placed the rooster in the cage as well, deliberately tying its feet to restrict its movement. The unfortunate rooster, disheveled and bruised, slumped in a corner, nursing its wounds. With 1 rooster and 4 hens, she deemed her chicken-catching mission complete, perhaps due to the presence of live animals in the cage. She could not stow it in her backpack, so she left it there for the time being, planning to retrieve it later. She made several marks to firmly remember the spot before continuing her journey. After walking a few more steps, she spotted a small rabbit. Startled by her presence, the rabbit darted away, vanishing into a burrow after she chased it for a short distance. Cunning little creature, she thought, realizing she could not pursue it any further. Rabbit meat is quite delicious, and rabbits reproduce rapidly, with a female giving birth 3 to 4 times a year, each time producing 6 to 10 offspring. Within 3 to 4 months, the young rabbits would reach maturity. Thus, with just 1 male and 1 female rabbit, she could soon have a veritable abundance of rabbits. Lu Xingchen recalled the times she had gone rabbit hunting with her grandfather. He would sometimes use a lasso, other times a net, or even dig pits as traps. She decided to dig a pit. Observing the area, she noted several rabbit tracks and droppings, indicating that more than just 1 or 2 wild rabbits frequented the spot. She took out her shovel and dug a hole about 1 to 2 meters deep and wide, camouflaging it with dry branches and wild grass. For bait, she chose strawberries, knowing their sweet and tangy flavor would be irresistible to rabbits. Lu Xingchen was pleased she had brought strawberries along, initially thinking they were simply too abundant to leave behind. She placed a few strawberries on the trap and then hid behind a large rock nearby, remaining perfectly still and silent. A serene stillness enveloped the scene. To alleviate her boredom, she opened the group chat for her team. Weighing, haha, guess what I found? Wild oranges, so sweet. I stripped the tree bare, haha. Wei Lin, I killed 2 big wild rabbits and got meat and fur. Time for some rabbit stew. Weighing, hey, why aren't Xingchen and Zhongchang talking? How are you 2 doing? Lu Xingchen, I'm currently catching wild rabbits to raise. Weighing, wow, brilliant idea. You're much smarter than Wei Lin. Wei Lin, look. Jiang Wenming is about to reach the island. In the regional chat, Jiang Wenming boasted, haha, I see the island. Wen Li, come on, let us go ashore. To the rest of the teammates, if you have any summon orders, hand them over to me. I'll lead you all to the island. Jiang Wenli, wow, really? You're amazing, bro. Jiang Wenming, to those joining me on the island, let me make it clear. You must share half of your spoils with me. And I get priority on blueprints. As Jiang Wenming issued commands in the regional chat, many began to lose interest. Gao Dafu, Jiang Wenming, this isn't your personal chat. Please refrain from spamming. Jiang Wenli, are you jealous, Gao? Jiang Wenming, haha, it's only around noon. We can explore the island for 5 or 6 hours. Gao Dafu, be more open-minded. Once we're on the island, We 1T have time to chat. Jiang Wenli. Where's Lu Xingchen? Where's Wei Lin? Why aren't you two talking? Jealous, huh? Haha. Jiang Wenming. Haha. Lu Xingchen and Wei Lin. Didn't T see this coming, did you? You tried to take my summon order, but 1T even get the chance to step on the island. Instantly, several others chimed in with mocking remarks. Mostly Jiang's allies. Lu Xingchen, feeling bored, quickly posted a group photo. Sorry, I've been busy since early morning. Didn't T realize everyone was so concerned about me? The photo was of the four of them just after arriving on the island. Chapter 51, Red Gold Fulling, Black-Scaled Python. Lu Xingchen shared a picture of the four of them upon arrival, selecting a particularly clever image that showed only vague silhouettes, two figures barely discernible as male and female. However, the timestamp was crystal clear, the 7th day of the sea calendar, 9:15 a.m. Jiang Wenming had been chattering for quite a while, and many were watching the regional chat, now turning their attention to Lu Xingchen's post. The chat erupted in excitement. Wow, Lu Xingchen arrived on the island at around 9 a.m. What perfect timing, maximizing exploration opportunities. No wonder she wasn't talking. She was busy adventuring. Unlike some people who haven't even set foot on the island yet, making a scene as if the whole world should know. And now, they're being mocked. Jiang Wenming ground his teeth in frustration. He had barely enjoyed his moment of triumph before Lu Xingchen's revelation turned the tide against him. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Xingchen would arrive on the island so early, especially with Wei Lin accompanying her. The chat was filled with derisive comments, and Jiang Wenming, both embarrassed and furious, blurted out, "So what if I got here a few minutes later? What is there to flaunt about? Who is this so sour?" Gao Dafu was the first to crack. As others chimed in, the chat grew even more lively. Jiang Wenming, you've been spamming for several minutes before even getting to the island, and you dare challenge Lu Xingchen? She merely posted a picture in response. How is that bragging? Haha, looks like someone got slapped in the face. Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone so insufferable. Yes, I'm talking about you, Jiang Wenming. Can you just stop talking? You're making a fool of yourself. The chat was filled with condemnation. Jiang Wenming, both furious and humiliated, had to quietly gather his belongings. His expression dark as he made his way to the island. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen had long since lost interest, as she noticed a rabbit cautiously emerging from the underbrush. Its little red nose twitching as it sniffed the air. This rabbit was significantly larger than the previous one, plump and appearing rather clumsy. It moved with great caution, taking a few steps, sniffing here and there, then looking around with its small head. LXNGCH remained utterly still, fixated upon it. At last, the little rabbit shuffled to the edge of the trap, its tiny nose twitching, and in an instant, it leapt towards the strawberries atop the trap. With a splash, it fell in. Success! LXNGCH immediately dashed out from behind the rocks, parting the dried branches and hay, only to find the frightened rabbit attempting to climb back up. Unfortunately, the pit was too deep for it to escape. LXNGCH extended her hands, effortlessly grasping the rabbit and lifting it up. This rabbit was quite hefty, surely weighing over 10 Gene, its round belly rolling. Upon touching it, she noticed its limbs thrashing about, and it emitted a few anxious squeaks. Pregnant? LXNGCH's heart leapt with joy, having raised rabbits in her childhood. She could discern that this one was indeed pregnant, and likely about to give birth. Excellent. One rabbit would suffice. Aware of the gravity of the situation, LXNGCH took out a bamboo pole and wove a slightly smaller bamboo cage than the previous one. She placed the large rabbit inside and offered it a strawberry, which calmed it somewhat. Since she could not carry the cage, she retraced her steps to the area where she had left the chicken cage. After some thought, she climbed a large tree and placed both cages on a branch, covering them with leaves. Up in the tree, they should be safe from predators. LXNGCH checked the surroundings once more, ensuring there were no snakes nearby, before she felt assured enough to depart. After walking for several minutes, she came across a rocky mountain. The mountain was dotted with stones and sparsely populated with patches of pine trees. On the island, timber was a vital resource. Thus, LXNGCH took up her iron axe and began to chop down several pine trees. Spotting a particularly robust pine tree ahead, she raised her axe once more. And suddenly, she discovered a rare herb. Elling-grass, a first-tier herb, a primary ingredient for making healing ointment. LXNGCH focused her gaze, noticing a small clump of brown, oval-shaped fungi at the base of the ancient pine tree. This was knowledge she had acquired since studying basic herbalism. Elling-grass was one of the primary herbs for crafting healing ointment, and it was evident that it was not common. Gao Dafu and his companions had spent half a day exploring the island to collect only 2 or 3 pieces of it. LXNGCH approached and harvested the Elling, placing it into her backpack. According to her studies, Elling-grass tended to grow beneath pine trees, so she continued her search diligently. While chopping wood, She kept an eye out for more FLing grass and soon found 5 additional pieces. As she foraged for the herb and felled more pine trees, she gradually made her way to the mountain's peak. At the summit, encircled by several large stones, stood an exceptionally massive ancient pine tree, its gnarled trunk sprawling out at an angle. At its roots lay a golden-brown plant resembling FLing. Discovered CHJN FLing, a second-tier mutated herb that can be used to create revival pills, capable of resurrecting the deceased. This was quite an exaggeration. LXNGCHN could not help but remark internally. She knew this was undoubtedly a valuable find. A second-tier mutation must be at least 1.5 levels above ordinary FLing grass, she mused. Cautiously, she approached, vigilant of her surroundings. Eventually, she positioned herself atop the highest stone, where she could reach the CHJN FLing. Standing on the stone, LXNGCHN realized that below was a steep cliff, not excessively high, perhaps 7 or 8 zhong, but still perilous enough to be fatal. In the crevices of the cliff, she observed a few small grasses swaying in the wind, steadying her nerves. She carefully scanned the area for any anomalies before she felt reassured, crouching down to collect the CHJN FLing. Just as she was about to reach out, a gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a faint, fishy odor. This was not good. She discreetly began to retreat, her fingers deftly retrieving a dagger from her backpack. Holding her breath, she extended her hand slowly. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from below the cliff, darting straight towards her wrist. LXNGCHN had anticipated this. She swiftly slashed with the dagger, the sound of the blade piercing flesh resonating as she jumped down from the stone, retreating rapidly, taking 7 or 8 steps back in an instant. It was then that she could clearly see her assailant. It was a python, its body covered in black scales, roughly the thickness of a metal barrel. Raising its oval-shaped head and flicking its crimson tongue, glaring menacingly at LXNGCHN. A line of blood began to seep from its underbelly where her dagger had struck. Heil and MNGSH, a second-tier beast with formidable attack power but minimal toxicity. LXNGCHN felt somewhat relieved. The most daunting aspect of snakes lay in their venom, and this one posed little threat in that regard, making it more manageable. Nevertheless, she remained cautious. Snakes were incredibly swift. Had she not been sufficiently agile, she might not have escaped unscathed. Hissing, the Heil and MNGSH let out several menacing calls. LXNGCHN gripped her dagger tightly, while stealthily loosening her whip from her wrist. The dagger was too small for close combat, and against a snake, hand-to-hand combat was ill-advised. The bow and arrows were no longer an option, leaving her with only the whip. The Heil and MNGSH hissed again, eyeing her warily. LXNGCHN's heart raced. Her combat experience was minimal, having never fought anyone throughout her life, and now she faced a giant python in a life-or-death confrontation, which was exhilarating. Yet within her surged a fierce determination. With so many weapons and attribute points, could she not manage to deal with a mere snake? Come on, let the battle commence. Chapter 52, Opening the Treasure Chest. Ying in peril. The standoff between LXNGCHN and the snake lasted less than a minute before the Heil and MNGSH could no longer contain itself, launching itself at LXNGCHN. As it moved, LXNGCHN raised her whip, cracking it with a sharp sound aimed at the snake's vulnerable spot. Simultaneously, she thrust her dagger towards the approaching serpent's head. The whip missed its target but struck the snake's body instead. The sound of the dagger embedding itself in flesh followed. LXNGCHN struck true and fled, sprinting down the mountain, glancing back at the Heil and MNGSH from a distance. The snake let out a piercing scream, its body twisting in agony as it coiled around a nearby pine tree, its tail striking violently, sending pine needles cascading to the ground. Blood streamed from its eye, and the wound had deepened considerably, approximately 4 to 5 centimeters, exposing raw flesh. It appeared LXNGCHN's dagger had injured its right eye, and the whip had struck the same area. Whether the loss of sight hindered its vision or the pain overwhelmed it, the Heil and MNGSH ceased its pursuit, instead writhing around the pine tree in distress. The whip and dagger proved to be formidable weapons with significant lethality. LXNGCHN, clutching her whip and dagger, cautiously ascended a few steps. The python seemed to have finally spotted her, releasing the tree and charging forward. However, due to its severe injuries, its speed had considerably diminished. LXNGCHN raised her whip once again, cracking it against the python's vulnerable spot. The Heil and MNGSH let out a wretched cry, rolling several times before gradually coming to a halt. Was it dead? LXNGCHN waited patiently, observing the motionless python, before approaching. Heil and MNGSH, you have slain it. Would you like to dissect it? Yes. Dissection complete. You have obtained 15 units of snake meat, 1 snake gall, and 1 black-scaled snake skin. After the dissection, nothing remained on the ground. Lu Xingchen continued her ascent to the mountain peak, where she harvested the CHJNFLing. By chance, she glanced down the cliff and noticed a dark, shadowy hole nestled among the wild grasses in the crevice. The serpent ascended from beneath the cliff, implying that its lair might be nestled atop it. This was a second-tier mutated beast, well-versed in guarding spirit herbs, suggesting that its abode could be home to treasures. Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen resolved to investigate. The cave lay approximately 3 to 4 meters from the ancient pine, and the rugged cliff face occasionally jutted out. Beneath the cave, there was a sizable protrusion, which did not pose excessive danger. This was also a factor in Lu Xingchen's decision to descend. She exercised caution, preparing thoroughly before undertaking any action. She retrieved a rope, securely tied it to the ancient pine, and after a firm tug to confirm its stability, she fastened the other end around her waist. Gripping the rope, Lu Xingchen began her careful descent along the cliff face. After approximately 7 to 8 minutes, she reached the cave entrance. It was shrouded in darkness, prompting her to pause and contemplate her next move. Observing a protruding stone half a meter below, she continued to lower herself, cautiously stepping onto the stone and ensuring her footing before tightening the rope further. She then produced a piece of wood, split it into kindling, and ignited it with her lighter to create a rudimentary torch. Placing the torch into the rocky wall near the cave entrance, she climbed up and stood at the threshold. With the torch in hand, she gingerly entered the cave. The cave was merely 3 to 4 meters deep and narrow, and with the torch illuminating her path, Lu Xingchen could see clearly inside. Aside from a few scattered stones, 2 wooden chests were positioned side by side at the center. How intriguing, Lu Xingchen mused, regarding the chests as the treasures of the black-scaled python. The chests were unlatched, and she approached to open them directly. Opening the chest today brings fortuitous luck. Acquiring 3 ordinary Fu Ling herbs and 1 blueprint for black-scaled armor, along with 1 blueprint for the rejuvenation pill. To her surprise, there were 2 blueprints, one of which was for a defensive equipment she had never encountered before. Lu Xingchen eagerly grasped the black-scaled armor blueprint. Black-scaled armor, ordinary defensive equipment, capable of withstanding physical attacks while enhancing agility by 3 points, required materials, 1 black-scaled python skin. Conveniently, she had just slain a black-scaled python, thus possessing the necessary material. It was quite considerate of the python to not only offer its flesh, but also provide the armor blueprint. A slight smile graced Lu Xingchen's lips. Finally, she picked up the rejuvenation pill blueprint. Rejuvenation pill, while it may not literally resurrect the dead, it can heal those on the brink of death, restoring their vitality. Required materials, 1 Qi Jin Fu Ling. This rejuvenation pill was indeed valuable, requiring only a singular Qi Jin Fu Ling. However, today had been a strenuous endeavor to acquire just 1 Qi Jin Fu Ling. Crafting the rejuvenation pill would not be an easy task. As she pondered, Lu Xingchen exited the cave, scaling the rocky wall back up, detaching the rope, and stowing it in her backpack. This venture had yielded substantial rewards, leaving her quite pleased. However, upon organizing her backpack, she tragically discovered it was full. In fact, after consuming the water and strawberries, she could free up 2 slots. And by removing the arrow pouch, bullhorn bow, and dagger, she could clear 3 additional slots. For the time being, she could still manage. Suddenly, the group chat icon for the assault team flickered incessantly, emitting a red glow. Typically, such an occurrence indicated someone was sending an urgent message. Lu Xingchen quickly opened the group chat, and Wei Ying's anxious voice resonated, requesting support. I have encountered a 3rd-tier mutated wild boar. It is incredibly powerful, and I can barely hold on. A wild boar. A 3rd-tier mutated one, no less? Lu Xingchen's expression turned grave. She understood that even a single-tier difference could result in a significant disparity in strength among beasts. She had barely managed to escape the clutches of a 2nd-tier mutated beast, so the prowess of a 3rd-tier beast was undoubtedly formidable. No wonder Wei Ying had sustained injuries. She opened the map to check Wei Ying's location and immediately set off in that direction. After more than half an hour, Lu Xingchen arrived at a clearing where Wei Ying, Wei Lin, and Zhong Chong were gathered. Wei Lin and Zhong Chong had only arrived a few minutes earlier than Lu Xingchen. Wei Ying appeared pallid, seated on a stone, her hair matted with sweat. Her jacket and backpack missing, clad only in a white shirt, her clothes caked with dirt, and her bare arms bruised. In short, she looked utterly disheveled. Wei Lin handed her a bottle of mineral water, his face etched with concern. Where are your belongings? Wei Ying accepted the water and gulped down several mouthfuls. Shaking her head in terror, I discarded them. That wild boar is incredibly fierce. I had to throw away my backpack and jacket to divert its attention and disrupt its sense of smell, allowing me to escape downwind. After taking a few more sips of water, she leaned against the stone to stand up, her voice urgent. I can walk now. We need to leave quickly. We are too close to that mutated wild boar's lair, and I fear it may pursue us. Chapter 53. Fierce Battle. Wei Ying urged everyone to depart hastily. And Wei Lin was taken aback. Are we just leaving? Aren't we going to kill it? Wei Ying hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Forget it. Our lives are more important. We should leave as soon as possible. She gritted her teeth. I was too greedy before. I spotted several red fruits, and since they were special, so I tried to pick them. Before I could get close, the wild boar leaped out. If I hadn't run fast, I would have lost my life. Red fruits? Lu Xingchen and Wei Lin chorused in unison. They exchanged glances, a shared yearning flickering in their eyes. Wei Ying shot them a disapproving look. We must not pursue any kind of fruit. That wild boar is exceptionally powerful. And I suspect it is of a high tier on this island, making it beyond our capabilities. She stated earnestly. Do not entertain any notions of confronting it. Lu Xingchen remained contemplative. Based on prior experiences, the fiercer a beast guarding treasure, the more precious the treasure itself. With the wild boar being a third-tier mutation, the fruit must be extraordinary. She yearned to obtain it. For others, such thoughts would be inconceivable. Lu Xingchen's resolve was bolstered by the weapons at her disposal, a rare dagger, a high-grade soft whip, and a top-tier bullhorn bow. The classification of weaponry includes beginner, ordinary, intermediate, excellent, advanced, fine, top-tier, perfect, rare, legendary, and epic. Currently, most individuals lacked weapons, with very few possessing even beginner-level weaponry, while Lu Xingchen's arsenal far surpassed theirs. When she faced the second-tier mutated black-scaled python, her lack of combat experience was compensated by her superior weapons, allowing her to conclude the battle swiftly and with minimal injury. Wei Ying and Wei Lin hailed from martial arts families, seasoned in experience. If they were to be armed as well, they could be formidable. Soon, she made her decision. Addressing the group, our collective combat strength and attributes are considerable. We should give it a try. Wei Lin nodded. I share that sentiment. Zhongchang remained silent, but nodded emphatically. The three of them gazed at Wei Ying, their expressions resolute. Wei Ying, seated on the stone, regarded them for a moment. Then reclined, eyes gazing skyward, murmuring, Have you all lost your minds? Sigh. I knew it. You're all reckless youths. Fine, we shall try. Wei Ying was not a timid person. She too wished to test her mettle. Her only concern was for Lu Xingchen and Zhongchang's safety. However, seeing that both Zhongchang and Lu Xingchen possessed such courage, she would not back down. Lu Xingchen assessed her. How is your injury? Wei Ying stood, stretching her limbs. Only my arm aches a bit. Wei Lin just helped me with it, and it feels much better. Lu Xingchen nodded. Good. Then let us formulate a plan. Time is of the essence, and we must commence swiftly. With that, she produced her dagger, unfastened the soft whip from her wrist, and inquired of the others. Who among you can wield these two weapons? Wei Ying's eyes lit up. Oh my, you possess weapons, and two of them. Wei Ling's gaze flickered as he grasped the dagger, exclaiming, I excel in close combat. I can usually handle things barehanded, but having a dagger is splendid. The reason he chose the dagger was that he intended to shield those behind him. Once it was in his hand, he was taken aback, his voice shifting. A rare tier dagger? As a player, one could discern the weapon's tier merely by holding it. They were well aware of the classification in the Maritime survival game, as it was outlined in the novice guide. A rare tier. How exhilarating. Wei Ling marveled at the dagger's glint, exclaiming, it can cut through hair and sever strands. Its reputation is rightly earned. Wei Ying's eyes sparkled brighter as she reached for it. Let me take the lead. Wei Ling retorted, enough, you're injured. You can't lead. Wei Ying pouted in displeasure. Lu Xingchen cleared his throat. Ying, the soft whip is quite remarkable too. Wei Ying eyed the soft whip, her desire evident. Yet she hesitated and glanced at Zhongchang. Zhongchang shook his head. I can't use this. It's yours. Great. Wei Ying eagerly accepted the soft whip from Lu Xingchen, assuring, rest easy. Our Wei family may be famed for the mountain-splitting palm. Yet we are adept with various weapons. She paused. Oh, a fine-tier soft whip? Wei Ying caressed the whip, enchanted. Xingchen, you truly are a treasure. Wei Ling looked over. A fine tier. He was stunned again. Lu Xingchen casually produced two weapons, one fine tier and the other rare tier. Regardless of which weapon was revealed, it would undoubtedly stir a significant commotion among players. If the Zhang brothers possessed either weapon, they could likely rally a dozen skilled players. Lu Xingchen's prowess exceeded Wei Ling's expectations. He and Wei Ying had indeed secured a formidable ally. Filled with excitement, Wei Ling shared in Wei Ying's enthusiasm as she cracked the whip, the sound crisp and invigorating. What a thrill. She turned to Lu Xingchen, saying, Xingchen, you should hide behind the rock while Wei Ling and I take the lead. Lu Xingchen lending his weapon was already a significant contribution. Lu Xingchen shook his head. Ying, how far is the wild boar from us? In a relatively safe situation, lead me forward. Wei Ying expressed concern. Xingchen, that wild boar is incredibly fast. Lu Xingchen interjected. I will set a trap. Wei Ying's eyes brightened. All right. She held back her curiosity, but ultimately couldn't resist, saying, Xingchen, you're truly impressive. Lu Xingchen offered a faint smile. The four of them advanced cautiously, with Wei Ying leading the way through a dense thicket until they reached a vast, open area. Lu Xingchen halted. Here is perfect. As long as we stay clear of the wild boar, it will eventually come after us. Together, they dug 5 deep pits, utilizing all 5 spiked traps, forming a perfect circle. Upon seeing Lu Xingchen produce the traps, both Wei Ling and Wei Ying's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet they wisely refrained from asking questions. Once the traps were set, Wei Ying volunteered. Wei Ling and I will lure the wild boar. You all stay here, Xingchen. It's best you hide. In her eyes, though Lu Xingchen possessed excellent weapons and numerous tools, he remained an ordinary person without martial training. Lu Xingchen remained noncommittal. Wei Ling and Wei Ying set off, and within mere minutes, shouts echoed as they returned, breathless. Xingchen, the wild boar is ferocious. I can't get close. We need to flee, Wei Ling shouted. He looked up, stunned to see Lu Xingchen standing atop a tall rock, one hand drawing a bow, the other knocking an arrow. Exuding calmness, the wild boar, towering and furious, charged towards them. With a swift motion, an arrow shot forth like lightning. It struck true, piercing the wild boar's neck. The beast let out a chilling cry. Enraged, it redirected its charge towards Lu Xingchen. Unfazed, Lu Xingchen readied another arrow, releasing it with a swift whoosh towards the boar's face. The boar, quick to react, dodged, but Lu Xingchen's third arrow found its mark on the boar's rear, causing it to leap high into a frenzied state. With a deafening roar, it lunged at Lu Xingchen. In the blink of an eye, Wei Ling leaped onto the boar's back as it descended, plunging the dagger into its neck. The boar shrieked, rolling violently, flinging Wei Ling off. He tumbled but quickly regained his footing. Lu Xingchen, while drawing his bow, shouted, Wei Ling, come to me. Wei Ling sprang forward. In that brief moment, Lu Xingchen unleashed 3 or 4 arrows in rapid succession, each finding its target, embedding themselves within the boar's tough hide. Wei Ying cracked the soft whip against the boar's back. Though the beast was already pierced by multiple arrows, its thick skin prevented any deep damage. Nevertheless, it sufficed. The arrows were coated with the juice of the horse poison plant, which may not have a significant effect initially, but the cumulative toxins would surely take their toll. Indeed, the wild boar's movements began to slow. Recognizing Lu Xingchen as the primary threat, it disregarded the others and charged at him. Just as it leaped before Lu Xingchen, it stumbled, falling into the trap with a thud. A pitiful howl escaped the boar. It was evident the spiked traps had inflicted severe injury. To deal with it, Lu Xingchen and the others had dug the traps deep and coated the spikes with an ample amount of horse poison juice, rendering the boar unable to escape easily. It thrashed within the pit, howling amidst a cloud of dust. Wei Ling aimed to deliver the final blow, but Lu Xingchen halted him. The trap was small, and with the spikes, it was far too perilous. The wild boar, though fierce, struggled for several minutes before letting out a deafening cry, leaping out of the pit, bloodied and battered, with droplets falling to the ground. Upon escaping, it turned to flee, sensing danger. Wei Ling now? Strike! Lu Xingchen commanded. Wei Ling lunged forward, his foot slipping, the dagger slicing through the vulnerable area behind the boar's ear. Blood gushed forth as the beast staggered, collapsing to the ground, its limbs thrashing. Shortly after, it lay still. Wei Ling leaped aside, fixated on the boar, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Wei Ying bounded to his side, astonished. Did we do it? Did we slay the wild boar? No, we defeated a tier 3 mutated beast. Wei Ling nodded, his expression even more elated than Wei Ying's. He understood the true ferocity of this wild boar. He glanced at the dagger in his hand, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. This time, he had been able to wound the boar, and the dagger was indispensable. It was indeed a rare treasure. Reluctantly, he returned the dagger to Lu Xingchen. Observing this, Wei Ying also returned the soft whip. Lu Xingchen stowed the weapons and approached the wild boar, contemplating. Who among you has a relatively empty backpack? Let us dismantle the boar and distribute the parts later. The others glanced at one another. Ultimately, Wei Ling stepped forward. I will. He swiftly completed the task. Wei Ying, feeling impatient, urged, let us go see those red fruits. The 4 of them followed Wei Ying, hurrying onward. The deeper they ventured, the denser the low shrubs and trees became, many of which had turned yellow, until they could only traverse along a narrow path. Soon, they discovered numerous wild boar hairs on the tree bark. This is the wild boar's territory, Wei Ling asserted confidently. We're getting close. After a few more minutes, among the low shrubs, a distinctive tree appeared. This tree was shorter than the surrounding ones, standing only as high as a person, its leaves round and lush, vibrant green and appealing. At its apex, for crimson fruits flourish. These fruits are comparable in size to plums, perfectly round and vividly red, resembling lustrous rubies. Lu Xingchen instantly comprehended why Wei Ying was so captivated by this fruit. Truly, it was ostentatiously beautiful. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. Wei Ying exclaimed with excitement. Did you see that? Is this fruit not a treasure? Wei Lin nodded repeatedly, no doubt about it. A treasure, a grand treasure. The trio turned their gaze toward Lu Xingchen, urging, Xingchen, go and pick it. They unanimously designated Lu Xingchen as the lead. Fearing that the night might bring unforeseen complications, Lu Xingchen promptly stepped forward and carefully plucked the 4 fruits. Acquired De Lihong Lingua. De Lihong Lingua, a mystical fruit with special abilities. Consuming it grants a slight increase in strength, with each individual permitted to consume only 1. It must be eaten within 24 hours of being picked. Lu Xingchen turned back to explain the situation and distributed 1 fruit to each person. After handing out the fruits, she crouched down and pulled out a wooden box from beneath the Hong Lingua tree. She had noticed it while picking the fruits. Indeed, the beasts on the island were quite reasonable, always gifting a box. Wei Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, a box. She rubbed her hands together in excitement. I'll open it. I'll open it. I'm the eternal little red hand. Wei Lin interjected. No, I should do it. My luck is also remarkable. Zhong Chang, rarely speaking up, added, actually, I can do it too. Lu Xingchen. She was well aware that all 3 of them had good fortune, as evidenced by their ample collection of supplies. However, none could compare to her luck. After all, she was favored by destiny. Lu Xingchen said, let me take charge. She turned to the 3. Wei Lin and Zhong Chang nodded in agreement, while only Wei Ying appeared hesitant. Wei Ying, her eyes sparkling, said, Xingchen, your success in defeating the wild boar was mainly due to your efforts, and the supplies are rightfully yours. But my luck is truly exceptional. It's the pride of the Wei family. Let me open it, and I'll give you all the supplies. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment and suggested. In that case, let us test our luck with rock, paper, scissors. She was utterly confident in her fortune. All right. Wei Ying agreed eagerly. Lu Xingchen glanced at Wei Lin and Zhong Chang. Shall we all join in? Wei Lin rubbed his hands together. Yes, let us participate. The 4 prepared themselves and shouted together, rock, paper, scissors. They all extended their hands simultaneously. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and Zhong Chang were taken aback. All 3 chose paper, while only Lu Xingchen selected scissors. Lu Xingchen smiled gently. Is that sufficient? Wei Ying responded, absolutely. Wei Lin laughed heartily. Xingchen, you are the first person to defeat Wei Ying. Lu Xingchen bent down to open the wooden box. Open the wooden box. Today, favored by fortune. Receive the 12 styles of soft whip secret technique 1, camouflage suit set 4, and long knife blueprint, advanced, 1. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and the others surrounded the box, marveling at the abundant supplies, letting out several exclamations of surprise. Wei Ying was the most dramatic. Heavens, so many. Look, there are 4 sets of camouflage suits, and even hats. These are all wonderful items. Xingchen, your luck is truly remarkable. Wei Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. And a weapon blueprint. Oh, the soft whip secret technique. That SA whip technique, perfect for Xingchen. He chuckled at Wei Ying. How about that? Are you convinced now? Xingchen's luck is immeasurably greater than yours. Chapter 55. Jiang Wanming faces humiliation again. Wei Ying nodded vigorously. I'm thoroughly convinced. I could never have opened so many valuable items. Each item was remarkably difficult to obtain. The group gathered around the box, examining and touching the contents. Finally, Wei Ying waved her hand. All right, Xingchen, you can take it. We had our fun. Wei Lin and Zhong Chang nodded in agreement. Lu Xingchen glanced at everyone. You don't want it? Wei Ying waved her hand dismissively. The success in defeating the wild boar relied primarily on your weapons, traps, and archery skills. We contributed very little. Each of us is already satisfied with 1 Hong Lingua. Wei Lin agreed. Indeed. It was thanks to you that we made it to the island, and we gathered other supplies here. We already gained significantly. Zhong Chang nodded emphatically. Lu Xingchen smiled slightly. These individuals were rather considerate. In light of that, she decided not to be overly stingy. She pointed at the box and said, how about this? The soft whip secret technique is perfectly suited for me, so I'll take it, along with 1 camouflage suit. As for the remaining long knife blueprint, you 3 can decide amongst yourselves who needs it most. Wei Ying was overjoyed. Ah, please give me the suit. I absolutely adore it. I have a deep fondness for stylish camouflage. The camouflage suits, while identical in design, came in different colors: purple, pink, green, and gray. Ultimately, Lu Xingchen chose purple. Wei Ying selected pink, Wei Lin opted for green, and Zhong Chang settled on gray. Each person's storage backpack was becoming quite full, and such items could easily be stowed away. Wei Lin and Wei Ying each had a large snakeskin bag, the source of which was unclear, whether obtained or crafted. Their bags were still somewhat deflated, allowing ample room for additional items. Zhongchang, on the other hand, fashioned a basket from unknown plant vines, which he carried on his back, appearing quite presentable. In summary, each had their unique methods. Noticing Lu Xingchen observing them, Wei Ying lifted her bag and boldly offered, "Xingchen, if you can't carry everything, I'll help you. I'm strong." Wei Lin chuckled, "Let me take it. After all, I'm a man." Lu Xingchen smiled, "All right. If it becomes too much to carry, I'll hand it over to you." She placed the camouflage suit and soft whip secret technique into her backpack and donned the hat. At present, she had only one empty slot left. Nevertheless, she was unperturbed. She promptly retrieved strawberries and distributed them, keeping only a handful for herself. The group decided to sit on a stone, enjoying strawberries and water. Having been out all day, they had been too busy gathering supplies to eat. Wei Ying glanced at the chat area and pouted, "TCH, Jiang Wenming is bragging again. Let him boast. There's still Xingchen." Lu Xingchen opened the chat screen, and indeed, Jiang Wenming was flooding it with messages. "Haha, we discovered a solitary wild wolf, a second-tier mutation. Together, we managed to defeat it. Guess what we found? We came across a wooden box, which yielded a weapon blueprint. Tada! Behold our long sword blueprint, beginner." But that is not all. We also found a type of wild fruit along the way. After consuming it, we felt invigorated and didn't even feel hungry anymore. Cheese supplement fruit, beginner. Our team is incredibly lucky today, huh? On the chat screen, it was only the Jiang brothers who were boasting, with no responses from others. For most, the Jiang brothers appeared fortunate, having obtained a practical weapon blueprint and a fruit that enhanced vitality, both valuable items. Jiang Wenming beamed with pride. There are plenty of resources on the island, other filling fruits, wood, and various materials about. We gained far more than just the weapon blueprint and the vitality-enhancing fruit. Haha, a bountiful harvest. By the way, where's Lu Xingchen? Why isn't she speaking? Jiang Wenli quipped. Perhaps she was bitten to death by the wild wolf. Given her skills, she would probably just cry if she encountered one. Heh, Jiang Wenming added. After all, she is a woman. She might even cry at the sight of a wild chicken. Haha. Jiang Wenli chuckled. Exactly. So why bother asking her? She probably gained nothing and is hiding in the bushes crying. Lu Xingchen, how can these two brothers be so insufferable? They're truly spoiled. Lu Xingchen, alas, how pitiful are those devoid of insight, rejoicing over nothing more than a rudimentary weapon and a fruit that merely alleviates hunger, forgetting even their ancestors. TSK. Jiang Wenming. Huh, why the bitterness? If you possess the ability, why not produce a rudimentary weapon blueprint yourself? Jiang Wenli. Exactly. Those who cannot attain the grapes claim them sour. Wei Ying. Here, let me broaden your horizons. Dali Honglingua, Long Dao Tu Jinggaoji. By the way, this is what I obtained, while our captain Lu Xingchen, who contributed the most, has received resources that far surpass mine. Wei Lin, you are unworthy to gaze upon this. Jiang Wenming stared at the two items Wei Ying had produced, his eyes widening in disbelief. He observed them repeatedly, his face darkening. The Dali Honglingua could enhance strength, which was precisely what he yearned for. He desperately needed to augment his power, as did Jiang Wenli. As for the Long Dao Tujing, he was practically salivating. The Jiang family excelled in long swords, and he had long desired a long sword blueprint, even if it were merely rudimentary. But Wei Ying had obtained a high-grade long sword. How splendid it would be if it were his. Jiang Wenming was consumed by jealousy, to the point of nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. Wei Ying, you're not adept at wielding long swords. Isn't that a waste? Wei Ying cheerfully replied. Indeed, it is a waste, but it is a high-grade long sword. With a bit of practice, I will surely master it. Jiang Wenming, are you overly concerned? Wei Ying, you're not drooling, are you? Jiang Wenming, feeling embarrassed, retorted. I wield a long sword quite well. Wei Ying, is that so? Then tell your brother to stop messaging me. He has been begging me to trade the long sword blueprint to him. Haha. Jiang Wenli, in a fit of exasperation, I did not beg. I merely inquired. Wei Ying, oh haha. Well, I'm telling you now, I want to trade. Jiang Wenming was infuriated, privately messaging Jiang Wenli. Why are you even seeking her out? They are our rivals. Jiang Wenli. But, brother, that is a high-grade long sword. Jiang Wenming was so enraged that he could scarcely speak. The regional chat was already bustling. Wow, Lu Xingchen and her group have collected an abundance of resources. I envy them. We also reached the island and defeated a second-tier beast, but all we received was a blueprint for a rudimentary spear. Sigh. Why is there such a vast disparity among people? Wei Ying. Haha. Because we have Lu Xingchen, her luck is truly exceptional. Naturally, those who consistently rank first cannot possibly be unlucky. Lu Xingchen, does your team need more members? May I join? I have long kept this secret. I am actually your long-lost brother. Haha, very amusing. Lu Xingchen, I am your long-lost sister. Step aside, step aside. What nonsense is this? I am actually Lu Xingchen's long-lost relative. Lu Xingchen is so young. Chapter 56. Ding. Survival mission released. The chat channel buzzed with excitement, quickly drowning out the Jiang brothers' incessant chatter. Everyone had grown tired of those two. Even when chopping wood, they would chatter endlessly in the group chat. Now, they had finally fallen silent, allowing the chat to flourish once more. Lu Xingchen had already parted ways with Wei Lin and the others. Before leaving, they had agreed to reconvene at the designated spot before sunset. Lu Xingchen continued her exploration. Ding. Survival mission released. Rescue the injured little monkey. At the location where the pears ripen, there is an injured little monkey. Try to heal it for unexpected rewards. Lu Xingchen. The place where the pears ripen? How am I to know where that is? This mission is far too vague. Glancing at the time, it was already 4 in the afternoon. In 2 hours, she would need to leave the island. Was she truly to squander this precious time searching for a monkey? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xingchen resolved to seek it out. Such opportunities are rare, and who knows what unexpected rewards may arise. She stood still, surveying her surroundings, and finally inquired in the assault team chat, have any of you seen pear trees or monkeys while exploring the island? Weighing what? Monkeys? Pear trees? I adore pears. Where are they? Wei Lin, you're foolish. Didn't you see what Xingchen asked? Xingchen, what do you need pears for? I've never seen any. Zhongchang, I haven't seen any either. Wei Ying, I have only seen orange trees, with only a handful of wild oranges. I wonder who ate them. Lu Xingchen's heart stirred. Wei Ying, where did you see the orange trees? Wei Ying pondered for a moment and replied, look at my current location. If you head south from here, it's about 2 or 3 kilometers. Lu Xingchen opened the map, checked Wei Ying's location, and calculated the distance to the orange trees, which was roughly 2 miles away. Perfect. It was an area she had yet to explore. Since Wei Ying mentioned that there were only a few oranges left on the tree, it indicated that some animal had consumed them. Monkeys enjoy oranges. Perhaps there would be traces of them nearby. She immediately set off in that direction. After walking for a while, she indeed spotted an orange tree. Its branches in disarray and not a single orange remaining, likely taken by Wei Ying. Nearby, there was a tall mound. Lu Xingchen climbed up to survey the area. As far as she knew, monkeys preferred to inhabit dense forests. To the north lay the path she had taken. The south was strewn with rocks. While to the west and east, she could faintly make out trees. She should search in those 2 directions. East or west? Lu Xingchen contemplated briefly, picked up a stone, and tossed it into the air. It landed to the east. All right, east it is. She would rely on her extraordinary luck. Lu Xingchen quickly made her way east. As she walked, she observed mostly younger trees, their branches intertwined and chaotic, reaching a height of only about 2 meters, with only the occasional larger tree. Lu Xingchen had no time to chop trees. She walked while keeping a lookout. After about 10 minutes, the area suddenly opened up, with sparse trees and large boulders. She also noticed a bit of animal droppings. The droppings were small, mostly found on the branches. Suddenly, a few magpies flitted out from the thicket, chirping excitedly as they soared into the sky. Lu Xingchen's expression shifted. Oh no, she had miscalculated. This was clearly a gathering place for magpies. Those wild oranges must have been consumed by them, not monkeys. Those droppings also belonged to magpies. It is well known that magpies adore oranges. Moreover, there were no trees ahead. Monkeys would not dwell in such a place. She had wasted her time. Lu Xingchen frowned. She had spent over half an hour, and returning would take nearly as long. Even if she walked west, she might not encounter a monkey. She would soon have to leave the island. What to do? Lu Xingchen sighed in resignation. At this point, she could only press on. Even if there was but a glimmer of hope, she had to complete this mission. She turned to leave when suddenly, a high-pitched yet fierce voice rang out. You wretched creature. That voice was neither Wei Ying's, nor Zhongchang's, nor Wei Lin's. Were there others on the island? Lu Xingchen instantly became alert, crouching low to conceal her presence. The voice continued. You fool. Ugly beast. Try touching me again. Lu Xingchen was speechless. Who was this, using the most delicate tone to utter the most unpleasant words? Moreover, who were they berating? Suddenly, a series of screeches erupted. Lu Xingchen paused, swiftly realizing, monkeys. That was the sound of monkeys. Unable to contain herself any longer, she stealthily approached the source of the noise. The first thing she saw was a monkey perched on a high branch. The monkey was approximately 50 to 60 centimeters long, with its tail taking up a significant portion of that length. It boasts a crimson beak and feet, with an abdomen as white as snow, while its head and neck are cloaked in black. Its wings and tail exhibit a deep azure hue, and its exceptionally long tail features feathers that gradually transition to a soft blue at the top, with the lower end being white. When its tail is raised, it displays a dazzling array of colors, exuding breathtaking beauty. Its pair of eyes is particularly striking, resembling vibrant red rubies. At this moment, it is fiercely shouting at the ground below, "Dare to touch me and see what happens?" This bird possesses the ability to speak. What a marvel! Discovery of the Hongzue LNQ. CHMH Ningzhu LNQ can evolve a second-level mutated fierce bird, beautiful yet volatile. This blue magpie is nearing mutation and is dangerous. Do not approach. Dangerous? LXNGCH gazes intently at the Hongzue LNQ, pondering why something so beautiful could be perilous. Suddenly, the Hongzue LNQ swoops down. Startled, LXNGCH quietly rises, parting the branches to reveal 5 or 6 monkeys. Some clutch yellow fruits, while others wield branches, all on high alert. The Hongzue LNQ is charging towards them, unfurling its wings and pecking aggressively at the group of monkeys. Its claws not idle either, scratching at one and then another. The monkeys screech and scramble, attempting to fend off the Hongzue LNQ. Yet, the fierce bird is relentless, pursuing the monkeys in a frenzied manner, forcing them to scatter. LXNGCH soon notices a female monkey cradling a small one, whose body is marred with wounds and whose eyes squint in pain, clearly gravely injured. The skirmish quickly resolves in favor of the Hongzue LNQ, which finally halts its assault upon reaching a large tree, where it perches upon a branch and exclaims angrily, "You worthless creatures!" The monkeys retreat to a large tree nearby, chattering anxiously, while the mother monkey gazes sorrowfully at the small one, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. She looks up at the Hongzue LNQ, only to realize that the tree it occupies is a pear tree, adorned with small yellow pears, seemingly half the size of ordinary ones, exuding a sweet fragrance. LXNGCH's gaze flickers, if her guesses are correct. This small monkey is the very one she must rescue. However, with the fierce bird present, she dares not approach directly. Fortunately, the Hongzue LNQ plucks a pear and flies away, allowing LXNGCH to hurry towards the monkeys. Upon seeing her, the group of monkeys becomes instantly defensive, waving their arms and screeching to deter her advance. LXNGCH finds herself in a predicament. Chapter 57. The Fierce Hongzue LNQ. After contemplating, she gestures toward the injured small monkey, declaring, "I am here to treat your little one." However, upon pointing at the small one, the monkeys become even more enraged, emitting furious cries. Some even seize wooden sticks, glaring at LXNGCH with hostility. She is compelled to retreat. She has come to fulfill a task, not to battle monkeys. After several attempts, the monkeys remain unyielding. Reluctantly, LXNGCH steps back, maintaining her observation. The mother monkey, eyes filled with sorrow, softly calls out while trying to rouse the small one. Yet, the small monkey merely opens its eyes briefly before letting its arm fall weakly. LXNGCH grows anxious. If the small monkey perishes, her mission will remain unaccomplished. The mother monkey glances at the small one, placing it against a stone, and rises to approach the pear tree. The other monkeys seem to disapprove, but the mother extends her arm and plucks a pear. "You worthless creature!" Suddenly, a shrill cry pierces the air as the Hongzue LNQ returns. It flaps its wings and snatches the pear, scratching the mother monkey's ear in the process. It devours the pear in 2 bites, perched on the branch while vociferously berating the group of monkeys. LXNGCH observes that its insults are limited to a few phrases, such as "you ugly creature," "you fool," "dare to touch me again." It repeats these lines incessantly. Understanding dawns upon her. The bird has a limited vocabulary. How irritable! Such a splendid plumage wasted on such foul language. The monkeys, thoroughly berated, can do nothing but stomp in impotent fury, each bearing some injuries, evidently inflicted by the Hongzue LNQ. LXNGCH shakes her head. Most of these monkeys are first or second level creatures, and one would expect them to overpower the Hongzue LNQ with their numbers. Noticing the mother monkey's longing gaze towards the pears, LXNGCH is struck with an idea. Perhaps this could be her breakthrough. After some thought, she secures her quiver, takes her ox-horn bow, wraps the soft whip around her body, and leaps forth. Simultaneously, she nocks an arrow, swiftly releasing it towards the Hongzue LNQ's tail. The bird is so beautiful that she refrains from aiming for its head. "What the?" The Hongzue LNQ squawks, fluttering into the air to evade the arrow. Spotting LXNGCH, it hurls insults at her, but she does not allow it a moment's respite, quickly knocking another arrow and releasing it, followed by a third. This triple shot represents the extent of her training. The Hongzue LNQ has no time to retaliate, flapping its wings and performing 2 somersaults in the air to narrowly avoid the incoming arrows. LXNGCH remains silent, continuing to draw her bow. The Hongzue LNQ, frightened, cries out, "You scoundrel, this is not how one fights." With a flourish of its long, ornate tail feathers, it flees. LXNGCH is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into laughter. This Hongzue LNQ is truly something, not only foul-mouthed but also cowardly. Now that it senses the tide has turned, it has lost its previous ferocity. She stows her bow and arrows, advancing without hesitation to pluck the majority of the pears from the tree, placing them into her storage bag, leaving only one. Holding the small, yellow pear, LXNGCHN turns to face the group of monkeys. They regard her with wide, round eyes filled with fear, curiosity, and wariness. LXNGCHN points at the injured small monkey and tosses the pear to the mother monkey. Startled, the mother monkey catches it, hesitating before cautiously offering it to the small one, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on LXNGCHN. The injured small monkey receives the pear, weakly bringing it to its mouth and taking a small bite, letting out a pitiful call to LXNGCHN, its voice barely audible. Upon witnessing LXNGCHN's gesture of kindness, the monkeys soften slightly, yet they remain clustered together, watching her intently. LXNGCHN glances at the sun. Time is of the essence, and she must complete her task promptly. She plucks several more pears from the tree and tosses them to the remaining monkeys. The monkeys, delighted with the pears, begin to munch on them, lowering their guard completely. LXNGCHN retrieves a healing ointment, gesturing towards the small monkey. The mother monkey appears puzzled for a moment, then suddenly comprehends, nodding vigorously. As a second-level beast, it possesses a modicum of intelligence, understanding the purpose of the ointment. LXNGCHN cautiously approaches the mother monkey, gently applying the healing ointment to the small monkey's wounds. The small one has sustained serious injuries, a deep gash across its abdomen and another wound on its side. With the application of the ointment, the bleeding stops almost instantly. Within 5 minutes, signs of healing begin to manifest. The small monkey becomes more lively, even reaching out to grab LXNGCHN's ponytail. The monkeys express their delight, surrounding LXNGCHN with excited chattering. LXNGCHN steps back. The group of monkeys eagerly seized her arms, pulling her down from the tree. LXNGCHN, perplexed, followed them and soon discovered a hollow in the great tree's trunk. The largest monkey extended its arm and retrieved a wooden box from within the hollow. It gestured, pushing the box towards LXNGCHN. For me? She inquired with astonishment, pointing at herself. The monkey nodded vigorously, chattering excitedly. Then I shall not refuse, LXNGCHN declared as she opened the box. Inside, she found a blueprint for smokeless charcoal, a pack of black tea, a pack of green tea, and a quantity of premium clay. The message confirmed the completion of her task, awarding her a blueprint for a fireplace and a tea tree, which had been added to her storage backpack. However, she soon realized her storage was insufficient. While the tea tree and clay could be accommodated, the other items were minor enough to carry directly. After some contemplation, she removed her camouflage jacket, stowed the remaining blueprints and black tea inside, and slung it over her back. Beneath her jacket, she wore a short-sleeved shirt, which proved convenient. Bidding farewell to the troop of monkeys, she departed swiftly, aware that time was running short, and she needed to return to her raft. As she hurried along, exiting the low thicket, she heard the cacophony of a Hingzu LNQU ba, you wretched creature. It squawked. LXNGCHN looked up to see the bird perched on a branch of a large tree, incessantly chattering disparaging remarks, repeating the same phrases in an endless loop. Amused, LXNGCHN chuckled, realizing she had been overly kind earlier. Drawing her bow, the bird, startled, flapped away in fright. Coward, she scoffed, finding her bow cumbersome. She rummaged through her backpack, finishing her water and retrieving the remaining strawberries, preparing to consume them. Just as she took a bite of a strawberry, the Hingzu LNQ returned. Its beak continued to spew insults, calling her ugly. Suddenly, it spotted the strawberry in her hand and froze, its wings faltering as it plummeted from the air. Only moments before hitting the ground did it regain its composure and flutter upward. LXNGCHN noticed what appeared to be a droplet of saliva trailing from its beak. With a flourish of its wings, the bird, now charmingly coy, exclaimed, "You, my little fairy." LXNGCHN burst into laughter, delighted to discover that even this bird could occasionally speak sweetly. Casting a sidelong glance at the Hingzu LNQ, she tossed another strawberry into her mouth. The bird's eyes widened, and she could almost see another droplet of saliva escaping its beak. It appeared to have a limited vocabulary, circling her and repeating, "Little fairy," in a tone of desperation. "Would you like to eat?" she asked playfully. The bird nodded fervently. "Eat. Eat. That won't do," LXNGCHN replied leisurely. "Such sweet strawberries are not for a foul-mouthed creature like you." The bird flitted around her, insisting, "Not foul. Not foul." As she paused, she realized that although the bird's vocabulary was scant, it seemed to learn quickly. Arriving at the spot where she had placed the chicken and rabbit cages, She pointed at the cages in the trees and instructed, "You, retrieve the cages for me." Eager to test the bird's intelligence, she watched as it immediately flew to the tree, gripping the chicken cage with its feet before descending. The chickens, startled, squawked in alarm. Lu Xingchen was astonished. A single chicken weighed over 10 pounds, yet the Lu Xingchen managed to carry the cage with ease. After setting down the chicken cage, without further prompting, the bird ascended again and retrieved the rabbit cage. It waved its wings eagerly, gazing at Lu Xingchen with unblinking eyes. With a glint of mischief, she pointed to the chicken cage, tossing a strawberry into the air. "Here's the deal. You carry this cage with me, and when we reach my destination, I will reward you with a strawberry." The Lu Xingchen immediately grasped the chicken cage and soared into the air, signaling for her to hurry. Lu Xingchen was pleased. With just one strawberry, she had enlisted a laborer, and a rather charming one at that. Otherwise, carrying both cages alone would have been a bit taxing, though not overly strenuous. Lu Xingchen took hold of the small rabbit cage and led the way, while the bird followed with the chicken cage. It was still early, and she calculated that she would arrive at their designated meeting point by approximately 5:30. As she hurried onward, she had only walked for a few minutes when a round, black and white creature rolled towards her, wrapping itself around her leg. Wah, wah. It was a panda cub. Lu Xingchen looked down and struggled to lift the cub, asking, "What's wrong, little one?" To her surprise, she noticed tears in the cub's eyes. Alarmed, she inquired, "What happened? Who bullied you, little one?" The panda cub wriggled free from her embrace, climbing down her leg, whimpering as it led her towards the bamboo grove, glancing back to beckon her. Understanding, Lu Xingchen said, "All right, but you must hurry." She instructed the Lu Xingchen to wait at a distance while she followed the cub. The panda cub seemed frantic, scrambling and rolling quickly towards the bamboo grove. In mere minutes, they reached the thicket. The cub guided her deeper until they arrived at a patch of rainbow bamboo. There, a grown panda lay weakly, clearly the cub's parent. Lu Xingchen rushed over as the cub nudged its parent, calling out to her. She examined the scene, noting a deep wound in the panda's abdomen, blood pooling around it, and a broken leg. Lu Xingchen realized the cub wanted her to save its mother. But with such severe injuries, even with healing ointment, recovery seemed impossible. The panda was unlikely to survive more than a couple of minutes. Sighing, she gently spoke to the cub, "I'm sorry, little one, but I cannot help your mother." The cub continued to whimper in distress. Feeling helpless, Lu Xingchen, adopting a last-ditch effort mentality, retrieved a healing ointment and applied it to the panda's wound. Alas, the injury barely healed before reopening. The panda regained a modicum of strength, managing to open its eyes and weakly pushed the cub toward Lu Xingchen, making soft sounds. In its gaze, she saw a mixture of longing and reluctance. Nevertheless, it pushed the cub into Lu Xingchen's arms. "You want me to take care of it?" she asked. In the panda's eyes, she found her answer. Based on her deductions, the beast that had attacked the panda must have been of a higher level, as it inflicted such grave injuries. If the panda could not fend off the beast, how could an unweaned cub possibly defend itself? Hence, the panda wished for her to take its cub away. With pleading eyes, the panda gazed at Lu Xingchen, making feeble sounds. Its voice grew softer, nearly inaudible. As its gaze began to lose focus, struggling to maintain its attention on her, tears welling in its eyes. Lu Xingchen sighed. "Very well. I will take good care of it." The giant panda is evidently beyond recovery. It has succumbed to its fate. The tiny panda cub, in its innocence, will only become prey for other beasts in this unforgiving wilderness. Upon hearing Lu Xingchen's promise, the panda seemed to have fulfilled its most significant duty. It softened and, with great effort, made its way to the Hongjian arrow bamboo, crashing into it with a series of thuds as it attempted to dig for arrow bamboo shoots. Lu Xingchen swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "No, allow me to do it." She had not had the chance earlier, and the Hongjian arrow bamboo had been ruined, making it impossible to cultivate in her space. These few shoots must be preserved, lest the panda inadvertently destroy them. The panda uttered a soft whimper and collapsed onto the ground. The panda cub, sitting nearby, cried out softly, as if it understood that its mother would never return. With a sigh, Lu Xingchen gently patted the cub and retrieved a shovel to dig a sizable grave for the panda mother. She needed to bury it to prevent other beasts from consuming it, leaving no remains behind. After interring the panda mother, Lu Xingchen comforted the cub before carefully extracting the remaining Hongjian arrow bamboo shoots. After gathering some bamboo shoots and a few pieces of bamboo, she cradled the panda cub and hurriedly exited the bamboo grove. Time was of the essence. She needed to reunite with Wei Lin and the others. Chapter 59. I heard it cursing. The red-billed blue magpie, having waited impatiently, took to the air upon seeing Lu Xingchen emerge, urging her to hasten. With one arm holding the panda cub and the other carrying a rabbit cage, she jogged alongside the magpie until she reached the designated meeting spot where Wei Lin and the others had been waiting for over 10 minutes. They were engaged in light conversation. Wei Ying exclaimed, "Guess what I found? 2 rabbits, which I have processed into several pieces of rabbit meat. We can feast on them later." Wei Lin added, "I killed a second-tier sheep." Wei Ying cheered, "We can have lamb now. I can't wait for lamb skewers." Suddenly, she inquired, "Is there a box? I've heard that killing second-tier beasts yields boxes." Wei Lin's expression grew somewhat complicated as he replied, "Yes, there is. I opened it to find 3 bottles of mineral water, a shovel blueprint, and 2 bags of instant noodles." Wei Ying responded with surprise, "That's not too shabby. You'll have a shovel for future use." Wei Lin appeared deflated. "Haven't you been following the regional chat? Others have been opening boxes and finding shovel blueprints. It's not remarkable." Wei Ying's eyes sparkled with mischief. "You seem a bit down. Are you comparing yourself to Xingchen? After all, she has been known to find high-tier weapon blueprints, and even a whip technique. Come on, Wei Lin, wake up. How can you compare yourself to Xingchen?" Wei Lin grew even more disheartened. "I used to have such good luck." Wei Ying interrupted him firmly. "Your luck is still good. Just don't compare yourself to Xingchen, brother. Don't bring humiliation upon yourself." Wei Lin quickly adjusted his mindset. "You're right." He then turned to Zhongchang. "What did you find?" Zhongchang had remained silent until Wei Lin's inquiry prompted him to respond. "Chestnuts, peanuts, and a few chickens. The rest is wood, iron blocks, and stones." Wei Ying beamed. "Wow, chestnuts and peanuts. I love them. Zhongchang, what do you want in exchange?" Zhongchang shook his head. "I will give them to Lu Xingchen." Wei Lin and Wei Ying were momentarily stunned, but then Wei Lin realized and quickly tugged at Wei Ying. As she was about to speak, she suddenly looked up to see the red-billed blue magpie flying by with a cage, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, that bird is beautiful. And it's carrying a cage with several chickens inside. Goodness, have birds become this clever?" Upon hearing her shout, the red-billed blue magpie glanced down. Wei Lin's expression changed, and he quickly covered her mouth. "This bird is formidable. Don't provoke it." The magpie retorted angrily, "You filthy creature." Wei Ying became even more excited, pulling away Wei Lin's hand to shout, "It can talk. It can actually talk." Wei Lin's expression darkened further. "I heard it. It is indeed cursing." The red-billed blue magpie, clutching the cage with its claws, kept its beak free, and upon noticing Wei Ying pointing at it, it became enraged, hurling insults. "Ugly freak. Fool. You filthy creature." Wei Ying fired back. "Who are you cursing? Come over here." Unwilling to back down, the magpie shouted, "I'm cursing you. Silence. If you continue to curse, I want to give you strawberries." Lu Xingchen approached with a stern expression. The red-billed blue magpie promptly fell silent. Wei Ying, astonished, asked, "Xingchen, is this bird yours?" "No. It is merely hired help." Lu Xingchen replied, looking at the magpie. "You go ahead and stop when you see a large boat. Wait for me there." "Yes, little fairy." The magpie responded flatteringly before flying ahead. Wei Ying, feeling indignant, remarked to Lu Xingchen, "This beautiful little bird is so superficial. It calls me an ugly freak, but refers to you as a little fairy." Lu Xingchen chuckled. "It only knows these few phrases. Don't scold it. Whatever you call it, it will quickly learn." Throughout the journey, Lu Xingchen conversed with the red-billed blue magpie and discovered it was an astute learner, though she wondered who had taught it those profane words. The magpie's intelligence was akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Admiring Lu Xingchen's bamboo cage, Wei Ying praised, "I can't believe I didn't think of this brilliant method. We could have simply killed the rabbits. Raising rabbits would be the best option, ensuring an endless supply of rabbit meat in the future." Wei Lin interjected, "You can't even support yourself. How could you raise rabbits?" "Only Lu Xingchen has the means to do so." Lu Xingchen, cradling the panda cub and draping her clothes over it, noted that the others had yet to discover its presence. Wei Ying questioned, "What should we do?" "We must leave the island before sunset. But the summon time is 24 hours. It seems we cannot return in time." Earlier, as Lu Xingchen walked along the path, she had pondered this predicament. Now, the only option was for them to use their own raft. Her raft was merely more developed and spacious, with additional supplies. Although many were stored in storage boxes that they could not see, the other members of Taoyuan Xingjing could neither see nor access it, so there was no need for concern. As long as she instructed the sea devil vine to be cautious and not reveal too much, they would be fine. "Follow me. Let's rest at my place. If my guess is correct, you won't be able to return until around 9 tomorrow morning," Lu Xingchen stated. The group nodded and followed her. After a few minutes, they arrived at Lu Xingchen's raft. Wei Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. "Xingchen, is this your raft? It's so large. And why are there so many flowers?" Wei Lin and Zhongchang exchanged glances filled with wonder, equally amazed. The red-billed blue magpie joined them, flapping its wings exclaiming, "Beautiful! Beautiful! With a cheer, it flew towards the boat, carrying the box. Just as it was about to land, suddenly, a tendril of the sea devil vine lashed out, striking its claws with a sharp snap. The magpie squawked in surprise, dropping the cage. Forgetting about the cage, it turned to the vine and yelled, "You filthy creature!" The sea devil vine, discerning the insult, retaliated with 2 tendrils that struck the magpie's wings with a sharp crack. Furious, the magpie retorted, "You foolish, ugly." "Be quiet," Lu Xingchen shouted. She seized one of the sea devil vine's tendrils and whispered a few words to it. The vine, somewhat disgruntled, withdrew its tendril, remaining silent before outsiders. The red-billed blue magpie fell silent, glaring at the sea devil vine with disdain in its ruby-like eyes. In a fit of rage, the sea devil vine lashed out again, narrowly missing the magpie's wings. The magpie, incensed, shouted, "Try touching me again." With that, the sea devil vine unleashed multiple tendrils, ensnaring the red-billed blue magpie tightly and flinging it onto the raft with a thud. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and the others stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Xingchen glanced at the setting sun and urged, "Quickly, onto the raft." She picked up the chicken cages, one in each hand, and was the first to leap onto the wooden raft. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and Zhong Chong, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly followed onto the vessel. Lu Xingchen raised the iron anchor, and just as she finished tidying up, the sun dipped below the horizon. The wooden raft drifted gently away from the small island, and they watched helplessly as it slowly sank beneath the waves. Was it truly like this? Wei Ying's face paled. If they hadn't made it back to the raft in time, they would have drowned in the sea. What a fortunate escape. Chapter 60, Skewers and Barbecue. The group felt immensely relieved. However, it was not long before they regained their senses, marveling at the various facilities aboard Lu Xingchen's raft. Wei Ying's face flushed with excitement. "Xingchen, may I explore around?" Lu Xingchen smiled warmly. Of course. The structures on her raft were aesthetically pleasing, but the true power lay in the capabilities of the Hai Mo Tongue and the Taoyuan Xingjing, which they could not see at all. She removed her camouflage jacket, planning to set down the panda cub, which weighed over 20 pounds, making it quite heavy to hold for long. Upon spotting the panda cub, Wei Ying let out a shriek. "Ah, Xingchen, where did you acquire this national treasure? It's so adorable. Let me hold it." Without hesitation, she snatched the panda cub into her embrace, showering affection on its head and body, her eyes sparkling with delight. The poor panda cub, bewildered, stared back with wide eyes, utterly confused. Wei Lin, too, was astonished. There's actually a panda? The panda cub's charm captivated everyone. Without exception, they surrounded it, each taking turns to pet it, causing quite a commotion. The bewildered panda cub, after a moment of dazedness, began to cling to their arms and legs, rolling around joyfully. Wei Ying adored it immensely. Lu Xingchen briefly recounted how she had obtained the cub, then headed to the storage area to put down her belongings. She took out a few slender bamboo stalks to feed the panda cub, concerned for its safety. She checked the railings in various places and instructed the Hai Mo Tongue before finally placing the panda cub on the raft with a sense of assurance. Wei Ying, reluctant to part with the well-behaved cub, gave it one last affectionate pat. Subsequently, Lu Xingchen led them on a brief tour. Wei Lin and Zhong Chong admired the surroundings, while Wei Ying's reactions were particularly exaggerated. "Wow, Xingchen, your house is so beautiful, and it has glass. Oh my, the transparency of this glass is superb. You can see everything clearly. Wow, Xingchen, your bed is stunning, with 4 pillows. So soft. You even have a table and chairs. The wood is exquisite. You truly know how to enjoy life. Xingchen, you have a piece of land. Wow, is this your storage? So many boxes inside. Xingchen, is this the fully automatic shower cabin that the game rewarded you with? And a smart toilet? How modern. I'm utterly envious. Xingchen, do you need a servant? Let me be your servant here. It's so blissful." Wei Lin and Zhong Chong echoed their admiration, and after a while, Lu Xingchen invited them to rest on chairs by the iron stove. She brought out 2 chairs from the house, just enough for everyone. After a long day of toil, they were fatigued, hungry, and thirsty. Lu Xingchen retrieved a watermelon from the storage, slicing it into pieces to share with everyone. There was still plenty of watermelon left. Wei Ying sank into her chair after savoring a slice. Sweet, so sweet. It's far tastier than ordinary watermelon, completely organic. Ah, this is the essence of life. Wei Lin nodded repeatedly. This feeling surpasses even our villa. Suddenly, a faint voice interrupted them. They turned to see a red-billed blue magpie, firmly bound by vines on the roof of the wooden boat, staring at them with desperate, crimson eyes. It appeared pitiful. It turned out that the Hai Mo Tongue, displeased by its foul beak, had even tied its mouth shut while binding it, leaving it unable to make a sound. Unable to contain itself upon witnessing the group enjoying watermelon, it managed to emit a faint cry. "Why is it still here?" Wei Ying was taken aback. Wei Lin replied. The vines on Xingchen's boat must have tied it up and forgotten to release it. Lu Xingchen slapped her forehead, realizing that she had accidentally brought it along. Rising, she approached the red-billed blue magpie and quietly instructed the high mo tongue. Little vine, release it. The high mo tongue loosened its grip, and the red-billed blue magpie tumbled off the wooden boat, flapping its wings and heading straight for the watermelon on the table. Stop! Lu Xingchen commanded, warning it not to snatch and to behave, lest she throw it into the sea. The red-billed blue magpie hovered in midair, dejectedly landing. Its eyes filled with grievance. No swearing. Lu Xingchen retrieved a strawberry and tossed it to the bird. Here, your payment. The red-billed blue magpie devoured the strawberry in a few bites and approached Lu Xingchen, affectionately rubbing against her. Watermelon, little fairy, watermelon. It clearly understood that the enticing red object was indeed watermelon. Wei Ying could no longer resist. Oh, it's so beautiful. Let it have a bite. Lu Xingchen offered a slice of watermelon to the red-billed blue magpie, which eagerly consumed a few more bites before continuing to gaze at Lu Xingchen with eagerness. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment, then said, You eat so much. I don't want to take care of you. I'll take care of you. The red-billed blue magpie nudged Lu Xingchen again. Its voice was sweet and melodious, especially when it refrained from swearing. Moreover, its feathers were silky and, upon closer inspection, exceedingly vibrant and beautiful. Unable to resist, Lu Xingchen reached out to stroke it. Truly lovely. Perhaps having a decorative pet wouldn't be so bad? Wei Ying chimed in excitedly. Xingchen, if you don't want to keep it, give it to me. I adore it. It's so gorgeous. And its tail is so long. It will only become more beautiful. Wei Lin promptly interrupted. Have you lost your mind? Didn't you see what this bird eats? You can't afford to keep it. The red-billed blue magpie squawked at Wei Ying. No, you dog. Lu Xingchen's expression darkened. The red-billed blue magpie fell silent, looking remorseful as it rubbed against her again. All right, you go rest first, and we'll talk later. Lu Xingchen decided to temper the bird's haughty demeanor. It was far too arrogant. The red-billed blue magpie obediently hopped onto the wooden boat, standing forlornly on the roof. After all the commotion, it was already past 7 in the evening. Lu Xingchen took out rice to prepare porridge, intending to cook a large pot of cod porridge. As she heated the ingredients, she suddenly noticed Zhong Chang entering her storage area, pulling items one by one from his backpack. It appeared he intended to give Lu Xingchen the supplies they had gathered from the island. Lu Xingchen nodded to herself, appreciating Zhong Chang's commitment to fulfilling his promise by handing over all the acquired supplies. However, this approach was unsustainable. If Zhong Chang continued to give everything to her, he would struggle to develop on his own. Without development, he risked being eliminated. Lu Xingchen approached just in time to see Zhong Chang placing a bag of chestnuts and a bag of peanuts into the storage box. You managed to gather so many good things? Lu Xingchen exclaimed in surprise. Chestnuts and peanuts were delicious, and more importantly, they could be cultivated. These two resources were incredibly valuable. I have no use for these, Zhong Chang stated. Afterward, he handed Lu Xingchen a blueprint, a barbecue grill design. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. They could have a barbecue today. Zhong Chang, give me the peanuts and chestnuts along with this blueprint. You can take everything else, Lu Xingchen proposed, contemplating rewarding Zhong Chang with a weapon when she had the opportunity. With the barbecue grill blueprint in hand, Lu Xingchen approached the workbench. Barbecue grill can be used for barbecuing. Required materials: 2 wood, 3 iron blocks. Would you like to craft it? Yes. Barbecue grill successfully crafted. Rewards: 50 iron skewers. Please place them. Lu Xingchen directly set the barbecue grill beside the iron stove. The grill stood about half a person tall, made of iron, featuring a large grilling area capable of accommodating many skewers, with spaces on either side for seasonings and a shelf beneath for holding cooked items. Lu Xingchen was quite satisfied. It was indeed an excellent and well-equipped barbecue grill. Wei Ying noticed this and jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, A barbecue grill, can you believe it? Haha, we can have a barbecue. I have rabbit meat, let us roast it together. Wil's eyes sparkled. I have lamb. Lu Xingchen smiled slightly. I have beef. We must eat it quickly. Oh, and I have chicken too. Wei Ying was overjoyed. Come on, let us cut the meat, skewer it, and enjoy the barbecue. Chapter 61. Let's take the initiative. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow. Oh no, we have no charcoal. Nor any barbecue seasoning. Wil leaned in. I can make charcoal. Wei Ying shook her head. Your equipment isn't here. And you can't make enough charcoal anyway. Just chop some wood. Wil, you go split the wood. Lu Xingchen stopped Wil. You all don't need to rush. I have barbecue seasoning, salt, and spices. She smirked. Moreover, I can make charcoal. Earlier, when she rescued the little monkey, she had just obtained the blueprint for smokeless charcoal. She immediately returned to the tool station and opened the blueprint for smokeless charcoal. Smokeless charcoal, Can be used for barbecue grills, fire pits, and other purposes. Required materials: smokeless charcoal blueprint. Unlockable for crafting: 1 wood. Do you wish to craft? Yes. Crafting successful. Obtained 10 smokeless charcoals. LXNGCHN used 5 pieces of wood to create 50 pieces of smokeless charcoal, which she placed in a wooden box. WILN and the others had already begun washing the lamb. Tools like iron axes and iron picks were non-tradable, but could be borrowed if they stood face to face. Thus, LXNGCHN tossed aside the iron axe and iron pick for them to use as they pleased. WILN praised LXNGCHN's exquisite iron axe and fashioned a wooden board to serve as a cutting board. LXNGCHN placed the charcoal into the barbecue grill and ignited it with a lighter. WILN took out several large pieces of lamb and cut them into small cubes. LXNGCHN pulled out 2 pieces of beef, then asked WIYing to fetch squid from the wooden box, and then retrieved bread, steamed buns, chicken, and more. Seeing that WIL North had nowhere to place the cut meat, she took out plates and chopsticks. Last time, she had acquired a set of 36 dishes, which was now quite useful. WIYing touched the pristine white plate and exclaimed several times, XNGCHN. I suspect you have some connection with the game developers. Look at this. We are using wooden bowls while you have fine porcelain plates. Let me see. It's even high-quality bone china. How envious I am. WILN laughed heartily. WIYing maintained a calm demeanor. LXNGCHN smiled softly. Fortunately, we have bowls and chopsticks. Otherwise, you would be holding a pot to drink porridge today. WIYing snatched a bowl with a cherry blossom design, declaring, "All right, this is mine. I'll use this for porridge later." Watching them laugh and banter, LXNGCHN retrieved more beef, chicken, fish, steamed buns, bread, and ham sausages, and then finally had time to check on the chickens and rabbits in the cage. They had been locked up for quite a while and were becoming a bit restless. LXNGCHN expanded a section of wooden raft beside the land, enclosing 2 rectangles, one for the rooster and hen, and the other for the little rabbits. Then using the iron axe, she split wood into planks to build them a nest. It wasn't particularly aesthetically pleasing, but it was just sufficient. After watching for a while, LXNGCHN suddenly thought of her grandfather, who could do everything: catching birds, trapping rabbits, building nests for them, and even woodworking. If only grandfather were here. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it, deciding it was better for the old man to live well in the original world. XNGCHN, come on. It's time to barbecue. WIYing called cheerfully. LXNGCHN gathered her thoughts and walked over. WIYing, WILN, and Xingchen had already skewered numerous beef, lamb, chicken skewers, chicken wings, and slices of bread and steamed buns. Let me grill. WILN volunteered. He and Xingchen busily brushed barbecue seasoning and turned the skewers, completely engrossed in their task. WIYing observed, nodding in agreement. This feels just like our previous outdoor barbecues. Oh, if only we had some beer. WILN laughed. You are too greedy. Don't forget, usually, you would be sitting on your wooden box eating roasted steamed buns. WIYing picked up a roasted chicken wing and grinned at WILN. Before long, WILN had grilled several platters of various skewers, and at that moment, the codfish porridge was also ready. WIYing had prepared a plate of spicy stir-fried rabbit meat. LXNGCHN placed a small pot on the table, allowing everyone to serve themselves porridge. The table, spacious enough for 6, comfortably seated 4. There was a large platter of codfish porridge, a large platter of lamb skewers, a large platter of beef skewers, a large platter of chicken skewers, a platter of grilled squid, a platter of grilled chicken wings, a platter of spicy stir-fried rabbit meat, and several pieces of roasted steamed buns and bread, making the table overflow with food. LXNGCHN glanced around, and then fetched a basket of strawberries and a few slices of watermelon to place on the side. Now, the table was truly full. Wow, what a feast. WIYing rubbed her hands together, saliva practically dripping. Not yet. We must take our customary photos before eating. Arrange the food nicely for me. After saying this, WIYing snapped several pictures. LXNGCHN, WILN, and Xingchen also took several shots. Such a rare gathering deserved to be documented. Let us eat. The 4 of them savored their meal heartily. As they ate and chatted, after about half an hour, they had consumed most of the food on the table. They wished they could finish it all, but alas, they were too full and left some behind. The 4 of them slumped in their chairs, rubbing their bellies. WILN burped, tapping the holographic screen, and suddenly sat up straight. Hee hee, WNMing is bragging again. Where? WIYing stood up to inquire. WILN directly enlarged the holographic screen to about the size of a 120-inch television, allowing everyone to clearly see the chat. Indeed, the screen was filled with messages from Jingwnming and Jingwnl. Jingwnming. Haha, rabbit meat, did you see? With salt. Grilled, salted grilled rabbit meat, haha. Jingwnl. And chicken meat too, salted grilled chicken meat. By the way, we also have snake meat, salted snake meat. All seasoned with salt, so fragrant. Jingwnming. Today's meal is truly sumptuous. Cheers, warm water. Jingwnl. Cheers, warm water. Uft. Wying laugh. These guys are truly amusing. They're bragging about such trivial things. LXNGCH and shook her head repeatedly. Sigh. They've been spamming for quite a while. I've seen them eating for half an hour, yet they've been chatting for half an hour too. Wying clutched her stomach, laughing. A cup of warm water, and they're cheering. If one didn't know better, they would think they were drinking fine wine. WILNSI sparkled. Should we give them a taste of their own medicine? LXNGCHN and WIYing replied, yes. LXNGCHN had a thought, and looked at WILN. You're quite familiar with GODF, right? I remember he has beer. WILN understood immediately and tapped on the chat screen, sending a picture of the skewers to GODF. Soon, GODF's voice came through. WILN, are you guys eating skewers? Hurry, give me one. I'm dying for it. WILN replied, no problem. One skewer in exchange for one can of beer. GODF exclaimed, wow, you're really ruthless. WILN chuckled, what do you say? Our lamb skewers have barbecue seasoning. Why don't you take a good whiff? GODF quickly surrendered. All right, just give me 4 skewers, 2 lamb and 2 beef. Hurry. The two quickly made the trade, and WILN ended up with 4 cans of beer. Each of the 4 shared 1 can. Unfortunately, they were all too full to drink, so they could only pose for pictures with the drinks. WILN kept an eye on the chat screen, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Today, the Jiang brothers Haven team mentioned either me or LXNGCH, and even once. WIYing laughed heartily. They must be too afraid to. They've been slapped in the face too many times. LXNGCHN smiled softly. This one do. Let us take the initiative. Chapter 62, The Barbecue Feast. In the regional chat, Jiang Wenming was still spamming. Ha, look at this, roasted pig. We still have pork. Lu Xingchen retorted. Why is there no salt on the pork? Have you run out of salt? With Lu Xingchen's arrival, the chat truly came alive. Ha ha ha, it's not that we're out of salt. Otherwise, why wouldn't we add it? I assert they must be out of salt since they exchanged it with me, and there was only a little. Lu Xingchen, hurry, show us your dinner. We've been waiting for you for so long. We simply cannot bear it any longer after half an hour of this. Exactly, it's so annoying. Gao Dafu is enjoying his meal, dripping with grease. Unlike them who spam incessantly, Gao Dafu shared a picture of fragrant lamb skewers. The skewers he posted were precisely the ones he exchanged with Wei Lin earlier. The image was high definition, allowing others to not only see but almost smell the aroma. The chat became even more vibrant. Wow, did you add a lot of cumin and chili? The fragrance is overwhelming. After a thorough appraisal, it was confirmed, lamb skewers. Properly grilled. The scent was enticing, reminding me of my favorite barbecue place, and I felt a pang of yearning. When will I be able to enjoy skewers again? Gao Dafu, where did you get the lamb? Jiang Wenming chimed in. I exchanged it with Lu Xingchen and the others. The chat buzzed with excitement. Lu Xingchen, quickly show us your dinner. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, you must be together. Aren't you always flaunting? Come on, let us see your dinner. Hurry and tempt me. The anticipation was palpable. I just want to catch a whiff. Wei Ying eagerly sent a picture of their pre-dinner spread. The chat erupted. Wow, this barbecue feast is extravagant. Look at all these plates and skewers. I wouldn't dare to be so lavish even before survival. A whole table was laden. I counted. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, chicken wings, squid skewers, spicy rabbit meat. My eyes couldn't take it all in. And look, strawberries and watermelon. Did they even have dessert? This is too much. And beer. They not only have skewers, but are also drinking beer. This is utterly outrageous. I declare, I am dead. I am utterly envious. The chat was a cacophony of envy, jealousy, and bitterness. Suddenly, someone spoke up, clearly having pondered deeply. Haven't you noticed? Following Lu Xingchen means meat to eat, wine to drink, and endless fruit. I had noticed early on, especially since Lu Xingchen has claimed the top spot so many times. But how can I align myself with Lu Xingchen? Lu Xingchen, do you need a sidekick? One that weighs 120 pounds. Get lost, you're too heavy. Lu Xingchen, here's a sidekick weighing only 75 pounds. How about that? Lu Xingchen, here's a dashing sidekick. What do you think? Sister Xingchen, why settle for a dashing sidekick when there's a beautiful one here? Some scrutinized the images, missing not a single detail. Although the picture showed merely a table filled with various foods, they still discerned the intricacies. Hey, look closely, they must be sitting on chairs. I see the legs. The food is on a large wooden table with patterns. So, Lu Xingchen already has tables and chairs? Oh right, she received the blueprints for them. Here I am sitting on a wooden crate, while she has a full set of furniture. Why is there such a vast disparity between us? Jiang Wenming's meal is just laid out on a wooden crate. What he is eating is merely salted roasted meat. Let us not even mention him. He is far from Lu Xingchen. Haha, how can we not mention him? He has been annoying us for half an hour. It's only fair to turn the tables. Jiang Wenming, why not show off anymore? Cough, it's too embarrassing. I can't show off. He was seething, unable to flaunt anymore. Jiang Wenming had been gazing at the pictures Wei Ying sent, the array of food exuding cumin, spice, and various tantalizing scents. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his sour feelings, savoring the aromas as a form of consolation. His heart brimmed with anger, jealousy, and an indescribable bitterness. Before he could process his tumultuous emotions, the chat began to target him with mockery. He was fuming. Jiang Wenming coldly remarked in the chat, flatterers and sycophants. His comments were broad and blatant, leading many to question, who is he referring to? Is he embarrassed? Of course, he has been slapped in the face and is angry. Serves him right. He has just spent a little time on a small island. Look at him, flaunting so much. In terms of ability and resources, he is far inferior to Lu Xingchen. Whereas the constant spamming from Lu Xingchen, Jiang Wenming fell silent. He angrily turned off the chat screen, kicked the wooden crate beside him, and muttered bitterly, Lu Xingchen. Just wait. One of his teammates hurriedly added, Isn't it just luck for Lu Xingchen? When it comes to hunting on the deserted island, it's not all about luck. Without strength, it means nothing. Jiang Wenming replied, exactly. When the time comes, Lu Xingchen will merely be the one delivering the ingredients. Jiang Wenming simmered with anger for quite some time. Lu Xingchen had long since exited the chat screen. They lounged on their chairs for a while, slowly gathering the leftover food. Then, she divided the remaining food and sent portions to Wei Lin and Wei Ying. They could receive it within 24 hours, so they could easily wait until they returned to their raft. The group began to organize the items they had gathered on the island. Wei Ying had obtained rabbits and wild tangerines, while the rest were primarily wood, stones, and iron blocks. Wei Lin had a similar haul, just having killed an extra sheep. Zhong Chang had a more bountiful collection, including chestnuts and peanuts, which he had already dropped off for Lu Xingchen. She accepted them graciously, planning to use them as seeds to plant and later return the favor. Finally, Zhong Chang produced several grasses, saying, I think these few grasses are quite extraordinary. I dug them up. Do you think they will be useful? Lu Xingchen examined them closely. Zhelan Jin, one of the primary herbs for crafting healing ointments. Excellent. Zhong Chang, thank you. This will be incredibly useful. Lu Xingchen's face brightened. She felt Zhong Chang had a streak of luck, possessing a keen intuition to distinguish medicinal herbs from ordinary weeds despite lacking knowledge in herbalism. Quite impressive, due to the presence of outsiders. Lu Xingchen could not enter the Peach Blossom Sanctuary, so she temporarily planted the Zhelan Jin in a rare patch of land. After completing these tasks, it was already past 9 in the evening. After a day on the island, they had been digging stones, chopping wood, and battling beasts, leaving their clothes filthy. Lu Xingchen could no longer bear it. She took the new camouflage outfit she received today and headed to the fully automatic shower cabin for a wash. The cabin was well sealed. Once she drew the curtain, nothing outside was visible. After completing her wash and changing clothes, she emerged. It was already past 10. Wei Ying, eager to try her new camouflage outfit, exclaimed, Xingchen, can I take a shower here? I haven't washed in 7 days, and I smell terrible. Chapter 63, Fortunate Beginnings. A bountiful box opening. Lu Xingchen replied with a smile. Of course, my fully automatic shower cabin has advanced disinfection capabilities, automatically sanitizing after each use. You can use it with peace of mind. Wei Ying cheered and dashed into the shower cabin with her clothes like a gust of wind. At this moment, Zhong Chang and Wei Lin were strolling around the raft. They found the rabbit and chicken coops too rudimentary and took it upon themselves to refine them. With nothing else to do, Lu Xingchen decided to open some boxes. Today was quite fortunate. There were many boxes to open. She proceeded to open them one by one. Opening a wooden box, today's good fortune has blessed me with 3 steamed buns, in a steamer, and 12 yeast. To her delight, Lu Xingchen had discovered the presence of yeast. Having previously acquired flour, the addition of yeast opened up a plethora of culinary possibilities, including steamed buns, mantou, and meat pies. 3 baskets of Xilong Bao stacked together were akin to receiving 3 steaming baskets. Lu Xingchen continued to open boxes, opening the wooden chest. Today fortune smiles upon me, acquiring 1 stainless steel pot, with steamer. This stainless steel pot was quite large, perfectly suited for steaming buns. Opening the wooden chest. Today fortune smiles upon me, acquiring one piece of light blue cotton cloth, one piece of lotus pink cotton cloth, a complete set of needles and threads, and one pair of scissors. To her surprise, the chest contained needles and scissors, along with 2 pieces of fabric. Lu Xingchen felt that with these items, she could even make clothes. Opening the wooden chest, today fortune smiles upon me, acquiring a pair of red lanterns. Lanterns? Lu Xingchen pulled out 2 lanterns. They were round, adorned with tassels, and featured a string handle for easy hanging anywhere. It was night, and Lu Xingchen and the others had lit several torches, allowing them to see their surroundings, although the illumination was limited. However, as soon as the lanterns were unveiled, a warm orange glow emanated from within, gentle yet highly illuminating, instantly brightening her surroundings. This caught the attention of Wiln and Xingchen. Wiln, who had been cradling a dumpling, hurried over, his face alight with surprise. Lanterns? Xingchen, you found lanterns? Yes, come help me hang them. Xingchen handed one lantern to Wiln and picked up the other. Together, the 2 lanterns brightened a considerable portion of the wooden raft. Wiln stood on a wooden box to hang the lanterns at the edge of the wooden boat, the highest point where the lanterns could be suspended. Once hung, Xingchen's boat was enveloped in a warm orange glow. Himting exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, such beautiful lanterns, I love them." Even the Hningzu Lns Chu flapped its wings in astonishment. "Truly splendid. Your wooden boat looks even more beautiful now," Wiln remarked sincerely. Xingchen jumped down from the box, gazing up at the lanterns with satisfaction. Wiln and Xingchen admired the lanterns while Xingchen resumed opening boxes. Opening the wooden chest, today fortune smiles upon me. Acquiring a pair of red lanterns. Another pair of lanterns. Opening the wooden chest, today fortune smiles upon me. Acquiring a pair of red lanterns. Yet more lanterns. Opening the wooden chest, today fortune smiles upon me. Acquiring a pair of red lanterns. Why are there so many lanterns? Xingchen was reluctant to continue opening boxes. While lanterns were delightful, this was becoming excessive. She had amassed 8 pairs of lanterns. Ah, wait. I could sell them. Forget it. Let us hang them up. They look splendid. Each lantern emitted light. So Xingchen decided to have Wiln and Xingchen assist in hanging them. 2 more on the wooden boat. 2 in the storage, and when there was truly no more space, she hung them on the railing. Now, Xingchen's raft was a dazzling spectacle. Wiln emerged from her bath and was taken aback by the sight of the lanterns. Xingchen, where did you get these lanterns? They are beautiful. Wiln pointed to a pile of empty boxes nearby. See that? They came from there. Wiln clutched her chest. Why can't I ever find such treasures? Why do I only get wood and iron nails, plastic, and weeds? Wiln clicked his tongue. I've watched Xingchen open boxes for quite some time. She hasn't once found wood or iron nails. And everything she has opened has been quite useful. Wiln rushed over to take a look. Xingchen was hesitant to continue. She feared more lanterns awaited. Wiln urged her. Open, open. Xingchen, I want to witness it myself. I just don't understand. We have the same hands, yet the items we uncover are so vastly different. Xingchen casually opened another box, opening the wooden chest. Today fortune smiles upon me. Acquiring a bag of sunflower seeds. 25. Xingchen beamed at the sight of the large bag of sunflower seeds. Wiln was even more excited. Wow, seeds. I love eating seeds. Xingchen, open it quickly. Are they caramel flavored or 5-spice? Xingchen also relished munching on seeds. Caramel, 5-spice, original, sea salt. She adored them all. She opened the bag, took a handful of seeds, and sniffed them, confirming they were raw. Thank goodness, seeds. Wiln cracked open one and tasted it. Ah, they're raw? She sounded somewhat disappointed. Xingchen's eyes sparkled. Do you know how to roast sunflower seeds? I do. Wiln's eyes brightened but then dimmed again. Alas. There are no spices here. Xingchen replied. I have spices and brown sugar. Wiln clapped her hands in excitement. Xingchen, what flavor do you want? I'll roast them. When Xingchen received the seasonings, she found cinnamon and star anise among them, which she had only used when stewing meat. There was still some left. As for the brown sugar, she had obtained it previously and had only made brown sugar water twice, leaving her with plenty. Xingchen retrieved the spices and brown sugar, while Wiln immediately busied herself at the iron stove. Of course, Xingchen only took half of the sunflower seeds, as she needed the rest for planting. Xingchen opened the remaining boxes but found little surprise. They contained mostly ordinary materials. Now, Only one box remained. LXNGCHN rubbed her hands together. Surely, given the day's fortune, it wouldn't deny her another delightful treasure, would it? Open the box. Opening the wooden chest. Today fortune smiles upon me, acquiring 1 white ceramic teapot and 6 white ceramic teacups. LXNGCHN was momentarily stunned as she pulled out the teapot and teacups. How unexpected. She recalled that she had recently received the blueprints for a fire pit and smokeless charcoal, along with sunflower and peanut seeds. Was this the prelude to brewing tea around a fire? Ding, survival task released. Fire pit night talk. Sit by the fire pit with friends, enjoy food and drink, gossip, and indulge in a quality leisurely life. Task reward, 2 pieces of rare grade land. Rare grade land could enhance plant growth speed by 20 times, allowing for rapid harvests within days. LXNGCHN had previously acquired 1 piece. This was a valuable find. LXNGCHN's heart soared with joy, though she soon furrowed her brow. This task seemed to indicate that rescuing the little monkey was likely a prerequisite. The reward of 2 pieces of rare land was indeed quite generous. At first glance, the task appeared simple, as she already possessed everything needed for brewing tea around the fire. However, it likely wouldn't be so straightforward. Quality? What exactly constituted quality? Chapter 64, Life Competition, Setting Up the Tea Room. A white ceramic teapot. Teacups? WILN approached, examining them with admiration. Exquisite craftsmanship, finely carved, such skill. WIYing, while roasting sunflower seeds, craned her neck to take a look. What's the point? Do you even have tea leaves? WILN shook his head. What a pity. LXNGCHN's eyes glimmered. Actually, I do have tea leaves. After helping the little monkey, she had received 2 packets of tea leaves and a tea tree, which was still stored in her backpack, awaiting tomorrow when she could plant it in the peach blossom spring. The tea leaves, however, were placed in the wooden box in the storage. LXNGCHN headed to the storage and retrieved both the black tea and green tea. WILN had been waiting eagerly. Opening the paper packet and inspecting the leaves, his eyes brightening. Good tea. It resembles QMN black tea in aroma. WIYing. Come and take a look. WIYing wiped her hands and rushed over to sniff. Indeed, and of high quality. LXNGCHN smiled slightly. Then you'd better roast those seeds quickly. Soon we shall enjoy tea, seeds, and delightful conversation. Wow. WIYing cheered. XNGCHN, it's truly wonderful to be with you. WILN also smiled, feeling a sense of comfort and joy in LXNGCHN's presence. Though it was regrettable that they would have to return tomorrow, LXNGCHN continued tidying up, pondering how to create a quality tea experience around the fire. With the assistance of Wei Ling and Zhong Chong, she placed all her belongings into the warehouse and organized the supplies. She discovered that it was not only Zhong Chong who had contributed chestnuts and peanuts. Wei Ling and Wei Ying had also added some items to her store. Wei Ying had nearly given all the wild tangerines she had gathered to Lu Xingchen, along with half of the rabbit meat. Wei Ling contributed half a lamb and a few small red berries, the nature of which remained uncertain. As Lu Xingchen was arranging the materials, the chat interface suddenly opened forcefully, revealing a new system announcement. Announcement: the first quality of life competition in the sea survival game has commenced. District 3140 is the 4th competition area. All players in District 3140 are encouraged to participate. The rules are as follows. 1. Contestants may upload 13 images, along with their district, name, and title of their work. Voting will be conducted by all players in District 3140, and the one with the highest votes shall prevail. 2. To protect contestants' privacy, they may choose to conceal their district and name. 3. Submission deadline. Before midnight today. Voting deadline. Before 10 p.m. tomorrow. 4. The first place winner will receive 5 premium plots of land. Second to 5th place will each receive 2 high-quality plots, and 6th to 10th place will receive 1 medium-quality plot. The rewards are substantial. Let us all strive diligently. Upon the announcement, the regional chat erupted in excitement. Wow, a competition has arrived, and it's simultaneous across 10 districts. With around 100,000 players per district, that amounts to about 700,000 to 800,000 participants. Such a grand spectacle. The rewards are impressive. Premium land can enhance plant growth speed by 10-fold, high-quality land by 4-fold, and even medium-quality land is still valuable, as it allows for cultivation. Yes, indeed. Land is a precious resource. In these past 7 or 8 days, I haven't seen anyone acquire even a single plot of land, not even an ordinary one. I must put in my utmost effort. Even securing the 10th position would be commendable. Haha. But I can't help but think, is the reward really that enticing? To emerge victorious among 700,000 participants is exceedingly challenging, yet the prize is merely a couple of plots of land. I wonder if others are saying that with land one can cultivate, thus resolving the food issue. Isn't that reward quite significant? Nevertheless, the challenge is indeed formidable. It will likely come down to financial prowess. Wei Ling and others also took note of the announcement, engaging in conversation. Hey, this is quite good. We can participate. Wei Ying exclaimed. Ha ha ha. I believe our quality of life is the best. We must secure first place. Wei Ling shook his head. It's not that simple. After all, we are competing against 10 districts, and there may be extraordinary talents in the other areas. Wei Ying scoffed. Who could possibly be more extraordinary than Xingchen? I refuse to believe it. Lu Xingchen, however, remained silent, intently gazing at the announcement, scrutinizing it word by word. Quality of life competition? Isn't this quite similar to the leisurely life task in the Hearth Tea mission? The Hearth Tea task is a survival system mission, while the quality of life competition is organized by the Sea Survival game. Upon reflection, it seems my golden finger has been activated too profoundly. Perhaps the survival system is simply too intelligent and advanced. Regardless, I should focus on completing the Hearth Tea task. As long as I achieve a high-quality completion of the Hearth Tea mission, my ranking in the quality of life competition will surely not be low. Noticing her lost in thought, Wei Ying nudged her. Hey, Xingchen, do you want to participate? Lu Xingchen nodded. Of course I do. She stood up. Wait for me. She hurried to the warehouse, retrieved the hearth blueprint, and made her way to the workbench. Hearth, suitable for grilling and warming, inviting friends to gather around, enjoying tea and conversation. How delightful. Required materials: 2 wood, 3 iron blocks, 2 clay. Would you like to craft it? Lu Xingchen paused for a moment, then remembered she had 10 pieces of clay. She immediately responded, yes. Crafting successful, obtained hearth. A hearth appeared on the wooden raft. It was essentially a small clay oven, yellow in color, with 4 short legs, featuring an iron grate on top and a heat-insulating pad below. The oven could hold charcoal, standing at merely 20 centimeters tall. Exquisitely crafted and far more aesthetically pleasing than a fire pit. Wei Ying and the others gathered around. Xingchen, we already have a fire pit. Why are you making this? Wei Ling, however, expressed delight. What a marvelous hearth. Perfect for brewing tea and creating ambience. He then shot Wei Ying a sidelong glance. Is a fire pit comparable? The hearth allows for better control of the fire and is visually appealing. It can easily be placed on the table. Realizing the purpose was indeed to brew tea, Wei Ying exclaimed. Oh, so we are participating in the competition. Certainly, we must. Lu Xingchen shared her plans with the others. She intended to construct a tea room. Currently, her raft measured 7 meters in width, with several wooden boats, a kitchen, warehouse, and restroom arranged in a line from front to back, making the raft quite lengthy for ease of navigation. Naturally, the tea room should be positioned closer to the bedroom, necessitating its placement in front of the sleeping quarters. Thus, she expanded the raft forward by 10 meters, building a wooden pavilion 3 meters away from the boats. The pavilion, akin to the wooden boats and warehouse, measured 5 meters in width and 3 meters in length. She then crafted a wooden table and 4 wooden chairs, arranging them inside. The space was just right. This time, she used ironwood to make the table and chairs, which were heat and moisture resistant, perfectly complementing the pavilion's reddish-brown hue. Observing Lu Xingchen construct the pavilion and create the table and chairs, Wei Ling and Wei Ying offered their assistance in setting them up. Wei Ling and Wei Ying retrieved 4 red lanterns from the fence and hung them from the eaves of the pavilion. Zhong Chang placed the hearth in the center of the table. The sea demon vine stealthily extended a vine, wrapping around the 4 pillars of the pavilion, blooming with delicate pink and purple flowers. Wei Ling and Zhong Chang chopped wood and crafted a sign, inscribing the characters for tea room. The calligraphy, penned by Wei Ling, was striking and commendable. After a busy afternoon, the 4 finally completed the tea room's arrangement. Wei Ying surveyed the surroundings with excitement, clenching her fist. Wow, it looks stunning. With our prowess, securing a place in the top 10 is a certainty. Wei Ling frowned, his eyes fixed on the competition channel on the screen. There's a formidable competitor here. I see them as a serious rival. Chapter 65, Brewing Tea by the Hearth. Acquiring Hawthorne. What? Wei Ying leaned in to take a look, surprised to see that this person had concealed their district and name. Wow, their votes are substantial. The rapid increase in votes prompted Wei Ling to murmur. Are they soliciting votes? Soliciting votes? Yes. Wei Ying's eyes lit up. We could do that too. Let us not worry about that for now. Come, let us enjoy some tea. Lu Xingchen beckoned them. As long as we complete the Hearth Night Talk task, the rewards will far surpass those of the quality of life competition. The group continued their busy preparations. With the tea room set up, it was time to gather the materials needed for brewing tea. Wei Ying laid an insulating mat on the table and placed the hearth on top. Lu Xingchen prepared some smokeless charcoal, placed it in the hearth, ignited it with a lighter, and then set the iron grate on top. Wei Ling had already cleaned the white ceramic teapot, filled it with water, added tea leaves, and placed it on the hearth to brew slowly. Wei Ying brought over the roasted sunflower seeds, setting out 2 plates, one with 5 spice seeds and the other with caramelized seeds. Lu Xingchen returned to the warehouse, collecting the wild tangerines given by Wei Ying, the small red fruits from Zhongchang, the pears she had just obtained, and some chestnuts and peanuts from Zhongchang. Since everyone was already quite full from earlier, she didn't need to gather much more. Just a few for seeds would suffice. She placed the items in the wooden bowl Wei Ling had given her, taking only a few to place on the hearth. Finally, she sliced half a watermelon and arranged it on a plate, along with a basket of strawberries, filling the table once more. Wei Ying and the others had already taken their seats. The panda cub Tuanzi delights in bustling places. Upon noticing Lu Xingchen and a few others gathered together, she leisurely rolled over, attempting to climb onto the bench of the wooden pavilion. Unfortunately, she was too small and rather plump. A round little ball that struggled for quite some time without success, prompting Wei Ying to exclaim her adorableness and scoop her into her arms. Lu Xingchen then retrieved 7 or 8 tender bamboo shoots from the storage room, placing them atop the bench, perfectly suited as sustenance for Tuanzi. Wow, Xingchen, do you have more bamboo? Wei Ying exclaimed with joy. Wei Ling had a sudden idea. Xingchen, do you have thicker bamboo? Yes, Lu Xingchen waved her hand, producing a bamboo shoot approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. Wei Ling's eyes sparkled. Everyone, wait a moment, I can craft some plates from these. They will be perfect for holding sunflower seed shells or watermelon rinds. Wei Ling and Zhongchang carried the thick bamboo to a side, and shortly thereafter, they returned with several finely crafted bamboo plates. As they arranged the items, white steam began to rise from the white, indicating that the water was boiling and the tea was brewing. Wei Ying placed chestnuts and peanuts by the warming stove, slowly roasting them. Would you like to have some baked sweet potatoes? Lu Xingchen thought, for she had quite a few sweet potatoes, an essential accompaniment for tea by the stove. Yes, yes. Yes, Wei Ying exclaimed, that sounds wonderful. I adore baked sweet potatoes. Lu Xingchen then took 7 or 8 smaller sweet potatoes and set them to roast by the stove. Wei Ying gazed at the table laden with food and the overflowing stove, ruefully patting her belly. Oh no, I regret eating too much earlier. There is hardly any room left in my stomach. What should I do? Lu Xingchen's eyes flickered. Would you like to trade some hawthorn to aid digestion? Wei Ying and Wei Ling raised their hands in agreement. The 3 of them simultaneously opened the regional chat. Lu Xingchen, purchasing hawthorn, can exchange for water and food. Wei Ying, who is hawthorn? Private trade. Wei Ling, buying hawthorn. Their collective purchasing call immediately attracted the attention of many. Gao Dafu commented, Wei Ling, Wei Ying, Lu Xingchen. What do you want hawthorn for? Wei Ying replied, I overate. Gao Dafu retorted, if you're too full, move around a bit. Why hawthorn? Wei Ying insisted, I still want to eat. Gao Dafu continued, Wei Ying is being too loud. It's hard for others not to notice. Look, with Lu Xingchen, they can all eat to their heart's content. Of course, did you not see the various skewers on the table earlier? With so much delicious food. How could one not overindulge? Enough, if you keep talking, I want to be able to sleep. Lu Xingchen, I am your long-lost brother. Don't gather hawthorn for Wei Ying, just give me the leftovers. The chat channel turned chaotic as everyone engaged in playful banter, yet no one mentioned the hawthorn. Watching this unfold, Jiang Wenli could no longer contain himself. The quality of life competition has already been underway for an hour. It ends at noon today, and there are still those who are solely focused on eating, utterly hopeless. Jiang Wenming, upon seeing his brother's comment, could not help but kick him. Why are you reminding them? Afraid they might remember, while I've been holding back on soliciting votes. Jiang Wenli retorted, and if they remember? I believe our work is the best. Jiang Wenming couldn't be bothered to engage with his foolish brother. Just based on the array of skewers Lu Xingchen and her companions had prepared, they were far ahead of their competitors. How could Jiang Wenli be so oblivious? Since Jiang Wenli had spoken up, he decided to stop holding back and quickly solicit votes. Thus, Jiang Wenming announced in the chat channel, we have uploaded our competition entry. Entry 5443, title Beautiful Life. Please vote for us. Jiang Wenli added, yes, if we win, it will bring honor to our District 33. He directly posted a link. Upon clicking it, one would see a scene of them in a wooden pavilion, with Jiang Wenming, Jiang Wenli, and another individual seated on wooden boxes. Before them stood a table made of 4 wooden boxes, laden with various foods, water, and more. Additionally, there were wooden plates and bowls, and even 2 pots of flowers at the table's edge, one a rose and the other a green radish, which one could only speculate how they had obtained. The photo even captured a mid-level seawater filter and fishing net. Beyond the wooden pavilion, a spacious wooden raft could be seen, indicating that the photo had nearly captured all valuable items on the raft. The other 2 images were similar, but each displayed the 2 pots of flowers, revealing that these were the most prized possessions of the Jiang brothers. Lu Xingchen was astonished. The Jiang brothers indeed possessed something of value, having acquired potted plants. Jiang Wenli declared, "We represent District 33 in this competition. Everyone, please vote for us." Unfortunately, the two brothers were too eager to flood the chat with their messages, and their tone was less than pleasant, resulting in almost no one paying them any attention. After several attempts, someone finally asked, "Why should we vote for you? What is in it for us?" "Yes, I don't know you," another chimed in. "All right, we know you're competing, but we are too. Why should we vote for you? How come you get to represent District 33? Jiang Wenming patiently explained. "Remember when our District 33 had the highest survival rate? Everyone benefited then. And I suspect this time will be the same. So, I kindly ask for your support." It was rare for him to speak so nicely, and he even understood how to use incentives. This time, some were genuinely tempted. After all, some individuals were struggling and could hardly claim a quality life. They hadn't even entered the competition. However, others voiced dissent. "Last time, it was Lu Xingchen who brought us benefits, not you." "Indeed, Lu Xingchen. Did you enter the competition? What is your entry number? We want to vote." "Lu Xingchen, hurry up and enter. With you in the mix, perhaps District 33 can win first place again." Chapter 66, a low-key competition, deceiving the blue magpie. Many called out to Lu Xingchen, effectively drowning out the Jiang brothers' words. The attention of the crowd shifted. The Jiang brothers were fuming. Wei Ying looked at Lu Xingchen with bright eyes. "Xingchen, did you post photos? Are you competing?" Lu Xingchen had taken numerous photos and had already selected 3. She was currently reviewing the entries of other competitors. Many seemed to misunderstand the competition's intent or simply lacked substantial content, as most submissions were inadequate. They merely showcased a grand spread of food, an impressive building, or high-value resources, primarily flaunting their financial prowess. Yet, their resources paled in comparison to Lu Xingchen's. Hearing Wei Ying's inquiry, Lu Xingchen shared her selected photos with everyone. The first was of the current table, the second was an exterior view of the tea room, and the third depicted her archery range. With a purple bamboo pole beside the target and a red lantern swaying in the wind, overlooking the vast expanse of the sea. Wei Ling nodded, appreciating the ambience of these images. Wei Ying pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Xingchen, why didn't you include a picture of your fully automated shower cabin? That embodies the essence of quality living." Lu Xingchen shook her head. "That wouldn't be appropriate." Wei Ling's eyes sparkled as he realized. Lu Xingchen had chosen these images so that, first, none of their faces were visible, yet a hand or half a foot subtly hinted at their gathering. Second, she had not clearly displayed her pets or the boat filled with vines. Lu Xingchen was quite cautious, likely wishing to keep certain aspects private. Wei Ling nodded. "Xingchen, I think these images are quite good." Wei Ying, seeing Wei Ling's approval, eagerly agreed. "I think they are excellent too. With just these few, we are far superior to them. Being low-key is great." Lu Xingchen uploaded her 3 images, titling her entry "Conversations by the Warming Stove." She chose to conceal her server and name because she had just received a survival system prompt. Survival prompt. It is advisable to hide your server and name in the quality life competition. Otherwise, the consequences may be dire. Given the survival system's advice to hide her server and name, she couldn't even use any photos that would reveal her identity, which is why LXNGCHN selected the 3 images she had just uploaded. After receiving the prompt, she contemplated meticulously. The imminent island hunt indicated that this game did not prohibit players from engaging in mutual slaughter. If her assumptions were correct, this was not the first occurrence. As the number of participants dwindled, server merges were inevitable, and since the 10 servers numbered 3140 were adjacent, they would likely merge closely. If she exposed herself during the quality life competition, it would be akin to revealing herself before millions across 10 servers. A prominent target attracts danger. The competition rules allowed players to hide their servers and names for a reason, and thus, she heeded the system's counsel. Once she uploaded the photos, LXNGCHN paid no further mind and began to leisurely sip tea, converse, shell sunflower seeds, and enjoy fruit with her companions. At that moment, through the efforts of the Jiang brothers, their ranking had entered the top 300. The two were immensely proud and flooded the chat channel with messages. LXNGCHN and her friends disregarded them, as they engaged in delightful conversation. Even ZHing contributed significantly. Exhaustion set in by midnight, and around 12, they could no longer endure. Wei LN and ZHing fell asleep on a bench while LXNGCHN took WIYing to her bedroom. After washing up, they lay on the bed, each with a blanket. WIYing clutched a soft pillow, excited yet unable to sleep, and chatted with LXNGCHN late into the night. Eventually, they both drifted off into a deep slumber. The next day, around 9 in the morning, WIYing was still asleep when she was transported back to her wooden raft. Wei LN and ZHing woke up early, tidied up LXNGCHN's raft, and before they could eat, they were also sent away. LXNGCHN woke up at 9:30. Eagerly, she entered the TOUNSHNGJing. Today, TOUNSHNGJing has no luck enhancement. The day's fortune was mediocre, but LXNGCHN felt no disappointment. Her luck had been extraordinary yesterday, and she hadn't even organized her belongings yet. Oh, why hadn't she completed the task of the evening gathering? She frowned. Could it be that the previous night's gathering wasn't successful enough? That seemed implausible. With ample resources and a harmonious atmosphere, they had conversed joyfully. What could have gone wrong? Was the quality insufficient? LXNGCHN pondered for a long time without arriving at a conclusion, so she put it aside and retrieved peanuts, chestnuts, and sunflower seeds from the warehouse. Then she went to TOUNSHNGJing and planted the seeds, watering them one by one. She had also collected pear and orange seeds yesterday, which would be ready for planting after a couple of days of drying. Additionally, she had planted bamboo shoots and rainbow arrow bamboo shoots. By the time she finished these tasks, it was already past noon. Upon exiting TOUNSHNGJing, the red-billed blue magpie and the little Tuan rushed over. The red-billed blue magpie was swift, flying directly to LXNGCHN's side, exclaiming, "Strawberries, eat, eat." It seemed to be hungry. LXNGCHN looked at it with disdain. "Why should I keep you? What use do you have?" The red-billed blue magpie fell silent, then became furious. "You this." LXNGCHN shot it a sidelong glance, and it immediately quieted down. The sea devil vine whispered, "Master, keep it. It can evolve and ultimately become a Qingwan, which can be of great assistance to you." Qingwan? LXNGCHN looked at the ruffled red-billed blue magpie in astonishment. Considering its foul-mouthed demeanor, it didn't seem fitting. The Qingwan is a type of phoenix, a divine bird, with the Qing variant being blue and the red variant being a true phoenix, suitable as a divine steed. A steed? LXNGCHN's eyes gleamed as she covertly asked the sea devil vine, "If it grows a bit more, can it carry me?" The sea devil vine replied, "I'm not sure. It depends on whether it is willing." Qingwan are quite proud, although this one is a bit foolish. As LXNGCHN conversed quietly with the sea devil vine, the red-billed blue magpie could not hear them and tilted its head, looking at LXNGCHN with anxious anticipation. It was still waiting for food, having hardly eaten anything since yesterday, and was quite famished. LXNGCHN cleared her throat. "Little Lon Lon, my resources are limited. I can't keep idle companions. You need to tell me what your usefulness is." Usefulness, usefulness? The red-billed blue magpie became anxious. It had quickly learned to speak, having absorbed many words from LXNGCHN and the others yesterday, but it only understood them superficially. LXNGCHN's gaze flickered. "For instance, can you serve as my steed, catch fish, or help cook?" The red-billed blue magpie blinked its bright red eyes, struggling to comprehend LXNGCHN's words. Catching fish was beyond its capabilities. Cooking was a skill it lacked. But what was being a steed? The red-billed blue magpie tilted its head, hesitating for a moment. "Steed?" LXNGCHN smiled brightly. "Yes. Do you wish to be my steed? You must keep your word." The red-billed blue magpie replied eagerly, "I will keep my word." It was still quite confused, merely mimicking speech, and did not fully grasp LXNGCHN's meaning. It just wanted to eat quickly. "All right, you shall be my steed from now on," LXNGCHN declared decisively. Chapter 67. ZHNGUN solicits votes. WITing rebels. "What is this useful?" LXNGCHN inquired of the sea devil vine. Although the sea devil vine was also young, it was wise beyond its years and replied immediately, "It is useful. Divine bird's value promises the most." That was indeed splendid. LXNGCHN regarded the red-billed blue magpie solemnly. "Thus, I will provide you with 10 strawberries, 2 slices of watermelon daily, and in due time, pears, oranges, and other treats. If you wish for peanuts or sunflower seeds, that can also be arranged. But you must be my steed." The red-billed blue magpie was somewhat bewildered by the abundance of food, yet it understood the essence of the offer, and immediately exclaimed joyfully, "Strawberries, strawberries, watermelon, oranges, pears." LXNGCHN sighed. "Forget it. Let me reiterate. If you become my steed, I will care for you. Do you agree?" The red-billed blue magpie replied, "I agree, I agree." It was anxious. Was it really just about eating a strawberry? Why was LXNGCHN being so indecisive? It simply agreed to avoid starving. LXNGCHN chuckled and promptly presented a basket of strawberries to the red-billed blue magpie. The red-billed blue magpie chirped happily and began to feast. Indeed, the sound of the red-billed blue magpie was delightful. It was no wonder it would one day become a Qingwan. Reflecting on having gained a divine creature as a steed, LXNGCHN was elated. Yet, despite her joy, she did not neglect her tasks. After feeding the red-billed blue magpie, she dried some strawberry seeds, preparing to plant more strawberries. While she was diligently occupied, she felt a sudden weight on her calf. It was Tuan Tuan, who was hugging her leg and whimpering adorably. "Ah, you haven't eaten yet." "I forgot, I'm sorry." Lu and exclaimed hurriedly. Having been busy since early morning, she had entirely overlooked the little creature. She quickly retrieved tinder bamboo and placed it outside the warehouse for Tuan Tuan, who immediately rolled over to eat it. Lu and stretched her back. Today had been quite a busy one, and she resolved to plant more bamboo in the future. By the time she finished feeding Tuan Tuan and the little blue magpie, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Only then did Lu and begin to prepare dinner. Feeling lazy, she simply made porridge and heated some dumplings for a meal. After eating, she opened the chat channel for the squad, where Wiying and others had been chatting for quite some time. Wiln remarked, "I never realized there were still some people living quite well." Wiying responded, "Are you talking about the quality life competition? I watched it. No one can compare to XNGCHN. Wiln cautioned, "You shouldn't always compare with XNGCHN. When you do, everyone else pales in comparison." Wiying replied, "TSK, TSK. The most incongruous ranking is the one posted by GNWNMing. With that little he has, he shot up to the top 200 in just one morning. In reality, there are many stronger than him below 300. Wei Lin. Although the competition rules do not explicitly state it, it is evident that participants can solicit votes. Jiang Wenming has certainly solicited votes extensively. Zhongchang, 1 vote for 1 wooden figure. They are buying votes. Wei Ying, wow, how did you know that? Zhongchang, I heard it from someone. They bought votes even at the expense of my friend. Wei Ying, haha, I didn't expect you to have such a wide network. Zhongchang. Wei Lin, it's not just one person soliciting votes. If I am correct, many are striving in a similar manner. I noticed a particular work has concealed its region and name, titled Yilan Jiujin, the one I showed you yesterday. It has now entered the top 10. If I am not mistaken, most of the votes for it likely come from their region. It seems they have quite a good rapport." Wei Ying, puzzled, replied, "But they have hidden their region and name." Wei Lin chuckled. "Concealing it is to keep it from others' knowledge, yet they can still inform their own region." Wei Ying quickly grasped the situation. Oh, she soon realized. So, this is why Xingchen's work is still beyond the 500 mark? Wei Lin sighed. "We uploaded relatively late and did not solicit votes, so we are ranked lower. Fewer people see it, and thus, it is always difficult to rise. Alas, what a pity." They all felt anxious, yet it was difficult for them to speak too much about the participant, Lu Xingchen. After all, there are indeed many competitors, around 70 to 80,000, making it quite challenging to rank in the top 500. Lu Xingchen has not solicited votes at all and is currently at 510, which is quite commendable. The issue is that those ranked before 500 are on one page, while those ranked after are on another, making it difficult for those beyond 500 to ascend, as the audience is limited. Naturally, the advantage is even greater for the top 100. The regret was not theirs alone. Qin Xiaoro had been messaging Lu Xingchen since the morning. "Qin Xiaoro, Xingchen, you are participating too, right? What is your work? I will cheer you on." "Qin Xiaoro, Xingchen, why can't I find you?" Even Gao Defu has sought information from Wei Lin and the others, as, in their eyes, Lu Xingchen is the only one capable of achieving a high rank. In the end, Wei Lin and Wei Ying could no longer restrain themselves. "Xingchen, why don't we share your work in the regional chat? Many will help you." Lu Xingchen shook her head. For now, she would adhere to the survival hints, maintaining a low profile and observing the situation. If necessary, she would act later. Her image only depicted a tea room, an archery target, and a red lantern, none of which she had ever revealed. Many could not deduce her identity based solely on the images. In the submitted works, both the region and name are concealed, unless someone deliberately exposes themselves. No one knows which region a participant belongs to. If one wishes to hide, they can certainly do so. However, she must secure a position in the top 10 of this competition, as perhaps it correlates with the task of Wei Lu Yihua. Currently, the spotlight is on Zheng Yuan, whose work, Yilan Jiujin, is precisely in the top 10 and gaining momentum. At this moment, the chat area of District 34 is abuzz with discussions about him. Zheng Yuan is cautious, aspiring for first place, but does not want all 10 districts to know it is him. Hence he has concealed his region and name. Nevertheless, he is soliciting votes within District 34, only revealing his work to those in his district. Due to his prior efforts, people in District 34 have a favorable impression of him, resulting in nearly half of them casting their votes for him. It is precisely this that has propelled his work to such a high rank. Yet, it is still not enough. Regrettably, communication between districts is currently restricted. He can only mobilize the people of District 34. Aside from him, another individual holds considerable influence in District 34. Zheng Yuan pondered for a moment and sent a message. Wei Ting, if your Wei family helps me secure first place, I can offer you a piece of prime land. Wei Ting's reply came swiftly. Not interested. Zheng Yuan frowned. Wei Ting, there are 3 members of your Wei family in District 34. One is incapacitated and another injured. Aren't you worried? A piece of prime land might save your life and your family's. Wei Ting scoffed. I believe the members of my Wei family would rather perish than have any dealings with you. Zheng Yuan, incensed, retorted. You are always so oblivious to the times. Wei Ting coldly responded. Indeed, we of the Wei family are not like you, Zheng Yuan, who shifts with the wind and repays kindness with malice. Chapter 68. Wei Ting solicits votes, soaring upwards. Zheng Yuan cursed in anger and ceased to speak. Wei Ting's expression darkened. It is truly unjust. How can someone as heartless, treacherous, and ungrateful as Zheng Yuan have his work ranked in the top 10? Now, he seeks to exploit her. What a delusion. Not only would she not assist him, but she also intended to find a genuinely capable work, vote for it, and promote it to elevate it into the top 10, thereby pushing Zheng Yuan down. Wei Ting's countenance was grim as she scrolled through the competition images, continuing for 2 hours. This one do. There are too many low-quality submissions. That one is also inadequate. Although the materials are plentiful, the framing is poor, resulting in a lackluster photo. She meticulously sifted through nearly 400 to 500 entries without finding a suitable one. Not a single work surpassed Zheng Yuan's. Wei Ting began to feel anxious. She had reached entry 482. Should she continue? It is known that those with even a slight edge, capable of entering the top few hundred, would rally their district to vote. Thus most are ranked 500 or higher. Going further down seems unnecessary. Wei Ting patiently scrolled through a few more, reaching the 502nd entry, and was on the verge of giving up. The last few entries were utterly ridiculous, hardly worthy of consideration. Their capabilities were even inferior to her own. Wei Ting closed her eyes, intending to exit all competition works, but as her hand slipped, she accidentally opened the 503rd entry. Her heart raced with agitation, and just as she was about to close it, she widened her eyes, fixating on the image before her. It was a bird's-eye view of a table, at the center of which was a round hearth. In the middle of the hearth rested a white ceramic teapot, surrounded by a few sweet potatoes, a dozen chestnuts, and a handful of peanuts, along with several orange tangerines and yellow pears. These items were casually strewn around the hearth. The table also bore 2 plates of sunflower seeds, a basket of strawberries, a platter of watermelon, and a dish of unidentified small red fruits. It was evident that 4 individuals were gathered around the hearth, engaged in idle conversation. There were 4 white ceramic teacups, alongside small bamboo dishes filled with sunflower seed shells and tangerine peels. The tea in the white ceramic cups had a faint orange hue, clear and bright, indicating its high quality. 2 individuals' hands were just grasping the teacups. One hand was slender and fair, with long fingers, while the other belonged to another girl whose hand was also beautiful but appeared somewhat rough, with a scar on her index finger, concealed in the shadows, making it indistinct. Wei Ting's gaze swept past, failing to notice. Overall, the warm tones of the image created a cozy atmosphere, instilling a sense of tranquility. Just based on this image alone, it could overshadow Zheng Yuan's 3 submissions. Wei Ting felt a surge of excitement as she looked at the second image. The second image depicted a wooden pavilion, with the words tea room intricately carved in an elegant style on the wooden planks. 2 lanterns hung from the eaves, glowing a bright, yet gentle red light. Through the gaps in the pavilion's pillars, one could glimpse the table with the hearth and the tea, fruits, but perhaps the participant intentionally blurred the image, rendering only vague outlines of a few people seated inside. Beyond that, the deep blue sea shimmered with faint red reflections from the waves. A lazy vine stretched out from one of the pillars, its tender green leaves adorned with a few purple or pink blossoms. In the blurred background, one can vaguely discern another pillar, seemingly entwined with a vine adorned with a few delicate flowers. The atmosphere is hazy yet beautiful. The third theme features an archery target and lanterns, against the indistinct backdrop where a row of houses can be faintly seen. The red lanterns? They are indeed potent tools for creating ambience. It is unknown who possesses such talent, having not only acquired red lanterns, but also constructed a tea room embellished with climbing plants. The work is titled 666,888. The name of the piece is Wei Lu Yihua. The participant remains concealed. The district is hidden. Wei Lu Yihua? The title is remarkably lovely. The contestant has chosen to keep their district and name private, suggesting a person of modesty and caution. This person is indeed remarkable. Wei Ting is utterly confident that this individual's work will undoubtedly reach the top 10. Whether it can claim the first position is uncertain. as this person has not sought votes for themselves, possibly falling short against those who fervently campaign or even purchase votes. She promptly shared Lu Xingchen's work in a small group, stating, "This piece is quite impressive. Everyone should take a look." Subsequently, she relayed the same message in the chat of District 34. In District 34, she is a celebrity when she speaks. Many pay attention and curiously check out Lu Xingchen's work. Upon viewing, they were astonished. Who is this? They can enjoy tea, living quite comfortably. Indeed, just count the variety of foods on their table. Chestnuts, peanuts, sunflower seeds, sweet potatoes, oranges, pears, strawberries, and watermelons. How extravagant. Oh my, the ambience is truly beautiful. The red lanterns are visually stunning. This piece far surpasses those of other contestants, who seem eager to flaunt their rare resources, while this one exudes a subtle kind of wealth. With such a plethora of snacks, one can only imagine the abundance of food. It is curious. Which district could they belong to? Many reveal their regions, yet this individual remains concealed, so low-key. Seeing the ongoing discussions, Wei Ting swiftly redirected the topic. "This is my friend's work. Everyone, please help vote. Thank you." However, her statement lacks scrutiny. For instance, it is clear that this contestant is not from District 34, yet she claims to recognize them. Nevertheless, people did not dwell on this, even if they suspected. They did not investigate further, responding eagerly. "We must vote. This one deserves first place. No doubt about it. Ting Jie's friend is our friend. Let us vote." Alas, I regrettably cast my vote for Zheng Yuan earlier, thinking his piece was commendable. After all, we are from the same district. I wanted to lend a hand. But now I have no votes left, 1 vote per person, alas. Wei Ting immediately replied, "You can change your vote." The person was delighted. "Really? Then I must change my vote. Ting Jie, I support you even more." Zheng Yuan, having listened for a while, watched as his votes dwindled rapidly. After a couple of hours of effort, his work had reached 3rd place, but now it had fallen to 4th. He was infuriated and privately messaged Wei Ting. "Are you opposing me?" Wei Ting retorted, "What do you think?" Zheng Yuan was nearly driven mad. Lu Xingchen remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, as Tuanzi was rolling around in her rare land, nearly ruining her potatoes and sweet potatoes. Lu Xingchen hurriedly picked it up. Tuanzi immediately clung to her calf, climbing up while whining adorably. She was compelled to soothe the little panda for a while. Once she had calmed it down, she noticed she was covered in dirt. Lu Xingchen cleaned the little creature and then went to take a bath herself. After washing up and changing clothes, she emerged just as the sun was setting. She washed her hands, preparing to cook. While steaming some dumplings, Wei Ying's messages incessantly chimed. Lu Xingchen opened the team chat, where Wei Ying had taken over the screen. "Wei Ying, Xingchen, what are you doing? Hurry and respond. You're on fire." Chapter 69. When Ming is going crazy, soaring to 1st place. Wei Ying, "Wow, Xingchen, you're amazing. Your work has entered the top 400. Wei Ying, Xingchen, your work is now in the top 300, so fast. They say the higher you go, the more people see it, and indeed, look, our exposure has skyrocketed." Wei Ying, "Oh, Xingchen, you're already in the top 200. Incredible, like a rocket." Only then did Lu Xingchen notice that her work had surged to the 187th position. What had happened in just 2 hours? She hadn't even had time to strategize. Who had helped her resolve the dilemma? Lu Xingchen felt a wave of confusion. Wei Ying, meanwhile, laughed heartily. "Wow, Xingchen, your work's 6668888, right? You're now in 177th place, just 1 rank above Jiang Wenming." Haha. He toiled all afternoon for only a few ranks, finally reaching 178, only to be surpassed by you. Wei Lin, what a pity, Jiang Wenming has no idea. If he knew, he'd probably be furious. Wei Ying, haha, he is probably already fuming, because Xingchen's work has emerged spectacularly, siphoning off votes from others. Jiang Wenming was, indeed, very angry. Just 2 hours ago, his votes had been steadily increasing, albeit slowly. Over time, he would surpass 1 or 2. In these 2 hours, however, his ranking had stagnated, even dropping a position. In his fury, he opened the work that had just surpassed him. Jiang Wenming stared at the entry. Work, 666,888. Title, Wei Lu Yihua. Participant, hidden. District, hidden. Jiang Wenming scrutinized it for a long time, snorting disdainfully. Is this really art? It's just tea drinking. Superficial and lacking in substance. It's far better to indulge in meat and wine. He could not fathom why it garnered so many votes. In comparison, he preferred the work Yi Lan Jiujin, which was grander, featuring wine, meat, a fire pit, a house, a bed, and a sofa, far more luxurious than Lu Xingchen's. The more he looked, the more contemptuous he became. Brother, our ranking has dropped another position. Suddenly, he received a message from Jiang Wenli. Upon checking, He found himself at 179th place, while the previously higher-ranked Wei Lu Yihua had surged ahead by several ranks in mere minutes. These people truly lack vision. Jiang Wenming was even more incensed. Beneath each work, one could not only vote but also comment, although the commenter's real name and district remained concealed. As Lu Xingchen's work continued to rise in rank, it attracted much attention, with many leaving comments beneath it. Wei Ying, Wei Lin, and Zhong Chang eagerly monitored the remarks. Whose work is this? Such a profound ambience. This truly embodies a quality life. I adore this feeling of friends gathering around the hearth, so leisurely and enviable. Is there really someone living so indulgently? Where did they get all those snacks and fruits? With 10 districts participating, there must be talents among them. Look at the 4th place entry, Yilan Jiujin. Isn't it impressive? At this moment, a comment appeared from someone named I am Wenming. I am Wenming. Heh. What is this ambience? This is survival at sea. What about their bedroom, their storage? None of that is shown, just a tea room. How can that signify a quality life? This person is merely taking shortcuts. I am Wenming. Yilan Jiujin truly showcases quality living. Wei Ying immediately remarked, this person must be Jiang Wenming. That sour tone is unmistakable. Wei Lin, it's likely him. Lu Xingchen glanced at the comment. Jiang Wenming, really, has no subtlety. Even his username reflects a lack of creativity. She couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Ignoring the nonsensical comments, Lu Xingchen headed to her storage, retrieving her secret technique for the 12 styles of the soft whip. Tomorrow, she would embark on a hunt on a deserted island. She needed to prepare thoroughly. Those individuals were not worth her time. Her fortune was favorable and resources abundant. However, her martial prowess was not of the highest caliber. The hunting grounds on the deserted island evidently permitted players to engage in mutual slaughter, heralding a perilous morrow. Strength was paramount. Should one learn the 12 styles of the soft whip secret technique? Affirmative. A flash of white light enveloped her, and the soft whip secret technique dissipated from her grasp. A wave of dizziness overcame her as a plethora of knowledge surged into her mind. It was indeed the essence of the soft whip secret technique. She promptly retrieved her soft whip and, with a deft flick, it struck the nearby fence with a resounding crack. The sturdy barrier shattered into fragments. Alas, she had been careless. She struggled to rein in her control. Not anticipating the whip's formidable power, Lu Xingchen hurried to the workbench to mend the fence. Fortunately, this section was devoid of vines. Otherwise, she might have injured the high emotang. Lu Xingchen resolutely crafted a dozen wooden stakes and practiced her technique. The soft whip was extraordinarily agile and powerful. In mere moments, the stakes were reduced to splinters. Lu Xingchen continued to fashion more stakes for further practice, and by around 7 in the evening, she had fully mastered the whip technique. Naturally, she kept a vigilant eye on her ranking, which was ascending at an unprecedented pace. Lu Xingchen noted that she need not worry about her rank for the time being, so she switched off the light screen and began preparing dinner. During her leisure moments, she would check her ranking and also observe the small group of the assault team, where Wei Lin and Wei Ying had engaged in extensive conversation. Wei Ying, wow Xingchen, why are you so silent? You've entered the top 100. Wei Lin, after breaking into the top 100, exposure significantly increases and traffic surges. Xingchen's rank will surely rise even faster. Wei Ying, you're absolutely right. In just 10 minutes, Xingchen has risen 5 places. What a powerhouse. Wei Lin, she's in 88th place. Wei Ying, now she's in 72nd. Wei Ying, ahahaha. Xingchen has reached 11th place. She's on the verge of breaking into the top 10. My goodness, Xingchen, you are incredible. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, have you noticed the current first place holder? It's Yilan Jiujin. Wei Ying, I've been focused on Xingchen and haven't paid attention to others. What about that person? Wei Lin, I find it rather peculiar. He seems to have a substantial following. Glancing at the last comments, some mentioned he's from Area 34. And he's trying to suppress those remarks. Wei Ying, I saw him hiding his server and name. Perhaps he wishes to remain inconspicuous? Wei Lin, I can't shake the feeling that he seems familiar. Wei Ying, oh, you're overthinking it. We know nothing of his situation. What could you possibly be familiar with? Wei Ying's attention was solely on Lu Xingchen. Wei Ying, Xingchen, you're now in 10th place. Wei Lin, once you reach the top 10, the momentum for ascension typically stabilizes. Oh, Xingchen is now in 9th. Wei Ying, the momentum remains strong. This is to be expected. Xingchen's image is the most captivating. Wei Lin, good heavens, she's in 3rd place. Wei Ying, keep going. Wow. She's in 1st place now. Cheers erupted, and laughter filled the air. Xingchen has claimed the top spot. Chapter 70, Cross-District Chat, an unforeseen change. Wei Ying, It's already 10:30 p.m., and Xingchen has reached 1st place. If she can maintain this for over an hour, she will be victorious. Wei Lin, impressive. Wei Ying, phew. Yilan Jiujin is quite a challenge to surpass. It took Xingchen half an hour to ascend from second to first. Wei Lin, don't be too greedy. The top 10 are usually quite stable. What Xingchen has achieved is already remarkable. Zheng Yuan had also been closely monitoring his rank, having painstakingly reached the coveted first position. Lu Xingchen's work, 666888, soared rapidly, drawing much attention, which he had long since noticed. He remained confident that even if Lu Xingchen broke into the top 10, she would not surpass him. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Xingchen swiftly ascended to second place, pushing him down. Zheng Yuan's expression darkened. The work Weilu Night Talk was endorsed by Wei Ting. Perhaps she truly knew her. Zheng Yuan privately messaged Wei Ting. Who does Weilu Night Talk belong to? Wei Ting had certainly observed the surge of Lu Xingchen's work, and she had been striving diligently. Witnessing Lu Xingchen eclipse Zheng Yuan, she felt a surge of delight and replied, "Someone 1,000 times stronger than you." Zheng Yuan's demeanor grew colder. He realized he could extract no useful information from Wei Ting. However, he was determined to secure the first position. The reward for first place was 5 pieces of top-tier land, which could enhance plant growth speed by 10-fold. With 5 such parcels, he would not only resolve his food issues, but also support many subordinates. The rewards beyond second place were decidedly meager. First place was his to claim. No one could take it from him. Yet, only an hour and a half remained before the voting concluded. If all else failed, he would have to resort to a decisive move. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a cross-district chat card. Cross-district chat card enables private chat with a player from another district, ready for immediate use, with only one chance, limited to 10 minutes. This was an item he had acquired from opening treasure chests upon landing on the island. Ever since obtaining it, he had been contemplating how to maximize its value. Logically, this card was not particularly useful since he had no knowledge of others' districts. Once activated, it had to be employed. If he failed to find someone, the opportunity would be wasted. However, with the ongoing live competition, participants would reveal their districts and names, making this an opportune moment to utilize the card. During the live competition, he had concealed his district and name for 2 reasons. First, to maintain a low profile. Second, to implement a plan using the cross-district chat card. The timing was now perfect for executing the plan he had initially devised. As he pondered, Zheng Yuan clicked on Lu Xingchen's work and briefly scanned the comment section, hoping to discern which district the participant of Weilu Night Talk hailed from. To his dismay, after a lengthy search, he found no one divulging any information. Lu Xingchen's comment section was bustling with activity, and one particular post had consistently remained at the second position, filled with numerous heated exchanges. Authored by a user named Washer Wenming, the individual seemed to hold an admiration for him. Moreover, during the course of a verbal skirmish with other players, this person had revealed they were from Area 33. Area 33, Wenming, Jiang Wenming, Zheng Yuan, the Wei family, and the Jiang family were all based in the capital, and Zheng Yuan had heard of Jiang Wenming, having a general understanding of his character. His face brightened, and he quickly scrolled down to find the profile at rank 199. He discovered the following details. Work, 5443. Title, Beautiful Life. Contestant, Jiang Wenming. District, Area 33. If his conjecture was correct, Washer Wenming was indeed Jiang Wenming. What a fortuitous coincidence. Zheng Yuan promptly produced a card and tapped it. Would you like to use the super chat card? Yes. Usage successful. You can privately chat with a player from another district once, limited to 10 minutes. Please select the player for private chat. Zheng Yuan selected Jiang Wenming from Area 33. Jiang Wenming was currently fuming at Lu Xingchen's 666888 work. As for the reason behind his anger, he could not precisely articulate it. He simply found it intolerable. Suddenly, he received a private chat request. Player Zheng Yuan from Area 34 has utilized the super chat card to request a private chat with you. Would you like to accept? Who is Zheng Yuan? Jiang Wenming paused, feeling a flicker of familiarity with the name, yet unable to place it. However, anyone possessing such an item could not be an ordinary person, prompting him to promptly agree. Zheng Yuan. Hello, I am Zheng Yuan, and my work is Yilan Jiujin. Reluctantly, Zheng Yuan disclosed his identity, as the super chat card had already revealed his information. Jiang Wenming quickly pieced it together. Yilan Jiujin? That's the one who was previously ranked first. ISNT it. Now it seems he has been pushed to second. Jiang Wenming suddenly felt invigorated. He has already regarded the author of Yilan Jiujin as an idol, for the content showcased in Yilan Jiujin represents the life he longs for. Moreover, he believes that Yilan Jiujin is far superior to Wei Lu Yihua. However, is what this person says true? Zheng Yuan quickly dispelled his doubts. This is my proof. He revealed his competition page, which clearly displayed the information that had been concealed. At this moment, Jiang Wenming was convinced. Excited yet cautious, he asked, I am Jiang Wenming from District 33. Do you have business with me, esteemed sir? Due to Zheng Yuan's demonstrated prowess, Jiang Wenming inadvertently placed himself in a relatively low position. Zheng Yuan felt a stir in his heart, just as he had guessed. The ensuing conversation would be straightforward, especially since Jiang Wenming was rather dim-witted. He proposed, let us make a deal. You help me secure first place in the competition, and I will gift you one of the 5 parcels of land I acquire. Really? No problem. Jiang Wenming exclaimed joyfully, but soon his expression faltered with concern. But how can I assist you? Zheng Yuan secretly scoffed. Indeed, Jiang Wenming was foolish to agree without considering the logistical implications of their respective districts, one in District 33 and the other in District 34. Zheng Yuan continued, Isn't there a Lu Xingchen in your district? I saw the world announcement. She received the first kill reward, did she not? You know her? Jiang Wenming hesitated to mention Lu Xingchen. After a moment of surprise, he realized that since Lu Xingchen's achievement had been announced to the world, it was not surprising that Zheng Yuan was aware of it. Zheng Yuan's gaze turned icy. He certainly remembered Lu Xingchen ever since she snatched the first kill reward from him. He had merely needed a few more minutes to slay that first-tier mutated beast. If it weren't for Lu Xingchen, the first kill would have been his. What Zheng Yuan did not know was that besides him, several others were also on the brink of claiming the first kill, and even without Lu Xingchen, it would not have been his turn. Zheng Yuan directly inquired, Is Lu Xingchen quite esteemed in District 33? Jiang Wenming reluctantly replied, I suppose so. In the recent survival assessment, she contributed the most, hence many people admire her. He added disdainfully, They are all sycophants. Zheng Yuan's eyes flickered. He had guessed correctly. Chapter 71, Urgent Clarification, Returning to First Place. He was the top contributor in District 34, sharing the honor with Wei Ting. It was due to his assistance to numerous individuals during the 3rd day of the survival assessment that he garnered the trust of many in District 34, enabling him to solicit votes with such ease. Lu Xingchen had similarly aided many. She must undoubtedly possess significant prestige in District 33. This was a perfect opportunity for exploitation. Zheng Yuan outlined a plan with Jiang Wenming and concluded, after the island hunt, player numbers in each district will dwindle, necessitating a merger. Our districts 33 and 34 are the closest, and it is highly probable that we will merge. Once merged, come find me, and I will assist you in your development. Jiang Wenming nodded excitedly, feeling as though he had latched onto a golden opportunity. After contemplating, he immediately set about executing Zheng Yuan's instructions. By this time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and Lu Xingchen had maintained the first position for half an hour. Regardless of how the rankings fluctuated for others, she remained unyielding. With only an hour left before voting concluded, Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and others eagerly monitored the competition page while Lu Xingchen played with Heimo Teng and Tuanzi for a while. Subsequently, she ventured to Taoyuan Shengjing to harvest Xiaobai Kai, Xiaocong, and strawberries, casually offering the strawberries to Tuanzi and Lon Lon, the latter being a red-billed blue magpie. Lu Xingchen had whimsically named her, and the bird did not mind. As long as there was food. Naturally, she kept a vigilant eye on her ranking. Suddenly, Wei Ying spoke in the assault team group. Xingchen, what is happening? You've dropped to 2nd place. Wei Ying anxiously continued. The previous 2nd place contender, Yilan Jiujin, has seen a surge in votes and has risen to 1st place. Xingchen, there are only 30 minutes left before voting ends. Wei Lin added, the increase in Yilan Jiujin's votes is abnormal. What has he done? Wei Ying echoed her concern. Yes, in just half an hour, his votes have increased significantly. Who knows what he has been up to? Lu Xingchen furrowed her brow, glancing at the competition page, where she discovered that Yilan Jiujin's votes had surged by 20,000 in a brief span, exceeding hers by over 10,000, now placing him in 1st position. What had transpired? She checked the time. Only half an hour remained. Currently, she stood in 2nd place, and the disparity in rewards between the 2nd and 1st positions was substantial. Moreover, there was still a task related to Wei Lu Yihua, the implications of which remained uncertain. Regardless, she had to secure 1st place. If necessary, she would have to reveal herself and seek assistance from District 33's inhabitants to vote for her. Nevertheless, she resolved to contemplate other strategies first. Lu Xingchen promptly opened the comment section of Yilan Jiujin's post. The earlier comments were all highly rated, clearly curated through manual filtering. She scrolled down several pages until she finally spotted a comment. Haha, our District 33 is in 1st place again. District 33? Yilan Jiujin is from District 33? He is in the same district as me? Impossible. There are only a few talents in District 33. Wei Lin, Wei Ying, Qin Xiaoro, Gao Dafu, and so on. But certainly none of them could be this person. She hurriedly flipped through a few more pages and came across another comment. Go for it. Lu Xingchen. Immediately, someone responded. What nonsense are you talking about? Delete that. Why does this person mention me in their comment? I have no connection to Yi Lanjiujin. Could it be? No, something is amiss. Lu Xingchen's expression shifted. She quickly inquired in the assault team group. Have you all heard any strange rumors recently? Weilin asked. What do you mean? Wei Ying responded, I've been focused on the competition rankings and haven't noticed anything else. Zhongchang added. I feel like our district chat is a bit off. It seems like they are secretly up to something. Lu Xingchen furrowed her brow. Qin Xiaoro, being well-connected and knowledgeable, should have information. She promptly asked Qin Xiaoro, earlier you. Qin Xiaoro interrupted her, sounding pleased and smug. Xingchen, I also voted for you. Not only did I vote for myself, but I also rallied all my friends and family to vote for you. Hee, you're in first place now, aren't you happy? You voted for me? Lu Xingchen was taken aback. You know my work? Qin Xiaoro chuckled. Sure, I know. Isn't your work Yi Lanjiujin? Xingchen, you not only have a bed, but also a sofa now. Impressive. Lu Xingchen's expression darkened. Yi Lanjiujin is not my work, Xiaoro. You must immediately ask your friends to retract their votes. But I'm not the only one who voted. Many from District 33 probably did too. Lu Xingchen pressed. What is going on? Qin Xiaoro grew flustered. About an hour and a half ago, everyone in District 33 was privately messaging, saying your work was Yi Lanjiujin. Some said they would secretly help you, hoping everyone would vote, but they insisted on keeping it confidential, so it spread rapidly. Qin Xiaoro added in frustration. Xingchen, Yi Lanjiujin has a bed just like yours. I thought he was you. Lu Xingchen understood at last. So that was how the votes for Yi Lanjiujin had accumulated? How shameless. She developed a suspicion in her heart, but felt it was impossible. District 33 and District 34 could not communicate, and even in the comments of the competition, individuals could not display their real names. They were required to use pseudonyms. What on earth was happening? Nevertheless, these questions were not the priority. What mattered was that she needed to clarify the rumors quickly. Lu Xingchen hurriedly explained the situation in the assault team group chat, then stated in the district chat, I heard everyone is voting for Yi Lanjiujin. I want to clarify that this is not my work, so please retract your votes. She sent the message 3 times in succession. In the district chat, many were left bewildered. Lu Xingchen, that's not your work? So I voted for nothing. Who is spreading such unfounded rumors, claiming that the work of XNGCHN, YLNGJN, has reached second place? I hope everyone can lend a hand and elevate it to first. Indeed, they even mentioned keeping it a secret. Otherwise, XNGCHN would be displeased. I thought to myself, finally, I can assist LXNGCHN, so I quickly cast my vote. Naturally, some remain obstinate. LXNGCHN, there's no need for modesty. It's merely a vote. What is wrong with rallying support in our 33rd district? Yes, no need to be shy. It's just a small effort. GODF promptly stated that LXNGCHN had solemnly denied the rumors 3 times, urging everyone to withdraw their votes and not to hinder the effort. Hurry, withdraw your votes first. GODF, knowing a bit more, had his suspicions and quickly retracted his vote. However, withdrawing was not an option. He could only change his vote to someone ranked 100 places lower. The people were furious. Who is this, so unscrupulous? Such deceit in soliciting votes. Where did this rumor originate, claiming that XNGCHN wanted everyone to vote secretly? It sounds utterly implausible. The one spreading the rumors must certainly have ties to YLNGJN, shamelessly exploiting us. It is indeed YLNGJN that is using us. This individual is likely not from the 33rd district. Let us change our votes quickly. Since the votes cannot be withdrawn, whom shall we vote for instead? Vote for second place? GODF enthusiastically responded. Yes, of course. Let South vote for second place and push that despicable YLNGJN down. Chapter 72. The Wei families passed, ZHNUN in a panic. Upon seeing everyone preparing to rescind their votes, GNWNM grew anxious. Everyone, don't panic. After all, LXNGCHN hasn't revealed what her work is. YLNGJN is quite good as well. Why change your votes? It's such a hassle. GNWNL added. Indeed, LXNGCHN, why are you so petty? You haven't disclosed your work. So what is wrong with others voting for YLNGJN? WIYing interjected. GNWNMing, GNWNL. Why are you siding with YLNGJN? Do you have some connection with him? GNWNMing immediately denied. How would I know him? He isn't from our district. WILN pressed. How do you know he is not from our district? Have you been in contact with him? GNWNMing panicked. Nonsense. I just think LXNGCHN is too petty. Others should be free to vote for whomever they wish. LXNGCHN coldly remarked. If they can vote for whoever they like, then they shouldn't exploit me. Seeing that LXNGCHN was indeed angry, The people of the 33rd District believed that YLNGJN was certainly not LXNGCHN, and thus, a multitude rushed to change their votes. LXNGCHN was now just over 10,000 votes behind ZHNUN, and within a quarter of an hour, LXNGCHN reclaimed the first position, while ZHNUNS YLNGJN fell to second. ZHNUN had been closely monitoring his ranking. Originally, with half an hour left before the voting ended and leading LXNGCHN by over 10,000 votes, he felt at ease. ZHNUN, brimming with pride, privately messaged WITing, "Did you see? I'm first. Haha, I can be first without your help." WITing frowned. "What have you done?" Feeling that the situation was settled, ZHNUN became more audacious. What have I done? Naturally, I've leveraged my position." WITing's expression turned cold, and she mocked. "Indeed, since you have nothing to your name, you can only shamelessly borrow from others' strengths. I wonder if your parents' spirits would find solace in seeing you like this, considering they passed away long ago. It has become an advantage for you." ZHNUN was enraged. WITing, "One should not speak ill of the dead. Your words should not stir any guilt within me, but rather incite my fury. It seems you care nothing for your family's well-being." WITing gazed at ZHNUN, who was firmly in first place, feeling utterly lost. Is it truly going to be ZHNU North in first place? The heavens are unjust. ZHNUN lost his parents at a young age and has lived alone since he was 7 or 8, experiencing the harshness of life. WITing's father was a classmate and friend of ZHNUN's parents when ZHNUN was around 17 or 18. WITing's parents finally sought him out. Upon seeing the plight of their late friend's son, they felt a deep sense of guilt for taking so long to find him. When they located ZHNUN, he had just gotten into trouble, suffering from severe injuries and near starvation, barely clinging to life. To make amends, they helped resolve his issues, took him into their home, nursed him back to health, and subsequently employed him in their company, focusing on his development. ZHNUN was too old to attend school, but he self-studied extensively, earning increasing respect from WITing's parents. Despite their appreciation, WITing's parents had warned her that ZHNUN was cunning, excessively ruthless, and lacked kindness, advising against forming a close relationship. While it was acceptable to offer minimal assistance to the son of an old friend, anything beyond that was inadvisable. After discerning ZHNUN's true nature, WITing's parents continued to offer support but gradually distanced him, asking him to move out. ZHNUN noticed this and began visiting frequently, and over time, WITing's parents felt guilty and allowed him to come over occasionally. Sometimes, during family gatherings, ZHNUN would coincidentally attend, as he possessed strong social skills and secretly befriended many of the younger members of the WI family. During the recent survival challenge at sea, ZHNUN, WITing, and her two cousins, WIFing and WIQing, found themselves in the 34th District. Upon arrival, ZHNUN revealed his extraordinary abilities and sought to ally with the WI siblings. WITing, aware of his true nature, immediately refused. Unfortunately, her two cousins did not heed her warnings and were deceived by him, gathering resources and fighting on his behalf, only to suffer grievously. With one severely injured and the other crippled, now relying on WITing's support. Ironically, in the recent survival test, ZHNUN aided many from the 34th District through their trials, thereby gaining considerable popularity, with many viewing him as a benefactor. Meanwhile, WIFing and WIQing became mere stepping stones, one injured and the other disabled, suffering tremendously. WITing had long harbored a deep hatred for ZHNUN, wishing nothing more than to eliminate this ruthless and fickle individual. Thus, she exerted great effort to rally votes for LXNGCHN, hoping to see ZHNUN toppled. However, it now appeared that her efforts had failed. WITing wore a dejected expression, silently lost in thought. ZHNUN, having boasted for quite some time, suddenly paused. While WITing was puzzled, her cousin WIFing exclaimed, "Sister, look, WILY who has regained the first position." WITing hurriedly checked, and indeed, WILY who had surged back to the top. Upon closer examination, it became evident that the votes for YLNGJN had significantly decreased. What on earth is happening? ZHNUN was equally perplexed, regrettably. He could not reach GWNMing in the 33rd District and could only open the comment section for his work. There were comments filled with outrage. What shameless creature dares to impersonate our district's LXNGCHN? Paval person, how dare you deceive me into voting? Just wait. Brothers, he is now in second place. Let us quickly change our votes to third place and push him down. Yes, push him down. Let him reap what he sows. We can only change our votes anyway, so let us send him tumbling. Haha, he is now in third place. Let us continue voting for fourth place. Yes, yes. Don't waste votes. Let us control the votes. Zhengyun's expression shifted drastically. He hurriedly checked, and within mere minutes, his YLNGJN had plummeted to fourth place. This is unacceptable. He was frantic. Since he could not reach Jingwnming from the 33rd district, he had no choice but to seek assistance from players in the 34th district. He quickly typed in the regional chat, "Is there anyone who hasn't voted yet? Please cast your vote for YLNGJN, and there will be generous rewards afterward." WIFing responded, "What kind of reward? Are you going to cripple someone?" WITing added, "Everyone, please help me vote for the first place WILY who. It's a friend's work. I beg you." In the 34th district, WITing and ZHNUN held similar levels of esteem, and as both sought votes, many were left in a quandary. Whom should we vote for? Honestly, I'm grateful to both of them. Yes, they are at odds. And then there's SWIFing, who always claims that ZHNUN harmed him. However, ZHNUN is truly a good person. There's no other choice but to vote for who I like. I still prefer WILY who. Yes, me too. The atmosphere of WILY who is truly delightful. Agreement has been reached. It is best to vote for what one favors. I too cherish Wei Lu Yihua. Wei Ting, who is your friend? Perhaps they could assist us with introductions later. Zheng Yuan, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Wei Lu Yihua is already in first place. There is no need for further voting. My work, Yilan Jiujin, is in a precarious fifth place, and I urgently require everyone's support." Wei Ting added, "I hope everyone will vote for Wei Lu Yihua. It is still not secure enough." "Thank you all." Zheng Yuan, now incensed, retorted, "Wei Ting, are you doing this on purpose?" In Chapter 73, Achieving First Place, Wei Ting acknowledges Qin. Wei Ting replied sharply, "You are truly perplexing. What is wrong with me soliciting votes for my friend?" Suppressing his anger, Zheng Yuan addressed the group. "I am soliciting votes for myself, while Wei Ting is doing so for her friend. Surely, everyone can discern which relationship is closer?" Wei Ting promptly interjected, "But Wei Lu Yihua is also my sister's work. I implore everyone." She spoke without realizing that Wei Lu Yihua also featured Wei Lin and Wei Ying. Zheng Yuan glanced at the time. Only 12 minutes remained until voting concluded. Yet his work languished in sixth place. The distinction between sixth and fifth place, although seemingly slight, represented a significant difference in rewards. He was losing precious ground. Anxiety creased his features as he fervently solicited votes within the chat. Unfortunately, those inclined to support him had already voted, while those who appreciated Wei Lu Yihua were disinclined to change their votes, and Wei Ting's supporters ignored him entirely. In desperation, Zheng Yuan proclaimed, "Please vote for me. After voting, you may claim 5 wooden tokens. Is that true? Will you provide them immediately upon changing votes?" Someone inquired eagerly. Zheng Yuan assured them, "Indeed, after changing your vote. Show me a screenshot, and I will promptly give you 5 wooden tokens." The prospect of acquiring 5 tokens for merely casting a vote enticed many, leading to a flurry of vote changes directed towards Zheng Yuan, who distributed tokens accordingly. 2 minutes later, Zheng Yuan ascended back to 5th place. After a sigh of relief, he fixated his gaze on the coveted first position, which had always been his aspiration. The reward for first place was 5 premium plots of land, which could accelerate plant growth tenfold, while the 2nd through 5th places received 2 advanced plots, enhancing growth by 4 times. In stark contrast, 6th to 10th places were awarded 1 intermediate plot, offering only a 2-fold growth increase. The disparity in rewards between first place and the others was monumental. He simply had to secure those 5 premium plots of land. With determination, Zheng Yuan declared, "I urge everyone to continue voting for me. After voting, present a screenshot, and I shall grant you 10 wooden tokens." Wei Ting remarked with skepticism, "Zheng Yuan, where do you possess such an abundance of wooden tokens?" Discontent murmurs arose. "Indeed. You just promised 5 tokens for a vote change. How can you raise the price so soon? Besides, you have yet to deliver on the initial 5. "Yes, I have not received my tokens either." Zheng Yuan, if you claim to offer 10 tokens for a vote change, what about those of us who voted for you earlier? Do we simply receive nothing? A chorus of discontent echoed, with some threatening to retract their votes. Although many who had benefited from Zheng Yuan felt hesitant to voice their displeasure, a few quietly rescinded their support. Why should some earn 10 tokens while others received only 5? They had consistently supported him, yet now found themselves empty-handed. If Zheng Yuan sought to purchase votes, he would have to do so one by one. In his haste, Zheng Yuan made a grave error, watching helplessly as his votes plummeted. In no time, he found himself in 10th place. What had transpired? After pondering, He realized the gravity of his misstep. The 11th place contender was already striving to surpass him. Their goal was to claim the 10th spot. Seeing this, they hastily began soliciting votes in their own region. Wei Ting, witnessing this unfold, couldn't help but laugh heartily. She relished the sight of Zhang Yuan being pushed from 1st to 10th place, unable to even secure the ladder. Suddenly, Wei Feng messaged her privately. Sister, which of our family's sisters authored Wei Lu Yihua? Wei Ting chuckled. I was merely deceiving them. I do not know the author of Wei Lu Yihua. Wei Feng hesitated before suggesting. Does Wei Ying have a scar on her index finger? I closely examined Wei Lu Yihua and noticed a hand that strongly resembles hers. What? Wei Ting's expression shifted. She quickly opened Wei Lu Yihua and scrutinized the first image. By the hearth, a white ceramic teacup was accompanied by a hand that clearly belonged to a girl. However, it appeared somewhat rough, particularly the index finger, which bore a small scar. This scar was subtle, easily overlooked by most, which is why Wei Ting had not noticed it initially. The more she examined that hand, the more it resembled Wei Ying's. In today's world, most girls possessed delicate fingers, their skin refined. Yet, the members of the Wei family, due to their martial pursuits, often had rough hands, even among the females. Could this image truly be connected to Wei Ying? A surge of excitement coursed through Wei Ting as she perused the comments section, casually scanning through the messages, when suddenly, a few newly posted comments captured her attention. Double Blade Heroine. Wei Lu Yihua is unequivocally the finest work in this competition. I stand by my words and will not entertain dissent. Huh? Double Blade Heroine. You shameless individual. Unable to even maintain 2nd place. Haha. A jolt ran through Wei Ting. Double Blade Heroine was previously Wei Ying's online alias, and the tone matched her perfectly. Surprised at encountering a member of the Wei family so soon, Wei Ting felt a thrill of excitement and tentatively replied. Yet, she soon discovered she could not input Wei Ying's true name. Of course, it seemed the comments section prohibited the use of real names. Wei Ting rephrased her message. Ying, is that you? This is Ting Ting. Double Blade Heroine quickly responded. Ah, Ting Ting, it is I. Which district are you in? I am in District 33. Wei Ting rejoiced. Indeed, it was Wei Ying. She swiftly replied. I am in District 34. Ying, are there any other members of the Wei family in your District 33? I am with Feng and Qing. Double Blade Heroine. In District 33. It is only I and Lin. The two engaged in a lively exchange within the comments section. As Wei Lu Yihua maintained its first position, the comments section burgeoned with activity, swiftly pushing their conversation down, allowing them to chat in relative secrecy. Lu Xingchen observed her work, Wei Lu Yihua, solidifying its position, and finally relaxed. With just 5 minutes remaining, Yilan Jiujin had been relegated to 11th place, and Lu Xingchen no longer paid it any mind. She remained focused on the ranking of Wei Lu Yihua while simultaneously engaging with her team in the chat. Do you know where the rumor originated that Yilan Jiujin is my work? Zhong Chang replied. It is difficult to trace the source, but the Jiang brothers have always been a bit peculiar. It might be related to them. Lu Xingchen mused. I suspect so too. If you have time, please investigate and see if they are involved. Zhong Chang affirmed. No problem. After conversing for a while, Lu Xingchen noticed that Wei Lin and Wei Ying, typically the most vocal, had been uncharacteristically silent, just as she was about to inquire. The announcement for the conclusion of the Quality of Life competition was made. Game announcement. The inaugural Quality of Life competition in District 3140 has concluded successfully, with the following works receiving awards. 1st place, Wei Lu Yihua, awarded 5 premium plots of land. 2nd place, 3rd place to 5th place, awarded 2 advanced plots of land. 6th place to 10th place, awarded 1 intermediate plot of land. Please note that rewards will be distributed subsequently. Wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. In Chapter 74, Reward Distribution. Zheng Yuan's defeat. The announcement sparked lively discussions across districts, particularly in the chat of District 33. This time, the distribution is balanced. In the top 10, almost every district, including 31, 32, and 35, has representation, but our District 33 has none. In the 33rd, 34th, and 39th districts, no one has entered the top 10. However, the 1st, 4th, and 10th places are all anonymous, concealing their server and names. Perhaps these individuals hail from one of those 3 districts? What about Lu Xingchen? Did she participate? If she did, it is inconceivable that she would not rank in the top 10. Indeed, I have perused the works of the top 10, apart from the 1st place. Wei Lu Night Talk. None can compare to Lu Xingchen's creation. Her platter of skewers surpasses that of the others. I envy the author of Wei Lu Night Talk, who has won 5 premium plots of land. How splendid. My expectations are modest. I would be content with just 1 plot to cultivate wild vegetables. I could lower my demands further and settle for an ordinary plot. After all, I have been subsisting on bread and steamed buns to the point of nausea. If I could just have some leafy greens, I would relish them. Alas, which district does the first place winner belong to? How can life be so favorable? Lu Xingchen switched off the chat screen, concealing her accomplishments and identity. By remaining discreet, she ensured her rewards were secure, adhering to the survival system's counsel to maintain a low profile. Surprisingly, there was no discussion of the rankings in the chat of the 34th district. Everyone tacitly engaged in trivial conversations. Nevertheless, Wei Ting would not let this opportunity slip away. I am grateful to all who voted. My sister's work has secured first place. Thank you. This time, her confidence was palpable. After all, it was indeed her sister's entry. Responses flooded in. Ting Jia. This is only right. Your sister is remarkable, haha. Ting Jia, as part of the Wei family, was renowned. Congratulations poured in for her. Yet, there were those who were at odds with Zheng Yuan, who began to mock. Oh, how did Zheng Yuan's Yi Lan Jiujin fall to 11th place? What a pity. 11th place yields no reward at all. Indeed, was he not the first place winner? How could he drop to 11th in just a couple of hours? Haha, didn't T Zheng Yuan buy votes with wood? 5 pieces of wood per vote, 10 pieces of wood per vote. He must have lost his pants over this. Zheng Yuan, give me 10 pieces of wood. You promised to vote with wood, don't ignore me. Zheng Yuan, you also owe me 5 pieces of wood. When will you repay me? Zheng Yuan's face twisted in anger, just minutes away from securing his position. He had plummeted from 10th to 11th place without any time to react. During those 5 or 6 minutes, he had been preoccupied with purchasing votes. A multitude of those who had previously voted were now subtly demanding wood from him. He calculated that there must be a couple of thousand people seeking his assistance. If everyone requested 10 pieces of wood, that would amount to a staggering 1 or 2 tens of thousands of wood. Where could he possibly procure such a quantity? In those final minutes, had he been clouded by foolishness? In his impatience, he resorted to purchasing votes, ultimately squandering all his prior efforts. He hadn't even managed to secure 10th place. This was truly a futile endeavor. No, it was worse than that. Not only had he failed to gather water in his bamboo basket, but he had also lost the basket itself. Staring at the barrage of messages in his private chat, all asking him for wood, Zheng Yuan felt utterly overwhelmed, contemplating despair. Wei Ting, on the other hand, was in high spirits. In truth, there was another reason for her joy. She had established contact with Wei Ying. Although time was tight, and they exchanged only 3 minutes of conversation in the comments section, she was still able to grasp the situation on Wei Ying's side. Wei Ying was well, as was Wei Lin, and they had an exceptionally talented friend. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen yawned and prepared for sleep. Your work, Wei Lu Night Talk, has won first place in the 4th district of the Quality of Life competition. The rewards have been issued. Please check. You have received 5 premium plots of land. Please check your storage backpack. With the rewards granted, Lu Xingchen opened her storage backpack and indeed found 5 premium plots of land. Ding. Wei Lu Night Talk task completed. You have received 2 rare quality plots of land, which have been placed in your storage backpack. Please check. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. After winning the competition, the task for Wei Lu Night Talk was also fulfilled. The 2 rare quality plots of land were what she valued most. Suddenly, she felt wide awake and placed the 2 rare quality plots next to the existing land. Rare quality land could enhance plant growth speed by 20 times. Wasting a night equated to squandering 10 days, and Lu Xingchen was not one to be wasteful. She contemplated for a moment, then took out peanuts and sunflower seeds, planting peanuts in one plot and sunflower seeds in another. Peanuts, an annual herbaceous plant. Seeds can be pressed for oil or consumed as snacks. Growth period, 120 days. After growth speed enhancement, 6 days. Sunflower, seeds can be pressed for oil or consumed as snacks. Growth period, 120 days. After growth speed enhancement, 6 days. Quite remarkable. What would ordinarily take 4 months to mature could now be ready in just 6 days. Soon, she would have various flavors of sunflower seeds and peanuts to enjoy. Most importantly, she could extract oil, sunflower oil, and peanut oil. Edible oil was especially precious, not something to rely solely on opening boxes for. Once she could extract oil, she wouldn't have to worry about running out. With plenty of oil, she could fry dough sticks, meatballs, lotus paste, chicken nuggets, and so on. Delicious. As Lu Xingchen salivated, she planted sunflower seeds and peanuts. It was only afterward that she remembered the competition reward, 5 premium plots of land. However, she felt indifferent towards the premium land, as her Tao Yuan Shengjing land could already enhance plant growth speed by 4 times. Moreover, she still had 3 rare quality plots. After some thought, Lu Xingchen decided to give 1 premium plot each to Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and Zhong Chong, keeping 2 for herself. After all, the 4 of them had participated in the competition, and the success of Wei Lu Night Talk was due to their collective efforts. They had contributed many ingredients and ideas, so it was only right to express her gratitude. The 3 of them, still awake, were thrilled upon receiving the land. Wei Ying, wow, haha, I finally have land. I can enhance growth speed by 10 times. I'm so happy. What should I plant? Wei Lin, how about some vegetables and fruits? Lu Xingchen, I have seeds for peanuts, sunflower seeds, strawberries, watermelons, scallions, and bok choy. Feel free to ask if you need any. In a day or two, I will also have potatoes and sweet potatoes. Wei Lin was elated. Then I will wait to plant. I want to grow some potatoes. Zhongchang, I will also plant potatoes. Wei Ying, I would like some strawberry seeds. The group buzzed with excitement, chatting animatedly for half the night, and only retired to bed around 1 o'clock. The next day, on the 9th day of the survival calendar, Lu Xingchen awoke. Tomorrow, the island hunt would commence. Today, she must prepare thoroughly. Chapter 75, Crafting Leather Armor and Preparing Supplies. Lu Xingchen first entered the Tao Yuan Sheng Jing. Today, Tao Yuan Sheng Jing is blessed with auspicious fortune. Today was looking promising. It seemed she would find good treasures in the boxes. Lu Xingchen beamed with joy, but for now, she had no time to open boxes. She needed to harvest potatoes first. The potatoes planted in the rare land were ready today, while the sweet potatoes would take 2 more days. She dug up the potatoes one by one. Previously, she had planted 6 potato plants, each yielding around 11 or 12 potatoes, totaling over 60 potatoes. They would last her quite a while. She shared some with Wei Lin and Zhong Chong, planted many in the Tao Yuan, and was left with only 30 or so potatoes. After placing the potatoes in her storage box, Lu Xingchen boiled 2 eggs for breakfast. It was difficult to motivate oneself to eat alone. How wonderful it would be if her grandparents were around. They never hesitated to prepare a variety of delicious meals for her, even simmering a pot of soup for hours. Lu Xingchen sighed and began to prepare for the supplies needed for tomorrow's island hunt. The first category encompasses tools. An iron axe, an iron shovel, an iron pickaxe, and a lighter are essential to carry, along with several traps. The second category consists of weaponry, a soft whip, a bow and arrow, a dagger, and a spear. The third category pertains to food and water. LXNGCHN has brought whole grain bread and 10 bottles of mineral water, and after some contemplation, she also decided to take several mysterious peaches. The fourth category consists of medicinal supplies. At present, she can only concoct healing ointment and rejuvenation pills. The rejuvenation pill requires only 1 piece of CHJNFLing, of which she happens to have one. LXNGCHN promptly proceeded to the pharmacy station, intending to create a rejuvenation pill. Rejuvenation pill, capable of reviving the deceased, though that may be an exaggeration. However, it can heal grievous wounds and restore vitality. Required materials, CHJNFLing 1. Do you wish to create it? Yes. Creation successful. Obtained 1 rejuvenation pill, now in storage backpack. It turns out that 1 piece of CHJNFLing can only yield 1 rejuvenation pill. LXNGCHN felt disheartened, as this single piece of CHJNFLing was acquired after tremendous effort, having slain a black-scaled snake for it. And it was indeed the only one she possessed. This rejuvenation pill is exceedingly precious. LXNGCHN plans to take it to the deserted island for hunting the next day, as it could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. She still needs to prepare healing ointment. Currently, she has over 10 pieces of FLing grass and several ZLN roots. But she is lacking SM fruit, which means she will have to find someone to trade for it. LXNGCHN announced in the regional chat, seeking SM fruit. Please contact me if you have any. WILN privately messaged her. LXNGCHN, do you need to make healing ointment? If you can create some, could you sell me too? LXNGCHN replied without hesitation. You still owe me a weapon blueprint. What will you use to pay? The chat channel buzzed with excitement, as most were eager for healing ointment, yet none had SM fruit. LXNGCHN scrolled through new messages for quite some time without finding anything useful. Suddenly, WNMILing sent a message. XNGCHN, do you need SM fruit? I have 2 and will give them to you. But could you please send me 2 healing ointments once you make them? LXNGCHN readily agreed, as 2 SM fruits could yield 6 healing ointments. Curiously, she inquired, how did you obtain the SM fruit? WNMILing replied, I just encountered a small island, and upon arrival, I spotted a small plant growing in the crevice of some rocks, which turned out to be SM fruit. Is there only one plant? LXNGCHN quickly asked, did it only bear 2 SM fruits? WNMILing confirmed, yes, the rest are gone. This SM fruit plant is only about a foot tall and wouldn't bear many fruits. LXNGCHN felt a spark of inspiration. MILing. Could you dig up that SM fruit plant and trade it directly to me? WNMILing. I will give it a try. Shortly after, LXNGCHN received a trade notification revealing a foot-tall plant and 2 round fruits resembling longan. She accepted the trade. SM fruit, a type of herb, can be used to make healing ointment, growth period, 1 year. Lu Xingchen examined it and transplanted the SM fruit into the rare soil on her ship. Following that, she proceeded to create healing ointment. Healing ointment, a miraculous healing product that is effective on wounds of any size. Required materials: healing ointment blueprint, unlocked, FL in grass 1, SM fruit 1, ZL in root 1. Do you wish to create it? Yes. Creation successful, obtained 3 healing ointments, now in storage backpack. Lu Xingchen crafted 2 batches in succession, yielding 6 healing ointments. She gave WNMIL in 2 healing ointments and reminded her to share any suitable herbs she might find. WNMIL had some knowledge of herbal medicine. Otherwise, she would not have recognized SM fruit, as most people would likely mistake it for ordinary weeds. Thus, Lu Xingchen completed her preparations for the 4th category of supplies, for healing ointments and 1 rejuvenation pill. During her time on the island, she had slain a black-scaled snake and obtained both black-scaled snake skin and the blueprint for black-scaled armor, but she had not found the time to craft it until now. As she needed to prepare her equipment for hunting, she arrived at the crafting station. Black-scaled armor, a type of ordinary defensive gear, capable of defending against physical attacks and increasing agility by 3 points. Required materials: black-scaled snake skin 1. Do you wish to create it? Yes. Creation successful. Obtained black-scaled armor, now in storage backpack. Lu Xingchen immediately retrieved the black-scaled armor from her backpack. The armor only covered her upper body, extending just below her backside, resembling a long vest. It felt soft and thin to the touch. Lu Xingchen donned the black-scaled armor and discovered it fit perfectly. Neither too tight nor too loose, allowing for easy movement, likely due to the 3-point agility increase. It was indeed a commendable piece of armor. Satisfied, she removed it, deciding to wear it again before departing the next day. Thus, she had adequately prepared several categories of supplies, occupying 13 slots in her storage backpack, leaving 12 slots available. Those who had visited the small island knew that this amount of space was far from sufficient. At this moment, within the assault team chat group, WILN, WIYing, and others were engaging in an animated discussion. WILN, I bought 2 space stones and expanded my storage backpack to 20 slots. You should all hurry to expand your space as well, or it won't be enough for tomorrow. WIYing, but we need the backpack blueprint. WILN, just look at the regional chat. Many people have open storage backpack blueprints and space stones today. WIYing, that's outrageous. Only 5 or 6 people are shouting about it. Jing WNM got a blueprint for an expanded backpack and spammed the chat for an hour. So today, one could obtain an expanded backpack blueprint from boxes? Lu Xingchen recalled her stroke of luck and promptly went in search of boxes. Now, after a busy half-day, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and she had opened 7 or 8 boxes. Lu Xingchen approached and began to open them one by one. Opening wooden box. Today's luck amplified. Obtained 10 wood, 10 iron nails. Opening wooden box. Today's luck amplified. Obtained 10 whole grain bread. 2 bottles of mineral water. Opening wooden box. Today's luck amplified. Obtained 10 wood, 10 iron nails. Opening wooden box. Today's luck amplified. Obtained 10 whole grain bread, 2 bottles of mineral water. Lu Xingchen shook her hand. Where was her luck? Was this all? Should she stop? In truth, her expectations were perhaps too high. Although she had only received common items like wood and iron nails today, the quantity was indeed several times more than before. Lu Xingchen refused to succumb to superstition and opened 4 more boxes in quick succession, only to find even less. She began to doubt the efficacy of her so-called luck. There remained 1 final box. Opening wooden box. Today's luck amplified. Obtained storage backpack expansion blueprint, 10 slots. 2 space stones. Chapter 76. The Arrogant Ji-ing Brothers. Location card. Lu Xingchen sighed in relief. She had finally obtained a storage backpack expansion blueprint. It seemed that her luck was indeed potent, as only a handful of individuals had received this blueprint today, and she was among them. Not only did she receive a blueprint, but 2 space stones as well. Truly perfect. She opened the blueprint. Storage backpack expansion blueprint. 10 slots can expand storage backpack by 10 slots. Required materials: 2 flower cloth, 2 space stones. Do you wish to create it? Yes. Creation successful. The storage backpack has been expanded to 35 slots. With the last task completed, Lu Xingchen added several coils of rope and 2 baskets of strawberries to her backpack. With her preparations complete, she was ready for the hunt the following day. During the remaining time, Lu Xingchen practiced with her soft whip and bow and arrow. In the evening, she prepared a lavish dinner and enjoyed a delightful meal. Suddenly, the chat group of the assault team surged with activity, and LXNGCH and opened it casually. WIYing. XNGCHN, trouble has arisen. You have caught the attention of Jing WNM and his brother. WILN. XNGCHN. When you arrive at the deserted island tomorrow, quickly inform us of your coordinates so we can find you. ZH Ing Chi Ying, yes. What has happened? Lu Xingchen peculiarly activated the regional chat, and Jiang Wenming was spamming the screen. Jiang Wenming. Lu Xingchen, today you must apologize to me and beg for my forgiveness. I will grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, haha. Jiang Wenli. Kneeling in apology is insufficient. You must also deliver all the supplies from the ship, humph. Jiang Wenming. Lu Xingchen, speak up. Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Jiang Wenli. She must be terrified, humph. As a girl, why not find a man to support you instead of being so competitive? Now you're scared, aren't you? Too late. Unable to contain herself, Lu Xingchen retorted. Are you both insane? Did you let the patients from the mental hospital out for this survival game? Wei Ying. Well, the game states that even those aged 1850 have arrived. Who cares if they are mad or not? Wei Ling. Once I have developed well, I will definitely build a mental hospital to capture these escaped patients, so they won't disturb ordinary people in the chat channel. Zhongchang, support. Gao Dafu, really? Wei Ling, hurry up. These two lunatics are driving everyone nuts. The Jiang brothers loved spamming, and many were annoyed by them, leading to a chorus of support for Wei Ling. Wei Ling, hurry up. I'll back you with materials. Xingchen, can we eliminate these two lunatics this time? Yes. Get rid of them. Their constant spamming is unbearable. Jiang Wenming was furious. He couldn't understand why. As soon as Lu Xingchen appeared, a multitude supported her. Despite his strength, why didn't they try to curry favor with him? With a cold sneer, Jiang Wenming declared, Lu Xingchen, don't get too arrogant. As soon as we enter the deserted island tomorrow, I will find you. Then we shall see how boastful you are. Jiang Wenli, exactly, you are doomed. Why had the Jiang brothers suddenly become so arrogant? Lu Xingchen keenly sensed something and deliberately stated, you want to find me? No way. As long as I wish to hide, no one will find me. You two should give up. Jiang Wenli couldn't help but say, you can't escape. My brother found a positioning card in a chest. He can pinpoint your location instantly. Lu Xingchen, oh. Jiang Wenming was infuriated, fool. With Jiang Wenli's revelation, Jiang Wenming dropped the pretense and growled, Lu Xingchen, see you tomorrow. Lu Xingchen lazily replied, yes, I hope you arrive quickly. Don't keep me waiting too long. In the assault team chat, Wei Ling and Wei Ying were genuinely anxious. Wei Ling, Gao Dafu guessed it just now and asked me to remind you. Indeed, Xingchen. We must meet immediately upon entering the deserted island. Wei Ying, sigh. I wonder how large the deserted island is and where we will be teleported. Hopefully. It's not too far. Lu Xingchen reassured them. It's all right. I can handle it. They may not even be together. Wei Ying hesitated. Xingchen, there's a murderer in Jiang Wenming's team who killed 8 people and was sentenced to death. But before execution, he joined the survival game. He is quite formidable. Wei Ling was also deeply worried. Though the Jiang brothers are foolish, they possess considerable martial prowess, and it seems they have gathering cards as well. Wei Ying was nearly in tears. What? How many gathering cards do they have? Wei Ling sighed. It should be more than one. And there are at least 5 people in the Jiang brothers team, possibly more. Xingchen, it's very dangerous. Wei Ying was on the verge of tears. What now? What should we do? To Wei Ling, Wei Ying, and Zhongchang, any one of those 3 was an opponent Lu Xingchen could not contend with. Moreover, they were not just 3, they had gathering cards. The Jiang brothers were vicious and unprincipled, and most of their chosen teammates were similarly inclined. With so many villains gathered, Lu Xingchen faced grave peril. Wei Ling, Wei Ying, and Zhongchang were exceedingly worried, engaging in various analyses in the group. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen was preparing the supplies she would need for tomorrow. With the difficulty heightened and the Jiang brothers capable of pinpointing her location, she needed to gather more resources. She prepared additional spike traps and coated her arrows with the juice of the poisonous plant. Tomorrow would be a fierce battle. However, Wei Ling and Wei Ying's concerns were perhaps excessive. She had consumed 3 peaches and her attributes were quite satisfactory, coupled with traps, daggers, black-scaled leather armor, and potions. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Xingchen had everything ready and opened several chests she had acquired in the afternoon. This time, luck was average. None of the chests yielded any surprises. By 9 o'clock, after washing up, Lu Xingchen lay down in bed. A peaceful night as sleep followed. At 8 in the morning, Lu Xingchen awoke and prepared herself a hearty breakfast of meat-stuffed buns and rice porridge. Not only did she fill her own stomach, but she also packed a few in her storage backpack to take to the deserted island as lunch. With several meat-stuffed buns left, she generously gave them to Wei Ying and Wei Ling. Upon opening the assault team chat, She found that Wei Ling and Wei Ying had been chatting extensively. Filled with concern for her, Lu Xingchen sent them the meat-stuffed buns and inquired, "Have you prepared your supplies and weapons?" Wei Ying replied, "Xingchen, we heard from Gao Dafu that Jiang Wanming and his team possess 2 gathering orders, so they will likely gather 3 people to find you. They are all armed. But aside from Jiang Wanming's weapon being of excellent quality, the others are ordinary. Wei Ling, Jiang Wanming, and Jiang Wenli excel with blunt weapons. And the murderer's weapon seems quite heavy, though we haven't clarified that yet. Wei Ying, we have seen the Jiang brothers. My drawing skills are poor, but I managed to sketch a rough likeness of Jiang Wanming and Jiang Wenli. Xingchen, take a look at the sketches." Lu Xingchen opened them. The Jiang brothers bore a striking resemblance, though Jiang Wenming was leaner, with long, narrow eyes, disheveled eyebrows, and a mole the size of a fingertip above his upper lip. He was not handsome, having a sharp and angular face. Jiang Wenli was quite similar, but had a smaller mole and larger eyes, giving him a younger appearance. Despite Wei Ying's lack of artistic talent, the drawings were quite vivid, indicating she had put in considerable effort. Lu Xingchen felt a surge of gratitude and said, "All right. I've noted them down. Thank you, Wei Ying." With time nearing 9 o'clock, Lu Xingchen donned her black-scaled leather armor and double-checked her supplies. All was ready. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a wooden box at the edge of the raft, likely overlooked yesterday. Since she had the time, why not open it and see? Chapter 77, The Hunt on the Deserted Island, Encountering a Fierce Rival. Lu Xingchen opened the wooden box. Open wooden box, acquired positioning card 1, now in storage backpack. A positioning card? Wasn't he that what Jiang Wenming obtained yesterday? Lu Xingchen retrieved the positioning card from her storage backpack. Positioning card can determine a person's location. Usage count 55. Oh, it can be used 5 times? Lu Xingchen pondered briefly. If Jiang Wanming used it once to track her and she changed her location, he would have to relocate her. Repeating this several times would deplete his positioning card, wouldn't it? In truth, there were ways to deal with him. Currently, her trump cards were several. First, Jiang Wanming had a positioning card but was unaware that she now possessed one. Second, she knew the Jiang brothers' weapons while they were oblivious to hers and did not realize she could set traps. Third, she had already memorized the Jiang brothers' appearances. Thus, it seemed she held quite an advantage. Putting away the positioning card, Lu Xingchen ventured into the Peach Blossom Sanctuary, but unfortunately, today she received no luck boost. Just as she exited the sanctuary, the chat screen forcefully opened. Announcement: at 9 a.m., players from District 33 will be teleported to a vast deserted island. And the hunt officially begins. Everyone is both a hunter and prey. When the hunt concludes, player scores on the deserted island will be tallied, and the top 10 will receive generous rewards. There are 10 minutes of preparation time left. The countdown begins. The chat screen erupted with excitement. Some were panicking. Others were aggressive. Some remained silent, while a few were arrogantly boasting. It truly begins now. Each individual is both a predator and prey. Is this a tacit agreement for self-destruction? Indeed, the hunt on the deserted island targets players, not beasts. A sense of panic engulfs me. I have not wronged anyone. Have I? Please, do not seek me out. Foolish one, who cares about grievances? Killing you might just yield points. Jiang Wanming. Do not doubt it. Pillaging is the essence of the island hunt. Lu Xingchen, are you prepared? Jiang Wenli. Lu Xingchen, are you ready? Lu Xingchen, unwavering, retorts, come if you dare. The chat channel is in disarray, with some weeping, others wailing, and some boasting. Lu Xingchen reorganizes her supplies. Perhaps I have brought too many strawberries. Should I leave a basket behind? She hesitates momentarily with a basket of strawberries in hand. Strawberries, strawberries, little strawberries. Suddenly, a sweet voice, belonging to Lon Lon, flutters over. Wings flapping as it swoops down and snatches the basket. Hey, haven't you eaten enough? You glutton. Lu Xingchen grabs it by the neck. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The hunt begins. In an instant, Lu Xingchen feels a blur before her eyes, her body swaying, and she finds herself plummeting onto a patch of grass. The scene has changed. She stands on a verdant expanse, with a few sparse trees nearby and dense forests to the east and west. Is this the deserted island? Thankfully, there is an abundance of vegetation. She can gather supplies. Lu Xingchen stretches her limbs and takes a few steps westward. Strawberries, little strawberries. The sweet voice of Lon Lon echoes again. Looking down, she realizes she still clutches the basket while the red-billed blue magpie is tucked under her arm. I inadvertently brought it along. Lu Xingchen releases her grip, offering a strawberry to Lon Lon, while stowing the basket back into her pack. Greedy, greedy. Lon Lon gulps down the strawberry, screeching in discontent. Shoo. Lu Xingchen turns, tapping the magpie's beak. Speak again, and I shall leave you here. Greedy, greedy. Lon Lon screeches, spreading its wings and darting away. Lu Xingchen. Fine, I knew this creature was unreliable. The commotion in the squad chat is incessant. Wei Lin, Xingchen, what are your coordinates? Hurry. Wei Ying. Jiang Wenming has located Xingchen. They are very close. Zhongchang, Xingchen, check the area chat. Lu Xingchen casually reports her coordinates and opens the area chat, where Jiang Wenming is flooding the screen. Jiang Wenming. Haha, Lu Xingchen, I have found you. My heir, hurry over. You're only a few meters away. My heir, on my way. Jiang Wenli. Humph, my heir, you go first. I will arrive in half an hour. Jiang Wenming. Haha, truly heaven's assistance. Lu Xingchen. Await your fate. A chill runs down Lu Xingchen's spine. My heir is nearby, merely a few meters away. How can it be so close? She scans her surroundings. If my heir is indeed close, he must be either in the eastern forest or the western one. The north and south are vast plains, and if anyone were there, she would have noticed. If he is in the eastern forest, it is somewhat distant, but if he is in the western forest, too close. A sense of dread overwhelms Lu Xingchen as she turns towards the west. The wild grass at the forest's edge parts, and a figure bursts forth. It is a towering man, approximately 6 feet tall, robust, and muscular, wearing a short-sleeved shirt despite the chill. As he charges, the ground reverberates with his heavy footsteps. Truly a monster. Lu Xingchen deduces that this must be Ma Heir. Ma Heir spots Lu Xingchen instantly, laughing heartily. Found you. Haha, Jiang Wenming. Lu Xingchen is indeed only a few meters away. I have located her. With that, he charges forward like a cannonball, moving with astonishing speed. Lu Xingchen cautiously retreats, her right hand subtly gripping the soft whip on her wrist. She keeps her gaze fixed on Ma Heir. Ma Heir is unarmed, and it remains unclear what his weapon is. Rubbing his hands together, he laughs boisterously. A mere chick of a girl. I can handle this alone. Haha, Lu Xingchen. Your demise is imminent. He reaches out to seize Lu Xingchen. She swiftly dodges, and with a crack, the soft whip lashes out toward Ma Heir. Ma Heir's expression sharpens. He evades the whip effortlessly. Without uttering a word, Lu Xingchen continues to strike with the whip, the sounds of impact echoing as she relentlessly attacks Ma Heir. After dodging twice, Ma Heir suddenly lets out a grunt, and a massive iron hammer comes crashing toward Lu Xingchen. Here it comes. This must be his weapon. Lu Xingchen quickly twists her body, retreating several paces. The hammer smashes into the stone beside her, shards flying and igniting sparks. Lu Xingchen winces as a fragment grazes her wrist, blood dripping down. Ma Heir notices and laughs heartily. What's wrong? Can't withstand a single hit? Buzz. The hammer soars back toward her. It is then that Lu Xingchen observes a chain attached to the hammer. Ma Heir wields it with ease. Gritting her teeth, Lu Xingchen strikes back with the whip, aiming to keep Ma Heir from swinging the hammer. Under her relentless assault, Ma Heir's weapon loses its potency. Chapter 78. Slaying Ma Heir, the Jiang clan assembles. With a crack, Lu Xingchen delivers another whip strike, but Ma Heir catches the end of it. He yanks hard, and Lu Xingchen seizes the opportunity to release her grip, causing Ma Heir to stumble back several paces, nearly falling. Anger flares on Ma Heir's face, yet he steadies himself, tossing the whip aside and mockingly declaring, Haha, is that all you've got? Is it? Lu Xingchen has already retreated several steps, her quiver slung over her shoulder. The bullhorn bow firmly in hand. At this distance, it is perfect for archery. In the earlier melee, she had no chance, but against a brute like Ma Heir, ranged attacks would be most effective. Not allowing him a moment's respite, she draws the bowstring, unleashing 3 arrows in rapid succession. Ma Heir, startled, dodges swiftly. However, he evades the first 2 arrows, only to be struck by the third. Thunk! The final arrow pierces his shoulder. Simultaneously, Lu Xingchen loads 3 more arrows, shooting them in quick succession. This time, Ma Heir is ready, weaving left and right, managing to evade them in a flurry. Lu Xingchen retreats another 5 or 6 steps. Enraged, Ma Heir charges forward. He considers himself a skilled fighter and, seeing Lu Xingchen as merely a young girl, initially underestimated her, intending to capture her for Jiang Wenming. However, now wounded and outraged, he no longer seeks to capture her alive. The hammer swings mercilessly. Lu Xingchen swiftly ducks behind a large rock. Bang! 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 The hammer crashes against the stone, sending fragments flying. Lu Xingchen dodges and maneuvers, evading Ma Heir's attacks. The arrows are laced with Ma Zue Chao, and she estimates they should take effect soon. Indeed, after a few minutes, Ma Heir gasps for breath, his movements slowing. He frowns, touches his shoulder, and with a roar, yanks out the arrow, discarding it on the ground. Boom! The hammer comes flying again, and Lu Xingchen rolls to the side, quickly crouching and turning to release an arrow. Ma Heir, seeing Lu Xingchen tumble, feels a surge of joy, laughing maniacally. Lu Xingchen, this time. Thunk! Before his laughter can fade, the arrow strikes his left chest. Ah! Ma Heir screams in agony, fiercely grasping the arrow's shaft. His excessive force causes it to snap. The arrowhead remains deeply embedded in his chest. Lu Xingchen. Ma Er let out a loud shout and charged forward. Lu Xingchen realized that his speed had significantly diminished, which was precisely why she had managed to hit him moments ago. Excellent. Ma's Wicco had proven effective. In less than half a minute, Ma Er was panting heavily, finally coming to a halt. It dawned on him that something was amiss. His sluggishness was not merely due to exhaustion, but rather a consequence of the poison on the feathered arrow. Fear flickered in Ma Er's eyes for the first time as he gasped for breath. Opened the group chat and breathlessly informed Jiang Wenming and others. You guys, Lu Xingchen, she whoosh. A feathered arrow struck like lightning, piercing Ma Er's heart. Ma Er's eyes widened in shock, his voice failing him as he let out a few cries of pain, rolling his eyes back before collapsing to the ground. It was Lu Xingchen. She had no intention of allowing Ma Er to divulge any information about her, seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow as he attempted to speak to Jiang Wenming. To ensure he wouldn't survive, Lu Xingchen swiftly approached Ma Er, drew her dagger, and delivered several more strikes. Kill Ma Er to gain 20 points. Would you like to collect Ma Er's supplies? Suddenly, the game notification chimed. 20 points? Lu Xingchen immediately responded, yes. Acquired 1 popular hammer, 1 iron axe, 2 bottled water, 5 steamed buns, 1 telescope, 1 bronze bow ring, added to inventory. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xingchen rushed to retrieve her soft whip from a short distance and dashed into the woods. Once in the forest, she concealed herself behind several large rocks, finally letting out a sigh of relief. It was then that she felt a wave of dizziness. Her arms weak and her legs devoid of strength. That had truly been a fierce battle, and she had killed a person. She had actually taken a life. Lu Xingchen felt a moment of disorientation. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the reality of her hands stained with blood felt surreal. Xingchen, what's wrong? Wei Ying called out anxiously. Lu Xingchen opened the chat group for the squad, discovering they had been conversing extensively. Wei Ying exclaimed, oh no? I'm so far from Xingchen, at least 40 miles away. How long will it take to get there? Wei Ling responded, I'm even farther. Zhongchang added, if I hurry, it will take me 4 to 5 hours to arrive. Wei Ying continued, oh no, Jiang Wenming said Xingchen was injured, and they claim Ma Er found her. Xingchen, how are you? Please respond. Wei Ling urged, stop calling out, we can't make it in time. Let us not disturb Xingchen, she is probably engaged in battle with Ma Er. Wei Ying panicked, oh my god, Ma Er is formidable. He is incredibly strong. Neither of us could withstand his meteor hammer, let alone Xingchen. Lu Xingchen took a deep breath and replied, I'm fine, Ma Er is dead. Wei Ying gasped, ah. No wonder Jiang Wenming suddenly fell silent. Lu Xingchen glanced at the regional chat, intentionally checking Jiang Wenming's messages. At first, Jiang Wenming had been rather brash. Ma Er is only a few meters away from Lu Xingchen. Haha, let us see where she runs. Jiang Wenli chimed in. Ma Er says Lu Xingchen is weak and not his opponent at all. Jiang Wenming boasted, great, Lu Xingchen is injured. Ma Er said he'll toy with her a bit longer, then tie her up and finish the battle in 3 minutes. Jiang Wenli remarked, I'm on my way there, bro, don't waste the summon order. Jiang Wenming replied, no problem, Lu Xingchen isn't worth it. Humph, today is her doom. I'll livestream her demise soon. Jiang Wenli exclaimed, bro, Ma Er is dead. The team notification says Ma Er is dead. Jiang Wenming shouted incredulously, what? Jiang Wenli affirmed, it must have been Lu Xingchen. I will kill her. Jiang Wenming commanded, stop. Wenli, you can't go there. Wait for me, summon me. Gao Dafu interjected, shameless. A bunch of grown men chasing down a girl. How disgraceful. Wei Ling taunted, Jiang Wenming, Jiang Wenli. Aren't you supposed to be capable? Why resort to 2 against 1? Come find me if you're brave. Wei Ying added, exactly. Come face your auntie if you dare. Observers noted the Jiang brothers' incessant chatter, realizing their intent. Jiang Wenming aimed to gather several people to hunt down Lu Xingchen. It was clear that since one person couldn't handle her, they resorted to mobbing her. How disgraceful. Just moments ago, Jiang Wenming had been boasting. And now their side had lost. Not merely lost, but had been killed by Lu Xingchen. Pathetic, a group of men attacking a girl. What a disgrace. Ignoring the scorn from others, Jiang Wenming gritted his teeth and said to Jiang Wenli, I'll give you the summon order. You gather us immediately. This time, we will definitely kill Lu Xingchen. Chapter 79, The Bronze Bow Ring, Xingchen's Clever Strategy. Lu Xingchen had several small wounds on her wrist, but she no longer cared about wasting supplies. She immediately applied a healing ointment, and soon her wounds healed. She ate a few strawberries, feeling her energy surge back significantly. However, what she primarily needed to calm was her emotional state. After all, it was her first experience taking a life. Lu Xingchen quickly regained her composure and began to inspect the spoils she had just acquired. Ma Er's weapon was a meteor hammer. She lifted it but found it somewhat cumbersome and set it aside. The other item was a bronze bow ring, which surprisingly increased agility by 2 points. No wonder my heir had been so nimble. Lu Xingchen slipped the ring onto her thumb, delighted to discover an additional groove, designed for archery, which would protect her fingers. This was precisely what she needed. The ring was a fortuitous find. Her arduous effort in defeating Ma Er finally bore fruit. After securing the ring, she examined the remaining supplies. Among them was a telescope, which she took out to survey her surroundings. This telescope was quite impressive, allowing her to see far distances. Lu Xingchen thought it would be perfect for observing the Jiang brothers. She minimized the chat window and positioned it in the upper left corner to avoid obstructing her view. The Jiang brothers were fond of spamming the chat, which would enable her to keep track of their movements. Indeed, Jiang Wenming was once again boasting. Lu Xingchen, you can't escape. Hee, I found you, just wait. Jiang Wenli added. Bro, I've summoned you. I'm close. Jiang Wenming urged, hurry. Lu Xingchen glanced at her coordinates, realizing this must be Jiang Wenming's second use of a positioning card. Each card had a limit of 5 uses. Suddenly, a user named Zhu Yong in the chat exclaimed, Jiang Wenming, summon me. Let us take revenge for Ma Er. His words astonished many in the chat. Zhu Yong? The notorious serial killer? Yes, he killed 8 people recently. I heard he has killed several each year. Oh my god, he is here too. Lu Xingchen felt a surge of danger. That individual was ruthless and incredibly strong. Even several special forces soldiers were no match for him. Lu Xingchen, hurry and run. Lu Xingchen took up the telescope and scanned her surroundings, but saw no signs of anyone. After a moment's contemplation, she realized 3 individuals would be arriving shortly. Jiang Wenming, Jiang Wenli, both skilled fighters, and Zhu Yong, who was exceptionally formidable. A direct confrontation was not an option. With Jiang Wenming's positioning card still having 3 uses left, she couldn't attack head-on. Instead, she would have to outsmart them. Thus, she made a quick decision. Rising promptly, she sprinted toward a small hill to the south. It was a rocky hill with sparse trees, yet Lu Xingchen sought precisely that type of terrain. She ran swiftly, reaching the summit in about half an hour. Standing atop the hill, she took out her telescope, resting while surveying her surroundings. Currently, there were no signs of Jiang Wenming and the others. After running for over half an hour, Lu Xingchen felt fatigued. She pulled out some strawberries and ate a few, then took out a peach and began to nibble on it. Just a few bites and her exhaustion vanished, her previously sore legs returning to vitality. She felt invigorated, as if she had just enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Indeed, the efficacy of the peach is remarkable. Even without any additional attributes, it can restore vitality. Lu Xingchen consumed only half of the peach, and upon witnessing her stamina rejuvenate, she contemplated returning the remaining half. I want to eat, cried the Hongzue Lanjue, flapping its wings as it approached from a distance. Where have you been? Lu Xingchen's anger flared upon seeing it. Upon arriving at the deserted island, it had darted off for 2 hours, showing no concern for its master's well-being. This Hongzue Lanjue was rather wild. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It feigned ignorance. Lu Xingchen huffed and returned the half-peach to her backpack. Seeing the peach gone, the Hongzue Lanjue grew anxious, fluttering around Lu Xingchen. I was wrong. Lu Xingchen remarked, this heartless little bird, quick to apologize, yet only for the sake of the coveted mystical peach. It seems it has discerning taste. Lu Xingchen gestured in all directions. Patrol around and see if 3 individuals are nearby. If you spot anyone, return to inform me. Help me deal with these 3, and I shall grant you a taste. Understood. The Hongzue Lanjue flitted away. Lu Xingchen then picked up her binoculars. A few minutes passed, and the blue bird returned, pointing with its wing towards the northern direction where Lu Xingchen saw 3 silhouettes approaching. If her guess was correct, it should be Jiang Wenming. As she drew closer, she observed Jiang Wenming halt, seemingly retrieving something and then glancing in her direction with a grin. She peeked at the regional chat and noted that Jiang Wenming was shouting, Lu Xingchen, you are doomed. It seemed Jiang Wenming had utilized a positioning card once again. Now he only had 2 chances left. Lu Xingchen observed as Jiang Wenming and his companions hastened toward her. Time to move, she declared, setting her binoculars aside and instructing the Hongzue Lanjue. Keep an eye on them. She then leaped down the small hill and continued running southward. With her binoculars, she had been able to see Jiang Wenming, while he lacked the same advantage and was unaware of her direction. As Lu Xingchen sprinted, she noticed Jiang Wenming fuming in the chat. Lu Xingchen, if you have the ability, don't run. Jiang Wenli added, Lu Xingchen, you cannot escape. Lu Xingchen snickered and continued her brisk pace for over half an hour before stopping at a plain to rest behind a large rock. She took out the half-peach she had earlier and consumed it. Her vitality was instantly restored, and she felt invigorated. After finishing the peach and regaining her energy, she waited for the Hongzue Lanjue to return with news about Jiang Wenming and his two companions before taking out her binoculars to survey the direction indicated by the bird. Jiang Wanming and his companions were now close behind, though their steps were unsteady and they were clearly exhausted. In the chat, Jiang Wanming continued to boast, Lu Xingchen, I see you. You cannot escape. Lu Xingchen chuckled. Then come over. Why are you taking so long? Afraid, perhaps? Jiang Wanming fumed. If you have the guts, don't run. Lu Xingchen scoffed. What? Should I wait for you here? Pathetic. Jiang Wenli was infuriated. Lu Xingchen, don't be arrogant. We already know your coordinates and are on our way. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Good, they used another positioning opportunity. Only one left. She picked up her binoculars and continued running until she could see Jiang Wanming and his companions' figures before advancing once more. Thus, Lu Xingchen managed to exhaust all of Jiang Wanming's positioning chances while traversing a dense forest. Emerging from the thicket, she found herself in an open area. After walking a short distance, she spotted several large rocks, with a pine tree growing between them, approximately 2 meters high. The ground was covered in wild grass. Lu Xingchen surveyed the surroundings. This was an excellent spot. Previously, she had been inciting Jiang Wanming in the chat to chase her, and now, they were utterly fatigued. It was time to conclude this chase. Chapter 80. Pathetic. Find her. Lan Lan. Go and keep an eye on them. Inform me when they are close. Lu Xingchen instructed the Hongzue Lanjue. The poor little bird had been fluttering around Lu Xingchen, tirelessly monitoring Jiang Wanming and his companions. After so much exertion, it was utterly exhausted. Yet, each time Lu Xingchen consumed a peach, she never offered any to it, leaving the bird yearning for a taste. Reluctantly, it began to sulk and threatened to quit. Lu Xingchen shot it a sidelong glance. Are you going or not? If not, no peaches for you. All right. The Hongzue Lanjue reluctantly took off. Lu Xingchen leaned against the rock for a brief respite. This time, she refrained from eating another peach to regain her strength. She surmised that Jiang Wanming and his companions would not catch up quickly. Previously, when Jiang Wanming had the positioning card, she had been heading south. Now, without it, she altered her course to the west. Due to inertia, Jiang Wanming would likely continue pursuing southward, and after some time without success, they would begin searching the area. By the time they arrived, it would probably take them at least an hour. Indeed, Jiang Wanming was growing increasingly agitated. Lu Xingchen, if you have the guts, don't run. As Lu Xingchen rested, she couldn't resist taunting them. Oh, how pathetic. It's been so long, and you still can't catch up. Jiang Wanming retorted, just you wait. Lu Xingchen replied, I'm already tired of waiting. If you don't come soon, I might just leave. Jiang Wanming angrily inquired, where are you? Lu Xingchen chuckled, pathetic, find me. She tapped her head, wondering why she was so keen on berating Jiang Wanming this time. Had she been influenced by the Hongzue Lanjue? Gao Dafu burst into laughter. Jiang Wanming, you truly are inept. 3 of you have been chasing for 2 or 3 hours without even catching a glimpse of her. How embarrassing. Wei Ying chimed in, absolutely disgraceful. Gao Dafu continued, oh, I see Jiang Wanming. Are you all taking a break? Afraid of confronting Lu Xingchen, perhaps? Lu Xingchen taunted, are you all too scared to approach? Jiang Wanming held his breath in frustration. Who said we are afraid? Just wait, Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen, now impatient, urged, hurry up. Jiang Wanming, infuriated, pulled Jiang Wenli. Let us go, don't rest. If we dawdle, Lu Xingchen will get too far ahead. Jiang Wenli lamented, brother, I'm utterly exhausted. We have no positioning cards left, how can we find her? Jiang Wanming kicked him. That's why we need to hurry. If Lu Xingchen gets too far, we'll have an even harder time finding her. Zhu Yong stood up. Enough, let us move. Once we locate Lu Xingchen, I can take her down with a single finger. Jiang Wanming nodded. Right, finding her is our success. The 3 stood and resumed their search. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen leapt down from the rock and began digging a deep pit around the stone, placing sharp spikes within, then covering it with dry branches and lightly masking it with grass. Externally, it appeared just like the surrounding wild grass. After assessing the area, she took out her soft whip and hacked at the branches of the pine tree, causing them to fall around the rocks, thereby camouflaging the trap further. Once she completed this, Lu Xingchen wandered nearby to familiarize herself with the terrain. As she walked, she felt a sharp pain at her toe and looked down to find a peculiar wild grass. Its vine-like shape bore spiky protrusions the size of fingertips. Just moments ago, one of these spikes had punctured her shoe. Thankfully, it had only pricked her toe. Lu Xingchen quickly shifted her foot away and examined the spiky plant, squeezing it. It was quite hard, and she couldn't break it with her hands. Taking out her dagger, she managed to slice through the spike. Could this be iron thorn? A thought struck Lu Xingchen as she used her dagger to cut several iron thorns, then unearthed their roots with a spade and placed them in her backpack. Dragging a few iron thorns back, Lu Xingchen climbed up the pine tree. Now, the branches and leaves of the pine tree have withered away. She sits atop, wielding a telescope capable of observing distant events. Lan Lan has returned, exclaiming, Xingchen, Xingchen. Those three individuals are approaching. Jiang Wenming has arrived. Lu Xingchen rearranged her supplies. Suddenly, she noticed an approaching figure, a stout man who raised his hands from afar, declaring, "It is I, Lu Xingchen. I am Gao Dafu. I do not wish to partake in your conflict. What brings you here?" Lu Xingchen questioned, brandishing her spear and furrowing her brow at Gao Dafu. "I come not to meddle, but to relay news. Jiang Wenming and the others are here. You must flee." Gao Dafu hurriedly responded. In the regional chat, Gao Dafu was elated. "Wow, first I saw Jiang Wenming, and now Lu Xingchen. What incredible luck." Wei Ling interjected, "Gao Dafu, do not complicate matters." Gao Dafu retorted, "How am I complicating things? I merely passed by to observe. Jiang Wenming is right behind. A grand battle is imminent." Wei Ling quickly sent a private message to Lu Xingchen. "Xingchen, do not harm Gao Dafu. He is an ally." Lu Xingchen glanced at the private message and pointed her spear, commanding, "Stand aside." "All right." Gao Dafu, his rotund form spinning, dashed behind a large rock nearby, excitedly announcing in the regional chat, "Jiang Wenming has arrived." Immediately, inquiries flooded in. "Gao Dafu, are you on the battlefield?" Gao Dafu puffed his chest with pride. "Indeed. Jiang Wenming and Lu Xingchen are about to clash. Come, I will provide live updates." The spectators in the chat were eager for the unfolding drama. "Really? Come on. I want to see how Lu Xingchen deals with the Jiang brothers. I want to see too." Gao Dafu, be more animated during the broadcast, will you? We want a thrilling experience. Gao Dafu beamed with delight. "All right." At last, a voice of reason emerged. "Hey, you all are overly optimistic, aren't you? Lu Xingchen is a girl against three formidable men, one of whom is a murderer. There is hardly any chance of victory. I too worry for Lu Xingchen, alas. I feel for her." The Jiang brothers had no time to glance at the chat. They were nearly exhausted. The three, gasping for breath, hastened their pace, nearly on the verge of collapse, until they finally spotted Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen sat at the treetop, yawning with boredom, almost drifting off to sleep. Jiang Wenming burst into laughter. "Lu Xingchen, we have arrived. Your doom is upon you." Jiang Wenli shouted, "Brother, allow me to take the lead." He charged forth. Gao Dafu exclaimed in the regional chat, "Ah, the fight has begun." Jiang Wenli has rushed in. The fool is always the first. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Rising to her feet, with a flick of her fingers, a quiver appeared on her back, and her Niu Jiao Gong was firmly in hand. She knocked an arrow, and with swift precision, 3 arrows were unleashed towards Jiang Wenli. Caught off guard, he gasped and hurriedly attempted to evade. However, the arrows came swiftly and unexpectedly. With a couple of thuds, one arrow struck his knee, while another pierced his left arm. In truth, under normal circumstances, Lu Xingchen would not have easily hit Jiang Wenli, let alone with 2 arrows. This was due to 2 factors. First, Jiang Wenli had been relentlessly pursued by Lu Xingchen and was utterly fatigued. Second, he had underestimated her, hastily rushing forward to seize her. Jiang Wenli cried out in pain. "Ah, brother!" His knee buckled, and he fell to the ground. "Not good," Jiang Wenming shouted, rushing to support Jiang Wenli. Brother, it hurts. Ah, it hurts." Chapter 81. In the heat of battle. Gao Dafu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared in the regional chat, "Wow, Lu Xingchen has given Jiang Wenli a harsh lesson. Jiang Wenli is injured. His leg is crippled. He's down on his knees. Oh, it hurts so much. Goodness, how pathetic. Why is Jiang Wenli so cowardly, crying like a baby? It's infuriating." Wei Ling rejoiced. "Has Xingchen triumphed?" Gao Dafu replied, "The first round is won. Jiang Wenli is incapacitated, but remember, he is the weakest link. There are still Jiang Wenming and Zhu Yong to contend with. Lu Xingchen remains in peril." Wei Ying chimed in. "Haha, Xingchen is amazing. She took down one in a single round." Wei Ling exclaimed, "What about Jiang Wenming? Isn't he the one who loves to dominate the chat? Why is he silent?" Gao Dafu answered, "Oh, he's busy supporting his brother, utterly exhausted from being outmaneuvered by Lu Xingchen. He has no time to talk." Indeed, Jiang Wenming had not spoken in the chat for quite some time, and he was thoroughly drained. He assisted Jiang Wenli to his feet and urged Zhu Yong. "Lu Xingchen possesses a bow. We must charge at once. Once we get close, her arrows will be rendered useless." The two swiftly advanced. Lu Xingchen continued to draw her bow and fire arrows. However, Jiang Wenming and Zhu Yong were far more skilled. They evaded her arrows while running, causing them to miss their mark entirely. Lu Xingchen remained undeterred, continuously firing arrows to impede their advance. Jiang Wenming felt his strategy was sound. Shouting to Zhu Yong, "I will shield you. Charge forward and eliminate her." Zhu Yong nodded and rushed ahead. Jiang Wenming, wielding his sword, blocked Lu Xingchen's arrows. He noticed her visibly flustered. Jiang Wenming felt triumphant. Lu Xingchen, what use are your feeble arrows? Just wait. Seeing Lu Xingchen's panic, Zhu Yong was emboldened. Here I come, he bellowed, charging forth with a massive iron axe. With a sudden thud, Zhu Yong let out a cry of agony. He had fallen into a trap. The spikes within the pit pierced his left calf, causing him to grimace in pain. However, Zhu Yong, ever valiant, only cried out once, then steeled himself and climbed out of the pit. Just as he emerged, he stepped on nearby iron thorns. A sharp pain shot through his foot, and unable to suppress a groan, his leg buckled, causing him to slip back into the trap, dragging a thorny vine with him. The iron thorn scraped against his calf as he cried out in pain. It hurts. Zhu Yong could no longer contain himself, trembling as he stood within the pit, enduring excruciating pain while painstakingly removing the thorns embedded in his leg, ultimately tossing the entire thorn far away. Jiang Wenming stood stunned, hesitant to approach. He realized the presence of traps ahead. Gao Dafu leaned in, eagerly observing the spectacle, and announced in the regional chat, "Wow, Zhu Yong is half incapacitated as well. Lu Xingchen is incredible." Wei Ying was even more exhilarated. "So fast? That was barely a minute." Gao Dafu affirmed. "Yes, they are simply incompetent." Someone grew anxious. "Gao Dafu, weren't you broadcasting? Give us the details. What exactly happened?" "Yeah, Zhu Yong is a serial killer. How is he incapacitated? Is Lu Xingchen truly that formidable? In less than a few minutes, she has taken down 2 of them?" Gao Dafu shook his head. Regardless, Zhu Yong is injured, and Jiang Wenming's trio hasn't even touched the hem of Lu Xingchen's garment." A voice queried, "How did Lu Xingchen injure Zhu Yong and Jiang Wenli?" Wei Ling cleared his throat. "Gao Dafu, some things can be said, while others must remain unsaid." He wished to prevent Gao Dafu from exposing Lu Xingchen's secret weapons, such as her bow and traps. Gao Dafu understood. Jiang Wenming is too frightened to make a move, utterly cowed. Jiang Wenming gritted his teeth, feeling a twinge of fear, for Zhu Yong was in a dire state. Lu Xingchen offered no respite, her arrows flying swiftly in their direction. Zhu Yong climbed back up, shouting as he swiped away the iron thorns and dead branches in his path, suppressing his pain as he charged towards Lu Xingchen. With his axe raised high, he swung it towards her. Jiang Wenming, regaining his focus, carefully leaped over the collapsed trap created by Zhu Yong. "Lu Xingchen, you shall perish." Jiang Wenming, emboldened, cried out as he lunged forward, his sword aimed at Lu Xingchen. Gao Dafu felt a surge of anxiety. Oh no, Zhu Yong and Jiang Wenming are surrounding Lu Xingchen. It's over. Wei Ling panicked. "Isn't Zhu Yong injured?" Gao Dafu gasped. "Indeed, he is ferocious, charging in with bloodlust. Lu Xingchen is in grave danger." Wei Ying was growing anxious. "Xingchen, run quickly." Lu Xingchen leapt down from the pine tree, then jumped off a stone, turning to flee while skillfully avoiding her own traps. She left only a tiny gap, while the rest was empty. "Lu Xingchen, don't run if you have guts," Zhu Yong shouted as he pursued her. With a thud, he let out a cry of pain as the spiked trap pierced his left thigh. Lu Xingchen," Zhu Yong yelled in frustration. Gao Dafu watched with a pained expression, his face contorted as he broadcasted live. "Ouch, that hurts. Poor murderer, what a tragedy. Oh, that leg, that foot, that arm, that face, blood everywhere. It's terrifying. Oh, it hurts so much." Although Gao Dafu did not disclose the details, his expressive manner and powerful language infected those listening with a sense of pain. Jiang Wenming's face turned pale as he cautiously avoided Zhu Yong's traps and jumped past them. Zhu Yong struggled to climb up, grimacing in agony, and after a few steps, he halted, gasping for breath. "What's wrong?" Jiang Wenming asked, alarmed. It's poisonous." Zhu Yong realized his leg was numb, and his movements were slowing down. Brother, I can't move." Jiang Wenli cried out in distress. He had been struck by a feathered arrow that was tipped with Ma Zue Chao. "Lu Xingchen," Zhu Yong shouted. Lu Xingchen turned around, and with swift precision, she released 3 feathered arrows. Zhu Yong could not dodge in time, and one struck his shoulder. "Come on." Zhu Yong yelled back at Jiang Wenming, wielding his iron axe as he charged at Lu Xingchen. Aware of his strength, Lu Xingchen took several steps back. This Zhu Yong was indeed fierce. Even poisoned, he was still formidable. Lu Xingchen had no choice but to put away her bow and draw out her soft whip. With a crack, the whip lashed towards Zhu Yong, and the two engaged in combat. Watching Lu Xingchen deftly wield the soft whip, Jiang Wenming's expression grew increasingly grim. He had to concede that Lu Xingchen's martial prowess was impressive. They had been careless previously. Now, they could only advance. Jiang Wenming did not retreat. Instead, he rushed forward with his longsword, joining the fray. Gao Dafu emerged from behind a large rock, eagerly continuing his live broadcast. It's now Jiang Wenming and Zhu Yong teaming up against Lu Xingchen. She's incredible, holding her own against 2 opponents. Oh dear, Zhu Yong is already injured. Yet he fights on fiercely. TSK, Zhu Yong is even more ferocious than Jiang Wenming. But it won't be enough. Zhu Yong's speed is diminishing. The poison is taking its toll. Countless viewers in the chat were captivated, many expressing their astonishment. Is Lu Xingchen really that powerful? Zhu Yong is fierce, having taken down several special forces. Yet Lu Xingchen can hold her own against two? Zhu Yong is faltering? Lu Xingchen is astonishingly strong. Gao Dafu record this. Chapter 82. Jiang Wenming is too cowardly. Gao Dafu indeed began recording. Although Lu Xingchen had her shortcomings, she had mastered the 12 techniques of the soft whip. A formidable skill from the game. Relying on this, she managed to keep Jiang Wenming and Zhu Yong at bay. Zhu Yong felt his movements growing increasingly sluggish. If he couldn't subdue Lu Xingchen soon, he might well collapse. In a fit of desperation, Zhu Yong threw caution to the wind. As Lu Xingchen swept her soft whip, Zhu Yong, in a fit of rage, hurled his iron axe aside and lunged forward, grasping the whip's end. He was aware of his own strength and believed he could overpower Lu Xingchen. Yet, as his hands clutched the whip, he was met with excruciating pain and let go with a scream. Several iron barbs were lodged in his hands, and he broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he pulled them out and tossed them aside. His hands were bloody, fingers torn. The pain was so intense that Zhu Yong felt faint. Oh, it hurts. Gao Dafu, highly empathetic, immediately exclaimed for Zhu Yong. Players in the regional chat shared in his agony, urgently asking, "What happened? Who got hurt?" "It's Zhu Yong. The murderer." "Oh no, his hands are mangled. It must hurt terribly." Gao Dafu diligently continued his broadcast, shrinking back at the sight of Zhu Yong's plight. "Oh, how tragic. Zhu Yong's hand is ruined, blood everywhere." He spoke while sending the video to the chat, ensuring that Zhu Yong's suffering was prominently displayed, while cleverly censoring Lu Xingchen's image. Thus, everyone witnessed Zhu Yong's contorted face in pain. Lu Xingchen wields her whip excellently. Indeed. Did you see how Zhu Yong is in agony? What happened to his hand? The video is unclear. I saw him grab Lu Xingchen's whip and then get pricked. Lu Xingchen's whip has hidden weapons. Zhu Yong's hand is bleeding profusely. It looks painful. His leg and shoulder are also bleeding. He's badly injured. Just now, I caught a glimpse of Jiang Wenli. Has he collapsed? Jiang Wenming's face is pallid. He must be terrified. Lu Xingchen is truly formidable. She's leaving them in disarray. Haha, why isn't Jiang Wenming running? If he doesn't, they'll all be defeated. Jiang Wenming's complexion was ashen, a mix of fear and anger. Brother, let's go. Jiang Wenli cried, both in pain and fear, dragging himself a couple of steps as he shouted at Jiang Wenming. My leg is finished, brother. Brother, this bird is pecking my eyes. My eyes. Jiang Wenli screeched again. A beautiful bird with red beak and blue feathers soared into the sky, cursing, "You filthy creature, blind fool. Useless." It was Lan Lan. Blood streamed from Jiang Wenli's eyes as he clutched them, screaming in agony. Jiang Wenming tightened his grip on the longsword, determined to carry Jiang Wenli away for treatment. If they delayed, Jiang Wenli's leg might be ruined. Jiang Wenli's eyesight could very well be lost too. How could such a strange bird appear? Jiang Wenming had no time to ponder further. He sheathed his sword and rushed to Jiang Wenli's side, hoisting him onto his back and fleeing. Deep down, he refused to acknowledge that he was terrified of Lu Xingchen. Gao Dafu shook his head repeatedly. TSK, Jiang Wenming is too cowardly. He's actually running away. Wei Lin was overjoyed. Jiang Wenming ran away? He was so worried about Lu Xingchen. Gao Dafu replied, yes, he ran off with Jiang Wenli, leaving Zhu Yong behind. Oh, poor Zhu Yong. He was just used by the Jiang brothers. Zhu Yong did not flee. Having killed so many, he had never run away. Though severely injured, it only ignited his ferocity. With a thunderous roar, Zhu Yong seized his iron axe and charged at Lu Xingchen. She had retreated several steps, her soft whip dancing like a serpent, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle as it aimed at Zhu Yong. This Zhu Yong was far more ferocious than Jiang Wenming. However, he was injured, and the effects of Ma Zuichao were gradually taking hold. His stamina and energy were waning. Lu Xingchen engaged in evasive maneuvers, striving to avoid a direct confrontation with Zhu Yong. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Zhu Yong was panting heavily, his steps becoming increasingly erratic. Sweat poured down his body, dripping from his forehead into his eyes. His vision blurred, and he felt dizzy. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Looking up, he saw Lu Xingchen drawing her bow, aiming at him. A feathered arrow struck his chest. Lu Xingchen locked her gaze on Zhu Yong, who glanced down at the arrow in his chest, his body swaying before he collapsed with a thud. Lu Xingchen heard a voice. Kill Zhu Yong, gain 50 points. Do you wish to collect Zhu Yong's resources? Oh, so many points. Lu Xingchen was taken aback. She had only received 20 points for killing Ma Er. How could killing Zhu Yong yield 50? Was it based on strength? Lu Xingchen dismissed her doubts and replied, yes. Upon collecting the provisions from Zhu Yong, Lu Xingchen acquired a formidable iron axe, 2 bottles of mineral water, 10 loaves of bread, 1 Qi Jin Fu Ling, and 1 summoning card, all of which were promptly placed into her storage backpack. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by the abundance of Zhu Yong's loot. Qi Jin Fu Ling was indeed a valuable item, essential for concocting a rejuvenation elixir. Furthermore, the summoning card added to her satisfaction. Although the battle had been arduous, the rewards were substantial, over 50 points, along with the Qi Jin Fu Ling and the summoning card. At that moment, Gao Dafu was exhilaratedly streaming live. Oh my. Zhu Yong has perished. He was slain by Lu Xingchen. What an extraordinary turn of events. Lu Xingchen is truly formidable. I advise you all, should you encounter her, do not entertain thoughts of defeating her for her provisions, for you could not possibly prevail and may find yourselves on the receiving end of her wrath. Many viewers expressed their astonishment. Did Lu Xingchen really kill Zhu Yong? This is beyond belief. If she can best Zhu Yong, her combat prowess must be terrifying. Indeed, Lu Xingchen had achieved a remarkable 13 kills against Zhu Yong, while Jiang Wenli was left severely injured and Jiang Wenming had fled in fear. Their admiration for her was palpable. A cautionary note echoed among the viewers. Whenever you spot a female player, take heed before attempting to eliminate her for her resources. What if she is Lu Xingchen? Gao Dafu, brimming with excitement, was about to continue when Lu Xingchen swiftly picked up several arrows and pursued Jiang Wenming, who was fleeing in terror. Lu Xingchen is in hot pursuit of Jiang Wenming. I must follow to see this unfold, Gao Dafu exclaimed. Wei Ying urged him on. Hurry, continue streaming for us. Gao Dafu laughed heartily. Jiang Wenming, weren't you the one boasting about killing Lu Xingchen? Why are you running now, coward? The chat room erupted with mockery. Jiang Wenming gritted his teeth, sprinting while carrying the injured Jiang Wenli. He was acutely aware of the chat discussions revealing Zhu Yong's demise. Zhu Yong's prowess had far surpassed his own, and his ruthless nature had caught him off guard. He never imagined he would meet his end at Lu Xingchen's hands. Fear consumed him, and he ran desperately, hoping to alleviate his dread. Lu Xingchen relentlessly pursued him, swiftly closing the gap as Jiang Wenming struggled to run quickly while carrying his brother. Jiang Wenming, she called out. He merely glanced back, quickening his pace. As she ran, Lu Xingchen knocked her bow, shooting 3 arrows that struck true. Jiang Wenli, glancing back in terror, cried out, Brother, use the teleportation card, quickly. Chapter 83. The demise of the Jiang brothers with gritted teeth. Jiang Wenming replied, No, we must conserve the teleportation card. Panic surged through Jiang Wenli. Brother, she is shooting at me. A sharp cry escaped his lips as an arrow pierced his back. He screamed, Brother. Jiang Wenming's heart raced as he halted. Dropping Jiang Wenli to the ground, who was now bleeding profusely, his eyes glazing over. In a swift motion, Lu Xingchen released 3 more arrows, striking Jiang Wenming's thighs with devastating accuracy, embedding deeply into the flesh. Jiang Wenming held in agony. It was not that Lu Xingchen refrained from targeting vital areas. Rather, Jiang Wenli had shielded him, forcing her hand. Overwhelmed by pain, Jiang Wenming released his brother, who collapsed to the ground, leaving him exposed. At that moment, Lu Xingchen received a notification. You have killed Jiang Wenli, earning 20 points. Will you collect his provisions? Yes. You have obtained 5 iron blocks, 5 bottles of mineral water, and 1 longsword. Jiang Wenming was filled with anguish and cried out, Wenli, oh Wenli, Lu Xingchen. Without granting him a moment's respite, Lu Xingchen continued her advance. Releasing another arrow, the projectile struck Jiang Wenming's chest with a sickening thud. He cried in pain, desperately drawing a card from his possession. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Lu Xingchen paused, astonished. Is that the teleportation card Jiang Wenli mentioned? No. She quickly retrieved her positioning card to locate Jiang Wenming. Positioning card, Jiang Wenming is 3 kilometers away, coordinates. Furrowing her brow, she realized the distance he had covered in such a brief moment. Was this the true power of the teleportation card? Gao Dafu rushed over, continuing the live stream. Jiang Wenming has fled. What a coward. Derisive comments flooded the chat. What was Jiang Wenming's intention in seeking out Lu Xingchen? All bark and no bite. Gao Dafu scoffed. Indeed, what a waste of a teleportation card. Wei Ying laughed heartily. Perhaps he was terrified. Suddenly, Jiang Wenming's voice erupted in the chat. Lu Xingchen, you have killed my brother. I will not rest until we are at odds for eternity. Lu Xingchen retorted with a cold laugh. Your brother's demise is on your hands. You knew I wielded a bow and yet chose to use him as a shield. Was that not a deliberate act? Jiang Wenming seethed with rage. Lu Xingchen, had you but activated the teleportation card a moment sooner, your brother might still be alive. Perhaps you value his life less than that card. Lu Xingchen's words pierced him, leaving him speechless. He was not intentionally reckless, yet her words struck deep, invoking regret. Why had he not used the teleportation card sooner? This guilt was fleeting, soon replaced by bitterness. Jiang Wenli's death was Lu Xingchen's doing. Blame coursed through him. Lu Xingchen, you will pay for this. Wei Ling interjected. Enough, Jiang Wenming. Lu Xingchen is right before you. Why not confront her instead of running? Wei Ying chimed in. Exactly. You talk a big game, yet when faced with reality, you're all talk. Gao Dafu, reveling in the spectacle, added, if he weren't so cowardly, his brother might still be alive. Jiang Wenming sank to the ground in despair, retrieving a round wooden token from his chest, which bore a hole from an arrow. This token had absorbed the impact, saving his life by a hair's breadth. It was a gift from his parents, one he shared with Jiang Wenli. The thought of his brother overcame him, and he wept openly. With 3 arrows lodged in his legs and a wound to his chest, pain overwhelmed him, and he lay moaning on the ground. In his agony and fury, he pulled the arrows from his legs and could not help but issue a threat in the chat. Lu Xingchen, you will pay? I will have my vengeance. Is that so? A voice suddenly interrupted, causing Jiang Wenming to jump in alarm. He looked up to find Lu Xingchen standing before him, brandishing a spear. His face paled as he stammered, what are you doing here? Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. I have come to collect your remains. As she delivered her final words, she lunged forward, thrusting the spear into Jiang Wenming's left chest with a sickening force. Jiang Wenming gasped in shock, his body weakening as he collapsed to the ground. You have killed Jiang Wenming, earning 40 points. Will you collect his provisions? Lu Xingchen exhaled in relief. At last, he was dead. Jiang Wenming truly was fortunate. Had she not possessed the positioning card, he might have escaped. Covering 3 kilometers, she had taken only 7 or 8 minutes. You have killed Jiang Wenming, earning 40 points. Will you collect his provisions? Yes. You have obtained 1 longsword, 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 buns, and 1 teleportation card. A teleportation card? Lu Xingchen's spirits soared as she swiftly retrieved it from her backpack. Teleportation card. Upon use, it randomly transports the user to a location within a range of 3,100 kilometers. Usage count, 12. The teleportation card boasts a remarkable range of 3,100 kilometers. However, Jiang Wenming could only manage a mere 3 kilometers, an unfortunate turn of events indeed. Lu Xingchen shook her head, recognizing that even if his teleportation range were greater, she would still be unable to catch up to him in the short term. Had he teleported 100 kilometers, there would have been no need for her to pursue at all. This card is not merely a means of escape, but a vital tool for survival, and Lu Xingchen cherished it dearly. With 1 last use remaining, it would suffice for her hunting endeavors on the deserted island. Speaking of which, Ma Er, Zhu Yong, Jiang Wenming, and others had all yielded impressive items, marking a significant profit for her this time. With a light heart, Lu Xingchen returned to the site of her earlier battle, where her feathered arrows and traps awaited retrieval for future use. Gao Dafu trotted behind her, eagerly picking up arrows and presenting them to Lu Xingchen with a grin, saying, Hee, here are your arrows, boss. He was keen to accompany her, but Lu Xingchen declined, preferring to venture alone. Thus, Gao Dafu was compelled to depart. Lu Xingchen then sought refuge in a dense thicket, finding a secluded corner to sit down. Truth be told, she was utterly exhausted. Although she had refrained from displaying her fatigue in front of Gao Dafu, she was not a seasoned expert, nor did she possess any combat experience. Having previously eliminated 3 individuals and pursued Jiang Wenming in a frantic chase, she had long since reached her limit. Moreover, her wrists and arms bore numerous minor wounds. While not life-threatening, they posed a risk of infection. She retrieved a tube of healing ointment and meticulously applied it to her injuries. Throughout this, she kept her chat screen open, monitoring the regional discussions. Chaos had erupted on the deserted island. Someone is trying to kill me. I don't even know them. Chapter 84. The onset of chaos. Discussions for assembly. The conversations were rife with anxiety about the current situation. Many have begun to kill. My companions are dead. Woe is me. After all the effort, I only get 5 points for killing a beast, but 10 points for a human. What do you think everyone will choose? Not to mention, killing a person yields all their supplies. Are they all savages? Survival of the fittest, get used to it. Lu Xingchen paused for a moment. Killing a person grants 10 points? Then why did she earn 20 points for killing Ma Er and 50 points for Zhu Yong? With differing scores for Jiang Wenming and Jiang Wenli, could it be due to their strength? It seemed likely. She continued observing the tumultuous chat, her heart sinking at the sight of so many abandoning their morals for a mere handful of points and supplies. Feeling a pang of sorrow, she typed in the assault team chat, I'm fine, no need to rush here. I have a gathering card that can summon me in case of emergencies. Wei Ying quickly inquired, Xingchen, how are you? Are you injured? In truth, Wei Lin, Wei Ying, and Zhong Chong had asked several times before, and it was only now that Lu Xingchen noticed. She felt a warmth in her heart. These individuals genuinely cared for her and hurried to her side upon learning her coordinates. I'm all right. Have you encountered any attacks? She asked. Wei Ying replied indignantly. I encountered someone who wanted to kill me just because I'm a woman, but I took care of him. Wei Lin added, no one dares to attack me. Most people are still acting alone. Not many are bold enough to take action. I've noticed many starting to form teams, and once the numbers grow, it will surely descend into further chaos. Zhong Chang remarked, I haven't met anyone yet. Lu Xingchen glanced at the regional chat, and indeed, many were surreptitiously forming teams. The hunting event on the deserted island had been heating up for several days, with many players having already arranged teams prior to entering. If they were nearby, they would immediately band together. Wei Lin expressed concern, perhaps we should gather quickly. What if we encounter a group of 5 or 6 people? That would be too dangerous. Zhong Chang concurred, I think we should assemble. Wei Lin added, let us gather. Xingchen, what do you think? In truth, Lu Xingchen was inclined to search for supplies. But the dangers of the deserted island were undeniable. While facing a lone opponent was manageable, the prospect of confronting multiple foes was daunting. One's fists are no match for many hands, and what if she were to slip? Ultimately, Lu Xingchen agreed. Let us gather. Everyone report your coordinates. After a brief exchange of coordinates, Lu Xingchen observed that they were still quite far apart. Consequently, she selected a central location for everyone to converge. Together, they would form a united front, deterring any potential aggressors. Unfortunately, it would take her at least 3 hours to reach that spot. Regardless, she decided to set out. After resting for over half an hour, she organized her supplies and ate some strawberries. Lon Lon, her blue magpie, fluttered over, affectionately nudging her with its neck. This creature had proven useful, and Lu Xingchen generously offered it a few strawberries and half a peach. The red-billed blue magpie happily indulged. Let us go, Lu Xingchen declared, rising to her feet and patting Lanlin's wings. Scout the area for me, and alert me if you notice anything unusual. Understood. Lon Lon responded obediently. With that, it took to the skies while Lu Xingchen oriented herself and headed west, the direction they had agreed upon for gathering. After walking for just over 10 minutes, Lon Lon returned, flapping its wings excitedly, exclaiming, Unusual, unusual, there's something unusual. Lu Xingchen frowned, wondering if it truly understood what constituted an anomaly. Nevertheless, she decided to follow and see for herself. She patted Lon Lon, saying, lead the way. Following the red-billed blue magpie, she entered a forest. Hearing voices ahead, she slowed her pace and gestured for Lon Lon to be quiet. After a few more steps, she discerned a voice saying, Miling, why are you still so stubborn? Survival of the fittest, that is the law of existence now. Miling? One Miling? Lu Xingchen halted in her tracks. Indeed, she recognized one Miling's voice, killing anyone we see. Are you still human? A man's voice retorted, Miling, this is a survival world. It's not the same as before. You must learn to adapt. Gao Dafu's voice chimed in, pleading, hey, don't do this. I only have bread, mineral water, and an axe. I'll give you everything. Just spare my life, please. The man's voice sneered, this is all you have? Who would believe that? A sweet, delicate female voice added, exactly, if you came to the deserted island for a hunt. Wouldn't you bring something to protect yourself? Gao Dafu weakly protested, I truly have nothing. The man declared, hee, killing you will yield everything you possess. The girl's voice, sweet yet cutting, chimed in, yes, killing you not only grants us all your supplies, but also points, humph. Lu Xingchen peered through the branches and leaves, spotting 4 individuals not far away. Among them was Gao Dafu, hunched over and smiling ingratiatingly at a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, standing around 6 feet tall, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, a decent appearance. He bore a bow and several arrows on his back, while holding a polished wooden stick in his hand. The girl, likely in her mid-20s, had a pointed chin, arched brows, and slender eyes. She looked quite charming as she clung to the man's arm, casting a haughty glance at Gao Dafu. Wan Miling stood to the side, gripping a tree-cutting axe, her brow furrowed in concern. The man ceased his trivialities, swinging his stick forcefully towards Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu yelped, tumbling and scrambling behind Wan Miling, shouting, heroine, save me. Wan Miling stepped forward, blocking the man's stick with her axe, exclaiming, Wang Lei, are you truly going to kill the innocent? The man sighed, Miling, are you certain you wish to oppose us? I have spoken earnestly and at length, yet you remain oblivious to my words. The girl pouted and remarked, Mei Ling, your personality is simply unyielding. Wan Mei Ling coldly retorted, Wan Mei Yun, Wang Lei, I will not permit you to kill indiscriminately. Lu Xingchen realized that the man was named Wang Lei and the girl was Wan Mei Yun. Were Wan Mei Yun and Wan Mei Ling sisters? Wang Lei appeared to hesitate, weighing the disparity in strength between himself and Wan Mei Ling. With a sigh, he conceded, forget it. Mei Yun, let us depart. He turned away, casting a meaningful glance at Wan Meiyun when Wan Meiling was not looking. Although Wan Meiling was unaware, Lu Xingchen perceived it clearly. Furrowing her brow slightly, Wan Meiyun evidently received Wang Lei's signal. She pouted and approached Wan Meiling, wrapping her arms around her. "Oh, Meiling, do listen to us, just this once." As she spoke, she turned back and winked at Wang Lei. Chapter 85, Discovery of Wheat. Wan Meiyun tugged at Wan Meiling's arm, compelling her to look her way. Simultaneously, Wang Lei, not far off, suddenly drew back his bow, knocking an arrow. Turning swiftly, he released 3 wooden arrows in a flash towards Wan Meiling. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. This technique closely resembled the triple shot Wan Meiling had taught her. Caught off guard by Wan Meiyun's hold, Wan Meiling was unable to evade. Without a moment to contemplate further, Lu Xingchen waved her hand, her whip darting forth like a nimble serpent, striking down the 3 arrows with a series of sharp cracks. Wang Lei's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Emerging from the thickets, Lu Xingchen was met with great delight by Gao Defu. "Ah, Lu Xingchen, you have finally arrived. Please save me." Wang Lei furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lu Xingchen. "So, you are Lu Xingchen?" Meanwhile, Wan Meiyun glared with fury. "Lu Xingchen, are you seeking death?" Wang Lei quickly gestured for Wan Meiyun to be quiet, then turned to Lu Xingchen with a smile. "Lu Xingchen, what a pleasure. Would you care to join our team?" Lu Xingchen was taken aback. "Join your team for what? To kill?" Gao Defu chimed in. "Exactly. Killing anyone on sight. What distinguishes that from being a murderer?" Wang Lei continued to fixate on Lu Xingchen. "Lu Xingchen, if we do not kill, where will our resources come from? How will we earn points? I had thought you were different from them." This man, so brazen in his justification for murder, disgusted Lu Xingchen. She smiled faintly, bent down to retrieve the wooden arrows Wang Lei had dropped, and leisurely remarked, "Well, I am certainly not like you." Stepping back, she knocked the 3 arrows onto her horned bow and said, "By the way, I intercepted your 3 arrows earlier, so now I shall return them." With a swift motion, she released the arrows in rapid succession. Wang Lei hastily dodged, but they were too close, and Lu Xingchen was far too quick, despite his attempts to evade. The final arrow struck him. With a thud, the wooden arrow embedded itself in his left shoulder, and Wang Lei let out a muffled groan. Wan Meiyun, alarmed, rushed to support Wang Lei, anxiously asking, "Brother Wang Lei, are you all right?" She glared at Lu Xingchen in fury. "How could you shoot recklessly? Do you have no sense of reason?" Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, so you are aware of reason?" Gao Defu exclaimed dramatically. "Goodness. Just moments ago, you wanted to kill me for my resources, and now you act as if you're dying from one arrow? Have you no shame?" Wang Lei's expression shifted, and he pulled Wan Meiyun away. "Let us go." Lacking the confidence to confront Wan Meiling head-on, he opted for a retreat, especially with Lu Xingchen present. The two fled in disarray. Lu Xingchen immediately grasped her horn bow, but Wan Meiling suddenly restrained her hand. Lu Xingchen asked in disbelief, "Do you still harbor old feelings?" Wan Meiling shook her head. "No, I merely wish to borrow your bow and arrows." With fluid grace, Wan Meiling seized Lu Xingchen's bow, knocked an arrow, and without even a glance to aim, shot 2 arrows. The feathers flew swiftly, thudding into Wan Meiyun and Wang Lei, one striking Wang Lei's left ankle and the other hitting Wan Meiyun's right ankle, both landing precisely in the same spot. "Ah!" Wan Meiyun cried out, both of them stumbling slightly. Then they exchanged a terrified glance at Wan Meiling and Lu Xingchen before hastily helping each other away. Their mutual limping added a touch of absurdity to their escape. Wan Meiling returned the bow to Lu Xingchen, saying, "Thank you." Gao Defu chimed in, Hey, Wan Meiling, have you let them go?" Wan Meiling lowered her gaze. "Wang Lei's wooden arrow aimed at my arm was not intended to take my life, merely to hinder me. Wounding his ankle is my form of retribution. As for Wan Meiyun, my uncle has shown me favor. I cannot kill his daughter." Lu Xingchen frowned. "What if they return?" Wan Meiling's expression grew serious. "If they dare return, I will not spare them." "Very well," Lu Xingchen nodded. The relationship between Wan Meiling, Wan Meiyun, and Wang Lei was intricate, fraught with entanglements. She did not wish to pry further. "Thank you, Xingchen," Wan Meiling said somewhat awkwardly. "My luck has been poor. I have yet to find anything worthwhile. I shall properly thank you once I return to the raft." "Not at all." Lu Xingchen began to depart, but Gao Defu quickly interjected. Hey, Lu Xingchen, could you wait for me a few minutes? My teammate will arrive shortly. I cannot afford to be alone." He was terrified of Wang Lei. With the people from District 33 beginning to hunt one another, they recognized his wealth of resources and his poor combat skills. Viewing him as easy prey, he dared not venture out alone. Gao Defu pleaded, "I truly only require a few minutes, just 3 to 5 minutes." Lu Xingchen agreed with a nod, feeling fatigued herself and in need of a brief respite. Just 4 or 5 minutes later, the trees parted, revealing a tall man approaching. He stood about 6 feet tall, clad in camouflage, wearing a cap, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. In his hand, he wielded a bloodied long knife, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Both Wan Meiling and Lu Xingchen immediately became alert. Gao Defu leaped up, exclaiming, "Ah, Gu Yanji, you have finally arrived. But why do you look so disheveled? Were you ambushed?" The man named Gu Yanji regarded Lu Xingchen and Wan Meiling coldly. A group of five. Gao Defu's mouth fell open in shock. They had gathered so quickly? Did you drive them away? Gu Yanji wiped the blood from his blade. Indeed, they are all dead. I killed them. Wan Meiling and Lu Xingchen exchanged alarmed looks. Gu Yanji had killed 5 people, and he was only 15. As if sensing their thoughts, Gu Yanji revealed a cold smile. I have killed a total of 12 people. So many? Could he be a murderer? Lu Xingchen regarded him with scrutiny, rising to address Gao Defu. Now that your friend has arrived, I shall take my leave. Gao Defu waved his chubby hand. Wait, Lu Xingchen, do not go. Join our team. Rest assured, with Gu Yanji here, you need not lift a finger. Lu Xingchen shook her head. No, thank you. Wan Meiling also stood up, nodded at Gao Defu, and departed the woods alongside Lu Xingchen. Both favored solitary endeavors. Upon exiting the forest, they headed in different directions, one westward and the other southward. Lu Xingchen continued her journey westward. Upon cresting a small hill, she beheld a vast expanse. The plain was adorned with lush green grass and patches of yellow-orange plants that undulated with the wind. What could that be? Lu Xingchen wondered, racing down the hill with renewed vigor. As she drew closer, her eyes sparkled with excitement. That patch of yellow appeared to be wheat. What a discovery! She had found wheat, and it was at the peak of ripeness. Lu Xingchen sprinted towards the small cluster of golden plants. High-yield wheat. This variety of wheat boasts an impressive yield and delightful flavor, making it imperative to harvest it properly. Chapter 86. Banana Pumpkin, the Monkey's Obstruction. Lu Xingchen examined the wheat closely. It stood tall, each stalk reaching approximately 1 meter in height, with heads nearly double the size of ordinary wheat ears, golden and heavy, bending the stalks. Most of the ears were ripe, with only a few still showing signs of greenness. Lu Xingchen plucked a mature ear, rubbed it gently, and the outer husk fell away, revealing clusters of golden grains. With a bit more force, she crushed the grains, and white powder appeared on her fingertips. Bringing her fingers to her nose, she inhaled the fragrant aroma of wheat. Indeed, the quality of this wheat is excellent. Lu Xingchen resolved to harvest it immediately. Suddenly, she felt a tickling sensation on her leg. A soft bleating sound reached her ears. Was that the sound of a sheep? Lowering her gaze, she spotted a small white creature nestled in the wheat beside her left leg, nuzzling against her. It was a diminutive creature, slightly larger than a teacup dog, its entire body a snowy white, as if wrapped in a layer of snow, with 2 small bumps on its head, likely its horns. Could this be a lamb? It seemed surprisingly small. She recalled that newborn lambs were not typically this tiny. Lu Xingchen bent down and scooped up the little lamb. It was undeniably small, with strikingly beautiful green eyes that sparkled like emeralds, radiating an innocent and naive light. Adorable beyond measure. The lamb gently nudged Lu Xingchen with its newly sprouted horns and let out a soft bleat, its little legs twitching as its head eagerly moved downward. What stunning eyes this little lamb possesses, Lu Xingchen marveled. Watching it struggle and stretch its mouth toward the wheat ears, she realized. Ah, you want to eat the wheat. Lambs do love their grains, after all. Yet this one seemed too small, likely still weaning. Concerned that its tiny mouth would struggle with the large wheat ears, she plucked a tender green ear and held it out to the lamb. The lamb eagerly nibbled at the wheat, finishing it in no time. Indeed, it was hungry. Cradling the warm and soft little creature, Lu Xingchen was utterly enchanted and offered it 2 more ears of wheat. Fearing it might overeat, she hesitated to provide more. Setting the lamb down, she then retrieved her iron axe and began to harvest the wheat. Lacking a sickle, the axe would have to suffice. The little lamb stood patiently by, small, obedient, and utterly charming. Before long, Lu Xingchen had harvested several stalks of wheat, intentionally leaving behind the unripe ears. She intended to offer them to the lamb. Unfortunately, it was too short to reach them. With a touch of kindness, Lu Xingchen bent the green ears down to make them accessible to the lamb. After completing her task, she gently patted the lamb, contemplating her departure. In truth, she felt reluctant to leave. Had this been a typical adventure on a deserted island, she would have taken the lamb with her. However, this was a time for hunting, and carrying a lamb would prove inconvenient. Moreover, Lu Xingchen glanced at the tender little creature. It appeared quite delectable. She mused, "Let us not allow anyone to capture and roast you. All right, I must take my leave. Have fun," she said, stroking the lamb affectionately. Standing up, she looked down into the lamb's bright and innocent eyes, her heart melting with affection. After a moment's thought, She retrieved 2 strawberries from her backpack. Upon seeing the strawberries, the lamb's eyes sparkled even brighter, and it bleated several times. Lu Xingchen placed the strawberries before the lamb and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, she glanced back to see the lamb eagerly munching on the strawberries, its small mouth moving animatedly while its tiny ears perked up and twitched. Utterly adorable. How she wished she could take it home. Reluctantly, Lu Xingchen continued her journey. After about 10 minutes, she came upon a dense thicket, within which there lay a narrow path, obscured by foliage but measuring about 1 meter in height. How reminiscent of a cave entrance. Lu Xingchen paused. Her curiosity piqued at the entrance formed by the thicket. She had come to the deserted island to gather various resources, such as the high-yield wheat she had just discovered, and she did not wish to miss out on a potential source of materials. After a moment's thought, she took out her spear, prodding cautiously ahead as she stepped inside. The thick trees above intertwined, blocking out the sunlight, casting the area into shadow. Lu Xingchen used her spear to navigate through the darkness, advancing several meters until she emerged into a clearing. Before her stood several banana trees, laden with clusters of bright yellow bananas. Nearby, a tangle of green vines snaked their way across the ground, adorned with large yellow pumpkins. Wow, bananas! Pumpkins! Lu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with delight. She had suspected that such a place would yield treasures, and indeed, it did. The pumpkins were ripe. All she needed to do was pluck one and extract the seeds for planting. Pumpkins were a delightful food, suitable for steaming, stir-frying, making pumpkin cakes, or even pumpkin rice. Among countless other preparations, the possibilities were endless. Lu Xingchen felt a surge of eagerness. However, she quickly calmed herself. Based on her experience, there was likely a wild beast guarding this area. Moreover, a gust of wind carried an unpleasant odor to her nostrils. There truly was a beast nearby. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment, then took a few steps back, bending down to pick up a stone, which she hurled with all her might at one of the round pumpkins. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the pumpkin, causing it to wobble slightly. Lu Xingchen held her breath, her eyes fixed ahead. Oddly enough, there was no reaction. After waiting a moment, she picked up a larger stone and threw it at the banana tree. The impact created a louder noise, shaking the tree violently, causing an overly ripe bunch of bananas to sway precariously. Still, there was no response. Lu Xingchen was baffled. Could she have been overly cautious? Never mind. She decided to investigate further. Gripping her spear tightly, she took a few steps forward. The sound of crunching leaves underfoot echoed softly. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a monkey swung down from the branches beside her. It landed near the banana tree, letting out an angry screech while twisting its head as if searching for something. A series of screeches followed, and several more monkeys appeared, most of them adults, standing about 1 meter tall when upright, all clamoring protectively around the bananas. Lu Xingchen noted that these monkeys were jet black, their fur sleek and shiny, with sharp teeth and equally sharp claws. Their eyes were round and golden, radiating a fierce demeanor. This situation appeared rather daunting. The description of the Jinjing high monkey indicated that it was a second-tier mutated creature, exhibiting extraordinary ferocity and likely to attack humans on sight. Lu Xingchen gasped. She had previously expended great effort to defeat a single second-tier mutated beast, and now she faced a whole troop. This was beyond her capability. She needed to retreat quickly. Chapter 87. The Lamb's Fury. Defu encounters danger. Lu Xingchen stepped back. The rustling leaves beneath her feet drew the monkey's attention. In a frenzy, they screeched and charged toward her with remarkable speed. Lu Xingchen quickly retracted her spear, cracking her whip, which lashed across the first monkey in line with a sharp crack. The monkey yelped, scratching at the spot where the whip had struck, yet it continued its advance. The blow had merely left a faint mark, and it appeared uninjured. Lu Xingchen was alarmed. As she swung her whip and retreated, she realized she needed to exit the thicket. The monkeys were in their territory, where they held the advantage. Lu Xingchen wielded her soft whip, successfully blocking 3 monkeys, while 2 others darted through the foliage, launching their attack from either side. One of them extended its claws, and with a swift sound, tore through Lu Xingchen's sleeve. Another leapt onto a tree branch and descended rapidly. This was dire. Lu Xingchen quickly drew her dagger and slashed upwards. With a sharp sound, the dagger cut into the front leg of the monkey. The creature let out a pained screech, but, rather than retreating, charged ferociously forward. Danger loomed. Lu Xingchen hastily stepped back a few paces, but the monkeys, already agile, were even more formidable and fierce, surrounding her from 5 different directions. Lu Xingchen felt overwhelmed. One monkey leapt down from above, aiming for her head. Lu Xingchen was nearly unable to defend herself. She considered using her teleportation card. Suddenly, a small white figure dashed forward, leaping approximately 3 to 4 meters high, and collided with the descending monkey. With a loud thud, the monkey was sent flying far away, tumbling to the ground in confusion. It stood up, bewildered and motionless. A tender bleat echoed, and at that moment, a little lamb landed in Lu Xingchen's arms, nudging its head and sending another charging monkey sprawling. A lamb. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. This was indeed the little lamb she had fed strawberries earlier. Despite its diminutive size, it displayed remarkable strength, scattering the monkeys in disarray. Within half a minute, the remaining monkeys stood a short distance away, waving their arms and screeching at Lu Xingchen. They seemed eager to charge again. Observing the lamb's weary demeanor, Lu Xingchen dared not linger and quickly retreated from the woods. Once she had exited, she walked quite a distance before halting. The little lamb affectionately nudged her arm. Lu Xingchen caressed its soft body, exclaiming, "Oh, little one, how are you so powerful? Just moments ago you struggled to reach the weed ears, yet now you darted gracefully, skillfully fending off those second-tier, mutated monkeys. You prove far more useful than Lon Lon. That lazy bird." The thought of Lon Lon irritated her. It flitted about aimlessly, rarely staying in sight. She mused that perhaps she shouldn't have given it strawberries. She glanced at the lamb, which was still nuzzling her, and noticing its drooping spirit, she promptly produced several strawberries and asked, "Would you like to eat this?" The little lamb eagerly began to munch. Lu Xingchen contemplated her next move. She was determined to acquire banana seeds and pumpkin plants, but her strength alone was insufficient, and Wei Lin and Wei Ying were not yet able to assist her. While this lamb was indeed impressive, she did not know it well enough, and it was evidently fatigued, incapable of further combat. A thought struck her. She could seek assistance from others. She required the pumpkin seeds and banana trees, and sharing some would not be an issue. One person could not accomplish everything. Sometimes, collaboration is beneficial for mutual gain. The martial prowess of Gu Yanji had been commendable. They had just parted ways, so they should not be far. Regrettably, she was not well acquainted with Gu Yanji. After some reflection, Lu Xingchen messaged Gao Dafu, "There are bananas and pumpkins here. Would you like some? If so, come with Gu Yanji and help me deal with a few monkeys." "Yes." "Where?" Gao Dafu replied swiftly. Lu Xingchen provided a set of coordinates. Gao Dafu responded, "I am heading there now. Gu Yanji is off hunting. He will come shortly." Lu Xingchen thought to herself, "Is Gu Yanji truly a maniac?" While playing with the lamb, she awaited her companions. After 7 or 8 minutes, Gao Dafu messaged again, "Hold on, I'm watching something interesting." "Oh, it's Wan Meiling." Lu Xingchen inquired, "What happened to her?" Gao Dafu replied in a hushed tone, "She has encountered Wang Lei and Wan Meiyun again. She is incredibly skilled, living up to her title as archery champion." Lu Xingchen noticed Gao Dafu's unusually quiet demeanor and curiously asked, "Why are you whispering?" Gao Dafu lowered his voice further, "Because I am eavesdropping." Lu Xingchen chided, "Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Gao Dafu retorted, "Shoo, I can't leave. They would notice me." "Oh, Lu Xingchen, please come rescue me." Lu Xingchen thought, "What benefit is there in rescuing this helpless, nosy fool?" She replied with mild exasperation, "What do you want in return?" Gao Dafu, astonished, exclaimed, "Are we not partners?" "Partnership does not include rescuing you," Lu Xingchen stated as she opened the map to locate Gao Dafu. "All right, hurry here. I will give you a special seed. Glutinous rice seed." Gao Dafu sounded frantic. "Glutinous rice seeds? Excellent. Glutinous rice can be used to make a variety of delicious dishes, zongzi, sticky rice cakes, and 8 treasure rice, all of which I adore. This trip was certainly worth it. All right, I'm on my way." Lu Xingchen was already running in that direction and asked, "Gao Dafu, did you not call Gu Yanji?" Logically, one would expect that in a crisis, Gao Dafu would seek Gu Yanji first. Gao Dafu whispered, "I've notified him for ages, but he hasn't shown up." Suddenly, Lu Xingchen recalled that Wang Lei and Wan Meiyun were injured. How could they dare to approach Wan Meiling? Indeed. But Wang Lei and Wan Meiyun's wounds had healed. After a moment, Gao Dafu exclaimed, "Golden ointment. They must have acquired golden ointment. Moreover, they possess weapons. Wow. It seems these two scoundrels stumbled upon a treasure chest." Lu Xingchen chose not to pry further. She was not far from Gao Dafu. A mere 7 or 8 minutes of running. A few minutes later, Gao Dafu cried out, "Oh no, Wan Meiling is injured. That scoundrel has learned to set traps." Wan Meiling fell into one and hurt her leg. "I've been discovered. Lu Xingchen, save me." Lu Xingchen saw a green dot racing toward her. She sprinted urgently, soon spotting the plump Gao Dafu bounding toward her with surprising agility. Gao Dafu noticed Lu Xingchen and shouted, "Ah, Lu Xingchen, run quickly. There are too many of them." A steel arrow whizzed past Gao Dafu's ear, prompting him to scream in terror. Behind him emerged Wang Lei, holding a massive iron bow, drawing back an arrow. And with a swift whoosh, another iron arrow was shot towards Gao Dafu. Gao Dafu rolled and scrambled away. Lu Xingchen had already drawn her horn bow, deftly knocking 3 feathered arrows, which she released in rapid succession. The first arrow intercepted the iron arrow with a clang, diverting its trajectory. while the second and third arrows aimed directly at Wang Lei's face and chest. Wang Lei's expression shifted as he dodged, narrowly avoiding them. Lu Xingchen, are you meddling again? Wang Lei's face darkened as he muttered something incomprehensible. Gao Dafu had crawled to Lu Xingchen's side, exclaiming, he is calling for reinforcements. Lu Xingchen, stop him. He gasped. His allies are in the nearby woods. Behind Wang Lei lay a dense thicket. Lu Xingchen glanced over, immediately knocking 3 more feathered arrows, while Wang Lei prepared 3 iron arrows, both facing each other from a distance. Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen released her arrows, and Wang Lei responded in kind. The 6 arrows met in the air with a series of sharp clangs, all falling to the ground. At that moment, 4 arrows shot in from a distance. Gao Dafu reacted quickly, dropping to the ground and shouting to Lu Xingchen, his allies are here. Lu Xingchen's expression remained calm as she flicked her soft whip, deftly knocking the 4 arrows to the ground. 2 figures emerged from the thicket. One was Wan Meiyun, armed with a wooden bow and a quiver of wooden arrows. The very weapons Wang Lei had previously wielded. LXNGCHN cast a fleeting glance at Wing Li, who now wielded a massive iron bow, with a quiver of iron arrows slung over his shoulder. Had they upgraded their equipment? Was this the reason for their audacity? WNMIN turned around, yanking the rope in her hand fiercely while muttering a few curses under her breath. It was then that LXNGCHN noticed she was also holding onto a girl, WNMIL-ing. WNMIL-ing's complexion was pale, her arms and body bound by ropes, and blood soaked her left leg, causing her to stumble as she walked, clearly gravely injured. Finally, a fair-skinned young man emerged, rather diminutive and with a flickering gaze, appearing somewhat vacant. He too carried a quiver and held a short bow, with several wooden arrows strapped to his back. GODF leaned closer to LXNGCHN and whispered, all 3 of them are from the archery team. Aside from WNMIN, their archery skills are formidable. LXNGCHN, a wise man does not succumb to immediate losses. We should flee. Wing Li sneered, flee? You think you can escape? WNMIN, Wing Li, and the diminutive young man stood in a line, all raising their bows. GODF, with a grin, remarked, hey, we're all in District 33. Let us talk this out. Wing Li, I even watched you compete back then. We can consider ourselves friends, right? WNMIN scoffed. Oh, how curious that GODF considers us friends. Wing Li retorted coldly, friends? Sure, but hand over all the supplies in your backpack. GODF, with a fawning expression, replied, all right, no problem. He turned to LXNGCHN, saying, you go first. I'll give them what they want. Wing Li coldly interjected. Who said I would let her leave? GODF persisted. Hey, Wing Li, I have quite a lot of supplies in my backpack. Enough to buy the lives of both of us. Besides, LXNGCHN came at my call. I must take her with me. Wing Li looked at LXNGCHN, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Fine, let LXNGCHN also drop her supplies. WNMIN protested. No way, Li go. That LXNGCHN is too arrogant. Let us just kill her. LXNGCHN rubbed her wrist. You all seem to be having a delightful conversation. Why not ask for my opinion? GODF quickly pulled her closer, whispering, hold on, GYNZH will be here soon. The diminutive young man, LQN, suddenly shouted, let us move quickly. GYNZH is almost here. WNMIN and Wing Li's expressions changed simultaneously as they raised their bows. Bound and gagged, WNMIL gritted her teeth. Looking at LQN with heartache, when did you become like this? LQN's gaze flickered, avoiding WNMIL's eyes. Fixating instead on LXNGCHN, GODF remarked to LXNGCHN, WNMIL was just betrayed by this LQN. He was one of her students in the archery team, her pride and joy. Who would have thought? Wing Li furrowed his brow in urgency. Addressing WNMIN and LQN, quickly, let's end this swiftly. The 3 released their bowstrings, and 3 arrows shot straight at LXNGCHN. GODF rolled aside in haste. LXNGCHN cracked her whip, dodging several arrows with agility. Speed. Wing Li shouted as he drew 3 iron arrows, with WNMIN and LQN quickly following suit. Suddenly, LXNGCHN raised her hand, shouting, you dogs. A delicate yet fierce voice echoed, startling the 3. They looked up to see a stunning bird diving from the sky. It was the red-billed blue magpie. LNLN, distract that short one. LXNGCHN called out. In an instant, she discerned that LQN was the most skilled archer, prompting her to instruct the red-billed blue magpie to engage him. All right. It chirped eagerly. It spun in midair, charging toward LQN while vocally berating him. "You filthy little dwarf, ugly waste of space. Get lost." It extended its claws, gripping LQN's shoulder, yanking him backward. With a shriek, he retreated as a large tear was ripped from his clothing, exposing flesh, blood seeping forth instantly. "Ah!" LQN cried out, retreating in fear. He had been momentarily entranced by the bird's beauty, allowing the red-billed blue magpie to seize the opportunity. LN tossed aside the fabric, shouting, "You worthless creature. Pathetic little dwarf." LQN's expression darkened. The bird's insults were too harsh, reminding him of the ridicule he faced for his height and perceived ineptitude. WNMIL had comforted and trained him, nurturing his innate talent, which had eventually led him to the top of his class. Now, hearing the bird echoing his past nicknames, his fury ignited. He silently nocked an arrow, releasing 5 arrows in quick succession. LXNGCH gasped. LQN was indeed a product of rigorous training, his archery skills formidable. She called out to LNLN, "Fly, keep him occupied." LNLN scoffed, "This waste? Why would I fear him?" The 5 arrows flew towards it, as LNLN maneuvered in the air, squawking in alarm. Though it skillfully avoided injury, several of its beautiful feathers were lost in the fray. "You filthy creature, pathetic little dwarf, I'll tear you apart." LNLN raged, recklessly charging at LQN. Its wild nature, combined with its sense of injustice, propelled it into a frenzy. LQN hastily drew arrows from his back, retreating and dodging. Meanwhile, LNLN, while evading arrows, relentlessly lunged at him, scratching and clawing wherever it could. Before long, the red-billed blue magpie was a flurry of disheveled feathers, while LQN found himself in a dire state, his clothing in tatters, his face marred with scratches, and wounds peppered across his limbs. Worse still, his arrows were nearly depleted. As LNLN continued its assault, it vocally berated him with insults, driving LQN to the brink of madness. WNLI, WNMIN, and the others stood frozen, paralyzed by LNLN's unyielding ferocity, momentarily forgetting to intervene. LXNGCH quietly readied her arrows, aiming 3 at WNLI. WNMIN, the least skilled archer, posed little threat. WNLI snapped back to reality, dodging the first 2 arrows. But the third grazed his ear. He winced at the sting, discovering blood upon his hand. WNMIN, attack. WNLI barked, prompting her to finally spring into action, grasping her bow. LXNGCH surged forward, reaching WNMIN, and with a swift crack of her whip, struck her across the face. "Ah!" WNMIN screamed, dropping her bow as she clutched her face in panic. "My face. Oh no, I'm disfigured." A clear line of blood marred her features. WNMIN, obsessed with her looks, crumbled upon seeing the blood, weeping uncontrollably. "Go, my face. Oh no, my face." In her despair, she had completely forgotten the battle at hand. LXNGCH smirked, having recognized WNMIN as the weakest link among the 3, lacking in strength and stamina, and overly delicate. Thus, she had charged directly at WNMIN. Indeed, WNMIN proved to be utterly ineffective. A mere superficial injury to her face rendered her devoid of all combat spirit, further hindering WNLI's focus. Wang Meiyun, in tears, rushed behind Wang Lei. Clutching his clothing with a trembling voice, she implored, "Lei Gu, do you think my face can still be saved?" Wang Lei frowned. At such a critical moment, how could she still be concerned about her appearance? With her life hanging by a thread, what did her face matter? Suddenly, 3 arrows whizzed through the air, each aimed at Wang Lei's vital points. Startled, he realized it was too late for him to draw his bow and swiftly attempted to evade. However, with Wang Meiyun behind him, his movements were restricted. She had only trained in archery for a few years, often neglecting her practice, and had spent most of her time shopping and taking selfies rather than honing her skills. Her physical condition was far from adequate. Moreover, her focus was entirely on her own face as she desperately pulled at Wang Lei. Limited in his actions, the first 2 arrows narrowly missed him, causing his complexion to pale with fear. In a fit of anger, he shoved Wang Meiyun aside. The 3rd arrow came even faster, and Wang Lei was unable to dodge. Thud! The arrow pierced deeply into his left arm. A gasp escaped Wang Lei as he shuddered from the pain, feeling not only agony but also a tingling numbness spreading through his limb. It was over. Such a serious injury rendered him unable to shoot. He cast a fearful glance at Lu Xingchen, recalling that she had only practiced archery for 2 or 3 days at most. With such a brief period, she had mastered the ability to shoot 3 arrows in quick succession, truly a prodigy. He regretted heeding Wang Meiyun's advice to provoke Lu Xingchen. Frustration consumed him. Wang Meiyun, having been pushed to the ground, momentarily stunned, began to cry again. Wang Lei, now that I've been disfigured, do you despise me? Wang Lei shot her a disdainful look. Spinning around to grab Wan Meiling, positioning her in front of him as a shield, and shouted at Lu Xingchen, stop. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Not far off. Gao Dafu made a gesture, his expression sly. Wan Meiling's face turned icy as she exclaimed, Wang Lei, let me go. Wang Lei tightened his grip on her, keeping his gaze fixed on Lu Xingchen as he slowly retreated, saying, Lu Xingchen, we have no deep-seated hatred. If you spare me, I will release Wan Meiling. Lu Xingchen smirked, lifting her horn bow and knocking an arrow aimed at Wang Lei. What if I refuse? Wang Lei gritted his teeth. Has Wan Meiling taught you archery? Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow in surprise. She only taught me for 2 or 3 days. How long did she teach you? Gao Dafu interjected. Wang Lei, I heard Wan Meiling taught you for several years. Is this how you treat her? Wang Lei's face flushed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Drawing a steel arrow from behind, aiming it at Wan Meiling's throat, and declared fiercely, step back, or I will kill her. Gao Dafu scoffed, how ruthless. Abandoning your kin. Lu Xingchen silently raised her bow, and Wang Lei immediately pressed the steel arrow closer to Wan Meiling's neck, causing her to wince in pain. Lu Xingchen called out, Wan Meiling. She released her grip, and the feathered arrow flew towards Wang Lei like lightning. Simultaneously, Wan Meiling, free from her bindings, raised her hands, letting the ropes fall to the ground. She leaned back and seized Wang Lei's wrist with a fierce grip. Wang Lei cried out as he released the steel arrow, which fell to the ground. Wan Meiling swiftly grasped the arrow, still holding his wrist, twisting it, and stepping back a few paces. Wang Lei was forced to stumble backward. Wan Meiling's right hand thrust the steel arrow sharply into Wang Lei's right hand. With a sickening thud, the arrow embedded deeply in his palm. Ah! Wang Lei screamed, writhing in agony. Their movements were rapid, all transpiring in the blink of an eye, just as Lu Xingchen's feathered arrow struck Wang Lei's right arm. Ah! He cried out again. With injuries to both arms, he was left battered and bleeding profusely. Wan Meiling frowned in disgust, flinging Wang Lei aside. Chapter 90. They are doomed. Gao Dafu, being quite astute, had discreetly untied Wan Meiling while the chaos unfolded between Wan Meiyun, Wang Lei, and Lu Xingchen. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xingchen had witnessed the entire scene. With arrows lodged in both arms and a steel arrow piercing his palm, Wang Lei struggled to rise, pale with pain. Wan Meiyun hurried to his side, supporting his arm. Lei Go, are you all right? Wang Lei suddenly crushed a card, and mist enveloped them, obscuring their figures. Gao Dafu shouted. Ah, have they escaped? Escape? Impossible. Lu Xingchen chuckled coldly. They are as good as dead. They were incapacitated. How far could they possibly flee? The only direction available was through the dense forest ahead. Previously, Wang Lei and Wan Meiyun had no intention of causing harm. They did not target her. Thus, Lu Xingchen only sought to reprimand them, sparing their lives. However, after their attempt on her life, how could she allow them to escape? She tightened her grip on her whip and strode forward. Wan Meiyun helped Wang Lei into the forest, but he winced in pain and sank to the ground. Lu Xingchen's feathered arrows contained Ma Zue Chao, which now took effect. Wang Lei felt his arms grow numb, unable to lift them, with blood soaking his body. Wan Meiyun gasped in horror. Lei Go, what happened? Wang Lei was filled with despair. Earlier, they had discovered a treasure chest, which yielded a steel bow, steel arrows, and 2 healing salves. They had been elated, each using 1 salve to heal their wounds. Now, with the salves gone and suffering such severe injuries, infection and fever loomed ominously in his future. Facing him was an inevitable demise. Wan Meiyun gazed at the blood-soaked wounds on his arms and the arrow embedded deep into his flesh, her face as pale as a sheet. Lei Go. You can no longer shoot arrows? Wang Lei's heart raced, and he quickly replied, Meiyun, my wounds can heal, and once healed, I can shoot again. Wan Meiyun lowered her gaze, softly stating, I understand. Lei Go, I will remove the feathered arrows from you. With that, she grasped the arrow and pulled it out forcefully. Wang Lei stifled a cry of pain. Meiyun, can you help me? All right, I will help you. Wan Meiyun's voice was gentle, but suddenly shifted to a tone of cruelty as she plunged the arrow towards Wang Lei's heart. Thud. The arrow pierced deeply, interrupting Wang Lei's words. Ah! He screamed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Wan Meiyun. Wan Meiyun. Her delicate face was twisted with malice. Wang Lei. With your arms and hand gravely injured, you will never shoot again. You are nothing but a burden. Without healing salves, you will die slowly. I am merely granting you a swift end. Wang Lei's expression was one of torment. Wan Meiyun, I have saved you more than once. Wan Meiyun shrugged. There is nothing I can do. Your injuries are too severe for me to save you. Wang Lei gritted his teeth, regret flashing in his eyes. If it were Meiling, she would never do this. Wan Meiyun scoffed. rising to her feet, impatiently saying, "You talk too much. Why are you not dead yet? I am still waiting for you to explode with resources." Wang Lei seethed with anger. "Wan Meiyun, how treacherous you are." Wan Meiyun beamed with satisfaction. "What else would you expect? Do you think anyone is like Wan Meiling?" Wang Lei was taken aback. "I was foolish. If it weren't for you, I would never have thought of killing, nor would I have considered abducting Wan Meiling. Had I not done so, I would not have been injured. You are not foolish. You are both venomous and foolish." Lu Xingchen approached slowly. Wan Meiyun's expression changed drastically as she took several steps back in fear. Lu Xingchen pointed at her. "Stay right there and do not move." Wan Meiyun froze in place. WNMIL-ing and GODF entered the scene. Upon seeing WNMIL-ing, W-ing-Li's heart leapt with joy. "MIL-ing, save me," he cried, dragging his bloodied body a few steps forward. He looked up at WNMIL-ing, pleading, "MIL-ing, I regret it. I was wrong to be with WNMIYN. Please forgive me." WNMIL-ing regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Sensing a glimmer of hope, W-ing-Li moved another step closer. MIL-ing, I. LXing-CH and kicked him with disdain. "Scoundrel. You won't die even with an arrow lodged in your heart. Kill W-ing-Li, gain 20 points. Will you collect W-ing-Li's supplies?" LXing-CH and was taken aback. How could a mere kick lead to his demise? It was indeed true. W-ing-Li was already on the brink of death, and her gentle kick merely hastened his journey to the beyond. Yes, acquired iron bow X1, iron arrows X6, bottled water X2, bread X2, wood X200, mist card X1. Mist card instantly creates a large area of mist to trap enemies, 13 uses. It turned out W-ing-Li had just used a mist card. This card proved valuable. It might come in handy in the future. And W-ing-Li had contributed in some measure. He possessed quite a bit of wood and iron. LXing-CH had reaped a bountiful harvest. WNMIYN watched in horror as LXing-CH turned to her, then back at the obviously deceased W-ing-Li, nervously inquiring about his supplies. LXing-CH shot her a sidelong glance. "You're still thinking about his supplies?" WNMIYN quickly realized her folly and waved her hands. "No, I don't want them." "Huh." LXing-CH sneered, swiftly brandishing her whip. The whip cracked sharply, whistling past WNMIYN's side. "Ah!" WNMIYN shrieked, immediately covering her face. "What else do you have in your backpack? Show me." LXing-CH commanded coldly. "If there's even a single item missing, I will ruin your face." WNMIYN trembled in fear. "No, please don't. Show me." LXing-CH shouted, crying. WNMIYN hurriedly began tossing the contents of her storage backpack onto the ground. She had an array of wood, iron, food, and water, plentiful in quantity. LXing-CH cast a glance at WNMIYN. WNMIYN was unnerved by LXing-CH's scrutinizing gaze, covering her face again. LXing-CH, "I've given you everything. There's nothing left. I beg you, spare me, sob. You may leave." LXing-CH nodded at WNMIYN. As if granted a reprieve, WNMIYN stumbled away, just as she had run about 30 or 40 meters. LXing-CH suddenly raised her hand, knocked an arrow, and shot an arrow swiftly. Thud. It struck WNMIYN in the back. Oh! WNMIYN collapsed to the ground, turning her head back to glare at them. LXing-CH, "You are truly venomous." LXing-CH was astonished. "Are you referring to me?" WNMIYN then looked at WNMIL-ing. WNMIL-ing, "Just wait, my father." She could say no more. Clutching her chest and struggling a couple of times before her eyes rolled back, lifeless. Chapter 91. 12 Throwing Knives, Treasure Pearl. How did she end up hating you? I was the one who killed her." LXing-CH looked at WNMIL-ing in surprise. WNMIL-ing smiled bitterly. GODF approached. "Hey, LXing-CH, I was worried you might let her go. This WNMIYN has no bottom line and is exceedingly cruel. Letting her go would bring endless trouble." LXing-CH nodded. "I noticed that too. I was just playing with WNMIYN. The truth was, WNMIY North had been too close for her to shoot earlier. This WNMIYN, either inciting WNLI to kill GODF or persuading him to eliminate WNMIYN, would undoubtedly conspire against LXing-CH once she had allies. Heartless and ruthless, akin to a venomous scorpion. LXing-CH would not let her off lightly. Otherwise, what if she incited a few more men to kill her? Notifications chimed repeatedly. Kill WNMIYN. Gain 10 points. Will you collect her supplies? Yes. Acquired treasure pearl X1. Oh, WNMIYN actually had such a good item? LXingCH and immediately retrieved the treasure pearl from her backpack. It was a walnut-sized orb, white in color, with a single character, treasure, inscribed upon it. Quite ordinary, even somewhat dull. Treasure pearl. Follow this pearl to find treasures. Usage time, tonight at 9 p.m. So simple. LXingCHN was astonished. It did not specify what treasure or where to find it, only indicating that it should be used at 9 p.m. How peculiar. WNMIYN had discarded everything but this daringly optimistic item, indicating she placed high hopes on it for a good treasure. It must be something valuable. I will keep it for later use. LXingCHN stored the treasure pearl. At that moment, WNMILing approached, having dressed her wounds with healing ointment, now looking much better. She handed LXingCHN a blueprint. XingCHN, thank you. Here is a throwing knife blueprint, of decent quality, a token of my gratitude. LXingCHN accepted the blueprint. Throwing knife blueprint, advanced 12 throwing knives, sharp blades as thin as paper, capable of easily taking a life upon release. Note, learning the secret technique for throwing knives would be even better. An advanced weapon blueprint? GODF leaned in. Wow, throwing knives. 12 of them. LXingCHN was somewhat surprised and looked up at WNMILing. WNMILing explained. They were driven by greed when they saw me obtain the throwing knife blueprint from the chest, intending to kill me for the treasure. She appeared somewhat sorrowful. Little did she expect that merely for a weapon blueprint, WNMIYN and WNL I would seek to take her life, especially since they had previously shown her some restraint. She believed it was time for self-reflection. Having entered a world of survival, one should not harbor any expectations of others. A glint of determination flashed in WNMILing's eyes. From now on, if killing was necessary, so be it. LXingCHN accepted the throwing knife blueprint, storing it away. She had saved WNMILing twice. Taking a few items was hardly excessive. As WNMILing turned to leave, GYNZH strode over. GODF, seeing GYNZH, muttered under his breath. What took you so long? I asked you to hurry and save someone. You arrive now? If I had waited for you, that person would have been cold by now. Killing takes time. GYNZH replied nonchalantly, bloodied. The blueprint. Oh, the advanced throwing knife blueprint. You missed out on it. What a pity. GODF lamented. What a shame. If you had come sooner, the blueprint would have been yours. GYNZH nodded at LXingCHN. Shall we go? LXingCHN nodded, and the three of them departed, with LXingCHN walking at the rear. GYNZH walked with a commanding presence, while GODF trailed behind, chattering incessantly. How wonderful it would be to have a throwing knife. Swish, oh, dead. Swish, oh, dead. How cool. LXingCHN. GODF turned back, looking at LXingCHN with flattery. XingCHN. Look, you have so many weapons already. A throwing knife would be of no use to you. Why not sell it to me? LXingCHN smiled slightly. Who says it's useless? Throwing knives are fantastic. Swish, oh, dead. Swish, oh, dead. How cool. GODF. No matter how much GODF tried to persuade her, LXingCHN remained steadfast. There was no way around it. GODF's description had captivated her deeply, and she was now exceedingly interested in throwing knives, eager to experience that exhilarating sensation. Of course, the most important thing was that with an additional weapon came an extra safeguard. She needed this weapon. Soon enough, the three of them exited the dense forest. LXingCHN picked up her fallen arrows when suddenly, she furrowed her brow. Where were LNLN and LQN? In the heat of battle with WNLI and WNMIYN, she had forgotten about them. How could they have vanished? LNLN. LXingCHN called out. With a flutter, LNLN descended from the sky, landing on a nearby rock and preening its feathers. Its plumage was disheveled, yet its gaze was sharp and proud. Where's that little fellow? LXingCHN inquired. Done for. LNLN said smugly. Where is he? LXingCHN frowned. Take me to see. Alas, it's over for the little one. Lan exclaimed, flapping her wings with an air of majesty. I understand it's done for. Take me to see him. Lu Xingchen reiterated, fearing that Li Qin might still be alive and in need of a final blow. Oh, Lan comprehended and quickly took to the sky. Lu Xingchen instructed Gu Yanji and Gao Dafu to wait, hastening to follow Lan. The duo arrived at a stream, where Lan descended and proudly pointed to the pools of fresh blood by the bank. It's over for him, she declared triumphantly. Where is he? Lu Xingchen scanned her surroundings. Finding not a trace of a person, Lan Lan continued to boast with her wide eyes. It's done for. Lu Xingchen, feeling speechless, thought it best to let it go. Given Lan Lan's attack power, Li Qin was likely incapacitated. They should return to hunt monkeys and gather banana trees and pumpkins. You performed admirably. Here, have some strawberries. Lu Xingchen offered a few strawberries to Lan Lan, advising her to rest afterward, for she was nearly bald. Lan Lan happily munched on her treat, while Lu Xingchen led Gao Dafu and Gu Yinji in search of bananas and pumpkins. The trio set off immediately. Lu Xingchen and Gu Yinji moved swiftly, leaving Gao Dafu sweating as he struggled to keep up. Hey, slow down, you two, he called out. Gu Yinji replied coolly. It's no use for you to rush. There's no need to hurry. Gao Dafu retorted. Am I not allowed to learn some combat experience? The distance was short, and soon they reached the entrance of a dense forest. Along the way, Lu Xingchen had briefed them on the situation, and the three had devised a simple strategy. Gu Yinji would charge ahead, taking the brunt of the assault, while Lu Xingchen would provide ranged support with her bow, and Gao Dafu would act as auxiliary support. As for how he would assist, Lu Xingchen was unsure, perhaps merely to observe. Gao Dafu, enthusiastic about joining the fray, was not to be discouraged. Who knew when he might be of use? At the very least, he could draw some fire. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Gu Yinji charged in without a word. Gao Dafu let out a shout and barreled in like a cannonball. Lu Xingchen was the last to enter. By the time she stepped inside, Gu Yinji had already engaged the enemy, wielding his blade with fierce precision, effectively blocking 4 monkeys in their tracks. Gao Dafu showcased his prowess by hurling bricks at the monkeys, creating a delightful chaos that disrupted their movements. Lu Xingchen marveled at his skills. Pondering why he hadn't taken on Wang Lei earlier, Gao Dafu turned back, eager to clarify. These were just given to me by Gu Yinji. Unfazed, Gu Yinji continued to fend off the monkeys, coolly stating, this is much better than throwing knives. I have plenty to spare. Lu Xingchen readied her bow and aimed at a beleaguered monkey, chuckling. This is splendid. No loss in wasting them. Unlike me, who has to retrieve arrows after every battle. As for bricks, we could build a kiln, producing thousands in a day. They can be tossed around without a care. But where did these bricks come from? Did he make them himself, or find them? Could it be that there's a brick kiln on this deserted island? As she shot arrows, Lu Xingchen voiced her queries. Gao Dafu burst into laughter. Where did they come from? Of course, Gu Yinji opened a chest. He previously defeated 2 second-tier mutated beasts and obtained boxes guarded by wild creatures, which contained bricks. Quite a lot. Actually, over 100. Boxes can contain bricks? Lu Xingchen was astonished. How had she never encountered such a thing? Moreover, weren't the treasures guarded by beasts supposed to be weapon blueprints and rare fruits? Gao Dafu chuckled even more heartily. Haven't you seen? Gu Yinji can not only find bricks, but also 5 dirt clods, a pile of wild grass, half a piece of plastic, a tattered plastic water bottle, and some decayed wood and scraps of paper. Lu Xingchen was taken aback. What were these items? She had never seen any of them. Gao Dafu tossed a brick, glancing at the incredulous Lu Xingchen, and continued, haven't he seen them before? Gu Yinji can only find these. Ha! He roared with laughter. He can't even find a single intact bottle of water. Ah! Lu Xingchen released an arrow, suddenly realizing that Gu Yinji's luck was extraordinarily poor. How dismal. How had he survived when they first arrived on the island? Gao Dafu beamed with pride. He has always relied on me to open boxes. Huh? As a monkey charged at Gao Dafu, Lu Xingchen swiftly shot an arrow, striking its head, while Gao Dafu brought down the brick for good measure. The monkey rolled its eyes and succumbed. With Gu Yinji's support, the battle became considerably easier. He could hold off the monkeys while Lu Xingchen's arrows flew true, and soon, the remaining monkeys were in disarray. They all wanted their share of points and rushed to finish off the remaining monkeys. In no time, several monkeys lay lifeless. Lu Xingchen killed 2, Gu Yinji took 3, and Gao Dafu claimed 1, the one he had dispatched with a brick. Each of the 3 gained their rewards. They found 6 pumpkins, which Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu divided equally, and 8 bunches of bananas, with Lu Xingchen taking 4 and the remainder going to Gao Dafu and Gu Yinji. Having finished dividing the spoils, Lu Xingchen also dug up 3 banana trees and placed them in her backpack. Suddenly, she remembered something and reached out to Gao Dafu. What about the glutinous rice seeds? You remember? Gao Dafu's eyes widened. You're something else. We just collaborated to defeat the enemy. Aren't we friends? Even blood brothers keep accounts. Lu Xingchen shot him a sidelong glance. All right, here you go. Gao Dafu handed her a small cloth bag. Lu Xingchen opened it and, indeed, found glutinous rice seeds, enough to plant a substantial area. Satisfied, she tucked the seeds away in her backpack. Gao Dafu was not at all displeased to give her the seeds. Rather, he was excited. It's noon. Shall we have some grilled lamb skewers? I just got a grill. Some metal skewers and salt. Gu Yinji killed a sheep earlier. Let us feast together. Sounds good. Lu Xingchen agreed, feeling hungry. The three had worked harmoniously. Gu Yinji was efficient and silent, while Gao Dafu's jokes added a delightful element to their camaraderie. She was more than happy to join them. "Let us go," Gao Dafu said cheerily. Gu Yinji did not object. The trio exited the forest and walked a few dozen meters to the spot where Lu Xingchen had harvested wheat earlier. Gao Dafu produced the grill and charcoal, while Gu Yinji skillfully threaded lamb onto skewers with impressive speed. Lu Xingchen offered to help, but Gao Dafu stopped her. "We used to eat this often. He usually handles this part quickly, so you don't need to worry." Lu Xingchen thought for a moment, then retrieved a basket of strawberries. She had to contribute something. She couldn't just eat for free. Gu Yinji quickly finished threading the lamb, and Gao Dafu seasoned it with salt. Lu Xingchen regretted not bringing some grilling spices. Gao Dafu truly understood how to enjoy life. What of hunting on a deserted island? Did that mean they couldn't indulge in eating and drinking? At that moment, Gao Dafu pulled out a string of bright red chili peppers, causing Lu Xingchen's eyes to light up. "Where did you get those? I only saw 2 or 3 when I first arrived, and they were all picked clean." Gao Dafu grinned triumphantly. "I found a few when I first came to the island. Please give me some," Lu Xingchen said eagerly. "If you give me a few, I'll take care of your chili peppers in the future." Gao Dafu nodded. "Sure, no problem." Lu Xingchen took a few dried chili peppers and put them in her backpack, while Gao Dafu ground the remaining dried peppers into powder. Gu Yinji lit the fire and began grilling the skewers, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Suddenly, a small, snow-white lamb appeared beneath the grill, looking small and obedient. It was the very lamb Lu Xingchen had encountered earlier. "Ah, little lamb, you're here," Lu Xingchen exclaimed joyfully, scooping it up in her arms. Gao Dafu's eyes lit up upon spotting the little lamb. "Wow, what a tiny lamb, so tender. Let us have a roasted lamb." Suddenly, the lamb kicked its legs, leapt up, and butted its head against Gao Dafu's ample belly. Ouch! Gao Dafu was sent flying 2 meters into the air, landing not far away and rolling several times. Dazed, he got up, wondering, "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?" After butting Gao Dafu, the little lamb returned to Lu Xingchen's embrace. Gu Yinji merely cast a glance, continuing to grill the skewers with an air of indifference. Shaking his plump head, Gao Dafu trudged back and finally processed the situation. "Ah? This little lamb." The lamb's bright green eyes gazed at him, exuding an adorable innocence. Gao Dafu locked eyes with it, observing its petite body, wool as white as snow, and the tiny, tender horns just beginning to sprout. His mouth watered anew. This time, he dared not act rashly and quietly inquired of Lu Xingchen, "Xingchen, shall we roast it?" Lu Xingchen held the restless lamb, shooting him a sidelong glance. "Roast what? Do you dare? Are you willing to risk your life?" She lowered her gaze to the lamb. Not only Gao Dafu, but she also found herself salivating at the sight of it. Roasted lamb is indeed delicious. And this one was exceptionally tender. So adorable, she couldn't bear to eat it. "Eat," Gu Yinji announced, having prepared a large pile of lamb skewers. The 3 of them began to feast. Gu Yinji, possibly fond of spice, had added an abundance of chili. The trio inhaled sharply while desperately drinking water between bites. Just as they had consumed half, a melodious voice rang out. "Ah, so delicious." Lon Lon swooped down from the sky, landing beside Lu Xingchen, nuzzling her neck gently while eyeing the skewers. "Eat, eat, eat." Lu Xingchen was astonished. "What do you want to eat? How can you eat everything? What would a beautiful little bird like you do with lamb skewers? Aren't birds supposed to eat seeds and fruits, maybe the occasional insect? How could you possibly want skewers?" She patted it. "Good girl, don't eat that. It's spicy, salty, and oily. Not suitable for you." Lon Lon pouted, stretching her neck insistently. "Eat, eat, eat, lamb skewers." She recognized the tantalizing aroma emanating from the skewers. Gao Dafu's eyes sparkled. "Oh, what a beautiful bird. Lu Xingchen, feed her, feed her." Lon Lon cast a haughty glance at Gao Dafu, old fatty. The smile on Gao Dafu's face froze, and after a moment, he replied, "This bird, is truly lovely. And look, it even has a mouth. How cute it would be without it." Chapter 93. It's adorable. We cannot eat it, understand? Lu Xingchen had already begun to reprimand Lon Lon. "How can you speak like that? You should call him Uncle Gao." "Uncle Gao?" Gu Yinji twitched at the corners of his mouth. Lon Lon proudly lifted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Gao Dafu. "Hi, fatty." Gao Dafu's expression had returned to normal, and he cheerfully offered a lamb skewer. "Hello, hello." Lu Xingchen took the skewer, originally intending to tear off pieces of meat to feed Lon Lon, but Lon Lon seized it in one bite, gripping the iron skewer with one claw. And with a flick of her head, she pulled off a chunk of lamb and devoured it. Her movements quickly grew more adept, and she ate faster and faster. After consuming 3 skewers, she rubbed her claws and beak together, contentedly perching on a nearby rock. At that moment, the little lamb in Lu Xingchen's arms poked its head out. Lu Xingchen glanced at the lamb, then at the lamb skewer in her hand, uncertain whether to feed it. This little lamb was no ordinary creature. Perhaps it was a magical beast like Lon Lon, and maybe it too desired the lamb skewers? But then again, this was lamb skewers. Would it eat them? The lamb climbed a bit higher, revealing half of its body, its front hooves resting on Lu Xingchen's arm. Its bright green eyes looked at everyone with an endearing innocence. Seeing its adorable demeanor, Lu Xingchen's heart melted. Gao Dafu gazed at the lamb's tender and soft appearance. Feeling tempted once more, he whispered, "Xingchen, roasted lamb is delicious. Shall we roast it?" Lon Lon kept her eyes fixed on the lamb, excitedly flapping her wings and shouting, roasted lamb, eat it, eat it." Suddenly, the lamb sprang up, charging at Lon Lon, and butted its tiny horns against her belly. Lon Lon tumbled off the rock, but quickly flapped her wings to rise again, angrily exclaiming, "You little lamb, you rascal." She fiercely clawed at the lamb. The lamb butted her once more. Lu Xingchen quickly shouted, "Stop, everyone stop, Lon Lon, halt." The red-billed blue magpie had never lost before. How could it stop? It pecked at the lamb. The lamb kicked its legs again, leaping up, and Lu Xingchen rushed over, scooping up the lamb while grabbing Lon Lon with her other hand. Quickly producing a few strawberries. "Here, eat strawberries, eat strawberries." Under Lu Xingchen's firm intervention, Lon Lon and the lamb begrudgingly separated, each munching on strawberries. Of course, Lu Xingchen primarily aimed to restrain Lon Lon, as she was too wild and would go berserk in a fight. The lamb was very well behaved. Once Lu Xingchen held it down, it remained still, merely gazing at her with its sparkling green eyes, looking quite aggrieved. This sight tugged at Lu Xingchen's heartstrings. She placed Lon Lon on a rock and carried the lamb a short distance away. She gently touched the lamb's horns, relieved to find no injuries. Gao Dafu was left dumbfounded. This little lamb is so formidable? He had witnessed Lon Lan's prowess, a divine bird capable of incapacitating Li Qin, an expert archer, with a much higher attack power than ordinary beings. The fact that this little lamb could hold its own against such a creature was astonishing. He had assumed that being toppled by the lamb earlier was merely a fluke. Clearly, the little lamb had shown restraint. A wave of trepidation washed over Gao Dafu. He no longer desired roasted lamb. Not only that, but he also sought to appease the lamb, extending a lamb skewer toward its mouth while saying, "Little lamb, have a little skewer, shall we?" Lu Xingchen tightened her grip on the lamb, fearing it might retaliate against Gao Dafu again. The lamb simply turned its head, nestling into Lu Xingchen's embrace. Suddenly, Gao Dafu recalled something, his complexion paling, and he quickly withdrew the skewer. What a sin! This could be the lamb's siblings or parents. Finally, calm returned, and Lu Xingchen sighed in relief. Having eaten her fill, she stood to bid farewell, intending to reunite with Wei Lin and the others. Lon Lon followed closely, flying beside Lu Xingchen, saying, eat it, and I can grow." "Huh, what do you mean by that?" Lon Lon whined. "I want to grow up." Lu Xingchen pressed the lamb gently and shot a sidelong glance at Lon Lon, "But we can't eat it." She began to understand the situation. The lamb's combat prowess was impressive. It must also be extraordinary. Its meat was likely highly nutritious, allowing Lon Lon to evolve, akin to the legendary flesh of Tang's son. She eagerly anticipated Lon Lan's evolution, but this little lamb was simply too adorable and charming. She could not bear to eat it. Lon Lon grumbled. And Lu Xingchen helplessly replied, "I will find a way for you to grow. The little cannot be eaten. It is cute. We cannot eat it, understand?" The little lamb affectionately nudged Lu Xingchen with its nose. Lu Xingchen felt its joy. She patted its little horns, so cute. Observing Lu Xingchen cradling the lamb and their intimate actions, Lon Lon let out a disdainful huff, flatterer, before soaring into the sky, leading the way ahead. The lamb was only slightly larger than a teacup dog, its body light, making it easy for Lu Xingchen to carry as they walked for over half an hour. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she sat down on a rock to rest, placing the lamb down to nibble on strawberries. With nothing else to do, she opened the regional chat channel, which was filled with despairing messages. Why must there be an island haunt? Boo-hoo, I'm scared, I want to go back. I'd rather starve on my raft. Many had formed hunting squads, killing anyone they encountered. It was terrifying. I'm hiding in the woods, afraid to move. Have they no conscience? Why must they kill for no reason? Are you foolish? In this perilous world, the notion of taking a life for the sake of resources and points has become a grim reality. Yet, Lu Xingchen sighed softly, acknowledging her inability to kill indiscriminately. Even if such acts could yield supplies or elevate her on the leaderboard for rewards, there exist myriad ways to earn rewards that do not necessitate bloodshed. Casting a glance at the members of the assault team, she noted that they were similarly engaged in the collection of resources while making their way towards the rendezvous point, albeit at a leisurely pace. Weighing was the closest to the assembly point. After a brief respite, Lu Xingchen resumed her journey. with Lan Lan scouting ahead and returning intermittently to inform her of the conditions ahead. Perhaps due to the vastness of the deserted island, she had yet to encounter any hunting teams. As she descended the next slope, Lu Xingchen's eyes were drawn to a cluster of striking purple wildflowers at the edge of a nearby grove. An idea sparked within her. She could uproot some to cultivate in her Tao Yuan Xingjing. The beauty of this sanctuary inspired her to plan for not only various crops, but also an array of blossoms to adorn her abode or raft. Thus, Lu Xingchen veered towards the grove. As she knelt beside the purple flowers and began to dig up one, a loud voice echoed nearby. "You murderers! How could you kill?" It was a familiar girl's voice. Lu Xingchen paused, realizing she had stumbled upon a scene of violence involving a hunting team. The voice rang out again, filled with tremors of anger. "Not only do you kill, but you turn on your own comrades. How despicable!" Recognizing the voice as Qin Xiao's, Lu Xingchen cautiously approached and saw 4 individuals standing ahead. She swiftly concealed herself behind a large tree, peering out. The 4 were in pairs, facing off, and Lu Xingchen caught a glimpse of their profiles. One was indeed Qin Xiao, clad in camouflage, adorned with a leather vest and sturdy boots, wielding a slender, razor-sharp, curved blade, evidence of her fortunate choice of equipment. Next to her stood a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, with round eyes and a cherubic face, exuding an aura of youthful charm. Opposite them stood a striking couple, a man with bleached hair and a woman with fiery red locks, both poised ominously with weapons in hand. On the ground lay 3 individuals, bloodied and lifeless, likely slain recently. Qin Xiao, visibly agitated, pointed to the fallen and exclaimed, "Why did you choose to kill our teammates? We had agreed to hunt beasts together, not turn on each other." The blonde man scoffed. "So, you let the hunting team go? Don't you realize that by eliminating them, we could seize all their resources?" Qin Xiao retorted angrily, "If that's the case, what differentiates us from them?" The red-haired woman sneered. "Qin Xiao, you are a fool. Just say it plainly. We no longer wish to ally with you." With gritted teeth, Qin Xiao insisted, "You should not have killed your teammates." Chapter 94, The Discord Within Qin Xiao's Team. The blonde man sneered. "Who told them to be like you? Too naive to kill?" At that moment, we were unarmed. It was not easy to slay others. By killing them, we now possess weapons. His impatience bubbled over. "Enough talk, let's fight." The red-haired woman's eyes gleamed with greed. "Indeed, Qin Xiao, if we eliminate you, we can claim your leather armor and superior blade. Not to mention all the resources in your backpack. Surely, you carry valuable items?" Qin Xiao's expression changed, fury igniting within her. "You intend to kill me? Have you forgotten who saved you?" The red-haired woman rolled her eyes. "You merely gave us 2 buns and a bottle of water. Is that salvation?" Qin Xiao was infuriated. "You are truly ungrateful." The red-haired woman interrupted. "Enough of your drivel." She turned to the trembling handsome boy. "Jiang Wenla, will you join us? Don't worry. We won't harm you. You have nothing of value." So, this was Jiang Wenla. His face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. He stammered, "And no, I can't." The red-haired woman grew impatient. "Jiang Wenla, why are you so foolish? In this dire moment, you still cling to Qin Xiao? Do you wish for death?" Jiang Wenla protested. "And no, I don't want to." The blonde man, losing patience, barked, "Enough chatter, kill." As they charged forward, Jiang Wenla cowered in fear, while Qin Xiao faced 2 adversaries alone. Remarkably, she wielded her blade with a degree of skill, possibly enhanced by her equipment, showcasing strength and agility. However, she appeared to be limping, hampered in mobility. When she almost struck the red-haired woman, a momentary hesitation allowed the blonde man to kick her down. As Qin Xiao fell to the ground, attempting to rise, the blonde man seized the opportunity, lunging with his short sword aimed at her throat, swift and merciless. In a flash, Lu Xingchen lashed out with her whip, striking the blonde man's wrist. "Ah!" He cried out in pain. The sword clattered to the ground as his wrist swelled, rendering him powerless. "Who goes there?" the blonde man exclaimed in shock. Lu Xingchen stepped into view, not hesitating as she drew an arrow, knocking it to her bow and releasing it with precision. The arrow pierced the blonde man's chest. "Ah!" he screamed, clutching the shaft as his complexion paled, blood gushing forth from the wound. Without medical aid, such a grievous injury could only lead to death. Xingchen, Qin Xiao, having regained her footing, turned to see Lu Xingchen and smiled with relief. The blonde man and the red-haired woman, now fearful, exchanged glances. The red-haired woman fled without a moment's hesitation, but as she dashed away, another figure emerged from behind a tree. He thrust a long knife with lethal intent, piercing her heart, and with a swift motion, he twisted the blade, causing blood to erupt. She fell, lifeless. Jiang Wenla, still trembling nearby, witnessed the scene and screamed, losing consciousness. The one who emerged was Gu Yanji, his robust figure charging forward. "Hey, Gu Yanji, what is your hurry? Aren't you just stealing kills?" he grumbled, before turning to Lu Xingchen with a conciliatory tone. Xingchen, you see. Gu Yanji didn't mean it. Perhaps we could find someone else for you later? Why would you do that for me? Lu Xingchen replied, momentarily bewildered. For you? Gu Yanji's hand swept across his neck in a dismissive gesture. Oh, Lu Xingchen realized. That's unnecessary. I'm not a bloodthirsty killer. Apologies, it's a habit, Gu Yanji replied, rummaging through his pack. This woman only has 2 buns and half a bottle of water. Do you want it? No, thank you. Lu Xingchen shook her head. The red-haired woman had clearly been impoverished. The blond man's face had drained of color, and as the group conversed, he attempted to crawl away unnoticed. Stop, Lu Xingchen commanded. Striding over to him, she bent down, grasped the arrow, and yanked it free. Ah! He wailed in agony, clutching his chest as he convulsed before collapsing. Simultaneously, Lu Xingchen received a notification sound. Kill the blond man. Earn 10 points. Will you collect his resources? Yes. Gained 1 bottle of water, 1 stick. The blond man had barely any resources, a veritable pauper, and his points were pitifully low. This marked Lu Xingchen's first kill worth a mere 10 points. The yellow-haired man is exceedingly fragile. He doesn't even require a finishing blow. A single arrow will suffice to send him to his demise. Lu Xingchen shook her head, wiped the blood from the feathered arrow, and stowed it away in her quiver. She then turned her gaze towards Qin Xiaoro, inquiring about her predicament. How could someone as fortunate as Qin Xiaoro end up in such dire straits? Qin Xiaoro sat upon a stone, rolled up her pant legs, revealing a gruesome wound on her ankle. From her backpack, she retrieved some healing ointment, applying it while recounting her circumstances to Lu Xingchen and the others. Qin Xiaoro, well-connected and fortunate with ample resources, had a penchant for helping others. Thus she amassed numerous friends. With a sigh, she relayed, prior to their hunt on the deserted island, she had assembled a team of 20 to 30 individuals. Such a large number? Gao Dafu exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. You truly are remarkable. Who can typically gather such a sizable crew? In a soft voice, Qin Xiaoro replied, there were over 100 who wished to join me. I selected around 20 or 30 who shared similar ideologies. We unanimously agreed that upon reaching the deserted island, we would refrain from killing others, only hunting beasts, and would not interfere in others' disputes, instead focusing on collecting resources peacefully. Oh, Gao Dafu elongated his tone. So you ended up in conflict yourselves? Qin Xiaoro offered a wry smile. Initially, no one bothered us. We witnessed 2 groups engaged in fierce combat, and the victorious team amassed considerable resources. It was around this time that the 2 individuals, pointing to the red-haired woman and the yellow-haired man, began to harbor ulterior motives. She continued, fortunately, we were adept at slaying beasts and opening chests, consistently acquiring weapons and gear. Hence, we decided through a dice-rolling method who would claim the equipment. Lu Xingchen cast a glance her way. No wonder Qin Xiaoro possessed so much gear. It all stemmed from her luck with the dice. It was hardly surprising, as who could rival her fortune? Seemingly grasping Lu Xingchen's thoughts, Qin Xiaoro added, we instituted another rule. Each person could only acquire 1 piece of equipment. Once everyone had 1, we could proceed to the next round. Gao Dafu nodded. You have done quite well. Chapter 95. How wonderful it would have been if you had saved Qin Xiaoro. Qin Xiaoro shook her head, offering a bittersweet smile. I received the first piece of equipment. Leather armor. The second, a short sword, went to another teammate. The third, fourth, and fifth pieces were gradually claimed by others, while the 2 from earlier were left empty-handed. Perhaps this contributed to their discontent. Coincidentally, we subsequently failed to acquire any equipment and encountered a hunting squad, who brazenly attacked us. We engaged in a fierce battle and managed to repel them. Lu Xingchen asked, did you not pursue them? Just let them go? Qin Xiaoro's expression grew slightly uneasy. I usually don't even kill fish. How could I harm a person? Gao Dafu thumped his chest in frustration. Not killing them is one thing. At least you could have incapacitated them and seized their belongings. Qin Xiaoro lowered her gaze. There was no time. In the brief moment of hesitation, they escaped. Gao Dafu and Lu Xingchen remained silent, while Gu Yanji lamented, what a pity. Qin Xiaoro felt a tinge of embarrassment, pausing before addressing Lu Xingchen. Xingchen, I obtained a healing ointment from a chest. I used half of it just now, but there's still half left. Would you like it? No, you should keep it. Lu Xingchen declined, shaking her head. Half of a healing ointment would be of little use to her, as she possessed several in her own pack. Indeed, it is more beneficial for you. Gao Dafu nodded in agreement. If this continues, Qin Xiaoro will only sustain more injuries. All right. Qin Xiaoro's face flushed. Xingchen, thank you. Upon my return, I will see if there is anything I can give you. A life-saving favor must surely be repaid. Lu Xingchen regarded Qin Xiaoro thoughtfully, hoping she would survive to fulfill that promise. Presently, Qin Xiaoro was indeed in a precarious position, though, she was not entirely alone. There was also Jiang Wenla, who had fainted moments ago. The group, in unison, glanced towards Jiang Wenla, who had now awakened and sat shivering at a distance. Too frightened to meet Lu Xingchen's or Gu Yanji's gaze. With a sigh, Lu Xingchen advised Qin Xiaoro, find a safe place to hide until the hunt concludes. Do not venture out. This world is not suited for you. All right. Qin Xiaoro's gaze softened as she looked towards Jiang Wenla. At least he was different from the others. However, he was not particularly useful either. Gao Dafu could not help but roll his eyes. Indeed, during the skirmish, he merely curled up in a ball, and upon witnessing violence, fainted outright. Aside from being able to cook, he offered little utility. Having used the healing ointment, Qin Xiaoro's wound had healed considerably. She stood, bidding farewell to Lu Xingchen and the others, genuinely intending to find a place to hide, taking Jiang Wenla with her. Lu Xingchen and Gao Dafu observed as Qin Xiaoro and Jiang Wenla vanished from sight. Gao Dafu shook his head. Do you think she will survive? Lu Xingchen replied. The odds are in her favor. Though she may be naive, her fortune truly shines through. Suddenly, Gao Dafu furrowed his brow, pondering, then jabbed his elbow into Gu Yanji's side. Hey, don't you think Qin Xiaoro looks familiar? Doesn't she resemble that one person? Gu Yanji shook his head. Not at all. Gao Dafu's eyes widened. Of course she does. I've just remembered. Qin Xiaoro should be his daughter. Gu Yanji retorted coolly. He is not foolish. Gao Dafu burst into laughter. He may not be, but his wife certainly is. Ha ha ha. What a fitting outcome for them. Oh. Lu Xingchen had no interest in the gossip. She had already squandered enough time and needed to reunite with Wei Ling and the others. Taking her leave of Gao Dafu and Gu Yanji, Lu Xingchen turned to depart. Gao Dafu watched her retreating figure for a while, then suddenly turned to poke Gu Yanji. Why didn't you step in sooner? How wonderful it would have been if you had saved Qin Xiaoro. Gu Yanji frowned. Would it have been of any use? Of course it would. Gao Dafu exclaimed with frustration. That scoundrel, while wicked, is certainly grateful and would repay anyone who saved his daughter. You missed yet another golden opportunity. Gu Yanji turned and walked away. Gao Dafu hurried after him, chattering incessantly. Honestly, this is becoming a pattern. You always seem to miss out on opportunities. If you had saved one Miling last time, the blueprint for the flying daggers would have been yours. Gu Yanji turned back. Is the brick not effective? Lu Xingchen resolved to head to the rendezvous point. She had observed the chat screen, and many players were beginning to form teams. Upon realizing their numerical advantage, the players were gathering larger groups. Even with her commendable combat skills and ample weaponry, she could not afford to go solo. What if she encountered a team of 20? Being closer to her allies would ensure safety. After parting ways with Gao Dafu and Gu Yanji, Lu Xingchen exited the thicket and picked up the little lamb. The tiny creature had remained in place, patiently awaiting her return. Seeing its adorably innocent expression melted her heart. It was certainly far more docile than the untamed Lon Lon. Cradling the lamb, Lu Xingchen gently rubbed its little head. Let us go, little lamb. Oh, I must give you a name. Your fur is so white, akin to snow. Let us call you Shwer, little Shwe. Lu Xingchen took out a banana to feed the little lamb, which devoured it with great enthusiasm. As she walked, she playfully engaged with the lamb, feeling quite at ease. Suddenly, the group chat for the assault team buzzed with a message from Wei Ying, calling her name. Wei Ying, Xingchen, why are you so far from us? Hurry over. It's quite dangerous to be alone right now. Wei Ling, I will be there shortly. Just a few minutes. Zhongchang, I have just a few minutes left. Lu Xingchen glanced at the distance she had to cover, estimating that it would take another 2 hours. She had stumbled multiple times and had been delayed too much by various distractions such as hunting monkeys for bananas and pumpkins. She gently rubbed the little lamb's head and sighed. Ah, why is the journey on this path so slow? This wretched game lacks any means of transportation. Even riding a horse would suffice. The little lamb bleated and struggled to get down. What are you trying to do? Lu Xingchen released it, slightly apprehensive that it might run away, for her intention was to bring it back to the raft. The lamb hopped to the ground, shook its body, and then looked up, bleating several times. Lu Xingchen keenly sensed that its tone was somewhat different this time. Previously, its voice had been delicate and weak, but now it was slightly louder, and intriguingly, she detected a hint of authority in its bleating. How peculiar. Is the lamb about to mutate? I hope it doesn't become as wild as Lon Lon. Lu Xingchen quickly scooped the lamb back up, saying, Shwer, little bleeder, we must be on our way. No more antics. This time, the lamb did not resist as she continued on her path. After taking just a few steps, suddenly, a white figure dashed towards her from the hillside like a flash of lightning. It soon stood before Lu Xingchen, revealing itself to be a creature resembling a sheep. It was roughly the size of a pony, with immaculate snow-white fur and long limbs, exuding a gentle demeanor. Most astonishingly, it possessed a pair of long ears that hung down from its head, nearly reaching its knees. Lu Xingchen could not help but lower her head and stroke the snowy lamb's ears. It was still small, with only slightly elongated ears. making it difficult to predict its future appearance. The sheep-like creature bleated at Lu Xingchen. All right, confirmation. This is indeed a sheep.